Chu Fei tried his best to hide his identity, but after that night in the bar, he found that the billionaire girl was interested in him. She sneered and threw down a stack of cash. Let's just pretend that what happened last night didn't happen. But in the blink of an eye, he casually transferred 1 billion to her. Sulie was shocked. This man was far more dangerous than she imagined. Chu Fei woke up the next day. He found out that the strange woman who had taken his virginity was. It turned out to be the target of his mission that he needed to protect, and then a series of unexpected things happened. Chapter 1. Chu Fei had not yet fully sobered up from last night's drunkenness, and his head felt a little heavy. When his eyes fell on the thick stack of cash on the bed, he was slightly stunned. It was not until he saw Sulie, who had changed into a suit of designer clothes, that he gradually regained consciousness. He smiled, his voice tinged with sarcasm. We were all drunk last night. It was something we both agreed on, but you have to humiliate me like this. As he spoke, he looked her up and down, and sighed in his heart that this woman's appearance and figure were indeed not comparable to those of ordinary people. Sulie felt the burning gaze, her face flushed, and a hint of annoyance flashed through her heart. Last night's madness still made her feel a little painful. After all, it was her first time, but when she thought about her future life, her expression quickly turned cold again, and her voice was icy. So what do you want? Name a price. I can satisfy you within a reasonable range. Chu Fei chuckled, his tone nonchalant. I'm not someone who sells my body. What happened last night was consensual. If I had accepted payment, it would have been illegal. I'm a law-abiding citizen. He paused, then added, if you're short of money, just name the amount and consider my treat for a drink. Sulie couldn't help but sneer at this sentence. She was the CEO of Jiang and Qiao Group, worth hundreds of millions. How could she be short of money? Okay, treating me to a drink isn't cheap, but 100 million is a bargain for you. Chu Fei was just about to pull off the covers and put on his pants to leave when his eyes suddenly fell on the red streak on the sheets. His expression suddenly changed. He felt a complicated feeling in his heart. This was her virginity, and it seemed like he hadn't taken any precautions last night. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Sulie mistakenly thought he was intimidated by the price and said coldly, why, you can't afford it? If you can't afford it, then don't bother arguing. Just think of the money as buying supplements for you. Your performance last night was just average. This completely ignited Chu Fei's anger. Before he could even pull up his pants, he sprinted forward, cornering Sulie and whispering, did you just say I was average? Sulie's heart tightened. Looking at the scarred man in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. She turned her head away and dared not look directly at him. She still said stubbornly, what do you want to do? No means no. Chu Fei knew in his heart that it wasn't that he couldn't do it, but he was worried about the trouble that would come from not having any safety measures. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Name a number, and let's pretend what happened today never happened. Sulie snorted coldly, with disdain on her lips. Why? You're so scared now, I thought you were so powerful. Chu Fei stopped arguing and turned to put on his clothes. Seeing his cold face, Sulie also put away her edge and said lightly, we are just strangers. Goodbye. Chu Fei suddenly said, 100 million. Is that enough? Sulie was stunned. Before she could respond, he continued, not enough, then 200 million, 300 million. She raised her eyes, a hint of shock flashed in her eyes, and then she sneered, one price, 1 billion. Chu Fei put out the cigarette, and raised the corner of his mouth. Okay. Sulie was stunned and asked, do you know what 1 billion means? Chu Fei disagreed. Don't rush to define it. Give me the bank account number. Sulie hesitated for a moment and handed over her personal bank card, thinking that this man definitely couldn't come up with the money. But the next second, a text message rang on her mobile phone. 1 billion had been deposited into the account, and the long string of zeros after the balance made her dizzy. Chu Fei handed the card back to her and said lightly, goodbye. He turned and left, leaving Sulie standing there in a daze. When she came to her senses, Chu Fei had already disappeared. An inexplicable emotion swept through her heart. She had only come to the bar to get drunk, but she didn't expect that for the first time in such a situation, she would give money to a stranger and get such a huge sum of money. She called her best friend Fong Qing and said hesitantly, Xiao Qing, I seem to have done something wrong. What's up? I sold the first time. Fong Qing screamed from the other end of the phone. What? Are you crazy? You're getting married to Mr. Zhao next month. Sulie sneered. Marrying him is worse than raising a dog. Zhao had a bad reputation, and she had long given up her fantasy. Fong Qing was stunned and asked, "Then how much did you sell it for? It can't be tens of thousands of yuan, right?" Sulie hesitated and finally said 1 billion. 1 billion? That's enough to buy your company. Fong Qing was obviously in disbelief. Sulie was very calm. "The money is in my account." She knew that this amount of money was enough to get the company through the current crisis. Her parents had asked her to marry Xiao and for the 500 million investment, and this 1 billion was enough to successfully launch the new product and save the company. Fong Qing reminded her, "The other party can come up with so much money. He is definitely not an ordinary person. You'd better be careful." After hanging up the phone, Sulie felt a little nervous. At this time, Chu Fei was standing downstairs of Qiao Company, holding a piece of paper with Sulie's name and address written on it. The last mission his master gave him was to protect this woman for 3 years. After completing this mission, he would be completely free. Chu Fei grinned and said to himself, "If it's a beautiful woman, there will be a surprise." He walked into the lobby, and when the receptionist saw him, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Sir, who are you looking for?" "Looking for Sulie." The receptionist was slightly stunned. "Do you have an appointment?" "No, I'm her personal bodyguard." The receptionist couldn't help laughing. "Handsome guy, have you read too many novels? Do you still want to be our president's husband?" Chu Fei blinked and said half-jokingly, "You guessed it right. I am her husband." The receptionist rolled her eyes at him and said, "Our president is getting married to Mr. Zhao next month. If you spread this, you'll be in big trouble." Chu Fei laughed in his heart and didn't respond seriously. As he was speaking, Sulie dragged her tired figure into the lobby and met his eyes. They both spoke almost at the same time. "What are you doing here?" The girl at the front desk was filled with confusion when she saw the president and Chu Fei looking at each other. This kind of eye contact didn't look like a first meeting at all. She even wondered if this man was really the CEO's boyfriend, or even husband. Sulie retracted her gaze and took a deep breath, having confirmed that Fong Qing's warning that morning was not groundless. Sure enough, this guy had come to her door. "What on earth do you want to do?" Sulie asked coldly. Chu Fei was about to speak when she interrupted him. "Come up with me." She turned and walked towards the elevator. Chu Fei shrugged and followed her, secretly muttering in his heart, "How come this woman always runs into him everywhere?" Until he heard the front desk call her Ms. Su. He was shocked. Could it be that this was the target of protection assigned to him by his master? On the 16th floor, Sulie took him into the office and sat him on the office chair, her expression sharp. "Didn't you say it was over? Why did you come to my company? What do you want to do?" In her opinion, this man had not only bought her virginity, but he had the audacity to come to her house. Could he be trying to get his money back? "How about I return the money to you as a sign of my failure?" she said in a cold and hard tone. Chu Fei's heart sank. The woman he had met last night was actually the target of his mission, and she was a virgin. "Do you think I'm happy about this? With your tough personality, I don't even want to get involved with you." He almost blurted out the mission, but swallowed it back. Sulie was very angry about this. She stood up suddenly and pointed to the door. "Get out. I will transfer the money to you later." "I don't want it." Chu Fei turned around and wanted to leave, but stopped at the door. "No, I can't leave. I have to follow you." Sulie frowned, her eyes full of vigilance. Chu Fei coughed lightly to cover up and said calmly, "I just want to find a job to be your personal bodyguard and follow you wherever you go. The salary doesn't matter. I'm not short of money." Sulie sneered. "You can't even keep up with the physical strength, and you still want to be a bodyguard? Eat more wolfberries." This made Chu Fei completely furious. He told him he was just average this morning, and now he was calling him a little fellow, and he still said no? His eyes swept over the glass ashtray on the table, and without a word, he picked it up and clasped his hands together. With a snap, the thick glass shattered instantly. Sulie was stunned. She had never expected that a joke would lead him to take it seriously. Chu Fei asked coldly, "Now, am I qualified to be your bodyguard?" Sulie raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Not bad. Go and sweep the floor." Chu Fei cursed inwardly, but still picked up the broom and cleaned up. At this time, a pretty woman hurried in and was obviously relieved when she saw Sulie. It was Fong Qing. Her eyes quickly fell on Chu Fei, and she teased, "The new cleaner? He's quite handsome, what a pity." Chu Fei's face turned black on the spot. "You are the cleaner." Sulie couldn't help laughing and waved him out. There were only 2 people left in the office. Fong Qing asked in confusion, "Where did this guy come from?" "Name a price. I want to recruit him to be a model for my company." Sulie put away his smile and said calmly, "Remember what I said this morning? He's the one." Fong Qing's eyes widened. "Are you kidding me? Someone who would spend 1 billion to buy you, and you're still working as a cleaner?" Sulie shook his head helplessly. "He was the one who said he wanted to be my bodyguard, and even broke an ashtray." Fong Qing leaned over to look at the broken glass in the trash can, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Could it be that he fell in love with you at first sight? Sulie was stunned. Although she thought it was unlikely, she also felt a little strange in her heart. She didn't dislike bickering with Chu Fei. Instead, she found it amusing to see him get humiliated. No way. A rich young man like him would fall in love with me at first sight? I'm afraid it's not love that's what he's attracted to. She glanced at her chest meaningfully. Fong Qing said seriously, "Who would give you 1 billion yuan in one go? Maybe he's really attracted to you." Su Li's heart moved slightly, but she quickly lowered her head. "I'm going to the Xiao family tonight to get engaged. Even with this money, the company has no chance of winning against the Xiao group, and my parents won't agree to cancel the wedding." Fong Qing remained silent. The Xiao group's position in Jiangnan made it difficult for any company to easily become an enemy. "Would you like me to go with you?" she asked tentatively. "No, I don't want to implicate you." Sulie declined. She had a trump card in her heart, but she would not use it until the last moment. "Okay, but that rich man outside might be able to help you." Fong Qing did not give up. "I won't take him with me." Suli's expression was resolute. Fong Qing had no choice but to pick up her bag and leave. Before she left, she gave Chu Fei a long, piercing glance, as if she were trying to see through him. Sulie sat at her desk for a while, not packing up until 4 in the afternoon, when she saw Chu Fei lying down on 2 chairs outside the door, sleeping. Her face darkened, and she kicked the chair. "Get up." Chu Fei sat up dazedly and stretched. "Is it time to get off work? Let's go. Are you the boss, or am I the boss?" Sulie snorted coldly. Chu Fei smiled and made way. "Please, President." Arriving at the parking lot, Sulie threw the car keys to him. "Can you drive?" "Of course. Remember to fasten your seatbelt." On the way, Sulie leaned back in the seat with a dazed look on his face. Chu Fei saw it, but did not ask any more questions. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a luxurious manor. "Wait a moment." Sulie took a deep breath. "You can go back now. Come pick me up tomorrow morning." Chu Fei was stunned. "Where should I go? I'm a personal bodyguard after all. Do I have to find a place to live by myself?" "Why? Are you afraid that it will delay you from finding a woman?" These barred words made Su Li's eyes turn red instantly. She looked back at Chu Fei, her voice trembling. "Go away, and don't look for me again. I know you don't want to take responsibility, and now it's just as you wish." Chu Fei hated to see a woman cry, let alone someone as stubborn as her. The stubbornness and grievance in her eyes made his heart tighten. He raised his hand and scratched the back of his neck uncomfortably, then softened his tone. "What did I do wrong? Can I change it?" Chu Fei really couldn't understand what this woman was thinking. It wasn't him who initiated what happened that night, and he even compensated her afterwards. Why was she crying now? He frowned in confusion. Su Li's eyes were filled with tears. She turned around and was about to walk back to the manor. Her cry was filled with determination. "You can't change it. Just go." Chu Fei's heart sank. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and asked unconvincedly, "Who said I can't change? Just tell me, and I'll change. As long as you stop crying." Sulie stopped crying, her delicate body trembling slightly. She turned her head and choked with sobs. "I came here to get engaged. The Xiao family is not someone who can be offended by anyone. If Xiao knew what happened last night, you would be in danger. I don't want to implicate you." Chu Fei finally understood that she wasn't blaming him, but rather felt aggrieved. He breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "You scared me to death. I thought I was going to make you cry. Besides, I'm just a bodyguard. Why would they want me?" He patted his chest carelessly and said, "Since I promised to protect you, I will protect you closely. Let's go and get engaged together. There's nothing to be afraid of." In Chu Fei's eyes, Su Li's engagement had nothing to do with him. Whoever married a woman like that would be unlucky. But when Su Li heard this, she felt a tightness in her chest and said coldly, "Get out." Chu Fei shrugged, pushed her back into the car, and rushed into the manor. Sulie took the opportunity to wipe away her tears and returned to her usual coolness, but the redness in her eyes was still obvious. The manor was packed with luxury cars, and the entrance to the villa was filled with top figures from Jiangnan, all coming to congratulate the Xiao family on their happy event. Chu Fei parked the car and opened the door for Sulie, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Zhao stood at the door. When he saw Sulie, his eyes lit up and he smiled. "Uncles, please come in. I'm gonna pick up my wife." The people around him laughed. They all knew that the so-called wife was just a plaything. Zhao walked up quickly and put on a gentleman's smile. Shaoli. Sulie's face was cold, without any joy. She had already prepared herself for a fight to the death. Zhao reached out to hold her hand, but Chu Fei stepped forward and grabbed her wrist, saying coldly, "Please be polite to our president. I will beat you up." Sulie's heart tightened. Is this man crazy? Does he know who Zhao is? Zhao frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Shaoli, who is he?" Sulie replied coldly, "He is the bodyguard I hired." Chu Fei, let go of Mr. Zhao. Zhao sneered, and Chu Fei let go. He had already decided in his heart that this man was not a good person. Zhao narrowed his eyes. "You're hiring a bodyguard? Are you afraid of me?" Sulie responded calmly, "It's right to protect yourself." Zhao snorted coldly, walked side by side with her into the hall, and casually said to Chu Fei, "You can go now. President Su is not going back tonight." Hearing the threat, Sulie's heart tightened, and she almost threw the things in her bag at his face. Chu Fei sneered, "I'm not your bodyguard. So who do you think you are?" Zhao's face darkened completely, and he said coldly, "For Shaoli's sake, I'll give you one chance. Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll break your legs." Chu Fei sneered, "Your mother should know whether I'm brave or not." Zhao was completely enraged and shouted, "Security!" In an instant, several security guards in suits surrounded him with batons. Sulie hurriedly tried to dissuade them. "Mr. Zhao, let him go." Chu Fei was too lazy to pay attention and casually looked at the security guard. Zhao pinched Sulie's chin and said coldly, "Today he is dead. Even Jesus can't save him." The atmosphere froze instantly. Sulie was extremely anxious and threatened loudly. "Zhao, if you dare to touch him, I will not get married." Zhao narrowed his eyes and sneered. "You are so protective of him. Are you two having an affair?" Chu Fei spoke calmly, scratching his ears. "You're right. She was very proactive that night. It's a pity you can't understand." This sentence made Zhao completely furious. He waved his hand. "Break his legs." The security guards rushed forward, and Sulie suddenly stood in front of Chu Fei. The shadow of the stick fell and hit her forehead with a bang. Blood slid down her cheek, and her body softened and fell backwards. Chu Fei hurriedly supported her, his face instantly cold. Seeing this, the surrounding security guards hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the guests in the hall heard the noise and came out. Zhao Wei walked over and glanced at them coldly. "Deal with it as soon as possible." Everyone returned to the hall and closed the door. Zhao's face was grim. "Get President Su out of the way and beat him to death." The security guards stepped forward again. Chu Fei slowly put Sulie down, stood up, and his eyes were cold. The first security guard's club came at him, but he raised his hand to block it, then punched him in the chest with his backhand. With a bang, he sent him flying. The rest of the security guards rushed forward, but within seconds, they all fell to the ground, wailing. Zhao finally panicked and retreated to the gate, his voice trembling. "What do you want to do?" Chu Fei strode forward and grabbed his neck with one hand. "You talk a lot of nonsense." Then he slapped him so hard that two of his teeth fell out. Zhao's eyes widened in pain, and before he could recover, he was hit by another heavy punch. He collapsed to the ground, swallowed the bloody tooth into his stomach, and almost fainted from the pain. Chu Fei walked to Sulie inside. "Why are you so fierce, woman? Why should a woman interfere when men are fighting?" After saying that, he picked her up and turned to walk toward Zhao. He said coldly, "In your next life, remember to be a good person." When Zhao looked up, he saw Chu Fei's eyes as cold as the god of death. Before he could speak, he was kicked away, knocked open the door of the villa, and fell heavily into the hall. The guests all looked over and saw Zhao lying on the ground with blood all over his face like a dead dog. The whole hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Chu Fei glanced at everyone and said calmly, "I'm sorry, I killed a stray dog. I hope you don't mind." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. Zhao Wei's face changed instantly when he saw Zhao lying on the ground. He quickly stepped forward to pick him up, but found that his son was no longer breathing. At that moment, his hands were shaking. He sniffed and found his breath was completely cold. He looked up at the door and saw Chu Fei holding Sulie standing under the light with an indifferent expression. You deserve to die. Zhao Wei roared, his eyes bloodshot. He had only had this one son in his life, and he had always doted on him. Even if Zhao got into trouble, he would step in to fix it. But now he was dying before his eyes. Come here. Zhao Wei waved his hand, and two tall bodyguards appeared beside him. These were masters he had hired at a high price, and they usually protected him. Catch him and make sure he dies. As soon as the order was given, two bodyguards approached Chu Fei. The surrounding guests were all silent, not daring to intervene for fear of bringing disaster upon themselves. Chu Fei looked at the two approaching people, his eyes turned cold. After beating the younger one, the older one also wants to come forward? If you don't want to die, get out. His voice was calm, but with a cold and oppressive tone. The two bodyguards paused, sweat forming on their foreheads. As martial artists, they could tell that this young man's strength far surpassed their own. Forcing their way in would only lead to their own death. Chu Fei hugged Sulie and turned to leave, his back shrouded in a sense of oppression. The bodyguards remained motionless, as if frozen in place, allowing him to leave. What are you standing there for? Stop him. Zhao Wei roared in confusion. The bodyguard whispered, Boss, we're no match for him. The aura of someone emerging from a sea of blood and corpses made them lose all desire to fight. Zhao Wei's face was terribly dark. His son died, but he didn't even have the right to pursue the matter. This humiliation almost made him explode. In the hospital ward, Sulie slowly opened her eyes. Her forehead was bandaged, and she felt a sharp pain. She looked around and saw Chu Fei standing by the window, lost in thought. Chu Fei, she spoke, and he turned around, revealing a hint of a smile. You're really brave. You even dared to block that stick. Did it hurt? Sulie rolled her eyes at him. My head is broken. What do you think? How did I get back? Chu Fei pretended to be nonchalant and said, I'll carry you out and send you to the hospital. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? His eyes rested on her with ill intent. Sulie noticed his expression and her pretty face darkened. Get lost. Wasn't it because of you that I was beaten? This is my business, and I don't want you to be involved. At the end, she hesitated. Where's Zhaoan? Chu Fei smiled and said, Are you worried about me or the one with kidney deficiency? Sulie blushed slightly and turned her head away. You're being sentimental, he said casually. Don't worry, that guy will never bother you again in this life. But you can't marry him, is that okay? Sulie frowned slightly, sensing a hidden meaning in his words, but she didn't think much of it. She just felt that at least for the time being, she wouldn't have to deal with Zhao An's entanglement. She said softly, Thank you. Don't thank me verbally, I like practical actions. Chu Fei walked closer with a smile and pinched her face with his hand. You are a Real tiger. Sulie's face flushed, and she glared at him. You are the tiger. Your whole family is tiger. Bandit. Chu Fei shrugged. Whatever you call me. Are you hungry? We have some sausages. Would you like some? Sulie's mind immediately flashed with other images, and she spat. Disgusting. Chu Fei rolled his eyes and took out fried rice and sausage from the cabinet. What are you thinking? Forget it if you don't want to eat it. Sulie finally reacted. Her face flushed, and she said awkwardly, I'm hungry. I want to eat too. The next morning, Sulie was discharged from the hospital. The wound on her forehead was not serious. Chu Fei drove her to the company. As soon as I returned to the office, the secretary called me. Mr. Su, the chairman asked you to go to the conference room. All the major shareholders are here. Sulie's heart sank. She guessed what had happened and could only go ahead. Chu Fei noticed her expression and asked, What's wrong? She said calmly, Nothing. I'm having a meeting. In the meeting room, the shareholders were arguing fiercely, with some even suggesting withdrawing their investment. Seeing Sulie come in, the atmosphere immediately quieted down. Su Wu, sitting at the top, frowned. What happened at the Zhao family yesterday? You left before I even arrived. Su Wu was furious upon learning that Zhao An had died at the hands of his daughter's hired bodyguard. Even worse, this morning, all the partners had terminated their contracts and all investors had withdrawn, clearly the Zhao family's involvement. The company was currently in a critical phase of developing a special medicine, and the only funding gap it needed was one final investment from the Zhao family. But with what happened last night, everything was in vain. What are you going to do? A shareholder asked. When Sulie heard Zhao An is dead, she froze and finally understood the meaning of Chu Fei's words last night. She knew the company could only last 3 months at most. The only way was to use the money Chu Fei gave her to stabilize the situation. So she said calmly, I have some funds to keep it running. The shareholders sneered. What can tens of millions do? I have decided to sell my shares. Others also echoed, and shares worth hundreds of millions of dollars instantly became hot potatoes. Suwu advised, don't worry, there's still hope. Before he could finish, Sulie took over and said, okay, I'll take it all at today's opening price and settle on the spot. Do you want to sell it? Some people ridiculed her for not having the ability, and she turned cold and said, sell it or not, she planned to take this opportunity to acquire the company's shares. Suwu interrupted coldly. Nonsense. What you should do is ask the Xiao family for mercy. As Xiaoan's fiancé, you should go and wear mourning clothes for him. I'll take you to the Xiao family at noon. After the meeting, Sulie returned to the office with a grim expression and saw Chu Fei leisurely eating sunflower seeds. She smiled bitterly. You're really good. You beat Xiaoan to death and hid it from me. Chu Fei looked innocent. Didn't I tell you last night? Sulie sighed and sat down. My dad asked me to wear mourning for Xiaoan. Chu Fei was slightly stunned when he heard the words, wearing mourning clothes. He was puzzled. Xiaoan was already dead, so why did Sulie's father let her go? Was he determined to push his daughter into the Xiao family, using it as an opportunity to climb into a wealthy family? But would the Xiao family accept it? If it were him, he would never agree. Chu Fei couldn't help but ask about his doubts. Sulie just smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying that it was because the Xiao family was too powerful in Jiangnan. She mentioned that just this morning, all group companies cooperating with Qiao Company terminated their contracts almost overnight. There is panic within the company, and more people are resigning. Chu Fei listened and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Truth cannot be hidden. The actions of the Xiao group this time almost cut off Ku Yao's retreat. However, he felt that termination of the contract might not be a bad thing. If he could get compensation, he would still have a chance to regroup. But Sulie's next words made him realize that Qiao Company was hanging on the edge of a cliff and was only one step away from falling. Sulie sighed, saying that it was useless. She reminded Chu Fei that she was going to Zhao's house at noon and asked him not to follow her to avoid any accidents. Chu Fei shook his head and said that he had promised to protect her closely. So how could he be absent? Sulie was silent, with a complicated expression on her face. Seeing this, Chu Fei half-jokingly said that she was too timid and that he would support her even if the sky fell. Sulie couldn't help laughing and asked him where the money came from. Chu Fei nonchalantly said that he was a top rich second generation. His family's estate had thousands of acres, and any words he said could affect the economy of a small country. Sulie thought he was just bragging and joked that it was no wonder he could come up with 1 billion. Chu Fei was helpless. This was true, but she just didn't believe it. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the office door, and Suwu walked in with a cold expression. He asked Sulie to get ready and said that he had already called the Xiao family. Chu Fei frowned and wanted to speak, but Sulie gently pulled his sleeve. Su Wu said coldly that the bodyguards didn't need to go this time because the Zhao family manor was already full of security guards and Chu Fei would never come back once he went. Chu Fei replied calmly that no one could stop him from going anywhere. Su Wu's face darkened, and he said that he didn't need a murderer as his daughter's bodyguard. Sulie hurriedly spoke up to stop her father. Su only said to wait for her outside for 3 minutes and let her handle it herself. There were only 2 people left in the office again. Sulie advised him not to go, and the Zhao family would not embarrass her in public. Chu Fei said that he would hold up the sky if it fell, and at worst he would just overturn the table. Sulie had no choice but to compromise and asked him to promise to look at her eyes and not to act rashly. Chu Fei nodded, reached out to touch her face, and said there was eye boogers. Su Li's face flushed, and when she realized she had been deceived, she angrily called him a bandit. The two were fighting when Su Wu appeared at the door again with a bad look on his face. He finally agreed to go with Chu Fei, but asked him not to talk too much or do anything violent, and promised to take him away safely. The 3 of them went downstairs and drove straight to Zhao's house. At this time, the Zhao family had already hung up the white lanterns. The Zhao family manor was covered in white, and the villa hall was decorated as a huge mourning hall. A golden Namu coffin is placed in the center, and incense and candles illuminate the surroundings. The guests were dressed in mourning, wept quietly, or bowed silently before leaving. People outside were discussing the cause of Zhao An's death, but no one knew the truth. A familiar car drove into the manor, attracting everyone's attention. Su Wu was wearing a well-ironed suit and had a solemn expression, while Sulie was wearing a black dress and holding flowers. When Chu Fei appeared behind them, Zhao Wei's eyes turned red and he roared in anger. The people present were stunned for a moment before realizing that Zhao Wei was referring to Chu Fei. He escaped last time, but this time there are hundreds of security guards lying in ambush in the manor, and he is afraid that he will not be able to escape even if he has wings. Su Wu spoke first, saying that today was not a suitable day for bloodshed, and that he brought his daughter to burn incense and cancel the engagement. Chu Fei understood clearly that Su Wu obviously had a backup plan this time. Zhao Wei responded coldly that he could give face, but Chu Fei must be buried with Zhaoan. In an instant, dozens of knife-wielding thugs rushed in and blocked the retreat route. Zhao and Mother Lu Sui also stood up, her eyes red, and she shouted angrily, ordering someone to kill Chu Fei immediately. She was once the only female boss in the Jiangnan underground world. After marrying Zhao Wei, she moved behind the scenes and had connections in both the black and white worlds. Now that he had witnessed his son's death with his own eyes, how could he let the murderer go? Su Wu's face darkened, and he asked if they were trying to force someone to bleed. Lu Sui sneered and said that regardless of the Su family father and daughter, Chu Fei must die. Zhao Wei knew that the person behind Su Wu should not be underestimated, so his tone softened for a moment, and he asked him what would happen if he put himself in his shoes. Before the two of them finished talking, Chu Fei walked forward impatiently. He said coldly that he wanted to apologize to Zhaoan, but now he felt it was unnecessary. People like your son waste air when they're alive and wasteland when they're dead. It would be better if they were cremated and scattered in the garden, where they can be used as fertilizer. As soon as the words as fertilizer came out, the atmosphere in the entire morning hall froze instantly. Even Su Wu was stunned. He didn't understand why this guy suddenly added fuel to the fire when the negotiations were going well. Lu Sui was furious and shouted for someone to hack him to death. Zhao Wei was also breathing rapidly. He reached out to grab the machete from the thug, obviously intending to do it himself. Su Wu cursed in his heart, and Sulie was also shocked. She didn't expect Chu Fei to dare to be so tough in public. Just when the atmosphere was tense, a powerful voice came from outside. Everyone turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a suit walking into the morning hall with a smile on his face. The crowd consciously made way for him. He was Jiang Ning, the #1 figure in Jiangnan City. Zhao Wei and his wife immediately shouted to stop at the same time, not daring to use a knife in front of him. Jiang Ning never takes sides, but if someone provokes him in person, he will never show mercy. Zhao Wei immediately put down the knife and asked the thugs to retreat. The morning hall instantly became a little more spacious. Su Wu stepped forward to greet him and said that he had come to offer his condolences after hearing the sad news. Zhao Wei's heart sank. This was equivalent to pointing out publicly that he had not invited Jiang Ning, and the officials and guests present also heard it clearly. Zhao Wei hurriedly smiled and said that Jiang Ning's presence was a great honor. Lu Sui took the opportunity to cry and asked Jiang Ning to seek justice for her son. Zhao Wei's eyes lit up. With Jiang Ning around, even if Su Wu had a backer, he might not be able to save Chu Fei. He exaggerated and said that his son was beaten to death. Su Wu's face darkened. Jiang Ning's appearance was completely unexpected to him. Sulie even clenched Chu Fei's sleeves tightly, feeling full of guilt. Jiang Ning looked calm and said that since Zhao Wei had spoken, he would naturally enforce the law impartially. Zhao Wei and his wife immediately felt relieved, as if they had a sure win. Zhao Wei pointed at Chu Fei, and Sulie immediately became nervous, fearing that he would be taken away on the spot. Su Wu hurriedly explained that it was a misunderstanding, and Sulie added that Chu Fei took action to protect her. She pointed to the gauze on her forehead, where the blood was still visible. Jiang Ning nodded, but still said that the murder was true and he needed to be brought back to assist in the investigation, regardless of whether it was excessive self-defense. These words made Su Li's face turn pale instantly. Zhao Wei was delighted and thanked Jiang Ning on the spot. Jiang Ning waved his hand and said he would look into it, then burned incense in the morning hall. Su Wu understood that he couldn't stop him from taking Chu Fei away today, so he could only whisper to Chu Fei to explain that it was excessive self-defense when he got to the police station, and he would find a way to rescue him. Chu Fei smiled and told him not to worry, and joked that Jiang Ning might be his father's friend. Sulie rolled her eyes at him. Jiang Ning gestured to leave, and Chu Fei followed him out without hesitation. Watching him being taken away, Zhao Wei and Lu Sui's expressions relaxed. Zhao Wei turned to Su Wu and said that they had to go inside and discuss the compensation and the engagement. Sulie said coldly, "The marriage contract is dissolved when the person dies, and there is no compensation, not a penny." In the private room of the luxurious coffee shop, Jiangning bowed respectfully to Chu Fei and called him young master. Chu Fei gestured for him to sit down. He had long recognized Jiangning as a member of the family. He didn't expect that he had become the top figure in Jiangnan, and the family received the news so quickly. He asked about the family's recent situation. Jiangning's face changed slightly. After hesitation, he said that the Phoenix and the family were engaged in a business war and the situation was stalemate. The master asked Chu Fei to stay in Jiangnan with peace of mind and overseas affairs would be arranged. Chu Fei frowned, but he couldn't interfere in the business war for the time being. As long as the other party didn't play any dirty tricks, he could ignore it. Changing the subject, he asked Jiangning what he knew about the Su family. Jiangning said that the Su family was originally a small family. Under Su Wu, they developed the Xiao company and established a relationship with the second-in-command of Jiangnan, but the specific details of how they became connected were unclear. Chu Fei was even more confused and didn't understand why his master asked him to protect Sulie. Jiangning suddenly mentioned another thing. The master wanted him to go on a blind date. The information shows that the target is Wang Xie, chairman of Juanhao Group, who comes from the Wang family, a prominent domestic family. Chu Fei was a little surprised, nodded, and said he would meet him when he was free. Jiangning breathed a sigh of relief and asked whether he should take action to warn the Zhao family. Chu Fei refused calmly, saying that it was just a small family and it was not worth using any means against them. Jiangning handed over his business card. Chu Fei took it and let him go first. 10 minutes later, Chu Fei left the cafe, looked at the information in his hand, and decided to meet the blind date. I hailed a taxi and headed straight to Juanhao Group. He called Wang Xie downstairs, claiming to be his blind date and inviting her to meet. In the office on the top floor, Wang Xie frowned. Although she didn't understand her father's arrangement, she still decided to see who the other party was. After going downstairs, she saw a man squatting and smoking by the flower bed. Her heart sank. Is this the so-called blind date? He looks like a small security guard. Chu Fei also saw her and secretly praised her for being beautiful. Compared with Sulie, each had her own charm. He stepped forward and extended his hand to introduce himself. Wang Xie responded reluctantly, but quickly withdrew her hand. The two came to the milk tea shop across the street, and Wang Xie asked him to reveal his identity directly. Chu Fei smiled and said that he was just a small security guard who had no 5 insurances and 1 fund, and had a monthly salary of 1,800 yuan, and he laughed every day. Chu Fei took a leisurely sip of his milk tea. Chewing on boba, his expression relaxed. Across from him, Wang Xie's brows furrowed, her gaze questioning, as if she were looking at someone with a mental disorder. She coldly asked, "Is this kind of conversation meaningful?" Chu Fei just smiled and said that if she didn't want to talk about it, then forget it. Wang Xie has a strong sense of family in her bones. For the benefit of the family, she would even marry a complete stranger. No matter what the other person's appearance is, she will not care. This is her principle. He still earnestly emphasized that everything he said was true, not a single lie. Wang Xie, however, stood up, ready to end this boring conversation. She saw no point in wasting any more time. Just as she turned around, Chu Fei asked, "Do you really want to know?" Wang Xie stopped and turned back with a questioning look in her eyes. Although she didn't know Chu Fei's background, her father's attitude had made her realize that this man's family background was definitely not inferior to the Wang family, and might even be stronger. Chu Fei raised his lips slightly and asked her what benefits she could get from knowing her identity. Wang Xie responded directly. She could be his girlfriend. This made Chu Fei stunned, and he secretly suspected that there might be something wrong with this woman. Seeing him hesitate, Wang Xie added that if he didn't want this benefit, she could accompany him once. Chu Fei looked at her figure. She was indeed quite good, but he was not the kind of person who would eat anything if he was hungry. He refused and instead asked her to ask the family's senior members. If they didn't tell her, it meant she was not qualified to know the truth. He admitted that this blind date was just a formality. She wasn't his type. While her figure was another matter, her personality kept him at a distance. In contrast, Sulie's sharp personality was more to his liking. Wang Xie pressed him, undeterred, asking what type he liked, a queen, a Lolita, or a pure girl. As long as he told her, she would change it to suit his wishes. Chu Fei replied indifferently, saying he wanted something colorful and flirty, which left her stunned. After realizing it, she confirmed that he did it on purpose. Chu Fei smiled but didn't answer. His meaning was obvious. Wang Xie sneered and said that she would let him see it the next time they met, then turned and left. Chu Fei looked at her from behind, feeling a bit amused and helpless. He shook his head, thinking that women with a bit more of a fierce nature like Sulie were more appealing. He really couldn't stand women who were too proactive and had no sense of propriety. He paid the bill and walked out of the milk tea shop. Just as he reached the door, he received a call from Sulie. The other party's tone was full of concern, asking if he was safe. Chu Fei said he was fine. The person just gave him a few simple words of advice and let him go. Hearing this, Sulie was visibly relieved and immediately came to pick him up. Not long after, the car stopped under a busy street sign. As soon as Chu Fei got in, he joked that he was flattered to be picked up in person by his boss. Sulie looked serious and didn't respond to his joke. In the car, she mentioned the Xiao family suppression of the company. When she rejected Su Wu's offer, the Xiao family launched a comprehensive blockade, forcing most companies in Jiangnan to sever ties with Qiao. Now, the company is in an unprecedented crisis. Chu Fei was silent for a moment, his mind already forming. He comforted Sulie, saying that such matters could be left alone, and reminded her that the money he had given her was enough to last for several months. Sulie, thinking of that money, rolled her eyes at him. She didn't say much, but instead mentioned a new drug the company was developing, though the details were confidential. If successful, the drug would be introduced globally, potentially worth hundreds of billions, making the company one of the top companies in Daxia. Chu Fei was secretly surprised. He reminded Sulie to be on guard against researchers being bribed. However, Sulie firmly stated that their research base was a secret location, that members did not return home for a year, and that contact with the outside world was monitored. Chu Fei sighed inwardly. This woman was indeed meticulous and thorough. The car stopped in front of a 200-square-meter villa. The house was empty, with Sulie living alone. She wearily told Chu Fei to find a room to stay in and not to enter her bedroom. Chu Fei insisted on protecting her closely, suggesting that she sleep on the bed while he slept on the floor. In return, he simply said, "Get lost." The next morning, Sulie was awakened by the smell of food. Pushing open the bedroom door, she saw 2 steaming bowls of noodles on the dining table, each topped with a poached egg. Chu Fei emerged from the kitchen and beckoned her to wash up and eat. Sulie's heart was moved. This was the first time a man had cooked for her. Sitting at the dining table, she couldn't help but laugh and said she didn't expect him to be able to cook. She thought he was just a rich second-generation kid. Chu Fei smiled meaningfully and said that he knew many things. She subconsciously covered her chest, her face flushed, and she cursed Bandit. After breakfast, Chu Fei took her to the company, but as soon as she arrived, she was called into the chairman's meeting room. Before she even entered, she heard the shareholders arguing fiercely. At the start of the meeting, Sulie coldly confirmed whether they wanted the company to repurchase shares. Qiao was now completely surrounded by the Xiao family, with almost all its partners terminating their contracts. The situation was critical. Many shareholders, citing lack of knowledge about the new drug, were demanding a repurchase or additional investment. Sulie sneered inwardly. She had long suspected someone had been bribed by the Xiao family. The contract clearly stated that no one could inquire about the drug's effects or directions until it was complete. Their collective pressure was simply an attempt to extract confidential information. She simply made a direct offer, offering to buy all the shares at the day's opening price. This immediately displeased several shareholders, who complained that selling at the current price, which had plummeted, would mean a loss. Sulie coldly reminded them that the contract explicitly stipulated a buyback at the day's opening price. She gave a final warning. If you want to sell now, do it now, or the company will go bankrupt and your shares will be worthless. Then she turned and left the meeting room, leaving the shareholders staring at each other in bewilderment. Back in her office, her expression remained grim. The company needed to be reorganized, but acquiring shares would cost a lot of money. At this time, Chu Fei smiled and asked if he needed help. Sulie just shook her head and said it was a trivial matter of the company. Chu Fei didn't ask any more questions, but just took out his mobile phone and sent a short text message. Investing $2 billion to invest in Jiangnan Qiao Company. At noon, Sulie put down her work and asked Chu Fei to accompany her for a walk without driving. Chu Fei raised an eyebrow and asked if this was a date invitation. Sulie simply replied, "Whatever you think," and led him out of the company and onto the bustling streets. The mild September weather and gentle breeze eased Sulie's mood. Suddenly, she casually asked Chu Fei if he had a girlfriend, but she regretted the words as soon as they left her mouth. Chu Fei smiled and said no, then asked if she could meet the requirements of a girlfriend. The two of them exchanged banter, and Sulie glared at him in anger. But the next second, Chu Fei's face suddenly darkened. He quickly pulled her into his arms, his gaze locked on the third-floor window across the street. It was empty, but the sense of danger kept him from relaxing. Sulie's face flushed at the sudden action, thinking he was taking advantage of her. Chu Fei didn't explain, just staring at the window in deep thought. The crisis at that moment was something no ordinary person could handle. When he loosened his arms, Sulie felt a sense of inexplicable loss in her heart. Chu Fei knew that the danger might be directed at her, or it might be himself. Since his master had asked him to protect Sulie, trouble would come sooner or later. At this moment, Sulie received a call from her good friend Fong Qing, who was at Zui Yuqing bar and sounded drunken. The two rushed to the bar and saw Fong Qing passed out drunk on the sofa, the man next to her making advances. Sulie immediately stepped forward and pushed the man away, questioning what he was doing. The man, reeking of alcohol, reached out to grab Sulie's neck and tried to pour alcohol in her mouth. Chu Fei's face turned cold, and he grabbed the man's wrist and told him to get out. The man was furious, picked up the bottle, and smashed it at Chu Fei's head, but before the bottle landed, Chu Fei slapped him over. The crisp sound stunned everyone in the bar. This slap in the face immediately woke the man up. Chu Fei stared at him, asking if he understood now. The man's eyes were filled with viciousness. He said something cruel and turned away, obviously intending to find someone to take revenge on him. The bar owner hurriedly urged them to leave. The man was the son of the local law enforcement chief and often led thugs to cause trouble. Sulie and Fong Qing had just reached the door when Su Hui returned with a dozen or so thugs. He pointed at Chu Fei and ordered them to teach him a lesson. Chu Fei took a step forward, his tone indifferent, reminding the other party that if a slap just now didn't make him sober, he could give him a few more. Before he finished speaking, the gangsters rushed over. More than a dozen thugs surrounded him aggressively. Su Hui sneered, waiting to see Chu Fei make a fool of himself. But in the blink of an eye, Chu Fei had knocked all those people down with just 3 punches and 2 kicks, leaving them wailing on the ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Hui turned around and tried to run, but was kicked to the ground by Chu Fei. Chu Fei squatted down, sneering and asking if he dared to hire someone to deal with him. Su Hui forced himself to give his father's name, trying to use his identity to threaten him. Chu Fei only replied, "I'm so scared," and then slapped him again, leaving his face burning. Su Hui cursed, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped several more times. Chu Fei slapped him, mocking his lack of manners and reminding him not to learn bad habits at such a young age. In just a few minutes, Su Hui's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he was eventually beaten unconscious. Chu Fei shook his numb hands, said calmly that he would still fight next time they met, and turned to walk toward Sulie. Sulie looked at the miserable state on the ground and sighed inwardly that this man really asked for it. The 3 of them left the bar and took a taxi back to the villa. Sulie settled Fong Qing in the bedroom, exhausted, while Chu Fei wandered around the living room. His eyes fell on the camera in the corner, and he casually asked if she had installed it. Upon learning that it was indeed the case, he felt a surge of alarm. He checked the cameras one by one, and soon found a small device with a red dot on it, a bug. Chu Fei crushed it and told Sulie there might be more at home. Sulie was shocked, unable to accept that someone could have entered the house and installed such a device while she was monitoring it. Chu Fei didn't explain any further and began a thorough search. In the kitchen, behind the TV, under the router, half an hour later, he had dropped 6 or 7 eavesdropping devices on the table. And that didn't even count the number in the bedroom. He suggested going to Su Li's room to check, and she immediately became nervous and insisted on going with him. Chu Fei teased her if she had something she couldn't show anyone, but she quickly denied it, her face flushing. The 2 of them entered the bedroom, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Chu Fei opened the wardrobe and found a bug at the top. He then crouched down to the bedside table and prepared to open the drawer. Sulie instinctively stopped him, then awkwardly let him continue. When the door opened, Chu Fei froze. There were 7 or 8 sets of lace bras neatly arranged inside, in a variety of colors and styles. He couldn't help but smile, looked at Sulie meaningfully, and said softly, "I didn't expect that you can have so much fun alone." Chapter 17, Sudden Investment. In the Xiao family manor. What did you say? You didn't even arrest a criminal named Chu Fei. Are you sure you remember correctly? Zhao Wei said coldly to the person on the other end of the phone with a gloomy face. I thought that with Jiang Ning stepping in, even if Chu Fei didn't die, he would be thrown into jail. But he didn't expect that after asking all the police stations in the city, there was no such person. Director Zhao, I also know about your son's affairs. You don't have to tell me this. I will definitely tell you. If there is, I will find someone to deal with him without you saying anything. But we really haven't received this prisoner. Listening to the words on the other end of the phone, Zhao Wei's face became more and more ugly. I see. Thank you, Director Wang. I'll treat you to a meal next time. After hanging up the phone, he kicked the stool in front of him away. Damn it, why would Jiang Ning let that kid off the hook? He couldn't understand why Jiang Ning, who was considered impartial and absolutely fair and just by everyone, let the murderer Chu Fei go. Could it be that the other party is his illegitimate child? But on second thought, the two don't look alike at all, and Jiang Ning has almost no black spots since he took office. You won't bring shame upon yourself just for a mere security guard, right? Zhao Wei couldn't figure out why. What's going on? Lu Sui walked into the room with a tired look on his face, and his dark circles looked particularly heavy. I didn't sleep for 2 nights, and only got a rest this morning when my son was buried. That kid was released by Jiang Ning. He has a dark face. Release. Are you sure? Lu Sui couldn't believe it either. If a murderer falls into Jiang Ning's hands, he will definitely end up in jail or be shot. But unexpectedly, the other party was released safely. I've asked all the police stations in the city, and several chiefs told me that they haven't accepted a prisoner named Chu Fei. Besides, I haven't received any orders from Jiang Ning. If this isn't being released, what is it? Lu Sui was silent. Her son was murdered, and she absolutely could not tolerate the murderer going unpunished. I want revenge. Her face was grim. Start with Sulie first. Isn't he Sulie's personal bodyguard? Then let's move on to Sulie first. Threaten him with Sulie. After hearing this, Zhao Wei stopped talking. This is one way, but the consequence is that it has to be clean. Once discovered, the people behind Su Wu will definitely not let it go. Let's find someone. Keep your hands and feet clean. In the villa, Chu Fei and Sulie sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at the more than 10 crushed eavesdropping devices on the table. Both of them looked unhappy. Did you offend someone you shouldn't have? They can sneak into your home and install a bug in you without making any noise. Chu Fei frowned slightly. Since the other party was able to avoid surveillance and enter Su Li's room to install a bug, it means that the other party is definitely not an ordinary person. No, I didn't offend anyone in Jiangnan, except the Zhao family. But before Zhaoan died, the Zhao family would never do such a thing. Sulie also didn't understand who would cause trouble for her. He even went so far as to install so many eavesdropping devices in his own villa. Remember when we were on the street? Zhu Fei suddenly spoke. Sulie was slightly stunned, with a hint of confusion on her pretty face. Actually, I don't want to take advantage of you. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at Chu Fei. Why is that? She didn't understand, since it wasn't for. Then what is it for? Since I'm your personal bodyguard, I have a strong sense of danger. When I'm on the street with you, I feel like someone is going to hit you. It's just that when I checked, the other party must have left, so we didn't catch him. After hearing Chu Fei's explanation, Sulie felt a sense of fear. Everyone is afraid of unknown dangers. Are you serious? Chu Fei nodded slightly. Why would I lie to you? Just to take advantage of you? It's not like I haven't done that before. Sulie kicked Chu Fei fiercely. Bend it. D. Just then, Sulie received a call from the company secretary. Hello, Mr. Su. Someone what? The secretary's tone seemed very excited, and he was hesitant in his speech. Sulie couldn't hear clearly. What's wrong? Someone wants to invest in our company. The amount is 2 billion. He said he wants to meet you to talk. When he heard this, Sulie suddenly stood up from the sofa. Her pretty face was full of disbelief. She never thought that someone would choose to invest in her company at this time. And it's 2 billion. You know, once this amount of funds enters the company, Qiao Company will be completely self-sufficient. It is even possible to expand the existing factory area. In this way, even if other companies in Jiangnan City do not cooperate with her, she can find large companies in other urban areas to cooperate with. There is no need to show any disrespect to the Xiao family. Now, Sulie's tone seemed a little more excited. No, he said to meet at the company at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The secretary's words made Sulie feel relieved. Although it is not clear which company will invest in his own company, it is like a timely help. At this moment, Chu Fei poured a basin of cold water on the side. Don't be too happy too soon. You said before that the shareholders of your company are not good people. Aren't they going to sell their shares? Call them for a meeting tomorrow morning to see if these people are planning to sell. If you want, just buy out all their shares. That way, if your company ever has a chance to rise again, you won't have to rely on them at all. Hearing Chu Fei's reminder, Sulie's eyes lit up. This is an opportunity to pool shares. Once the research is successful, Xiao Company will be completely turned around. I see. Thank you, Bandit. Chu Fei just smiled and said nothing. A 2 billion investment is nothing to him. It doesn't matter whether you can make your investment back or not. He just didn't want to see this woman frowning about company matters because it would give her wrinkles. But who would invest in my company at a time like this? Is the other party not very smart? Hearing this, Chu Fei's face darkened. This is a roundabout way of scolding yourself for having a hole in your brain. However, he certainly wouldn't tell this woman that he was the one who asked people to come and invest. Maybe the other party is a fool. Chapter 18, Share Buybacks. The next morning, Fang Qing finally sobered up and said goodbye to Sulie and Chu Fei. Chu Fei brought Sulie to the company and held a shareholders meeting. This time Su Wu also showed up, because he also heard that someone wanted to invest in the company. But apart from the secretary, only Sulie, Chu Fei, and Su Wu knew about this. Several major shareholders were still unaware that someone had invested in Xiao Company. Even if someone had, they would not have guessed that the amount would be such a large amount. I wonder what the shareholders have thought about this. Do you plan to keep the shares you hold for having children? Or do you plan to have the company buy them back? Sulie looked at the major shareholders present with a cold expression. Several major shareholders looked at each other. They actually only had two choices now. Either sell the shares to Xiao Group or buy them back to the company. Obviously, the price is about the same for everyone. The Xiao Group is not stupid and will not give them much more than the opening price. Boss Su, you also know the current situation of the company. Even if we want to sell it, do you have enough funds to take it over? Chairman, what do you think? In fact, Su Wu actually said that he was the chairman, but in fact the company's affairs had long been handed over to Sulie for full handling. He just wants to live a good life at home in his old age. It all depends on what you think about this matter. I have handed over the company's affairs to President Su for full management. If you want to sell your shares, I won't say anything more. As soon as Su Wu opened his mouth, the major shareholders present understood what he meant. It was obvious that Su Wu intended to help Sulie get back their shares. In that case, I wonder what the price is. Director Su, we won't say much. Someone from the Xiao Group has already contacted us and is willing to buy our shares for us at a price that's 10% higher than the highest price paid this month. The shareholder surnamed Wang did not hide it and spoke directly. After these words were spoken, Su Wu and Su Li's faces turned a little ugly. Unexpectedly, the Xiao Group played such a trick on them. It seems that the other party is determined to swallow up Xiao Company. We're all old friends, and we have received a lot of dividends from the company. It's okay not to make this dirty money. The shares will be sold to the company at the highest price this month. What do you think, Mr. Su? Another shareholder also spoke up. Just when Su Wu was hesitating, Sulie spoke first. Can. Su Wu was a little surprised. Where does this girl get so much money? You know, according to the highest price this month, that was exactly the time when Sulie and Xiao were engaged. During that period, Xiao's stock price could be said to have risen sharply. If we go by the highest price, the combined shares of these major shareholders would be worth at least 200 million. Mr. Su, are you kidding? Really? The shareholder surnamed Wang obviously didn't believe it. 200 million in funds, unless half of Xiao Company is sold. Do you think I'm joking? Sulie's face was calm, and she didn't look like she was joking at all. In this way, several major shareholders chose to sell their shares to the company, and they also got their share of the money. Now, all the shares of the company are in the hands of Sulie and Su Wu. Sulie alone took 60%, while Su Wu took 30%. The remaining 10% is in the hands of some shareholders. In Sulie's office, Chu Fei received a call. Hello. Who is it? Looking at the strange number, he didn't know who would call him. Have you forgotten me so quickly? Where are you? I'll come find you. Chu Fei was stunned when he heard the gentle and charming voice on the other end of the phone. Isn't this the blind date that his father arranged for him? Why would you call him? Given the other person's aloof look, he thought he would be treated as a passerby. It's you. What do you want to talk to me about? Or, why don't you just not come over here? It's not convenient for me here. Chu Fei took a look and politely declined. There is definitely nothing good about this cold and aloof woman coming to see me. Don't you want to see me? You said yourself that you want a colorful saw, and I feel like I now have the flavor you want. After hearing this, Chu Fei almost spit out a mouthful of water. What is this colorful saw? Have you ever said that yourself? He thought about it, and seemed to have said it. However, he never thought that this woman would take it seriously. Wait a minute, I'll take it slow. Chu Fei said this quickly, and then hung up the phone. I took a deep breath, but still felt that I couldn't let this woman come over. But before he could call, Sulie came back. Looking at him with a smile on his face, he said, It's all good now. All the major shareholders' shares have been taken back. Just waiting to discuss with the investor this afternoon. Do you think the other party will invest? Sulie was filled with joy, but also a little nervous. What if the other party is not aware of the current situation of the company and decides not to invest in the future? Don't worry, the other party will definitely invest. Chu Fei replied with a smile. Then I'll borrow your good words. There was a hint of gratitude in Sulie's eyes. Just then, Chu Fei's cell phone rang. Hello. Where are you? I've been waiting for several minutes for your reply. Chu Fei's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Well, let me take a call. Sulie actually heard the woman's voice on the other end of the phone, and her face, which was originally full of smiles, suddenly became calm. Chu Fei didn't feel anything wrong and left the office and went outside. I say, what on earth do you want to do? He was a little depressed. Could it be that this blind date really wants to be my boyfriend? I said, I have the feeling you want. You said it yourself. Where are you? I'll come find you now. Seeing the other party like this, Chu Fei knew that this woman would never give up until she saw him. I'm downstairs at Xiao Company. Come over. After hanging up the phone, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he walked into the office and said, Boss, I'm going downstairs to meet a friend and we'll be back soon. Whatever. Sulie didn't even raise her eyes, but just said coldly. Chu Fei was muttering in his heart. He didn't provoke her. Why did she look so cold? After Chu Fei went downstairs, Sulie stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, looking at Chu Fei downstairs. She felt a little sour in her heart. The friend this guy is talking about might be his girlfriend. What kind of person does he like? Just then, Sulie saw a luxurious red Ferrari parked downstairs of the company. A woman wearing leggings and a red tights got out of the car. A set of clothes tightly wrapped around that perfect figure with curves and curves. Chapter 19, Family Visitors. Downstairs. When Chu Fei saw Wang Xie getting out of the car, his eyes widened. Isn't this woman's change too big? I wonder how many men will be fascinated by this outfit. This figure, this look. She is a perfect beauty. How about it? Does my outfit suit your taste? Be my boyfriend. You can do whatever you want me. Wang Xie had a charming look in her eyes and walked forward to hold Chu Fei's hand. Sulie upstairs saw it all clearly and could no longer bear the sour feeling in her heart. Unexpectedly, this guy actually likes this kind of woman. She turned her head away, not wanting to look anymore. However, there was a voice in her heart that kept reminding her to keep watching. She turned back cautiously again and looked down. No, you're making me covet your beauty. I'm not that kind of person, you know. Chu Fei broke free from Wang Xie's hand and stood aside. His face was full of helplessness. Why was this woman like sticky candy? He couldn't get rid of her. So what do you want? How about we be more direct? I have my ID with me. Although it's not very nice in broad daylight, it's fine as long as you like it. Wang Xie was not embarrassed at all, but Chu Fei was full of surprise. Is this woman crazy? Just for the sake of the family, I would sacrifice myself for a stranger. That's enough. I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm just a security guard, so don't bother looking for me. We're not suitable. After saying that, Chu Fei turned around and left. But the latter grabbed him. Whether it's suitable or not, you have to try it to know. For example, the depth and shallowness are just right. Isn't that just right? These words immediately made Chu Fei thunder in the face. No. Where did you learn such vulgar words? A good girl, if you say something like that, you'll be misunderstood. Wang Xie's face darkened. What do you want? I did the colorful saw you mentioned. Now you're not satisfied again. You tell me, I'll change it. What style do you like? Wang Xie is not that kind of casual woman, and not everyone is enough to make her like this. But Chu Fei is really different. Although she didn't know what attracted her to this man, she felt that she had done enough because he would do such a thing for her. No, to be honest, I didn't say I like you. Right? Go back. You mortal woman. You are not suitable for me. Chu Fei shook his head slightly, turned, and walked towards the building. After taking just 2 steps, he turned back. That's right. Are you interested in investing? This company is short of money. Maybe if you invest, I'll consider it. After saying this, he left. Wang Xie looked at the tall building in front of her, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Xiao Company? Isn't this the small company targeted by the Xiao Group? The whole Jiangnan region knew that the Xiao Group had launched a series of commercial wars against Xiao Company. However, her Juanhao Group was not among them. She doesn't need to consider the face of any company. However, since this guy asked him to invest in this company, it means that this company may have certain value. He immediately took out his cell phone and called his secretary. Xiaogu, take out 500 million and invest in Qiao Company. Yes, Mr. Wang. Looking at Chu Fei leaving, Wang Xie's mouth corners rose slightly. Since you work as a security guard for this company, I won't have to talk to you on the phone next time. After saying that, he turned around, got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. Sulie upstairs looked at the other person with complicated eyes. He sat in the office chair in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking about. Boss, I'm back. Sulie didn't look up, just said, Boss, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Why don't you go to the hospital? Looking at Sulie's listless look, Chu Fei said from aside, You are sick. Your whole family is sick. Scumbag. Sulie was so angry that she started cursing. Chu Fei was stunned by her scolding. No. Seriously, I didn't provoke you. Why are you scolding me? You still say I'm a scumbag, but I don't think I did anything, right? Sulie simply didn't bother to pay attention to him and focused on the company's affairs. Chu Fei didn't want to bore himself, so he sat on the sofa and played with his mobile phone. It's almost noon. Chu Fei received a text message. Master, I've already arrived in Jiangnan. Do you want to meet me? Looking at the text message above, Chu Fei knew that he had to go and meet his butler. The housekeeper knows some things better than Jiangning. Well, boss, can I take half a day off? It's up to you. Go wherever you want. You'd better never come back, scumbag. Pooh, Sulie replied unkipily. It was obvious that she had not yet recovered from what had just happened. Chu Fei's face darkened. Tell me, how am I a scumbag? If I were a scumbag, would I give you so much money? You can call me a scumbag if you want, but give me my money back. I'm almost broke now and can't even afford a set of clothes. Dream on. No way. Sulie remembered his words in her heart. I really am. I have something to do. I'll be back soon. By the way, don't leave the company unless necessary. Chu Fei gave another instruction before leaving. Since someone is secretly targeting Sulie, this girl must not go out casually. If there is any danger and I am not with her, there is a high possibility that something will happen. What do you care? Get out of here. Sulie cursed angrily. Chu Fei then left and drove Sulie's car toward the airport. Sulie looked at the time, and it was lunchtime. I have a meeting with investors in the afternoon, so I won't be going home. After thinking about it, I decided to go to the small noodle shop downstairs to have a quick bite. I'm just downstairs, so nothing should happen. It's so close, just across the street. I took my bag and went downstairs. The sun is shining, and it's not too hot. Only, as soon as she went downstairs, she was targeted by someone. In a black car on the side of the road, several eyes fell on her. Boss, the target has appeared, and she is alone. Do you want to do it now? A deep voice came from the other end of the line. Get started. Remember, be quick. Chapter 22 Teams? In a luxury hotel. Master, I haven't seen you for many years, and you are still as handsome as ever. In front of Chu Fei was a man with gray hair who looked to be around 50 years old. This is Chu Kai, the housekeeper of the courtyard when Chu Fei was at home. Master, I have always been this handsome. However, I am very curious. What happened to the family recently? Why did you come here in person? In fact, Chu Fei had no intention of letting Chu Kai come over at first. He just wanted the family to send someone over and invest in Sulie's company. But unexpectedly, the person who came was the butler Chu Kai. The family has been in some trouble lately. However, the patriarch and several elders are making preparations, so there won't be any problems in the short term. Master, you don't have to worry about that. This time I came here, the head of the family said that you might need to pay more attention recently. It seems that the Phoenix has sent people into Daxia. Hearing this, Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness burst out from him. Phoenix is a very powerful family abroad. It controls the strongest secret team in the world, and everyone in the team is very powerful, specifically targeting some hostile families and using dark means. However, he did not expect that the other party would dare to enter Daxia. Are they here for me, or are they targeting other members of the family? Chu Kai shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. As for the current situation, he is not clear about the other party's purpose. Even if the family relies on their own intelligence, they are unable to find out for the time being. I understand. If you have any news, remember to let me know. I understand, Master. By the way, Master, the Master also asked me to ask you, do you have anyone you like? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's face immediately turned dark. Object? Like Wang Xie? He felt horrified just thinking about it. This woman has too many ideas, and he can only stay away from such people. No, I'm still young, and he wants to have a grandchild. Let's wait a few more years. After hearing Chu Fei's answer, Chu Kai could only smile and say nothing. Just then, Chu Fei's cell phone rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number on it, his brows furrowed slightly. However, he still pressed the answer button. Hello. A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Fei, right? Listening to the strange voice on the other end, Chu Fei was still a little confused. Chu Fei. Next, he heard Sulie's crying voice. Chu Fei stood up from his seat instantly, his eyes instantly turning cold. Did you hear that clearly? I suppose you are familiar with this, right? Your boss was kidnapped by me. Now I give you two choices. Either come to the old factory in the south of the city alone, or you call the police, and I'll kill you. When he heard these words, Chu Fei understood that the other party was targeting him, not Sulie. Don't touch her. I'm coming over now. Since the other party's target is not Sulie, Sulie is still safe for the time being. I just like dealing with smart people. The phone was hung up, and there was a hint of murderous intent in Chu Fei's eyes. Coming for me? Is it the Phoenix Man? If so, then the other party's intelligence system is too strong. However, he didn't understand that something happened less than half an hour after he came out. Didn't I tell her that she couldn't leave the company? Master, what's wrong? Seeing that Chu Fei's face looked a little strange, Chu Kai asked, come and have dinner with you. The person I'm protecting this time has been kidnapped. Hearing this, a thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Chu Kai's forehead. Having dinner with me led to the kidnapping of the young master's mission target? Doesn't this clearly mean that it is indirectly related to me? Master, don't worry. I'll contact those people in Jiangnan right away. You must rescue your target at all costs. With the Chu family's ability, rescuing a kidnapped person is a piece of cake. That's not necessary. The other party is targeting me. I can just go there by myself. Chu Fei stood up and left the restaurant. Only after he left did Chu Kai breathe a sigh of relief. Then he quickly took out his cell phone and called Jiangning. At this moment, Jiangning was in the office, sipping tea and reading the latest news. With his current status, he has free time most of the time. He would only become busy if something major happened in Jiangnan. At this moment, a call came into his private mobile phone. Looking at the number above, he quickly stood up from his seat. Butler? How do you have time to call me? Just kidding. The young master's butler called him personally. This must be something big. You already know what happened to the young master in Jiangnan. You know he has a target to protect in Jiangnan, right? Jiang Ning's face immediately became tense. He knew about this matter, and he was very clear about the previous meeting with the young master. The target of protection is the president of Qiao Company, Sulie. However, the young master also said that he didn't need to interfere in business wars. I know what's wrong, Butler. Is something wrong with the young master? He suddenly felt nervous. If something happened to the young master in Jiangnan, he would no longer be the #1 figure in Jiangnan. That's not the case. Something happened to the target of the mission, and he was kidnapped. Now, use all your connections to investigate the other party's movements. Chu Kai's words made Jiang Ning breathe a sigh of relief. However, I was still quite nervous. After all, the young master's mission goal is 100 times more important than his own. Yes, I understand. I'll go investigate now. On the other side, Chu Fei was driving straight to the south of the city. The south of the city was the old factory area of Jiangnan City. Before Jiangnan City was fully developed, it was the location of many factories. However, in response to national requirements, in order to ensure environmental protection of air quality, all factories were moved outside the city. So now the old town is in the preparation stage for development, but no real estate company has come to take over yet. This area nearby has become a gathering place for many gangsters and small forces. When Chu Fei headed to the south of the city, another group of people had already arrived there. Who is the other party? On the top floor of an old building in the south of the city, 3 sturdy men stood by the fence, looking into the distance. At their feet was a black handbag that looked very heavy. I don't know either. Shouldn't this girl be our target? Could it be that the boss has sent someone over again? One of the men with a scar on his face looked confused. Shouldn't it be? However, that guy isn't here this time, which is a bit strange. Last time, he almost found me. That guy is so scary. Chapter 21, someone opened fire. How about you go and ask what's going on, Lao He? I think these people are not very capable. It shouldn't be someone sent by the boss. I feel like it might be a coincidence. The one who spoke was the captain of the 3, Old Wu. They received a task from a big shot above, saying that they were to kidnap Sulie, the president of Jiangnan City Qiao Company. It would be best if you could bring it back alive. It would be of great use. But unexpectedly, the other party was protected by a master. The last time Old Wu was about to take action, he thought that with his own strength, he could easily subdue the man. However, he didn't expect that the other party would discover his presence so quickly. So in the past 2 days, the 3 of them have been looking for opportunities. It took a lot of effort to wait until that guy went out for something, and Sulie went out alone. Before they could do anything, they saw the other person being kidnapped and put into a car. The 3 of them drove all the way, following the car that kidnapped Sulie all the way to the south of the city. No. Why should I go? Don't you see those people on the other side are holding knives? My small body can't withstand a few sword blows. The person who spoke was Lao He. His name was Lao He, but he was not dark-skinned. He looked frail and thin. However, even these 3 people on the battlefield of the South Tower were not notorious, but they were also the most feared by ghosts. Countless small leaders died at their hands. As for the big boss, it was not the turn of the 3 of them to take action. Considering the strength of the 3 men, they don't even need to use guns to deal with those thugs below. How about we go and have a look together? Just these few thugs, one by one, they were beaten like chickens. Old Su on the side also spoke. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded. Then he carried a black handbag and walked towards the old factory. Inside the old factory, Sulie was tied to a stool. At the table next to them, a few hooligans were playing landlord. A3, King Bomb. Do you know how to play? I hit 3 and you hit a King Bomb. I'd love to, wouldn't I? A few gangsters were having a lot of fun. On the abandoned machine on the other side, a bald man was holding a dagger in his hand, swinging it up and down. The long scar on his head is enough to show that he is definitely a ruthless person. He is also the leader of several people and is known as Scar in Jiangnan City. He often works hard for the Xiao family and is also a powerful general under Lu Sui. Under normal circumstances, Lu Sui would not use him. Everyone pay attention. Calculating the time, that kid should be here soon. It is said that the boy is a martial artist. Don't be too arrogant later. Just hack him to death. The dagger fell into Scar's hand, and he spoke in a cold tone. Sulie was tied to a stool, her eyes blindfolded with rags. Although she couldn't see, she could hear. She heard Scar's words clearly. For a moment, I felt extremely nervous. What should I do if Chu Fei really comes? On the one hand, I hope Chu Fei won't come over, but on the other hand, I hope Chu Fei will show up soon. Tangled thoughts kept swirling in her mind. Just then, 3 strangers appeared outside the gate of the old factory. For a moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and picked up the machetes placed aside. Excuse me, everyone. There's someone here. Change location? One of Scar's subordinates pointed a machete at the 3 people coming towards him. These 3 people were none other than Lao He and his 2 companions. Brothers, please don't misunderstand. I just came here to ask one thing. Once we're clear, we'll leave and won't stay any longer. Old Wu chuckled, then took out a large stack of cash from his pocket and threw it over. Scar saw it and frowned slightly. These 3 people are quite sensible. Ask, and leave quickly after you're done. When the 3 heard this, they looked at each other. Were you sent by Brother Yi? Brother Yi? Scar frowned. No. You've got the wrong person. Leave now. He waved his hand, signaling the 3 to leave quickly. But the eyes of Old Wu and the other 2 turned cold. Since he wasn't sent by Brother Yi, he must be the enemy of this woman. However, he dared to snatch the prey of himself and others, which showed that he did not take the 3 of them seriously. If that's not the case, please leave. This woman was specifically requested by our boss. If you don't want to cause trouble, I advise you to leave quickly. As they were talking, Lao Hei and the other two had already put the handbag on the ground. Scar looked at the handbag in the other person's hand, and his expression instantly became nervous. He knew very well what was in the other person's black handbag. "Three of you, this isn't a good idea." As he spoke, he had already taken out a black pistol from his waist. The dark muzzle of the gun was pointed at Old Wu and the other two. Originally, he had no intention of using this kind of thing. After all, in Daxia, except for special departments, ordinary people are prohibited from owning weapons. But he was just in case. Unexpectedly, he really saw it. "Brother, are you sure you want to do this?" As he spoke, Lao Hei put down his handbag and raised his hands high. It seems that he is planning to surrender. But no one saw that there was a razor blade clamped between his fingers. "You leave now, and we'll pretend nothing happened. If you open fire, you probably won't be able to get away." Lao Hei had a smile on his face and didn't seem to care at all about being pointed at with a gun. Old Wu and Old Su also raised their hands with expressionless faces. "Scare me. I know what's in that bag of yours. Don't push me, otherwise, one of you will surely fall." As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Hei suddenly moved his wrist. Scar is also an old man who has been in the underworld for a long time. His survival is definitely not due to luck. The moment the other person's wrist moved, he pulled the trigger. Puff! Bang! The blade pierced directly into Scar's throat. Blood kept oozing out along the bloodstain. A pair of eyes stared at the three people in front of him. Lao Hei was not much better off. The moment he made a move, he tried desperately to turn away. However, no matter how fast it is, it cannot compare to a bullet. The bullet went straight through his arm and blood gushed out. Get started. When Scar's men saw that their boss was killed by them, they all went crazy and rushed towards Lao Hei and the other two without caring about their lives. At this time, Lao Hei doesn't need to do anything. With these dozen or so thugs, Lao Wu and Lao Su are enough. On the road, not far from the factory, Chu Fei was stepping on the accelerator and rushing towards this side. When I heard the gunshot, I was shocked. What's going on? Why did someone shoot? Chapter 22, sorry, I'm late. A few minutes later, inside the old factory, there were several bodies lying all over the place. Old Wu and Old Su shook their wrists and threw the bloody machetes aside. Lao Hei walked forward with a look of grievance on his face. I've already told you that my small body can't handle it, but you don't believe me. If I come down alone, you two will definitely be collecting my body. Old Wu glanced at him and said, even if you don't brag, we're still good friends. Okay, Lao Su, take that woman with you and go back to hand in the mission. Sulie, who was tied to a stool, was trembling slightly. The gunshot just now really scared her. The strong smell of blood in the air made her stomach churn. As a medical researcher, I am very sensitive to the smell of blood. Let's go, don't delay. This place should be discovered soon. Lao Hei also spoke. Just as Old Su was walking towards Sulie, a sudden break sound was heard. The three of them turned around and looked towards the door. They didn't know when Chu Fei was already standing at the door. Looking at the corpse on the ground, his face darkened. Looking at the three people again, he was full of confusion. What's going on? What the hell just happened? The moment he saw Chu Fei, Old Wu's face changed. It's him. He knew very well that this man was the one who discovered him last time. Unexpectedly, the other party also came. Who are you? As he spoke, Chu Fei approached the three people step by step. Old Wu also calmed down at this moment and looked at Chu Fei with a gloomy expression. Brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. Let us go. Just tell me what terms you want. He was very clear about the strength of the man in front of him. He was just a bodyguard of this woman. As long as you give him enough conditions, you can make him turn against you. Fighting hard is not a good option. After all, even the three of them combined might not be his match. Yeah. Do you know that she is the one I want to protect? And Old Su, who was beside Sulie, narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother, I know you are very powerful, but I don't think you'll watch this woman die in front of you, will you? At some point, Old Su had a dagger in his hand and put it against Sulie's neck. The sharp blade cut Sulie's snow-white neck, and a trickle of blood slowly flowed out. As long as Chu Fei dared to move, he would cut Sulie's aorta without hesitation. Chu Fei stopped and looked at the three people in front of him with cold eyes. Whose people are you? You killed these people, didn't you? He is also very strange. It seems that the people who were killed and these three people were not from the same organization at all. Moreover, The target of these 3 people was not himself, but Sulie. As for those who were killed, perhaps they were the target. At this moment, he suddenly thought of what happened between him and Sulie on the street before. That sudden sense of crisis, perhaps it was brought about by these 3 people in front of me. The other party's target was Sulie, not himself. As for the person who kidnapped Sulie, his target was himself. Yes, but we don't know them. It's just that they kidnapped the person we wanted. If they wouldn't give it to us, we had no choice but to take action. You're a step late. Old Wu took a deep breath and his hand reached for his waist. Although they had never fought each other, judging from the aura of this guy in front of him, he knew that he was definitely not a good person. Sure enough, after listening to the other party's words, Chu Fei had already guessed the result. There must have been a misunderstanding between the 2 parties. But it's better this way. At least it helps me solve some troubles. Only, he watched the other person reach for his waist, his expression gradually becoming serious. The other party must have a gun in his hand. At such a short distance, even if he could dodge, Sulie would still be in their hands. If Sulie did it himself, his life would be in danger. 3 of you, let's talk. Whatever price the people behind you give you, I will double it. The only option now is to calm these 3 people down and find an opportunity to take action. Old Wu chuckled, but didn't dare to relax at all. Brother, you're kidding. Money is not important to us. You know, in our line of work, the most important thing is reputation. If we lose our credibility, no one will come to us for orders next time. So, brother, you should go. Old Wu's words made Chu Fei's eyes completely cold, and a terrifying murderous intent burst out from him. That means there's nothing more to talk about. Feeling the terrifying murderous intent from Chu Fei, the expressions of Old Wu and the other 2 changed drastically. This guy, extraordinary. This is definitely a strong man who walked out of a sea of corpses and blood. After the baptism of blood and fire, it would be impossible to achieve this without 10 or 8 years. The 3 of them have been working together for 5 or 6 years. However, even if the 3 of them were combined, they could not compare to the man in front of him. Brother, don't do this. Do you want to watch her die? Old Su spoke. The dagger in his hand moved closer to Sulie's neck. Blood slowly flowed down the blade. Court death. Chu Fei was completely furious. As he raised his hand, a stone flew out of it. Whoosh! The stone flew towards Lao Su's wrist like a bullet. Old Su subconsciously wanted to take action, but he was too slow. Puff! The stone pierced his wrist, and the dagger fell to the ground. Old Wu and Old Hei's eyes turned fierce, and they raised their hands, pulled out the guns at their waists, and fired at Chu Fei. Bang! 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 Several shots in a row. However, Chu Fei dodged them all easily. He rolled over and appeared in front of Old Su. He raised his hand and punched Old Su, who subconsciously raised his hands to block. But this was just a feint by Chu Fei. The fist that was thrown out was suddenly retracted, and the elbow hit Lao Su's chest with force. 8 extremes collapse. Bang! Old Su was like a cannonball and was blown away in an instant. I don't know how many ribs on my chest are broken. Lying on the ground, not knowing whether he is alive or dead. Chu Fei took the opportunity to grab the stool that Sulie was tied to and suddenly exerted force, smashing the stool into pieces. Then he held Sulie and hid behind an abandoned machine. Wah! Old Wu and Old Hei knew very well how terrifying Chu Fei was. As for Old Su, they no longer cared about him. Just with that move, Old Su's life is probably lost. The 2 of them ran outside in a hurry, not even daring to look back. 2 minutes later, Chu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly took off Sulie's blindfold. The latter's eyes were already blurred with tears, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. I'm sorry I'm late. Chu Fei looked apologetic. If it weren't for me, Sulie wouldn't be in such danger. Sulie reached out and hugged Chu Fei tightly, not daring to let go for a moment. Chapter 23, Chu Fei's Fury. 2 hours later, Chu Fei took Sulie back to the villa. What happened today gave her a big shock. When I got home, I lay down on the bed and rested. Chu Fei was in the living room with a gloomy face. He took out his cell phone and called Chu Kai. Did you find out? Chu Kai took a deep breath and said, Master, things are a bit troublesome, but it's not unsolvable. Hearing this, Chu Fei frowned. How do you say that? 2 groups, different goals. One is directed at himself, and the other is directed at Sulie. There was a misunderstanding between the 2 sides, and a fight broke out. Master, We have already found out that the group targeting you is from the Xiao group and is under Lu Sui's command. Maybe it's because of what happened before, so he wanted to kidnap Miss Su and threaten you. As for the other group, their identities are somewhat complicated. To put it simply, the other party is targeting Miss Su, but their origin is not Daxia, but people who return from the South Tower. As for who the other party subordinates are, we are still tracking them down. Hearing this, Chu Fei frowned. No wonder when I fought with these people, I felt that they were not ordinary opponents. They're the guys who came back from the South Tower. The area of Nanta has been in a state of war for many years. People die almost every moment, and Chu Fei has also carried out missions there. The mission is not difficult, but the guys you meet are all ruthless and willing to die. I see. Notify me if you have any news. As for the Xiao family, you should come forward and deal with it. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. He walked gently to the door of Sulie's room, pushed it open, and looked at the sleeping Sulie with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. I muttered in my heart, "Sorry, I won't do it next time." At this moment, in the Xiao family villa, when Lu Sui received the news from his subordinates, his face turned pale. "What did you say? Scar and the others are all dead. How is that possible? Scar is the most powerful warrior under her command, and is also a martial artist. Fighting 5 people alone is not a problem at all, and he could do a lot of things with a dagger in his hands. Moreover, even with more than a dozen subordinates, they were still unable to defeat a small bodyguard. Big sister, this is true. This incident has even alarmed the bigwigs in the police station, and they're investigating now." Hearing this, Lu Sui's face turned a little ugly. "I see. I'll transfer some money to your account later. For the time being, it's best for you to stay out of the spotlight until the storm has died down." After hanging up the phone, Lu Sui sat down on the sofa and looked at the ceiling helplessly. Just then, Zhao Wei came out of the room. Just got off the phone with someone from the company to confirm the latest company developments. Seeing his wife like this, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Lu Sui shook his head. "It failed. That guy rescued the people, and my people are dead. The people above have already started tracking them down." Hearing this, Zhao Wei's expression changed slightly. "How come? Could it be that the boy is made of iron? I remember that Scar, your subordinate, had black fire in his hand, didn't he? The so-called black fire is a gun purchased through special means. It is absolutely impossible that you can be killed by the enemy even though you have a gun in your hand. I don't know, but that's the truth. I've already asked my men to hide, so they shouldn't be able to find us in a short time." Just as the two were discussing, the urgent ring of the phone interrupted their conversation. After answering the phone, Zhao Wei was a little dissatisfied. "Give me a reason why I shouldn't be angry." He had just finished a call with the company's secretary, but he didn't expect another call. "Chairman, something big has happened. Mr. Jiang brought people to seal off our factory and took away the general manager, CEO, and others, saying they needed to cooperate with the investigation. The reason is that our group is suspected of infringing on other people's property, using illegal means to engage in commercial warfare, and that the products we produce contain hazardous substances." It was like a bolt from the blue, and Zhao Wei was unable to recover for a long time. After a long time, he finally spoke. He didn't say how long the closure would last. Considering the current size of the group, if the production stops for one day, the group will lose at least tens of millions. This does not include cooperation with major companies. If the time limit is exceeded, we will have to pay liquidated damages. No, they just said that they would unblock it after the investigation is completed. Zhao Wei plopped down on the sofa, completely stunned. He didn't expect that something like this would happen. Is this revenge against the Zhao family? But does the Su family have the ability to command Jiangning? He doesn't believe it. However, this is just the beginning. I just finished a call with my secretary when I received a call from the CEO of another company. "Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry to bother you. I think the cooperation with your group may have to be terminated. Don't worry, we will pay the penalty as usual." Before Zhao Wei could say anything, the other party hung up. The calls one after another caught Zhao Wei off guard. Every call is news of a company terminating a contract. Don't even give him any chance to ask. Until the last phone call. "Old Zhao, you've gotten into big trouble this time." "Why?" The person on the other end of the phone was Zhao Wei's old friend, the chairman of An's group. The two parties have been cooperating for many years and have a good personal relationship. "Olden, can you tell me more about it? I don't know who I offended to bring such a huge impact to my Zhao group. Even Jiangning attacked me." Zhao Wei didn't understand. If someone like Jiang Ning would attack him, how powerful must the background of the person he provoked be? Old Zhao. To be honest, I don't know either. But the people above have announced that no company in the entire Jiangnan city is allowed to cooperate with you. All companies that have cooperated with you must terminate the contract within 3 days. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. Once the big guys above say something, we little people can only do what they say. When Zhao Wei heard these words, he seemed to have aged by dozens of years. He had worked so hard to build the Zhao group to its current state, but it still couldn't withstand a single word from those bigwigs. He didn't even know who he had offended. Thank you. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Wei sat on the stool with a dazed look on his face. Is the Zhao group really going to be finished? All the hard work that I put into building this city is just gone like that? Just then, the butler walked into the hall. Master, there are a few people outside. The leader said he wants to talk to you. It looks like he should be an official. Chapter 24, you are not qualified to know. An official? Zhao Wei and Lu Sui looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Zhao group had just been under pressure from the authorities, and now, in just a few minutes, the officials came to their door. This speed was a bit too fast. But if it is a blessing, there will be no disaster, and if it is a disaster, there will be no escape. Now they can only pray that the other party will not kill the Zhao group. Otherwise, they will never have a chance to turn things around. Please come in. Zhao Wei waved his hand, signaling the housekeeper to go and pick someone up quickly. 2 minutes later, Chu Kai brought Jiang Ning to the villa. The moment he saw Jiang Ning, Zhao Wei's face turned a little ugly. It's Mr. Jiang, please take a seat. However, Jiang Ning did not answer, but instead asked Chu Kai to sit down with both hands. It was at this time that Zhao Wei noticed the seemingly older man beside Jiang Ning. The fact that Jiang Ning, the most important figure in Jiangnan City, could actually invite him to sit down with both hands, the other party must be incredibly powerful. Lu Sui was no small figure, and his face turned pale when he saw this action. Mr. Jiang, this is... Zhao Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked softly. It is definitely not a good thing for such a big shot to appear in your home. Jiang Ning just glanced at him calmly. You are not qualified to know. With just one sentence, Zhao Wei swallowed all the flattering words he had prepared. Chu Kai sat on the sofa, while Jiang Ning stood beside him, completely lacking the authority of a top figure. I don't know, sir. What do you want from me? How did I offend you, my lord? Zhao Wei looked nervous and didn't dare to speak loudly. Chu Kai crossed his legs and took out a cigarette from his pocket. Seeing this, Jiang Ning quickly took out his lighter and lit it for Chu Kai. This scene was like a bolt from the blue to Zhao Wei and Lu Sui. The number one person takes the initiative to light a cigarette for someone. Wouldn't the other party's background be terrifying? Zhao Wei no longer had any desire to know the origins of this mysterious man. So what if I knew? Do you think I'd dare to attack a person of this level? That is simply seeking death. You are Zhao Wei, the chairman of the Zhao group, right? Jiang Ning didn't sit down, so Zhao Wei naturally didn't dare to sit down either. I could only stand aside and nodded. Yes, the villain is the chairman of the Zhao group. Chu Kai took a deep puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke. Okay, I'm here today to take care of some simple matters. You now have 2 choices. I'll give you 10 million, and I'll take all the shares of the Zhao group. You and the rest of the Zhao family will never appear in Jiangnan again. The second option is to go to jail. It's only going to last 20 to 30 years, not much. Choose. The 2 choices made Zhao Wei stunned. 10 million? As for the current Zhao group, even all companies would stop cooperating with him. Even if it is sold, its value will be at least over 3 billion. 10 million, and you want to acquire the entire Zhao group? What a joke. As for the second option, Zhao Wei didn't even think about it. I wonder how I have offended you, sir. If I have done anything wrong, please tell me, and I will apologize. But isn't it a bit too much for you to ask me to sell all my shares in the Zhao group for 10 million? He chose neither of the 2 options. He worked very hard to build the Zhao group to its current state. A mere 10 million, he wouldn't even look at it. Jiang Ning on the side shook his head. Director Zhao, there are some things you cannot participate in. Chu Kai raised his hand, signaling Jiang Ning not to speak. Jiang Ning shut up immediately. Considering my status, I'm a bit too talkative. It seems that Director Zhao is unhappy. Let's put it this way. 5 million. If you don't want it, then go to jail. As he spoke, Chu Kai waved his hand. Jiang Ning immediately understood and took out a stack of documents from the file bag beside him and threw them on the table. Zhao Wei quickly picked up the document on the table and took a look. It would have been fine if he hadn't read it, but after reading it, his face turned pale. Lu Sui, who was standing by, couldn't help but pick it up and take a look. When he saw it, he was stunned. This document is filled with all the bad things the two people have done. The president of a certain company committed suicide by jumping off a building due to depression after refusing to cooperate with the Zhao group. The general manager of a company had an argument with Zhao Wei at a banquet and was later discovered to have committed suicide at home. There are more than 20 such things. On the next page, it is written about the two men's experience of instructing their subordinates to commit crimes. It was crystal clear, not a single word was missed. Zhao Wei sat down on the sofa. Many things happened more than 10 years ago. However, no one expected that the other party had such great ability to dig it out. Is this enough? Mr. Zhao, this is a rare opportunity. I brought the contract with you. If you're willing, you can sign it now. If you don't want to, this document will be handed over to Xiao Jiang. Chu Kai smiled, but everyone knew what this smile meant. Just the above things are enough to sentence the two people to death countless times. I signed. Zhao Wei would never have thought that he, who should have been on the rise, would end up like this just because of a trivial matter. After signing the contract, Zhao Wei looked like he had aged 10 years and sat listlessly on the sofa. Sir, can you tell me how I have offended you? He is puzzled. He was just targeting Sulie and the little bodyguard beside her. Even if the Su family had great abilities, they would not be able to find such a big shot to stand up for them. As for that little bodyguard, it's even more impossible. You mess with the wrong people. For example, Sulie, you should be familiar with it, right? Sulie. Zhao Wei laughed bitterly. He finally understood. Is the current situation caused by the fact that I kidnapped Sulie? Understand. Chu Kai put out his cigarette and then stood up. Pack your things and get out. From now on, there will be no place for you in Jiangnan. Remember, if you dare to set foot in Jiangnan, I will make you eat a bullet. After saying this, he took Jiangning away. Zhao Wei and Lu Sui looked at each other and saw the misery in each other's eyes. No one expected that a company as powerful as the Zhao family would disappear overnight. Throughout Jiangnan City, rumors circulated that the Zhao family had provoked an extremely terrifying figure. Chapter 25, Zhao Group changes its name to Truman. Took a day off. It was not until the next morning that Sulie came out of the room in a daze. Chu Fei tied an apron and made breakfast. Seeing Sulie standing in the corridor, he waved. Woke up. I made some pumpkin porridge for you. Go wash up and eat. Sulie changed her clothes obediently and washed up before going downstairs. The sweet pumpkin porridge was very warm, and it instantly relaxed her nervous heart. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Chu Fei, who was drinking porridge and eating buns across from her. Noticing her gaze, Chu Fei stopped what he was doing. Ow! Is there a flower on my face? Sulie chuckled and said, No, I just suddenly feel that you are quite handsome. Just for a moment, she felt that Chu Fei was a man worthy of her dependence. However, when I thought about seeing him walking so close to another woman upstairs in the company building, this feeling disappeared in an instant. Wasn't I handsome before? Joke. There are enough women who want to pursue me to go around Jiangnan. Chu Fei bois that Xiamen Li. In fact, with Chu Fei's status, there are many women who want to marry him. But he is not a casual person, so he naturally won't marry just any woman. Sulie rolled her eyes at her, drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge, and suddenly asked, Last time, downstairs at the company, that girl driving a Ferrari, was she your girlfriend? As soon as she asked, she regretted it. I am not related to him. Why am I asking this question? No. Chu Fei shook his head firmly. Girlfriend? He has never had a girlfriend since he grew up. Women will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. Really? Sulie suddenly felt happy, and there was a hint of excitement in her tone. Ow! Do you want to be my girlfriend? Chu Fei chuckled, but was met with a cold stare from Sulie. Dream. Even if you were the only man left in the world, I wouldn't choose you. Although he said so, Sulie felt that there was no need to wait until that time, because he might have been taken down by this guy. Cut. If I were the only man left in the world, do you think I would choose you? This sentence almost made Sulie spit out a mouthful of porridge. Good job. You, Chu Fei Laoget. With your level, you still want to argue with me? Eat your porridge. After breakfast, Sulie subconsciously went to check on the company. The pressure from a Zhao group is too severe now, and I was kidnapped yesterday. The 2 billion investors must be furious when they see that I broke the promise. If the other party stops investing, then Xiao company will be really finished. But Chu Fei said, today is Saturday. You don't have to go to work. Why are you going to the company? Are you working overtime? Only then did Sulie remember that today was Saturday. I've had so many worries recently that I even forgot that today is Saturday. All right. There was a hint of sadness on Sulie's face. Take out your phone and check the latest news. When I saw a piece of news, I was stunned. After a long time, she screamed. Something big has happened. Chu Fei was washing dishes in the kitchen. When he heard her scream, he hurried out. What's wrong with you so early in the morning? But Sulie handed the phone to Chu Fei with a look of surprise. The news above clearly stated that the Xiao group was completely liquidated and taken over by a mysterious boss, who changed its name to Go Out. The specific takeover price was unknown. As far as this piece of news is concerned, the current Xiao group has changed its leaders. In other words, the current Xiao group is not controlled by Xiao Wei at all. Then Qiao Company still has a chance. I thought it was something else, is that it? What a waste of my time washing dishes. Chu Fei replied with some disdain. In fact, he had already received a call from Chu Kai yesterday afternoon. The Xiao group has been taken over by him, and Chu Fei is the new chairman of the Xiao group with absolute control. 95% of the shares are in Chu Fei's hands, and the remaining shares are in the hands of some retail investors. However, he doesn't have time to manage a company now, so he handed it over to Chu Kai, asking him to find someone from the family to manage the Xiao group, and change the name of Xiao Group to Truman. This is great news for our company. With the Xiao Group gone, our Qiao company will no longer be under any pressure. This way, our research can continue. Sulie was so happy that her beautiful eyes narrowed. Chu Fei smiled and said nothing. What a silly woman. Walk. Sister is happy today, so I'm going to take you out shopping. You've been here for so long, and you only have those 2 pieces of clothing. I'm going to dress you up nicely today. In fact, Chu Fei had no requirements for what he wore. Simple, fitted is enough. As for whether it looks good or not, that is another matter. Chu Fei was extremely unhappy. Shopping, how many boys like shopping? But for the woman's safety, he still had to follow her and act as a bag-carrying little brother. At the same time, in a room of a small hotel that does not require registration. Have you figured out how to explain this to Brother Yi? The one who spoke was Lao Hei. There was a bandage wrapped around his arm, and his face looked pale. The mission failed, and Lao Su died. He will definitely be punished by the organization. Tell the truth. Old Wu's face looked particularly gloomy. In fact, he didn't expect that the bodyguards around that woman were so powerful. He was able to rescue that woman from their hands. Moreover, the gap in strength between the 2 sides is not at the same level at all. The other party was like a strong man holding a big knife, and the 3 of them were just children who had just learned to walk. This is the only way. However, I am very surprised. How could such a powerful person come to protect a woman like this? I've looked into this woman's information. She's just the president of a small company. How can I afford to hire such a master? Lao Hei looked puzzled. Judging from the information they obtained and the information they conducted their own investigation, this woman doesn't look like someone with any background. How should I know? After this incident, that guy will definitely stick around. There's basically no chance of him making another move. Also, he should have found the bug we installed in this woman's house. The 2 looked at each other and fell silent. After a long time, Old Wu finally spoke. Let me explain to Brother Yi. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, Brother Yi. A man's hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Is it done? Old Wu lowered his voice and said the mission failed. Chapter 26 Bodyguard Model in a bustling commercial street. How about this one? Sulie was choosing suitable clothes for Chu Fei. A blue suit, a white shirt, and a blue tie. Good. Chu Fei really didn't have the energy to go shopping with this woman. It's been a few hours, and I'm still wandering around here. I carried 7 or 8 sets of clothes in large and small bags, and they were all my own. Even if you change a set every day, it won't be this fast. No vision. This dress doesn't suit you. Sulie put the clothes back to their original place. That's about right? So many clothes, enough to wear. Chu Fei felt that even if he were asked to go to the battlefield and fight bravely, it would not be so hard. Going shopping with a woman is simply a torture. It takes 1 or 2 hours to choose an outfit. Okay, then let's go home. Sulie saw Chu Fei holding 7 or 8 sets of clothes in his hands, and she didn't expect that she had bought so many for him. This was the first time she bought clothes for a man. As soon as the 2 returned to the car, they received a call from Fong Qing. My dear President Sue, today is Saturday. Why don't you come to my company and play? After a few days of rest, Fong Qing's mood always improved a little. Ugh. Chu Fei and I are shopping. I just finished shopping and came over now. Sulie didn't want to go home so soon after finally being able to relax. Turn around and go to supermodel agency. Chu Fei was so depressed. Couldn't he just stay at home? Why do you have to go out and play? What's fun in that? But who made Sulie the boss? So he drove to the building downstairs of Fong Qing's company. The receptionist at the door was no stranger to Sulie. Boss Sue. Is Mr. Fong upstairs? The girl at the front desk nodded and said yes, in the office. Sulie took Chu Fei straight to Fong Qing's office. At this moment, in Fong Qing's office. What? Zhang Yu, you want to resign? Didn't I treat you well enough? Fong Qing looked at the male model Zhang Yu in front of her with confusion. This is one of the more famous companies in my company, and the monthly salary reaches 6 figures. However, I didn't expect that he would actually resign. The filming is about to start. If she resigns now, where will she find someone to replace her? Mr. Fong, I'm so sorry. I don't want this month's salary, and I'm putting down this resignation letter. Actually, let me be honest with you. A big company paid a high price to invite me over. You know, we're all in this for the money. I'll hang out with whoever pays the most. So I'm sorry. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the office. Just then, Sulie and Chu Fei pushed the door open. Bang! The heavy glass door hit Zhang Yu's nose hard. In an instant, nosebleeds started flowing. There was a small scar on his nose, with a little blood coming out. Zhang Yu squatted on the ground, covering his nose, tears streaming down his face. Who is it? Don't you have eyes? Sulie and Chu Fei walked into the house and looked at Zhang Yu, who had been hit on the nose. I'm sorry. Xiao Zhang, I bumped into you. Are you okay? Only then did Zhang Yu look up and look at the almost perfect Sulie in front of him. He rubbed his nose hard and tore off some toilet paper from Fong Qing's desk to wipe the blood from his nose. It turns out to be President Sue. I'm fine, I'll leave first. Zhang Yu never thought about having anything to do with a person of Sulie's level, let alone compensation. Even though he was a relatively famous model in Jiangnan City, the other party was the president of a large company. If you want to deal with him, isn't it just a matter of minutes? Zhang Yu, won't you consider it? Fong Qing said something to Zhang Yu as he left, but the latter ignored him and just left. What's wrong? Seeing that Fong Qing's face looked a little strange, Sulie walked up and put her arms around Fong Qing's neck. Don't mention it. I suspect Zhang Yu was snatched away by my ex-boyfriend's company. I just heard recently that he actually opened a modeling agency with another woman and has poached quite a few people from me. Fong Qing's face was full of depression. It would have been fine if I had just broken up with my ex-boyfriend, but I didn't expect him to try to poach me. And the price they offered was much higher than the price I offered. Many people could not resist the temptation and joined their ex-boyfriend's company. When Sulie heard this, her face was immediately filled with anger. That's too much. We're breaking up now, but I'm still trying to steal your girlfriend. Next time we meet, I'm going to beat him up. After saying that, she raised her little pink fist viciously. Fong Qing looked depressed and held Sulie's hand. You know, I'm about to start taking photos, and my clothes are already prepared. Where can I find someone? Chu Fei sat on the sofa, scrolling through his phone boredly. Suddenly, he felt 2 unfriendly gazes falling on him. Looking up, Sulie and Fong Qing were staring at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there a flower on my face? Fong Qing's eyes lit up. In fact, Chu Fei is no worse than Zhang Yu, whether it's figure or appearance. With a little makeup and some dressing up, she will definitely be a hot model. Handsome Chu, can you help me? Chu Fei was puzzled. What can I help you with? Sulie and Fong Qing looked at each other, stood up, carried Chu Fei, and walked towards the dressing room. Half an hour later, when Chu Fei came out of the dressing room, he had become a different person. Flowing hair, trendy clothes, and muscles all over his body are perfectly streamlined. As soon as he came out, many of the model girls outside the door were stunned. Wow, is this the new model for our company? Much more handsome than Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu is a scumbag. He's no match for this new handsome guy. Even Sulie and Fong Qing looked at Chu Fei with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Unexpectedly, Chu Fei looks like a totally handsome guy when he dresses up. Fong Qing raised her hand and gently patted Sulie's hips. My dear sister, how about let him go to me? He's your bodyguard anyway. Let it be my boyfriend. He won't suffer any loss. Sulie got furious when she heard that. Who is your sister? There's no room for discussion. I finally found a bodyguard like this, and I don't want to be taken advantage of by a pig. Fong Qing was stunned for 3 seconds before she reacted. Screw you. You are the pig. The two women were playing and joking around, while Chu Fei had a gloomy face. I am a king of individual soldiers, but I am treated as a model? The two finally stopped fighting, and Fong Qing walked forward with a smile on her face. I didn't expect that handsome Chu is so handsome. Tall, rich, and handsome probably refers to people like you. Right. As she spoke, Fong Qing reached out and pinched Chu Fei's but hard. Chektar 27 targeting Sulie. When Chu Fei came out of Fong Qing's modeling agency, his whole face was dark. Don't ask. The answer is that I was taken advantage of from beginning to end. He didn't understand why a group of young girls cared so much about a rough guy like him. Not only did he take advantage of me, but he also went straight for it. Is a person's appearance so important? He admitted that he was handsome, but it was not his fault. What are you thinking about? Drive home. Sulie's expression wasn't much better either. Chu Fei was being molested by a group of little girls, and she could only watch helplessly. She couldn't stop them from taking action, help Chu Fei change his clothes, and take the opportunity to touch him here and there. Although I was the first person to eat crabs, I was drunk that night and didn't remember what it felt like at all. If I have to describe the feeling, it would be just one word: pain. Huh? Is the big boss angry? Are you jealous? Chu Fei started the car and joked. You know what? He found out these past 2 days that Sulie was always jealous. Ever since meeting Wang Xie, this girl has been keeping a close eye on herself. She gets angry if anyone gets too close to other girls. Even her best friend Fong Qing is the same. Who's jealous? Ill. I didn't. Sulie was very stubborn and turned her head away, ignoring Chu Fei's teasing. Chu Fei smiled and said nothing. Women are just so troublesome. When we returned to the villa, it was already afternoon. After walking around for a whole day, Sulie was already sleepy and went back to her room to rest. Chu Fei was sitting in the living room, playing with his cell phone. It's not time to go to bed yet. I was just about to call Chu Kai to ask if he had found the person who was behind the attack on Sulie. But unexpectedly, Chu Kai called first. Master, have you rested? Chu Kai asked in a low voice. Not yet. Any news? Chu Fei leaned on the sofa, waiting for Chu Kai's answer. But it's not easy for us to interfere in this matter. Hearing this, Chu Kai frowned slightly. It's not easy to intervene? Could it be that the organization targeting Sulie is very powerful? It shouldn't be. My family's influence is spread all over the country. Even if the other party is powerful, we have enough strength to interfere, right? Tell me. Chu Kai took a deep breath and explained slowly. Master, after investigation by our intelligence organization, we discovered that the person you eliminated was from the military, and the other party was under special orders to return to the building. The reason they're targeting Miss Sue is most likely because of the latest drug she's researched. Master, I don't quite understand what Miss Sue's company is researching that has attracted the attention of the military. Chu Kai was very confused. The small company Qiao studies some common special effect drugs or drugs for certain special diseases. But it can attract the attention of the military and lead to direct action. He didn't dare to guess what Sulie's company was researching. Someone from military? Impossible. I have certain intelligence in the military. How could I not know about such a big move by the other party? Chu Fei was also puzzled. In the military, his status is second only to one person and above everyone else. Although many tasks do not require my consent, I have come out after all. But the military has regulations prohibiting anyone from targeting ordinary people or companies, and prohibiting the abuse of private power. As things stand now, someone has broken the rules. I don't know. Master, you know that family members rarely interfere in military affairs. So, there's nothing I can do. Chu Kai had no choice. There has long been an order in the family prohibiting anyone from interfering with or participating in any military actions. The only exception is Chu Fei, because he is a military man. I see. I'll give them a call and ask. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei leaned back on the sofa with a frown on his face. Is the military's action aimed at Sulie? Just for a little medicine? It's impossible that the drug Sulie is researching is a biochemical drug, right? If that's the case, there will be no problem for the military to target Sulie. But if that's the case, why would the master ask me to protect Sulie? He thought for a long time before taking a deep breath. I pressed a familiar number and dialed it. After 3 rings, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Who? Xiaoyu, it's me. Chu Fei spoke in a somewhat cold tone. Brother Fei, why did you call me? Don't you know you're on a mission? Obviously, there was something strange about the man named Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone. Generally speaking, you cannot talk to other people in the military until the mission is completed. This is for the sake of confidentiality. But this is only limited to some people, and Chu Fei is not among them. Something happened. I need to ask you something. Is there any movement from the military? Obviously, Xiaoyu was stunned. He thought for several seconds before coming to his senses. No, we haven't had any missions lately, so we're just resting in the camp. Brother Fei, what happened? Why do you have to call and ask in person? Xiaoyu is a special intelligence organization under Chu Fei, including but not limited to the military, foreign countries, etc. Phoenix. The military hasn't taken any action recently. He was a little bit unconvinced. If there was no action at all, how could the people targeting Sulie be from the military? It doesn't count if you say no. Something seemed to have happened with EAO before, but he didn't mobilize anyone from the military. We didn't continue to pursue it. Brother Fei, what's going on? Chu Fei's face was cold. Yao, an existence on the same level as him, whether it is identity or strength. Moreover, when he was in the military, this guy did a lot of little things. However, Chu Fei was not sure whether this matter had anything to do with him. If it had anything to do with him, Chu Fei wouldn't mind falling out with him. I see. Pay close attention to Yi Ao recently. If you have any news, please contact me directly. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei frowned. It seems like it's time to ask Sulie what this woman's company is researching. If it was a biochemical drug, it would be no wonder that Sulie was targeted. After all, this kind of thing is not allowed by the country and private research is prohibited. Once discovered, it will be a matter of life and death. If not, it only means that someone is deliberately targeting Sulie. However, targeting Sulie, the boss of a small company, is a bit too petty. In fact, Chu Fei thought of another possibility. That is Sulie's identity. Apart from the company's president, no one knows anything about the identity of Sulie's family. It's very likely that the other party is not targeting Sulie, but the person behind Sulie. Chapter 28, The Secret of Xiao Company. The next day. Are you ready? Hurry up. Downstairs, Chu Fei was waiting for Sulie. Today is the weekend, and Sulie is going home for a family dinner. It just so happened that Chu Fei followed her to meet her family. He has been following Sulie for some time, and apart from Su Wu, he has not met anyone else in Sulie's family. What are you urging? Don't you know that women take a long time to put on makeup? Sulie came out of the dressing room, wearing a simple white knee-length skirt and a small jacket. With her makeup, she looked like a lady from a noble family. Let's go. The two drove towards another villa area in the city. In the car, let me ask you a question. Chu Fei asked while driving. You say. Sulie sat in the passenger seat, looking at her makeup in the makeup mirror, feeling a little dissatisfied, and was fixing it. Tell me honestly, what is your company's latest drug research? After saying this, Sulie stopped what he was doing. She stared at him for a long time without saying a word. If you hadn't been here for so long, I would have suspected you were a mole sent by someone else, especially spying on my company's intelligence. When it comes to the company's newest drug, it's confidential. I'd already told Chu Fei about this before, and he was asking again now, so it was obvious that there was something wrong. Do you know why you were kidnapped? Chu Fei said something shocking. Sulie frowned and looked at him with some confusion in her eyes. Chu Fei had told her before that it was the Xiao family who kidnapped her. The reason for kidnapping her might be for the company's secrets. But now, Chu Fei brought up this topic again, which made her feel something unusual. What's the meaning? Chu Fei looked at the red light ahead and stepped on the brakes. It's nothing. You are being targeted, most likely for your company's secrets. The people targeting you are not the Xiao group. And now, the Xiao group has changed people. Do you get me? Hearing this, Sulie remained silent. The change of people and name of the Xiao group was completely unexpected. This is good news for Xiao Company. But from Chu Fei's words, it was obvious that this was still a conspiracy against him. Do you really want to know about the drugs our company is researching? I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone. You swear. Sulie is well aware of the value of the company's latest research, but she didn't plan to keep Chu Fei either. Even if Chu Fei knew, she believed that he would not tell anyone. Wait a minute, let me guess. Your company isn't researching any biochemical viruses, is it? If that's the case, then I'm interested. In fact, Chu Fei said this completely on purpose. The reason I said this is to see how Sulie performs. If there was anything unusual in her expression, I could tell. What a joke. I'm not a terrorist. Why would I study the kind of stuff? Sulie rolled her eyes at him fiercely. Seeing her performance, Chu Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this girl didn't study that thing, otherwise it would be difficult for me to protect her. In fact, our company has been researching drugs that can increase the number of telomerase divisions in the human body. This is an experiment for the whole world because no company has been able to develop it yet. Chu Fei didn't have any knowledge in this area and could only look at her in confusion. Seeing that she was confused, Sulie began to explain again. It's simple. Judging from the current life expectancy, the average life expectancy is over 80 years old. If the human body's telomerase divides up to 26 times, it can achieve a lifespan of over 80 years. Once my research succeeds, I can increase the number of telomerase divisions in humans to more than 30 times. Then, human lifespan can reach 100 years or more. Moreover, the drug I'm researching can also resist certain viruses, such as cancer cells. Hearing these words, Chu Fei was so shocked that he couldn't express it in words. Isn't this a drug that prolongs life? If this thing is developed, I'm afraid the whole world will go crazy, right? You know, life, aging, sickness, and death are all beyond our control. And once there is something that can change a person's lifespan, no matter who they are, they will want to live longer, right? Now he finally understood why someone was targeting Sulie. Because the thing she was studying was too terrifying. Once it is under control, it will almost strangle the necks of all the rich people in the world. Which rich person doesn't want to live longer? It is not difficult to imagine that once this kind of thing is developed, the value of a drug will be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions without any problem. So, now you understand why I said this is confidential. Sulie was also very nervous. No one knows what changes the emergence of this thing will bring to the world. The prerequisite is that she must be able to research it. You really are a tiger girl. You dare to research this thing. You are indeed a ruthless person. Chu Fei grinned, not knowing what to say. As the two were talking, they had already arrived at the Tianhao Villa area. Chu Fei parked his car in a parking space in front of a luxurious villa. Let's go. Walked to the door and knocked. The door opened, and Su Wu was standing at the door. Seeing Chu Fei behind Sulie, he frowned slightly, seeming a little dissatisfied. However, he didn't say much. Gomein, your mother is still cooking and chatting with your grandma. After saying that, he let the two of them into the house. Chu Fei followed Sulie into the hall. In the house, besides Su Wu, there was also an old lady in her 70s, Su Li's grandmother, Jiang Taiying. He was leaning on a cane, and his hair had already turned gray. Although her face looks a bit pale with some wrinkles, it can still be seen that she was a beauty when she was young. No wonder Sulie is so beautiful. My dear granddaughter, it's been so long since you came to see Grandma. Sulie put down her bag, sat next to Jiang Taiying, and put her arm around her. Grandma, I'm here, aren't I? Jiang Taiying patted her little hands, and her eyes fell on Chu Fei. He looked her up and down, all smiles. Is this your boyfriend? He's not bad. He has a great physique. Grandma is old too, and she wants to hug her great-grandchildren. Sulie's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she said in a sweet voice, Grandma, what are you talking about? I'm still young and don't want to get married. Jiang Taiying smiled and touched her hair. Silly girl, what girl doesn't get married? You're already 24, not young anymore. Think about it. I followed your grandfather when I was 15. More than 50 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 29, The Su Family's Background. Grandma, you said Grandpa has been missing for so many years. Where would he go? Sulie was a little curious. In fact, she has never seen her grandfather since she was born. Even my father, I only saw him before I was 10 years old, and I never saw my grandfather again after that. When asked about this topic, tears welled up in Jiang Taiying's eyes. Maybe he's already buried on the battlefield. If he were still alive, he would definitely want to come and see your wonderful granddaughter. Buried on the battlefield? When he heard these words, a hint of surprise appeared in Chu Fei's eyes. It is not difficult to hear that Mrs. Zhang's husband is also a soldier. Grandma, are you saying that Grandpa is a soldier? Actually, I once worked in the military for a while. What was your grandfather's name? Maybe I've heard of it. He added another word. Suddenly, the eyes of the three members of the family fell on him. Have you been in the military for a while? Su Wu frowned slightly, and his eyes changed when he looked at Chu Fei. If I was indifferent at the beginning, now I feel a little more favorable towards him. At least, not like before. Yes, I spent 3 years in the military, but something happened and I didn't choose to move up. Chu Fei nodded, but he concealed his time. The time he had spent in the military was far more than 3 years. He just didn't want Su Wu and the others to misunderstand. What's your name, young man? Jiang Taiying rubbed the tears from her eyes and looked at Chu Fei. Grandma, his name is Chu Fei, and he's the bodyguard I hired. He's incredibly powerful. He can break rocks with his chest and split bricks with his bare hands. Sulie chuckled from the side. Chu Fei looked helpless. What was going on? Girl, I've been in the military for 3 years, so this is child's play. Your grandfather was tired of playing these games a long time ago. A smile appeared on Jiang Taiying's face, and he gently rubbed Su Li's head. Chu Fei, right? That's a nice name. I'll call you Xiao Fei from now on. No wonder I thought you were pretty good when you came in. It turns out you're from the military too. Jiang Taiying waved his hand, motioning Chu Fei to sit over. Chu Fei found it difficult to refuse the kindness of an old man, so he sat next to Jiang Taiying. Xiao Fei, your grandfather's name is Su Jinghua. I wonder if you've ever heard of this name when you were in the military. After hearing the nanny's answer, Chu Fei pondered for a while. From the time he joined the military until now, he has known all the officers, big and small. According to Grandma, Su Li's grandfather had been in the military for at least 30 years. If he had not died, he would have at least become a general. However, in his memory, there were quite a few people with the surname Su in the army, but there was no one named Su Jinghua. Grandma, I know a lot of people with the last name Su, but I've never heard of the name you mentioned. Besides, Grandpa should be over 70 years old, right? There are only 3 people of this age group with the surname Su. Judging by their age groups, among these 3 people with the surname Su, one is called Su Kaigua, one is called Su Yuquan, and the last one is his master, Sun Yinying. The first 2 people, one is the chef in the kitchen and the other is the director of the literature and art department. Both of them are around 70 years old. As for my master, he already has a head full of white hair. Although he is old, his strength is not to be underestimated. Among the 13 members of the Dragon team, no more than 5 can survive 3 rounds under the master. As for the one who can fight with the master, I am the only one. Maybe he's dead. Jiang Taiying lowered his head, with a hint of tears in his cloudy eyes. Sulie also held her hand and comforted her softly. Don't be sad, Grandma. Grandpa may be gone, but he must be very happy to see you in such good health. Jiang Taiying raised his wrinkled hand, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and smiled. My biggest wish now is to hold my great-grandson in my arms. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Li's face showed a bit of shyness. Grandma! Jiang Taiying turned his head and looked at Chu Fei again. Xiao Fei, you shouldn't be married yet, right? What do you think of my Su Li? Hearing this, Chu Fei didn't know how to respond. It turns out that Grandma Jiang is bringing the 2 of them together. If she knew that she and Su Li had already been married, she would probably be overjoyed. Grandmother, he's just a bandit. How shameless. Sulie said with some dissatisfaction. Thick-skinned people can earn a living, while those with thin skins can only starve. Jiang Taiying did not take sides with his granddaughter, but instead spoke well of Chu Fei. Chu Fei could only sit aside with an embarrassed look on his face, not knowing how to answer. Let's eat. Su Li's mother Zhang Qinglian placed a bowl of crucian carp soup as white as milk on the table. Come on, Grandma. Let's go eat and ignore him. Sulie supported Jiang Taiying and walked towards the dining table. As a bodyguard, Chu Fei would not eat with the boss's family. However, in this family, old Mrs. Jiang is the one who calls the shots. Xiao Fei, we can't finish all the food on this table. Can you come and eat with us? Jiang Taiying spoke, and Su didn't dare to say anything more. Although she felt a little bit rejected in her heart, the old lady had some good feelings towards this boy. That is, guests are welcome. Xiaoli, why didn't you ask Xiao Fei to come along? You're still so ignorant at this age. Zhang Qinglian cursed with a smile, untied her apron, and served rice to the few people. The family dinner ended in laughter and joy. It was almost night when Su Li and Chu Fei said goodbye to old lady Jiang and others. In the car, Bandit, did you really spend 3 years in the military? How come I don't know? Sulie looked at him curiously. Chu Fei had never told her about this before. Do I have to tell you what color underwear I wear? After saying this, Sulie glared at him fiercely. Damn Bandit. He just acts like a hooligan all day long. Chu Fei thought for a moment, then continued. When I have time, I'll call my friends in the military and ask them to help investigate your grandfather's case. Maybe your grandfather is still alive. Speaking of grandpa, there was actually a bit more fantasy in Sulie's eyes. She had never seen her grandfather, but when she was a child, she saw other children being taken out to play by their grandfathers, and she also longed for it. If Grandma knew, she would definitely be very happy. Thank you, Big Bandit. Chapter 30 being followed. Every Monday is another busy day for workers. Sulie was no exception. She came to the company early in the morning to start her day's work. As the president, her workload is not heavy. But today, in addition to completing some company affairs, I also need to go to the Research Institute to check the latest drug research. 9 o'clock in the morning. There was a knock on the office door. Enter. Sulie stopped what he was doing and looked at the secretary who came in. Mr. Su, the president of Juanhao Group, said he wants to discuss cooperation with you. Chu Fei, who was standing aside, was slightly stunned. Juanhao Group? Isn't this Wang Xie's company? It can't be possible that this girl really wants to come here to invest, right? Last time, I just said a few more words. Sulie's face was full of surprise, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Juanhao Group is one of the few neutral enterprises in Jiangnan City, and its size is not much smaller than the former Zhao Group. Please come in. By the way, clean up the VIP conference room and prepare to receive guests. Sulie quickly stood up. If the other party comes to you on their own initiative, you must give them enough face. But the secretary's face was a little more embarrassed. Boss Su, it's not just Juanhao Group that's here this time. Even the Truman Group is here. Now, it was Sulie's turn to be shocked. After the Zhao Group became Truman, there's been no news about it. This time, he actually came directly to my door. This Truman is what's going on? She was a little confused as to why the Truman Group came to her small company. The other party said that he wanted to discuss cooperation, and the other party clearly stated that the investment amount will not be less than 2 billion. Nayu, Sulie understood instantly. The company that acquired the Zhao Group is going out. The mysterious investor who wanted to invest in his company before, saying he would invest 2 billion, was probably from the Truman Group. Please come in. Forget it, I'll go there myself. After saying that, Sulie quickly fixed her makeup and went downstairs with Chu Fei. In a lobby downstairs, Chu Kai and 2 assistants were sitting on the sofa waiting for Chu Fei and Sulie. On the sofa on the other side, Wang Xie was sitting with her long legs crossed, drinking the coffee that the girl at the front desk had just made. Next to him stood a female assistant wearing glasses. But 2 minutes later, Sulie and Chu Fei arrived late. I'm sorry to have kept you 2 bosses waiting for so long. How about we go up to the VIP room? Sulie had heard of Wang Xie's name and had seen her photo. However, I have never heard of Chu Kai. We can only call them bosses. Today is Monday. Mr. Su must be quite busy. It's okay, let's talk in the VIP room. Chu Kai chuckled, stood up, and straightened his suit. Wang Xie also stood up from the sofa and nodded slightly. Boss Su, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Seeing you today is indeed a heroine. Sulie smiled calmly. Ms. Wang is too polite. Ms. Wang is the real heroine. In front of Ms. Wang, I'm just the boss of a small company. For some reason, Sulie always felt that Wang Xie in front of her looked a little familiar. But I can't remember where I've seen it. This figure, this appearance. Mr. Su, you're too polite. Let's talk in the VIP room. As they were talking, several people had already boarded the elevator and arrived at the VIP room on the top floor. The negotiation was completed in just half an hour. The Truman Group invested 2 billion yuan and holds 30% of the shares of Qiao Company. Juanhao Group invested 800 million yuan and holds 12% of the shares. Apart from the shares held by the two, Qiao Company is still under Sulie's control. Wang Xie invested 800 million, which was something Chu Fei had not expected, although he told her last time that an investment of 500 million would be enough. I didn't expect that this time I came here and directly invested 800 million yuan. Boss Wang, Boss Chu, I'm hosting a banquet for 2 distinguished guests tonight. After being a president for several years, you should have this awareness. What's more, this investment is definitely the largest she has ever seen. Mr. Su, you're too polite. However, there's something I need to explain to you. I'm just the company's agent. The chairman has not yet taken office. Now, Sulie was a little stunned. With an investment of 2 billion, the chairman won't show up? Wang Xie was also a little curious. What is the background of this Truman Group? They invested 2 billion without blinking an eye. Moreover, the chairman did not show up. He invested in Qiao Company entirely for Chu Fei's sake. However, I have also learned about the direction of Xiao Company and some reports in private, and I feel that the company's future achievements may not be low. However, the Truman Group invested $2 billion just a few days after taking over the Zhao Group. She didn't believe at all that the mysterious chairman had nothing to do with Sulie. Mr. Chu, you're too polite. Let's put things in perspective. This time I'm only inviting Mr. Wong and Mr. Chu. I won't be too late to invite them again next time the chairman comes. Sulie smiled and shook hands with the two of them. Chu Kai nodded slightly and smiled without saying anything. This little girl would never guess that the chairman of Truman is Chu Fei behind her. Before leaving, Wang Xie did not forget to throw a coquettish glance at Chu Fei. It seems to be saying, I have already done what you said. Chu Fei's face darkened, and he didn't know how to refute. After the two left, Sulie was very happy. Bandit, you say? Why did Juanhao Group invest in US? The other party's size is completely qualified to be compared with Truman. Isn't she afraid of losing money by investing in my small company? In the office, Sulie was all smiles. Maybe he's interested in the future direction of your company. As for Truman, perhaps he also saw this point. That's great. This amount of funds will be deposited tomorrow. It's more than enough for the company to start a new round of expansion. Sulie nodded. This was indeed something she had considered. The Zhao Group is gone, and so is the pressure. Expanding the company is certain, but the prerequisite is to choose a location. By the way, let's pack up and go to the Research Institute. See what the latest research is like. Sulie pondered for a while and decided to take Chu Fei with him. Anyway, I've already told this guy the company's secrets, so it doesn't matter if I take him with me. Chu Fei was also very curious and wanted to see where this Research Institute was hidden. The two drove straight out of the city. However, Chu Fei felt something was wrong as soon as he left the city. There was a small black car behind them, which had been following them since they left the company. Even though they had left the city now, they were still only 100 meters behind them. At first he thought it might just be a side trip, but the journey from the company to the outside of the city, which took more than half an hour, was exactly the same route as mine. As soon as you change lanes, the other party will follow. Interesting. I want to see where you come from. Chapter 31, A Fight to the Death. On the wide street, two black cars were chasing each other. Slow down. What are you in such a hurry for? Sulie leaned tightly against the chair behind her, her face full of fear. At this moment, the car's speed has reached 120 yards. This is not a highway. It's just a relatively wide ring road around the city. If you're not careful, the car may be destroyed and people may die. Didn't you notice that there was a car following us? Chu Fei's eyes gradually turned cold, and he sped up again. Only then did Sulie realize that it was not that Chu Fei wanted to drive fast, but that there was a car following them from behind. Chu Fei accelerated, and the car behind him also accelerated. Through the rearview mirror, Sulie saw that there was a person leaning half of his body out of the other car. The other person seemed to be holding something black in his hand. When he took a closer look, his face suddenly turned pale. Bandit! They have guns! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang. A shrill sound cut through the air. Fortunately, Sulie's car is not an ordinary car. It is a Maybach. The glass is stronger than that of ordinary cars. Although the bullet made a fragment, it did not penetrate. Chu Fei's expression also turned completely cold. I didn't expect that someone on the other side would use a gun on the street, which is against the rules. Court death. Chu Fei stepped on the accelerator and pressed it all the way to the bottom. The original speed of 120 yards suddenly soared to 160 yards. However, the small black car behind them was able to follow them closely. Obviously, the small car at the back has also been modified. Otherwise, the acceleration would not be so fast. It's quite well prepared. I want to see where you come from. Then he drove with one hand and took out his cell phone. Sulie was already frightened when she saw him like this. You're crazy. Driving a bicycle, do you think you're a racing driver? You know, the current speed has reached 160. If the tires slip, the two of them will go to see the king of hell. But Chu Fei ignored her at all. Not to mention that this was a Maybach. Even if a tank came, he would still step on the accelerator to the bottom. Hello, do you have time now? On the top floor of the Truman Group, Chu Kai had not returned yet. No one from the family has come over in the past 2 days, so he can only take charge of the Truman Group temporarily. When he heard Chu Fei's call, he immediately replied, Master, I have time. What's wrong? Chu Fei's tone was very cold, and he looked at the map in the car. I'm on my way to Qingnan Road now, and someone is chasing me with a gun. Now, send someone over immediately. Remember, catch them alive. After saying that, he hung up the phone. When Chu Kai heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Someone is chasing the young master with a gun? What a joke. If the young master were to die, at least tens of thousands of people would die in this world. No matter where you are, you have to go down and see the king of hell. He quickly took out his cell phone and made a call directly to the branch in the Jiangnan war zone. Hello. Transfer me to Zhao Dajuan immediately, right now. The operator on the other end of the phone was shocked when he heard this. It is obvious that the other party was able to come here directly, so he is obviously not a small person. Yes. The call was then transferred directly to Zhao Dajuan's office. Zhao Dajuan was dealing with some recent minor matters in the office. I heard the landline next to me ringing and subconsciously picked up the call. Hello. Zhao Dajuan. Okay. When Zhao Dajuan heard the word Chu Kai, his expression changed and his tone became more respectful. Butler Chu Kai, what's going on? Young Master Chu Fei is being chased at gunpoint on Qing'an Road. You should understand the seriousness of the matter. Send someone over immediately. Remember, the young master said he wants to capture him alive. After a few brief words, the call was hung up. Zhao Dajuan stood there in a daze. Chu Fei, young master, it's over. Now someone has exposed the truth. Young Master Chu Fei is not only the young master of the Chu family, but also the captain of the Dragon team. If something happens, it will be a question whether I can keep my head. Cao, who is so blind as to dare to chase after the young master? Crazy. Someone come. Send me 3 combat helicopters to Qing'an Road. I'm going to take action myself. At the same time, on the road to Tsinghua and Peking University, Chu Fei was still frantically dodging the bullets behind him. It's not that he didn't want to fight back, but the other party was holding a submachine gun in his hand. It was obvious that the other party intended to kill both of them. Bang, bang, bang. Bursts of rapid gunfire echoed on the empty road. At this moment, the glass of the Maybach had already been shattered, and there were several bullet holes on the body of the car. Fortunately, the steel used in the car body is very hard, and the bullets cannot penetrate it for the time being. If it had penetrated, the 2 of them would have been shot into pieces. As he was about to cross the intersection and reach Qing'an Road, Chu Fei sped up again. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and the 12-cylinder engine in the car body trembled violently at this moment. However, the fuel gauge was dropping rapidly. Oops! The fuel tank was punctured. Chu Fei's face changed drastically. Through the rearview mirror, he clearly saw that the ground was covered with clear number 98 oil. In the car behind, accelerate. The other party can't escape. The person driving the car was Lao He, and the person firing the gun was Lao Wu. And in the back seat, there were 2 men holding submachine guns. These 2 people were sent to assist them. The purpose this time is to deal with this woman, Sulie. Chu Fei was in control of the car, but after only moving forward a few hundred meters, the speed suddenly dropped. It just happened to stop at the signpost of Qing'an Road. Get off. Before the other party caught up, Chu Fei kicked Sulie out of the passenger seat. Then the 2 of them jumped out of the car from the passenger seat and ran towards the slope on the side of the road. The 2 of them had only walked for more than 10 seconds when Lao He and his men rushed over from behind. 4 people got out of the car, each holding a submachine gun in his hand. After slowly approaching, I found that the other party had already left the car. Old Wu looked at the clear footprints on the slope by the roadside, and his eyes turned cold. Chase! Chu Fei and Sulie rushed into the rice field next to them, not caring about the muddy soil in the rice field. It was the golden autumn season, and the rice had already matured, but the harvest had not yet begun, providing the 2 with a perfect hiding place. The 2 men hid among the tall rice grains, not daring to breathe. Call! Chu Fei now only hopes that Chu Kai and the others will come faster. Otherwise, I can only fight to the death with the other party. Chapter 32, Sulie was injured and furious. The open fields are golden and full of ripe rice. Lao He, you go over there. Xiao Air and Xiao San, you go over there. Remember, shoot anyone you see. That kid is very unusual. Don't be careless. On the ridge of the field, several people walked towards different rice fields. Old Wu also walked towards a rice field where Chu Fei and the others were, holding a submachine gun tightly in his hand. Chu Fei only felt the footsteps getting closer and closer to him, but he had no suitable weapon in his hand. My heart sank, and I could only gently tear off a piece of rice leaf. There are some sharp little thorns on the leaves of rice, and if they are fast enough, they can easily cut a cut on your hand. Sure. Chu Fei raised his finger to Sulie beside him, signaling her not to speak. Sulie could only squat nervously in the rice field. Even though her legs were numb, she didn't dare to move. Chu Fei crouched down and walked towards the other side. The initial idea was to go around behind the enemy not far in front of me, kill him quietly, and snatch the weapon from his hand. But it seems that my idea is a little wrong. He had only taken 2 steps when the other party fired a burst of gunfire directly at his position. Bang! As the gunshots rang out, Chu Fei could only lie down in the rice field, letting the wet soil dirty his whole body. The rice grains flew around and fell on him in clusters. Chu Fei's eyes became colder and colder, and he crawled forward in the rice field. He could already feel the other person's footsteps, which were no more than 2 meters in front of him. He accurately calculated his own speed and the opponent's reaction speed in his mind. He took a deep breath and grabbed a handful of dirt with one hand. 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ended, Chu Fei suddenly stood up. The soil in his hand also flew towards Old Wu. Old Wu reacted quickly and burst into laughter as he watched the flying mud coming towards him. However, when he realized that it was just a handful of soil, his heart sank. Oops! Chu Fei had already rushed in front of him at this moment. The rice leaves in his hand scratched his neck, and then an elbow hit him hard on the head. Blood gushed from his neck as his finger unconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Several gunshots. However, his body had already fallen into the rice field. Chu Fei squatted down and took the submachine gun that was tightly held in Old Wu's hand. When I opened the magazine, I saw there were only 2 bullets left. 2 shots. I touched Old Wu's body and found that he had no extra magazines. Lao Hei, Xiao Air, Xiao San, and others who were searching on the other side noticed something was wrong. The 3 men were rushing towards this side, firing their submachine guns at the area where Lao Wu had just been. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out, pinning Chu Fei to Old Wu's side, and he didn't dare to get up. Once you stand up, you'll be a sitting duck. Just as Chu Fei was thinking about how to kill the 3 opponents, a roar came from the sky. Buzz! 3 combat helicopters have arrived. Zhao Dajuan was sitting next to the Gatling gun of the helicopter. When he saw 3 people firing at the rice field, he knew it. The young master must be in the rice field. Oh shit! Court death. Pull the trigger. The Gatling gun spewed out fire snakes and fired at the 3 people. Bang! 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 2 of them were instantly beaten into pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The remaining person is Lao Hei. How is that possible? He couldn't believe how powerful the other party was and how he could mobilize combat helicopters. This is completely different from what Brother Yi said. Damn it, Lao Hei ran away. This time, Zhao Dajuan did not continue shooting. He took out an M99B sniper rifle from behind his back. Run. I told you to run. He adjusted the scope and shot at the knee of the fleeing Lao Hei. Boom! A huge roar sounded. The entire calf of Lao Hei's left leg from the knee down was turned into minced meat by the shot. This is the power of M99B. If it hits the head, it will make the head explode like a watermelon with 1 shot. Only after seeing that Lao Hei could no longer escape did Zhao Dajuan put down his sniper rifle. Go down and capture him alive. Then he held the rope with 1 hand and slid directly down from the helicopter. At this time, Chu Fei also discovered that reinforcements had arrived. He allowed a long sigh of relief and shouted to Sulie, who was still hiding in the rice field. It's okay, come out. But after a few seconds, Sulie still hadn't stood up. At this moment, Chu Fei realized that something was wrong. Rushed towards Sulie's position. When the rice grains were dug up, Sulie was lying in the rice field, and his blood dyed the water beside him red. There was still blood oozing out of my calf. She had fainted from the pain. Chu Fei quickly reached out and held her in his arms. Tiger girl, wake up. However, Sulie didn't seem to be awake at all. At the same time, Zhao Dajuan had also rushed to his side. Captain Chu. Before he could finish his words, he saw Sulie in Chu Fei's arms. The blood stained her snow-white skirt red. Medic, hurry up. He also wanted to be on the safe side, so that if Chu Fei was injured, he could still be saved. 2 medical soldiers carrying medical kits rushed over immediately. Chu Fei carried Sulie to the open space next to him and gently put her down. Thank you very much. Then he pulled out the military dagger from Zhao Dajuan's arms and walked towards Lao Hei not far away. At this moment, the medical soldier was stopping Lao Hei's bleeding. After all, he couldn't die yet. Zhao Dajuan yelled at the medics, "If you can't cure me, I'll beat you both to death." After saying that, he chased after Chu Fei. At this moment, Lao Hei was lying on the ground with a painful look on his face. His gun had been confiscated. He was now like a rabbit trapped in a cage and could not escape. Chu Fei walked up to him with a cold expression. He squatted down and stabbed Lao Hei's tendons with the dagger in his hand. Bang! The tendons in his hand were cut by a knife, and the pain on Lao Hei's face became even more intense. "Stop the bleeding." The two medical soldiers quickly took out medicine and gauze to stop Lao Hei's bleeding. "Do you want quick relief or pain?" At this moment, Chu Fei's eyes were filled with coldness. Zhao Dajuan stood aside, not daring to breathe. He had the good fortune to see Captain Chu in an angry state once. But that time, he didn't even dare to think about what happened to those enemies. "You want me to speak, dreaming?" "Lao Hei Lao Get Govili." But Chu Fei's answer severed the tendons of his other hand. The intense pain made Lao Hei tremble all over and clench his teeth. "Don't want to answer? I have plenty of time for you to speak. Take him back to the war zone branch. I'll interrogate him myself." Chapter 33. You can try again. In the detention room of the Jiangnan war zone branch, Chu Fei sat on a stool, a cigarette in his hand, with smoke surrounding him. Beside him, in addition to Zhao's army, Chu Kai had also arrived. Sulie has been sent to the war zone hospital and will be fine for the time being. The doctor said that the bullet did not injure the bones and it would not have any impact in the future. On the iron bed opposite, Lao Hei was lying on it, the gauze wrapped around his legs and hands already covered in blood. "Master, what to do with him?" Looking at Lao Hei lying on the bed, Chu Kai's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He didn't understand how brave the other party was to dare to attack the Chu family. "I could do it myself. Dejun, go get a basin of water and bring a towel." Chu Fei threw away the cigarette, but in his hand, his tone a little cold. After being detained for several hours, the guy didn't say a word. As expected of a desperado who came back from the South Tower, he is very tough. Yes, as the commander-in-chief of the war zone, Zhao Dajuan has few people who can give him orders. However, in front of Chu Fei, he was just a small figure. Not to mention fetching a basin of water, even if he were asked to charge in a battle now. He would have to be the first one. 2 minutes later, Zhao Dajuan came back. He was holding a basin of water in his hand, and a white towel was hanging on his shoulder. "Captain Chu, here we come." He put down the basin and handed the towel to Chu Fei with both hands. Chu Fei took the towel, slowly stood up, looked at Lao Hei, who was resting with his eyes closed, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You still have a chance to speak now." "Wait a minute, I won't give you a chance to speak." However, Lao Hei, with his eyes closed, seemed not to hear anything and ignored it completely. Chu Kai saw it all and wanted to kick this ignorant guy to death. However, he didn't dare to do anything since the young master was beside him. "I like people like you who are tough. When I was in the Dragon Group, there were quite a lot of tough people there. But no one can survive. I hope you're an exception." When Lao Hei heard the words Team Dragon, his body trembled noticeably. He suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Chu Fei. Is it someone from the Dragon Group?" He couldn't believe that the guy in front of him was a member of the Dragon Group. If that's the case, it's no wonder that Brother Yi couldn't find out about this guy's identity. Because the identity information of everyone in the Dragon Group is kept absolutely confidential. Except for the highest level commander, few people can view the information of Dragon Group members. "You're wrong. The one in front of you is no ordinary member of the Dragon Group. He is." Zhao Dajuan was about to speak when he was interrupted by Chu Fei. "He's a dying man. It doesn't matter whether he speaks or not." Zhao Dajuan finally shut up, but the look he gave Lao Hei was full of pity. This guy, out of all the people he could mess with, chose to mess with a mission like Captain Chu. "I remember when I was in the Dragon Group, I was just a small miscellaneous member. At that time, Captain Chu was already the captain. A few years have passed, and Team Chu's strength is no longer what it used to be." "Who are you?" Lao Hei wanted to get up, but his hands were tied to the iron bed, and he couldn't move at all. In addition, his tendons were cut, and he is now a complete cripple. "Want to know? I won't tell you." As he spoke, Chu Fei threw the towel into the basin full of water. Lao Hei looked at Chu Fei soaking the towel in water, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Waterboarding. That's a good method, but it doesn't work for me." Chu Fei didn't say anything, just shook his head. If it is just simple water torture, it is indeed useless for many desperados. However, he had already changed the practice of water torture. Dajuan, go find a straw or a small bamboo tube. Zhao Dajuan was a little surprised and didn't quite understand what he meant. But since it was Chu Fei's request, he hurried out of the detention room. Lao He closed his eyes and waited quietly for his punishment. Chu Fei walked forward and directly covered Lao He with a wet towel. At that moment, Lao He suddenly felt difficulty breathing. Chu Fei sat aside and lit another cigarette. Chu Kai saw this, and his face was full of confusion. "Master, what are you doing?" He didn't understand that this would at most result in suffocation. Once a certain amount of time is reached, this guy is dead. Watch carefully. When you have time, go home and tell the old man. If you catch some guys who won't talk, use this method. It works every time. 2 minutes is no pressure at all for someone like Lao He. After all, they're all specially trained. The breath-holding time is at least about 5 minutes. Just 3 minutes later, Zhao Dajuan came back. "Captain Chu, we found the straw." After saying that, he reached out and handed over a straw that he had just taken out of the milk carton. Chu Fei looked at the straw handed to him, and his face turned dark. The curved kind. Seeing that Chu Fei's expression was not right, Zhao Dajuan was full of confusion. "Captain Chu, isn't this possible?" Chu Fei looked up at him and asked, "What do you think?" After saying that, he looked around. Then he pulled out a pen from the pen holder, took out the refill, and removed the pen cap. A pen became hollow and looked like a milk tea straw. As time passed, Lao He's breathing became weaker and weaker, and his body began to struggle hard. Chu Fei didn't say anything, but continued to sprinkle some water on the towel. This made Lao He even more desperate. The suffocation caused his brain to start to lose control, and his heartbeat accelerated violently. Zhao Dajuan and Chu Kai were both puzzled. If this continued, this guy would be dead. 6 minutes later, Lao He's body had stopped struggling. But Chu Fei moved. He walked forward with a cold look in his eyes. He tore off the towel and suddenly stabbed Lao He's breathing tube with a hollow pen holder in his hand. Then he clenched his fist and punched Lao He in the heart. Lao He, who had lost his heartbeat, recovered at this moment, and air began to flow into his lungs from the hollow pen holder. "Call! Call!" Lao He suddenly opened his eyes and breathed heavily. At that moment, he felt the fear of death. He even felt that he was dead. But he was pulled back by Chu Fei. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Chu Fei. "The fear of death is so deep in my bones. Can you tell me? If you don't tell me, you can try again. I think this feeling is still wonderful." Chapter 34, Identity Upgrade. Having just experienced the fear of death, Lao He was completely convinced. He never wanted to experience that kind of fear again. I say, I'll tell you whatever you want to know." Lao He spoke slowly with his body trembling. Chu Fei then sat on the stool and looked at him quietly. "Who sent you? Why are you targeting Sulie? What is your purpose?" These 3 consecutive questions made Lao He think for a long time. It was a long time before he explained. "I don't know the name of the person who sent us. I only know that we all call him Brother Yi. We are responsible for collecting money and doing things. As for the purpose, we don't know. For this operation, that guy called Brother Yi called us back from the South Tower and gave each of us a reward of 10 million. We had to capture him alive. But after you stopped us last time, he said it was okay to take the body back. That's all I know." Hearing this, Chu Fei frowned slightly. It was obvious that these 3 men were just hired killers. No one knows the name of the mastermind behind this. "Have you seen him?" This time, Lao He nodded. "I've seen it once, but the guy had his back to us the whole time, so we couldn't see his face clearly. We only knew he had a long scar on his neck." Lao He has said everything he wanted to say. He knew whether he was dead or alive. "Do you know anything else?" Facing Chu Fei's question, Lao He shook his head. Now, it was Chu Fei's turn to be in trouble. "I don't know the name, only one characteristic. There's so many people in Daxia. Who knows if I can find it?" Chu Fei stood up and left the detention room. Before leaving, he said to Zhao Dajuan, "Let's clean it up." Outside the detention room, "Master, do you want me to ask someone from the family to investigate?" Chu Kai asked carefully. It could be seen that the young master is really angry this time. If something really happens to the young master, once the master knows about it, the whole world will change. "Never mind. Not for now. I'll find someone to check it out myself." Chu Fei didn't want to rely on his family's connections for the time being. After all, he hadn't returned home yet, and there were only so many people who knew his identity. Many real senior executives only know that they are members of the Dragon Group, but do not know their true identities. Then Master, the person sent by the family to manage the company, will arrive tomorrow. If you have anything you want to tell the Master, I'll take it to you. Chu Fei waved his hand. Nothing to say. But when you go back, remember to find those lackeys of the Phoenix family for me. I'll kill them when I get the chance. As he spoke, there was a hint of coldness in Chu Fei's eyes. Yes, I see. Then Master, I'll leave first. It's not convenient for me to be here. After all, this is a branch of the war zone. If a family member of his appears here and is seen by some people, it might be a bit troublesome. You go back. Chu Fei took a deep breath and nodded. Only after Chu Kai left did Zhao Dajuan come out of the detention room. Captain Chu, it's done. Chu Fei turned around and patted Zhao Dajuan on the shoulder. You'd better tell your men to keep their mouths shut about my presence. There are some things that I'm not very convenient to do, you know? Now we are being targeted, and even the enemy doesn't know it. Although this is a war zone branch, no one would dare to rush in with weapons. However, it would be bad if the hidden enemy was a high-ranking official. I understand this, Captain Chu. Don't worry. Hearing this, Chu Fei nodded. Okay, find someone to take me to the war zone hospital. At the same time, in a special ward of a war zone hospital, Sulie had a thick layer of gauze wrapped around her calf. She was leaning on the bed, drinking white porridge. Looking at the sun gradually setting outside the window, his eyes were full of complexity. She didn't understand why there was always someone targeting her behind her back. This time, she and Chu Fei were almost beaten to death on the road. If it weren't for Chu Fei, she really didn't know what would have happened to her. Fortunately, I did not refuse this guy to be my personal bodyguard. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as she was lost in thought, the door of the ward opened. Chu Fei walked into the ward and grinned at Sulie, who had already woken up. Does it still hurt? Walk forward and sit on the edge of the bed. Sulie's eyes suddenly turned red. She was unconscious at the time and had no idea what happened next. When I wanted to come, I was already in the hospital. I asked the nurse who bandaged her wound, and the nurse just said that he was brought here by 2 medical soldiers and knew nothing else. She subconsciously thought that something had happened to Chu Fei. Damn bandit! She stretched out her hand and hugged Chu Fei. Tears keep falling. In her heart, she had already regarded Chu Fei as her exclusive one. Why are you crying? I'm fine, am I? Chu Fei was a little at a loss, not knowing whether he should hug her or let her hug him. You bastard! Sulie cursed angrily, and her weak body was trembling slightly. Okay, stop crying. Your 2 pieces of flesh are pressing down on me, and I'm almost breathless. Chuviersverds startled Sulie. Then she let go of her hand, and her pretty face, which was originally covered with tear marks, immediately turned red at this moment. Only then did Chu Fei raise his hand and wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. I'm just kidding. Feeling the warmth of Chu Fei's fingertips, Sulie's mood finally calmed down. After all, your 2 pieces of meat only weigh that much. The next sentence almost made Sulie slap in the face. You dirty bastard. Calling you a bandit is indeed correct. This guy always says things that make your blood boil without realizing it. Although I have been familiar with this guy for more than 10 days, sometimes what he says can really make me angry. I'm right again. Chu Fei Lauget. Just as the 2 were fighting, a nurse walked into the ward with a piece of paper. Miss Sulie Su, right? The female nurse had a smile on her face and looked like she had something good to tell the 2 of them. It's me. Excuse me. What can I do for you? The nurse looked at the list in her hand and said, Congratulations, both of you. Congratulations? 2. Chu Fei and Sulie were both stunned. Congratulations on what? Congratulations to Sulie for getting injured? Impossible. Can you explain it more clearly? Sulie was full of confusion. She didn't understand what the nurse was trying to say. Chu Fei was also confused. What was going on? Congratulations on your promotion. From now on, you will be father and mother. Chapter 35. Accident at the Research Institute. Boom! It was like a bolt of thunder, hitting the 2 men's heads hard. Dad, Mom. The 2 looked at each other and said almost at the same time, Impossible. Joke. That night, it was just Sulie's first time. Although there are no safety measures, it is not that bad to get pregnant. 2. There will be no problems with the examination at our war zone hospital. Here's your blood test results. After saying that, he walked forward and handed the test report to Sulie. Sulie looked at the test report handed to her and didn't dare to reach out to take it. Instead, it was Chu Fei who took it and took a look. But He doesn't quite understand it either. Then, I took out my cell phone and started searching for the values on the test report. This search brought up a ton of results. After flipping through a few pages, he was finally convinced Sulie was really pregnant. He turned back stiffly and looked at Sulie, who had a dazed look on her face. "If you two have nothing else to do, I'll be busy now." After saying that, the nurse turned and left the ward, leaving the space to the two of them. It was unknown how long the two of them remained silent. But in the end, Chu Fei broke the silence. "You're responsible for what you sow. Well, what do you think?" Sulie then turned around and looked at him. "I want to strangle you, is that okay?" Chu Fei looked embarrassed. "Now that's better. Dad's request was met. Find a wife and a grandson. It's better to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later." The air fell into silence again. The two looked at each other. Neither of them knew that such good luck would happen to them. "Well, can you look at me, please?" To be honest, this is the first time Chu Fei plans to grow old with a woman. It might be because Sulie was pregnant, or it might be because after getting to know her for a while, he found that this woman was quite to his liking. However, Sulie looked at him, pursed her lips, and said nothing. It seems that he is thinking about something. "I am still." Before she could finish her words, Chu Fei covered her mouth. "I understand what you mean, but I'm telling you very clearly, give birth to the child, and I'll raise him." This was also the first time Chu Fei was so determined. Sulie didn't say anything, but just leaned quietly on Chu Fei's shoulder, enjoying this moment of tranquility. "By the way, I didn't make it to the research institute today. Shouldn't that be okay?" Chu Fei remembered that their original purpose was to go to Xiao Company's research institute. However, these things happen along the way, causing things to be delayed. Sulie suddenly woke up. "Yeah, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Go get my phone from my bag. I'll call Xiao Bei, the institute's administrator, and ask about the situation. Because of this accident today, she can't go. If there are any problems in the research and the director of the institute is not there, what will happen to the people below?" Chu Fei handed the phone in her bag to Sulie, and Sulie quickly dialed the number of the institute administrator. Beep. After the phone rang for more than 10 seconds, a woman's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. "Boss Su, why haven't you come yet? If you don't come over soon, something terrible will happen." Hearing Xiao Bei's anxious voice, Sulie knew that something must have gone wrong in the research institute. "What happened? Tell me slowly." Xiao Bei then began to explain. It turned out that it had been nearly half a month since Sulie left the institute last time. In addition, many people heard about what the Zhao group did to Qiao Company. So many people felt the crisis. This has also indirectly led to a change in the mentality of some researchers in the institute, and several employees are planning to resign. Resign? We all signed a confidentiality agreement. Once they resign, they can't find any medical research work within 3 years. If they breach the contract, they will have to pay a lot of liquidated damages. Sulie was very puzzled because everyone had signed a confidentiality agreement with her. The contract clearly states that if you breach the contract, you will not be able to find a job for 3 years. If there is a breach of contract, he will need to compensate her for the remuneration she paid and the principal cost of the scientific research project. For ordinary researchers, that is a huge astronomical figure. Will they have the guts to breach the contract? I've told them this, but they seem determined to resign. Among them is Professor Yang. When Sulie heard Professor Yang, her expression changed slightly. Professor Yang is the main figure in this research. If he resigns, their research will not be able to continue for at least a long time. In fact, there is a high possibility of giving up halfway. How come? Professor Yang is also going to resign? She felt a hint of disbelief. Yes. So, you didn't come today, and everyone was about to fall out. Hearing this, Sulie's face looked very ugly. I see. I'll see if I can come over tomorrow. That's it for now. After hanging up the phone, Sulie leaned back on the pillow, with disbelief evident in her eyes. When I discussed this project with Professor Yang, he told me very clearly that he would not leave the institute until the project was completed. However, only a year had passed, and he was about to resign, which puzzled Sulie. Something happened. Chu Fei saw that her expression was not right and asked, Many people in the institute are resigning, including a professor I hired at a high salary. If he wasn't on this project, it would take a long time to get back on track, even if I were to do it myself." Hearing this, Chu Fei didn't say anything, but I had some ideas in my mind. Most people would not resign for no reason. They are not students who have just graduated from school and will not resign at the slightest dissatisfaction. As for remuneration, he also believed that Sulie was not a stingy person. At least, not in this regard. If it wasn't for the reward, he would have felt that someone was secretly poaching him. However, the nature of this matter cannot be determined at the moment. No, I still have to go to the Research Institute tomorrow. This project can't be interrupted. Sulie felt that even if he had to use a crutch, he had to go to the Research Institute to see what was going on. Come on, you're in this condition now, and it'll take at least 2 days before you can be discharged from the hospital. Also, you won't be able to walk around freely after you're discharged from the hospital. It'll take at least half a month before you can walk again. How about this? I'll go to the Research Institute for you tomorrow. Sulie was also aware of her condition and knew she couldn't get out of bed and walk around. However, he couldn't just ignore the things happening at the Research Institute. When he heard that Chu Fei was going to go in his place, he was stunned. Can you do it? Chu Fei grinned. It works, don't you know? Chapter 36 Reasons for Resignation. The next day at noon, Chu Fei found Zhao Dajuan and asked him to arrange a car for him. He drove to the Research Institute according to the address Sulie gave him. He never imagined that this girl did such a good job of concealment that she actually placed the Research Institute in the countryside. If it were a normal person, no one would have thought of it. The place where he is now is a very small village. There are only more than 10 households in the entire village, living halfway up the mountain. In order to buy this place, Sulie spent nearly tens of millions to move more than 10 families to the city. Then, based on the original foundation, all the old houses underwent tremendous renovation. In addition, a basement was built. When he arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw a girl wearing glasses waiting there anxiously. When he saw Chu Fei, he waved quickly. Secretary Chu, this is Xiao Bei, the administrator of the institute and one of the leaders of the research. Are you Xiao Bei? Xiao Bei pushed his glasses up and said, Yeah, what's the reason that Ms. Su didn't come this time? On the phone, Sulie did not tell Xiao Bei the reason why she didn't go. Instead, he said that his new secretary Chu Fei would go and solve the problem. Mr. Su has been feeling unwell recently and is in the hospital, so he can't come over for the time being. I already understand the problem here. Those who are planning to resign haven't started working yet, right? Are you all waiting for me? Hearing Chu Fei say this, Xiao Bei nodded. Yes. In fact, Xiao Bei was also a little worried. The new secretary looks to be in her early 20s, very young. Can he really fix things here? In fact, she didn't believe it in her heart. Then let's go. There was a smile on Chu Fei's face. Seeing this, Xiao Bei had no choice but to follow him. This way, a few minutes later, the two arrived at a reception room converted from a residential house. There were several young people who looked to be in their 30s sitting in the reception room, and in the middle was a middle-aged man who looked to be over 40 years old. Secretary Chu, let me introduce you. This is Professor Yang. Xiao Bei stepped forward and introduced Chu Fei. Yang Chengwa looked at Chu Fei with some disdain in his eyes. Boss Su didn't come, so he sent a young boy over. Are you being too disrespectful to us? As soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately echoed by others. That is, Boss Su isn't coming, so why are you asking a secretary to come? Do you look down on us? You and I were talking back and forth, making the atmosphere a little awkward. But everyone knew what was going on, because this group of people who resigned all followed Yang Chengwa. Xiao Bei was about to explain, but Chu Fei waved his hand. Everyone, are you determined to resign? I don't know. Have you read the contents of the contract clearly? You will be required to compensate for all the funds of this project. I don't know if you have the money to resign. If there is, please go ahead. Chu Fei came up and said something that blocked their way, because they thought clearly that if Sulie insisted on compensation from them, then they would have no choice but to sue. However, litigation takes a long time. With their level and current research progress, it is more than enough for them to develop this drug. Once the drug is developed, the patent belongs to them, and Sulie's company can no longer continue research. The money earned is more than enough to cover the compensation. However, their original intention was to give them more money. After all, this project took them too much effort. They also don't want to spend so much time redeveloping the project. According to Secretary Chu, we can't resign even if we want to. You still have to compensate the company for its losses, right? Yang Chengwa picked up the cigarette on the table and was about to light it, but Chu Fei slapped it away. Excuse me, this was bought with the company's money. Since you're resigning, you don't have to smoke it. Chu Fei's actions scared Xiao Bei, who was standing beside him. In the Research Institute, No one dared to be so unreasonable to Professor Yang. This new secretary is really too bold. She was very curious. Why would President Su choose such a man as his secretary? Boy, you are just a small secretary, and I'm a professor at this institute. This research institute won't continue without me. Does President Su know that you are doing this? Yang Chengwa stared at Chu Fei with somewhat cold eyes. In his opinion, this was all Chu Fei's personal behavior. As for Sulie, she didn't dare to treat him like this. It doesn't matter whether Mr. Su knows or not. Mr. Su told me before I came here that I am fully responsible here. Of course you can resign if you want, provided you pay the compensation you need, and then I can let you leave here with peace of mind. Until the money arrives, everyone please stay here. Hearing this, the faces of the people present changed, because this is equivalent to imprisoning their personal freedom in disguise, and they cannot leave here. Even if someone outside offers them a higher price, they cannot get it. Secretary Chu, you are breaking the law. Do you have the right to imprison us? Yang Cheng's face was cold, and he suddenly stood up from the sofa. However, Chu Fei just raised the corners of his mouth slightly and sneered. I believe everyone has signed the confidentiality agreement. I don't think I need to explain the reasons why you want to resign. Now I'm giving you two choices. Either you stay and work here obediently, or you pay me back, and I'll let you go. I think the person who poached you guys probably hasn't transferred the money to you yet. Chu Fei's words were basically equivalent to speaking frankly to everyone. Everyone understood the meaning of this sentence, and no one spoke first. Even Yang Chengwa fell into silence. But Xiaobei is just a young person after all. When she heard Chu Fei say this, she immediately understood. She seemed a little angry and cursed at Professor Yang. Professor Yang, you should know how President Su treated us. When your wife was seriously ill and needed money, President Su gave you $2 million without hesitation to pay for her medical treatment. Now you're planning to give up this project just for the sake of money. You're such a despicable person. After being scolded by Xiaobei, Yang Cheng's face looked a little ugly. Secretary Chu, I don't know where you heard that someone poached us, but I can tell you that I'm not doing this for money. Chapter 37, Is Someone a Traitor? Hearing this, Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. If it wasn't because of money, why would so many of them resign en masse? Could it be? He thought of a very bad outcome, which was that the identities of these researchers in the institute had been hollowed out. The person behind the scenes might threaten these researchers with their families to get them to leave the institute and promise them generous rewards. Although he didn't know whether his guess was correct, he still planned to have a private chat with Yang Chengwa. Professor Yang, right? Why don't we talk alone? After listening to this, Yang Chengwa nodded. Chu Fei picked up the cigarette on the table and went outside with him. I'm a little embarrassed just now, Professor Yang. As he spoke, he took out a cigarette and handed it to Yang Chengwa, lighting it for him. Yang Chengwa didn't say anything. His brows were furrowed. Seeing that he didn't speak, Chu Fei didn't ask any further questions. The two of them stood quietly at the door for a full 10 minutes before Yang Chengwa spoke. Resigning is inevitable. As for the reason, it's because of my family. I'm not in a position to go into details. I just hope that Mr. Su will let me go because of my dedication. Except for me, those researchers didn't actually plan to resign. They just want a little more compensation. There's nothing wrong with that. After all, anyone would get anxious after staying in this place for over a year without leaving. After hearing this, Chu Fei finally understood. It's not much different from my own guess. What if I could find a way to keep your family safe? Chu Fei threw away the cigarette, but in his hand, and looked at Yang Chengwa quietly. The latter obviously didn't quite believe him, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This kid seemed to understand what he said, but he shook his head. Now that they know my identity, they will definitely keep an eye on me. Even if you can keep them safe for a while, that's not guaranteed in the future. Hearing this, Chu Fei knew that there was an opportunity. Don't worry. I can guarantee that your family will not be in any danger until this project is completed. Only then did Yang Chengwa look at Chu Fei in front of him seriously. He didn't know where Chu Fei got the confidence to say such things. How can I trust you? This sentence made Chu Fei feel a little embarrassed. The hardest thing in the world is to make a stranger believe in you. You can take a gamble. If you lose the bet, I'll be buried with you. We won, and everyone is happy. Chu Fei looked at him seriously. Yang Chengwa was shocked, and there was some disbelief in his eyes. This kid seems to be different from those people I have met before. Since you said so, then fine. I'll make a bet with you. Tomorrow is the day the Institute will talk to my family. and that person will contact me. I hope the people I talk to are my family, not them. That's the only way I can trust you. You phải note that, okay? When the two returned to the reception room, Yangcheng's somewhat gloomy face had brightened up a lot. Everyone, after my discussion with Professor Yang, on top of your existing salary, I'll increase everyone's salary by 5,000 yuan. And if the project succeeds, everyone's bonus will not be less than 500,000. This condition was proposed by Chu Fei himself. As for Sulie, just let her know. After all, the relationship between the two is now obvious. After hearing what he said, everyone present except Professor Yang was excited. This is a considerable amount of money. All right, the terms have been agreed. Shouldn't everyone go back to work? Chu Fei smiled slightly and looked at everyone. Professor Yang finally spoke up. Let's go. We've been delayed for 2 days. Let's hurry up and figure it out so we can all get our bonus. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone stood up and walked towards the research institute. Xiaobei looked at Chu Fei in surprise. Is that it? She still couldn't believe it. In her opinion, even if President Su came, it would be impossible to reach an agreement within an hour or two. Secretary Chu, did President Su agree on this condition with you a long time ago? Chu Fei shook his head. No, I said it myself. Xiaobei was shocked. How do you explain to Mr. Su? Such a big cake was promised without Mr. Su's consent. If President Su refused, the entire institute would be in an uproar. Explain. I don't need an explanation. Chu Fei smiled mysteriously at Xiaobei. The latter looked puzzled. All right, you go ahead and do your work. I'll be leaving first. After saying goodbye to Xiaobei, Chu Fei left the institute. Back at the war zone hospital, Sulie was still lying on the hospital bed. Seeing Chu Fei coming in, he hurriedly asked about the situation. How's it going? You won't agree to their resignation, will you? Chu Fei rolled his eyes at her and asked, Do you think your husband is so stupid? Hearing the word husband, Sulie glared at him fiercely. Don't talk about that. I haven't married you yet, so don't even think about it. Chu Fei's face suddenly turned cold, and he stared at her fiercely. Bitch, I'm telling you, if you dare to marry someone else, I'll break your legs. Seeing his pretentious face, Sulie chuckled. Are you trying to scare me? You're going to try breaking my legs? Believe it or not, I will beat your son. Chu Fei's face was suddenly filled with embarrassment. I was thinking of giving Sulie a warning, but I didn't expect that she would take advantage of me. Come to think of it, the first time I met her, she had me completely under her control. Okay, let's get down to business. What happened? Chu Fei restrained his smile and told Sulie the whole story. The conditions are fine, they should take it. But, do you have any solution for Professor Yang's family? Sulie didn't expect that something happened to Professor Yang's family. It's also my fault for not thinking it through and miscalculating. Don't worry about this, I have my own way. However, I'm wondering who on earth could know Professor Yang's identity information. Also, I know he works at your research institute. Hearing this, Sulie's face was full of confusion. However, many people know Professor Yang, but not many have actually met him. Moreover, since I work in my own research institute, very few people know about it. What do you think? Sulie thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Chu Fei took a deep breath and said, I feel like there might be someone inside who is a traitor. He has sold the list to the institute's personnel. Besides you and your father, who else in the company knows the list of personnel at the research institute? Chapter 38, open the door and check the water meter. A mole. No way. Sulie was obviously a little unconvinced. Those who know the list of researchers are all senior executives of the company. The lowest level is that of general manager. If there really is a traitor, then the company may be in big trouble. If there's no insider, who do you think would know what researchers your company has? Shouldn't there be any? Chu Fei thought very clearly that such a thing would not happen without a traitor. After hearing this explanation, Sulie fell silent. If there really is a mole in the company, it would be her fault. It's just that we can't be sure who it is yet. Only after she returns to the company can she call a meeting of senior executives. So what are you going to do next? Sulie couldn't go to the company and could only recuperate. For many things, she could only leave them to her secretary or directly contact them via her mobile phone. I might not accompany you tonight. I have to go to Professor Yang's house. Tomorrow is the day the researcher will speak to his family, and I need to ensure their safety. Hearing this, Sulie's eyes showed a bit more worry. How about we just call the police? Chu Fei shook his head. No. Calling the police now would be like alerting the enemy. No one knows if there are other people behind those people. If there is, calling the police would be equivalent to alerting the other party first, and the other party might move away directly. It will be difficult to find them then. But Sulie wanted to say something, but Chu Fei held her pretty face in his hands and kissed her red lips. Woo! She subconsciously tried to struggle, but then her body went limp. After a deep kiss, Chu Fei wiped the corner of his mouth. Good. It's quite sweet. Sulie's face flushed red as she stared at him fiercely. You stinking bandit. Believe it or not, I will beat your son. Chu Fei stood up and smiled. Go ahead and fight. Sulie raised her hand, but quickly put it down, looking at him with some concern. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Don't you know what your husband is capable of? Don't worry. I'm leaving now. Remember to send me Professor Yang's address. After saying goodbye to Sulie, Chu Fei left the ward. He took out his phone and called Zhao Dajuan. Hello? Dajuan, is there any good fighter around? Captain Chu, why are you asking this? Zhao Dajuan was a little confused. With the strength of Team Chu, they could almost walk sideways there. Stop talking nonsense. I'm waiting at the entrance of the war zone hospital. Call 2 people over. Something's going on. After saying that, he hung up the phone. In just 10 minutes, a black Jeep stopped in front of the hospital. Looking at the 2 men in plain clothes coming down, Chu Fei smiled. It seems that Zhao Dajuan is a sensible guy. He knows what he has to do, so he asked the 2 of them to change into casual clothes. Captain Chu. The 2 people who got off the car did not know Chu Fei, but even General Zhao called this young man Captain Chu, which shows how capable this young man is. Get in the car and go to Qinghua Garden. On the way, Chu Fei also learned the names of the 2 people, Yang Zhengheng and Long Quan. 40 minutes later, it was almost evening. The 3 of them drove into Qinghua Garden. According to the address Sulie gave me, it's building 1608. Let's go. The 3 of them did not take the elevator, but instead walked up the stairs to the 16th floor. On the way, Chu Fei deliberately changed into an electrician's clothes. You 2 stay at the stairs and guard them. If anyone comes down the stairs, stop him. Xiaolong and Xiaoling nodded. Since they followed Chu Fei here, there must be something for them to do. Chu Fei came to the door of room 1608 and took a deep breath. Knocked on the door gently. Once, no one responded. The second time, still no one responded. After knocking 3 times, the door slowly opened. A man with a somewhat fierce face revealed half of his face. Who are you looking for? Sorry, I'm late. I came to check the water and electricity meters. Chu Fei looked apologetic, but his eyes were looking inside the room. Because he knew very well that this ferocious-looking guy was not Professor Yang's relative. Professor Yang's son is studying at Peking University. Besides his parents, the only person left at home is his wife. And this man is only about 30 years old. It is obviously unlikely that he is Professor Yang's father. So, didn't you just check it yesterday? There is a hint of ferocity in the man's eyes. In fact, no one came to check the water meter yesterday. But he felt that the man in front of him who was checking the water meter did not seem to be here to check the water meter. Impossible. Yesterday, we checked the Qingjianjuan residential complex next door. Chu Fei was full of confusion because he didn't know whether this guy was trying to scare him or not. So I still said this anyway. The man felt relieved when he heard this. It seems that this person is not here to cause trouble. He just wants to check the water meter. Gomein. Remember, don't wander around. As he spoke, the man had already opened the door. When Chu Fei walked into the house, he found that there was no one in the living room. But there was clearly someone moving around in the room. Given the current situation, it is impossible for Chu Fei to take action without alerting the other party. I went to the bathroom and took a quick look at the water meter. Then he went to the corridor and checked the electricity meter. And the man just followed him. I went to the balcony and wanted to see what was going on in the room through the curtains, but the curtains were drawn, and only a crack could be seen through which someone could be seen inside. 3 people were sitting on the bed, and one of them was walking around the room. This is what Chu Fei can see, and he doesn't know whether there is anything in places that he can't see. Don't look around. A man's somewhat cold voice came from behind, seeming quite dissatisfied. Oh, okay. Chu Fei could only reply humbly. He pretended to glance at the electric meter, then turned and was about to leave. The man followed him without saying a word. Just as the 2 were about to reach the door, Chu Fei took action. He turned around suddenly and punched the man in the throat. Kill with 1 blow, leaving the man no chance to resist. The man could only watch Chu Fei take action without even having the chance to react. Chu Fei slowly lifted the man's body and placed him on the ground, trying not to make any noise. Then he opened the door and closed it again. Snap! As the door closed, a sound finally came from the room. Old Melon, order takeout. We're all hungry. The people in the room seemed to have not realized that his teammates had been killed by Chu Fei. Chu Fei did not answer, but walked to the door of the room, stood quietly, and waited for the other party to come out. The person in the room heard no response from outside and spoke again. Old Melon, where the hell are you? Chapter 39 mission failed, killing the whole family. Several minutes passed. The people in the room still didn't come out, but they all realized that something was wrong. No one can guarantee what is going on outside. In the room, Professor Yang's parents and wife were tied to the bed with their hands behind their backs, unable to move. I didn't dare to speak because there were two strong men in the room. They all had knives in their hands, and they were afraid that they would be attacked by the other party accidentally. They had been living like this for a whole week. They lived in fear every day, and they had hoped that someone would discover what was happening here. But after a week, no one called the police, and they were filled with despair. But the important thing is that the three people who kidnapped them did not seem to be here for money. Not only do we give them some food every day, but we also give them some fruit occasionally. Apart from not being able to leave the house, it's pretty good. But now, they didn't know what was happening in the living room. I went out to open the door for the person who checked the water meter, but there has been no response until now. You go out and take a look. The man with the knife pointed at Professor Yang's wife Ding Lei and said, after saying that, they had already untied the rope. Ding Lei's eyes were full of fear, and she didn't want to go out. But if you don't go out, you will be beaten. She could only bite the bullet and walk to the door of the room and gently pull the handle. Outside the door, Chu Fei leaned against the wall. When he heard the sound of the handle turning, his face gradually turned cold. Fists clenched, ready to attack. When the door was completely opened, Chu Fei was already planning to take action. However, the faint fragrance in the air made him stop what he was doing. A man wouldn't smell like that. Really? When Ding Lei came out of the room, the first thing she saw was the gangster lying on the ground. She subconsciously covered her mouth and screamed, but soon noticed Chu Fei standing beside her. Her pupils dilated at this moment, but Chu Fei raised a finger to his mouth, signaling her not to speak. Ding Lei was not stupid, so she naturally understood that the young man in front of her might be here to save her. He immediately said to the people in the room, tremblingly, "He's dead." The living room. No one's there. When they heard this, the two gangsters in the room looked at each other and saw each other surprise. Is Leowa dead? How long had it been since the water meter inspector came and that he died? And no sound was made. Go out and take a look. After exchanging glances, the two nodded to each other and walked out of the room. Ding Lei walked to the other side, leaving Chu Fei enough space to display his skills. Chu Fei's eyes were cold, and he was ready for battle. The moment the two gangsters walked out of the room with knives in hand, he didn't hesitate at all. He raised his leg and kicked the first gangster who came out away. The guy who came out from behind saw his companion being beaten, so he picked up his knife and slashed at Chu Fei. These two men are not ordinary criminals, so their reaction abilities are naturally very fast. But the person they were facing was not an ordinary person. Chu Fei dodged the knife by moving sideways. He punched the man in the chin with his backhand, dislocating his jaw and causing him to fall to the ground. Chu Fei was not polite at all. He raised his legs and crippled the man's hands. The crisp sound of bones cracking gave Ding Lei goosebumps all over her body. I can't imagine the background of this man who came to rescue them. The two men were not dead, but their ability to move was crippled by Chu Fei. After doing all this, Chu Fei explained to Ding Lei, "Hello, are you Professor Yang's wife? I was called here by Professor Yang. He knows something happened at home. Don't worry, we will handle this." After hearing this, Ding Lei breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes red. He shouted into the room with a choked voice, "Dad, Mom, come out. It's okay." When the two old men staggered out of the room and saw the man on the ground, their eyes were still full of fear. At this time, Chu Fei opened the door and shouted towards the corridor, "Xiaolong, come up." Xiaolong and Xiaoheng, who were guarding the stairs, looked at each other and quickly walked out the door. Looking at the three people lying inside, the two knew what had happened. "Captain Chu, take them back to the living quarters around the branch to stay for a while. Ensure their safety. Remember, assign someone to guard them. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible." After saying that, he turned to look at Ding Lei and Professor Yang's parents. "Mrs. Yang, please follow them back first." Leave this to me. Ding Lei nodded with lingering fear. Then she packed up simply, helped Professor Yang's parents, and followed Xiaolong in xiaoing away. After everyone left, Chu Fei sat on the sofa. Looking at the two people lying on the ground still wailing, he slowly said, "Don't play dead." Hearing this, the two men got up with pale faces and sat on the ground. Both of his hands were broken by Chu Fei, and now he has lost the ability to resist. "Who are you? Do you know what the consequences will be if you stop our plan?" Before Chu Fei could speak, one of them questioned him first. Chu Fei smiled calmly. "I don't know what the consequences will be, but if you two don't tell me, the consequences may not be good." The two men's expressions changed, and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes as they looked at Chu Fei. The other party's strength is more than enough to become the top star in their organization. They couldn't understand how a mere professor could find such a person to come to their house. However, they're also well aware of the consequences of betraying the organization. Not only they will die, but their entire family will die. "Go ahead. We won't tell." There was a look of death in the eyes of both men. If the mission fails, there is only one way out: death. This is the organization's rule. Even if they return alive, they will be dealt with cleanly to ensure their safety. "You're pretty tough. I think the person behind you is also the one called Brother Yi, right?" Chu Fei looked at the two of them calmly. After these words were spoken, the expressions in their eyes changed a little. There was a hint of shock in the look she gave him. They didn't understand why this guy knew about Brother Ye's existence. Could it be? They thought of the previous mission, which failed and all 5 people sent out died. Moreover, one of them was captured alive by people in the war zone. It seems that it was that person who exposed Brother Ye's existence. Unfortunately, Brother Yi found out that they were captured alive in the war zone, and the families of those people had been buried alive. "I said it. You can do it. We won't tell. It's better for one person to die than for the whole family to die." Hearing this, Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that this guy named Brother Yi is very ruthless in his actions. If the mission fails, the whole family will be killed. Chapter 40, Unable to Intervene. "Hello." Jiang Ning, who was sitting in the office, stood up immediately when he heard the familiar voice. He almost messed up last time. This time the young master called him personally, definitely because he had something for him to do. "Master, it's me. What do you want?" Chu Fei looked at the 3 bodies lying on the ground and slowly said, "I was in room 1608, building 1, Qinghua Garden, and I shot and killed 3 gangsters." "You know how to do this, don't you?" 3 gangsters? When hearing this, Jiang Ning subconsciously thought of Chu Fei's current situation. "Yes, I understand. I'll have someone handle it right now." "Don't worry." After getting Jiang Ning's answer, Chu Fei hung up the phone. As he left Professor Yang's house, his brows furrowed slightly. These 2 guys were really stubborn and never revealed who was behind them until they died. However, judging from his previous performance, the person who has been targeting Sulie behind the scenes is the man called Brother Yi. He didn't quite understand what kind of identity could have fostered such an organization. As soon as he left Qinghua Garden, he received a call. Looking at the phone number above, I was a little surprised to find that it was Xiaoyu. "Brother Fei?" Xiaoyu's voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's me. What's wrong?" Chu Fei walked to the bus stop and lit a cigarette. "Didn't you ask me to observe EAO's situation more closely?" "I received a message." "Oh." Chu Fei was a little surprised when he heard Xiaoyu's words. "You say?" Xiaoyu was silent for 2 seconds before she slowly spoke. "Recently, EAO seems to be getting very close to some people in the business community, and he's often not in the military, so his people haven't moved. But from the information we received, he seems to have trained a group of people behind the scenes, but we don't know exactly where they are." This news made Chu Fei frown. "Cultivate an organization privately? This is expressly prohibited by the team. If discovered, not only will all current positions be dismissed, but you will also be thrown into prison for the rest of your life." "Is the information reliable?" "Reliable. Our own people found it." Hearing this, Chu Fei's face turned a little ugly. "If that's the case, there might be some trouble." "I see. By the way, please use your authority to help me check for someone named Su Jinghua. He should be in the military. Look for his identification information. If you do, please get back to me. I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first." After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. If there was someone like Su Jinghua in the military, then relevant information would definitely be found. Whether life or death. I had promised Sulie that I would help her check it out, so this was considered fulfilling my promise. But Chu Fei took a deep breath. There's been a lot going on lately. He looked at the number on his phone and dialed it anyway. There were some things he wanted to ask his master to prove. Soon, a strong voice came from the other end of the phone. "Stinky boy, how come you have time to call me? Do you have something to ask of me?" His hearty laughter was full of energy, not at all like that of a man in his 70s. "Master, have you decided on your abdication? What do those people say, or do they decide by vote?" In fact, Su Nianying is over 70 years old and is no longer suitable to be the leader of the Dragon Group. The leader of the Dragon Group is the one second only to the highest position. However, there are only two young candidates who are most suitable to be the leader of the Dragon Group. One is Chu Fei, and the other is Yao. It is not only necessary to have outstanding strength, but more importantly, to be able to handle emergency situations. After hearing Chu Fei's words, Su Nianying was silent for a few seconds. "Vote and decide. Yao is already trying to win over the people. I can't help you much here. You have to rely on yourself." Hearing this, Chu Fei's face turned a little cold. He didn't want to be the team leader, but because Yao was not suitable. For their own selfish interests and to complete the mission, they are even willing to sacrifice their teammates to ensure the mission is completed. Chu Fei was the first one to disagree with such a person becoming the leader of the Dragon Group. "Master, don't you have any solution?" Chu Fei was puzzled. Logically speaking, Master has been in the Dragon Group for so many years, so he must have a good network of contacts around him. But now not many people are willing to come forward to speak for the Master, which is very strange. Let me put it this way. I agree that you can be the leader of the Dragon Clan, but you still need 11% of the people to choose you. My choice only accounts for 40%. Judging from the current situation, even if I disagree with him, as long as everyone else supports him, the position will still be his. Do you understand? Su Nianying's explanation made Chu Fei understand. No wonder Xiaoyu told herself that Yao was dealing with some people in the business community. It seems that this is prepared for the Master to abdicate. What if he secretly cultivated an organization? Chu Fei told Xiaoyu the news. I thought the Master would be furious and even call a meeting with senior military officials. But Chu Fei was even more surprised by the Master's performance. I know about this, but there are people behind him. I can't interfere in this matter. Is there someone behind Yao? Even a Master can't intervene? How is this possible? If the person behind Yao was the one sitting at the highest position, Chu Fei would not say much. But it is obvious that the person the Master was talking about was definitely not the highest one. Xiao Fei, this is a game. It depends on whether you want to be a chess piece or a chess player. The people behind Yao are no weaker than your Chu family. Do you get me? Chu Fei's face turned completely cold. The Master is clear about his identity. Since the Master said so, it proves that the people behind Yao are capable enough to compete with the Chu family. No wonder the Master couldn't intervene. Master, isn't the other party afraid of arousing the wrath of the highest-ranking person by doing this? Upon hearing this, Su Nianying sighed. That person doesn't know yet, but I can tell you very clearly that even if he knew, he would just turn a blind eye. The other party's purpose is not to target the country. This alone is sufficient. Chapter 41 Holiday? After finishing the call with his master, Chu Fei's face didn't look very good. He learned some information about Yao from his master. This guy was once an orphan. He was trained by someone and sent to the Dragon Group. And I'm still after him, so I'm still his senior brother. But in Chu Fei's opinion, this guy's character and temper can be described in 2 words: heartless. To achieve the goal, use any means necessary. As for the person who brought him in, even a master didn't know the other person's identity. All we know is that Yao defeated the 5 members of the team alone. Those members were all trained by the master himself, so their strength is definitely not bad. But the fact that Yao could fight 1 against 5 and win was enough to show his strength. Yao also had a letter of introduction. The content of the letter was very simple, asking the master to accept Yao. There was no signature at the end, only a pattern similar to a dragon. Even though the master had been on the battlefield for many years, he had never seen such a pattern, and he had sent people to inquire about the information about that pattern. But without exception, all those who tried to inquire about the news were unable to find out, and some people even disappeared inexplicably. This alone is enough to show that the person who sent Yao to the Dragon Group is not ordinary. For the next few days, Chu Fei stayed with Sulie in the Warzone hospital. During the process, Sulie's father called to ask about it, but Sulie just evaded the question with vague answers. She also didn't want her family to worry about her safety. They were not discharged from the hospital until Friday. After returning to the villa, Sulie lay on the sofa with a sense of relief. I've been in the hospital for a week, and it's driving me crazy. I haven't showered for a week, and I feel like I'm all moldy. Although it is not summer, the weather in autumn is also quite hot. If I don't wash once a day, I feel uncomfortable all over. Not to mention the feeling of being sticky all over during the week in the hospital, which almost drove Sulie crazy. You can't get your legs wet yet. Otherwise, it's easy to get inflamed. Chu Fei said something suddenly from his side. Sulie rolled her eyes at him fiercely. I don't care. I have to take a shower today. Even the king of heaven can't stop me. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the bathroom. However, Chu Fei grabbed her by the waist and picked her up. Isn't it easy to take a shower? I'll help you. When Sulie heard this, her pretty face instantly turned red. Go to hell. Don't want. However, Chu Fei ignored her resistance and carried her directly to the bathroom. People say that if a girl says no, she means yes. It took nearly an hour for Chu Fei to help Sulie out of the bathroom. I don't know if it's because of the weather, but my whole face is red. Chu Fei looked calm. Pooh, you're just a bandit. Sulie cursed harshly. Perhaps, after the two of them broke that window paper, their relationship became much closer than before. If a man is not bad, a woman will not love him. The unchanging truth from ancient times. On the sofa in the living room, Chu Fei was about to light a cigarette, but Sulie's face turned cold. Smoke! Upon hearing this, the latter quickly put the cigarette in his hand back into the cigarette box. Sulie is not alone now. There's a little baby in her belly. Chu Fei could only smile awkwardly. No, I'll quit smoking from now on. Go change your clothes. We'll go to the company later. I can't find the traitor in the company, and I feel uncomfortable. Sulie's expression gradually turned cold. After what happened last time, the safety of the families of the Institute's staff can no longer be guaranteed. No one can be sure whether other members of the Institute will be threatened. Chu Fei nodded, turned around, and went back to his room to change his clothes. Then the two of them took a taxi to the downstairs of Xiao Company. After the Maybach was damaged, Sulie lost her car. And in the general manager's office of Xiao Company, Li Fei, the general manager, was leisurely lying in his boss chair, drinking coffee and resting with his eyes closed. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, and everything seemed so casual. But there's a knock on the door. Enter. The female assistant came in from outside. Mr. Li, the president is back. Call all senior executives above the director level to the conference room for a meeting. After hearing what the female assistant said, Li Fei stopped what he was doing. Is the president back? I see. Go ahead and get busy. Li Fei waved his hand, then frowned. The president hasn't come to the company this week, saying he has some personal matters to deal with. Recently, the company has been run by the chairman, but he only comes to inspect occasionally, and nothing has happened. But when the president came back, he hurriedly called a meeting of all the senior executives. Did he discover something? Thinking of this, Li Fei's face became a little nervous. But calm was soon restored. He wouldn't believe that the president knew that he had checked the list of researchers. After all, there are many people in the company who can view the list of researchers. I came to the meeting room with some trepidation. Sulie sat in the first seat, and Chu Fei stood beside her. In just 10 minutes, everyone had arrived at the meeting room. Sulie glanced at everyone and smiled indifferently. Everyone, I'm sorry for the hard work you've done these days while I'm away from the company. He started with a greeting, which warmed the hearts of many people present. Mr. Su, you're too polite. This is what we should do. That is, the company is developing rapidly now, and we must work hard to contribute to the company. Hearing everyone say this, Sulie nodded with satisfaction. Since everyone has been working so hard lately, I've decided to give everyone, starting with the general manager and moving on to the manager, 3 days off so everyone can have a good rest. After the general manager returns, directors and supervisors will also have 3 days off. As soon as we heard that there would be a holiday, the meeting room was filled with a happy atmosphere. The president is so generous. Good. During this period, many people are working overtime. The company's business is growing, and the bonuses they can get are also growing. It's of course great to have 3 days off to rest. However, Li Fei's expression looked a little ugly. Because he just received the news, he needs to keep a close eye on Xiao Company in the near future. Inform them immediately of any decisions or changes made by the company. However, during this holiday, he won't receive any news. Boss, I don't think this is appropriate. Now is a good time for the company to develop. We cannot let the holiday delay the company's development. Li Fei was the first to speak out and express his objection. Chu Fei's gaze also fell on him. Isn't it nice to have a holiday? You really treat the company as your own home, don't you? Is it possible? Chapter 42, Becoming Famous. Oh, I really admire Mr. Li's selfless attitude towards the company. How about this? Mr. Li will take a week off alone, and it's paid leave. What do you think? Sulie looked at the others. In the eyes of everyone, the position of general manager is not only an important position in the company, but also involves dealing with many other things. They thought it was no big deal to give Li Fei a week off with pay. Mr. Li has been exhausted recently. Look at the dark circles under his eyes. They're so heavy. He needs to get some rest. Everyone was talking at once, and Li Fei was completely confused. Li Fei originally thought that his words would make the president agree to let him work well in the company. Unexpectedly, she actually gave herself a week's paid leave. If that person hadn't offered him such a high price, Li Fei would have felt that it was a blessing to be able to work at Qiao Company. Boss, that's not what I meant. I just want to make a good contribution to the company. So I don't need any holidays or anything like that. Li Fei spoke with such righteousness that the other senior executives present couldn't help but applaud. People like Mr. Li are our role models. Everyone, you must learn from Mr. Li in the future, understand? The deputy general manager couldn't help but speak to everyone. The others couldn't help nodding their heads and praising Mr. Li as their role model. I can see how hard Mr. Li works. So, Mr. Li, please don't be polite to me. Sulie is not stupid. She knows exactly what Li Fei wants to do. In a workplace, everyone comes out to work. Apart from a small number of people who are willing to contribute to the company for promotion and money, who would refuse paid leave. But Li Fei is unwilling to take a vacation and is even willing to stay in the company to work overtime, which is a problem. Before Li Fei finished speaking, Sulie waved her hand. All right, it's decided. Mr. Li will be on vacation for a week, and the others will be on vacation for 3 days. Let's adjourn the meeting. After saying that, Sulie turned around and left the meeting room. When he returned to the office, Sulie sat on the chair with a painful look on his face. He tried so hard to appear fine in front of everyone that he almost let the wound burst open. What's wrong? The wound broke. Seeing that she was in pain, Chu Fei quickly stepped forward, squatted down, lifted a corner of her skirt, and checked the gauze tied on it. The snow-white gauze had already been soaked with traces of blood, but fortunately, it was not too serious. It's okay. There's probably some blood leaking out of the wound. Just take a few days of rest. As soon as Chu Fei finished speaking, the office door was pushed open. As soon as Fang Qing opened the door, she saw Chu Fei squatting under Su Li's skirt with his head tilted back. She froze in place, her mouth slightly open. What are you doing? She even had a picture in her mind. If I hadn't suddenly barged in, I'm afraid the two of them would have already started. Fang Qing regretted why she came in at this time. If she had come in 2 minutes later, maybe... Chu Fei calmly put down Su Li's skirt and said, I didn't do anything. Su Li's face had already turned red. You didn't even knock before coming in? Fang Qing smiled at her, her eyes full of I understand. I never thought that even a big CEO would have a day when he couldn't hold back anymore. In the office, TSK. When Sulie heard this, she immediately got furious. Shut up. It's not what you think. Fang Qing laughed, walked up and patted Chu Fei on the shoulder. Bodyguard Chu, does the president taste salty? Do you know the smell of the sea? Chu Fei licked his lips and asked, do you want to try it? Fang Qing looked at him with disgust. Go to hell. Then he walked to Su Li's side. Are you feeling better? In fact, she knew that Su Li was injured. What I just said was just a deliberate teasing to the two of them. Much better. I can barely walk. By the way, why are you here? Sulie was a little curious. Hadn't Fang Qing been busy with the modeling company's affairs recently? During her hospital stay, the two often talked on the phone. Fang Qing told me that her ex-boyfriend's company has started to poach employees from her company. Many good models were poached at high prices. Now her modeling agency is in crisis. In fact, there are very few advertisements cooperating with her. I came here to tell you something good. Then, he leaned close to Su Li's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Su Li's beautiful eyes widened. You're kidding, aren't you? Really? Fang Qing nodded. Of course it's true. Then, the two women's eyes fell on Chu Fei. At that moment, Chu Fei just felt as if he was being stared at by a tiger. What are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face? Sulie smiled faintly. Handsome Chu, do you know how much of an impact those model photos you took at Xiaoqing's company last time had? Chu Fei was a little confused. Isn't it just a set of photos? What impact can it have? What's more, my body is covered with scars. Is there really anyone who would like photos taken like this? What's the impact? He asked with a hint of curiosity. Fong Qing slowly began. Sales of those outfits you wore back then are skyrocketing. The merchant we previously partnered with is planning to rush out batches, and they've recently sent us a few new styles. So, upon hearing this, Chu Fei's face fell. It turns out Fong Qing came here this time just to let herself be a model? No, you don't give me money. Is it interesting to have sex with me for free every day? When Fong Qing heard this, her eyes widened. You want more money? Do you need that little money? In her opinion, Chu Fei is a top rich second generation. Lack, I do the work of 3 people. I have to be a bodyguard, a secretary, and a nanny. I still have to warm the bed from time to time, and I don't have any money. Is it easy for me? Chu Fei's words almost made Sulie jump up. What are you talking about? When did I ever ask you to warm the bed? Don't talk nonsense. However, Fong Qing laughed so hard that she almost choked. Is there such treatment? How about you follow me? Not only give money, but also give a lot. Chu Fei shook his head firmly. I don't do anything illegal. I'm a good citizen who knows and understands the law. Fong Qing glared at him fiercely. You're such a jerk. Good sisters, let's go and ignore him. Isn't your car broken down? Let's go buy a car. Chapter 43, Playing with Fong Qing's ex-boyfriend. Buying a car doesn't have much appeal to Sulie, but it's not convenient without a car, so I called the manager of the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership directly. Let him prepare a new top-of-the-line Maybach for himself. As for why he wanted this brand, Sulie could only say that cars of this brand could withstand a lot of beatings. The 3 of them came to Fong Qing's modeling agency. The purpose was to get Chu Fei to take more sets of model photos. However, it seemed that the 3 of them came at the wrong time. In the company's lobby, a man and a woman were sitting on the sofa. The man looked pretty good, like a pretty boy, and he was sitting with his legs crossed and smoking. The woman sitting next to the man looked old, at least in her 40s. Her face was covered with foundation, as if she had applied a layer of white lime, so white that it was frightening. She was playing with her cell phone in a bored manner. In front of the 2 of them, there were several good-looking female models. It's a deal. Come work in my company, and your monthly salary will double. And I can tell you that my company has received quite a few orders. As long as you're willing to change jobs, I guarantee that your development will be 100 times better than in this small company. Some harsh words made Fong Qing's face turn pale. She never dreamed that her ex-boyfriend Lin Shui would dare to come to the company. Not only did he come here, but he also poached people from her company? Isn't this the same as shitting on someone's head? Lin Shui. Fong Qing rushed into the hall, her face full of anger. Sulie and Chu Fei were right behind him, watching quietly. Hearing someone calling him, Lin Shui turned around and looked. When he saw Fong Qing coming back, his face was immediately filled with smiles. Xiaoqing, you're back. It just so happens that I have something I want to talk to you about today. When the woman next to her saw Fong Qing, she put down her phone. This is Mr. Fong, right? You're not that good looking. I don't know why my Xiaolin fell in love with you in the first place. The 2 of them sang in unison, causing Fong Qing's pretty face to change color. She suppressed her anger and said, You are not welcome here. Please leave. However, Lin Shui didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Instead, he smiled and said, Xiaoqing, this is boring, isn't it? After all, this place was built by you and me. Although I have broken up with you now, I still have you in my heart. The reason I came here today is actually to discuss with you the conditions for acquiring your company. Sulie, who was standing aside, listened to their conversation with a frown on his face. Such a scumbag is simply unheard of. She couldn't help but interject. People need face, trees need bark. If people don't have face, they will be invincible. If trees don't have bark, they will surely die. These words were obviously directed at Lin Shui. Lin Shui looked back and found Sulie and Chu Fei standing not far away. He suddenly sneered. So, it's Mr. Su. I'm so sorry. I wonder if Mr. Su came here to take pictures with Xiaoqing? Actually, you can come to me. I can take pictures for you for free. Everyone understands what this means. Roll. Get out of here. If you don't get out of here, I'll call security. Fong Qing didn't want to see Sulie get humiliated, so she immediately got angry. Lin Shui just sneered. In his opinion, Fong Qing's company no longer had any models worth showing off. The owners of those brand clothing companies would naturally not choose a modeling agency without strength to ask them to shoot clothing. Although his company was established late, he still got a lot of orders thanks to the unremitting efforts of his current girlfriend. Fong Qing, I've poached all the top names in your company. What can you use to fight me? Now I give you two choices. Either sell your company to me, and for the sake of our past friendship, I'll give you the position of general manager. Otherwise, you can only watch your company disappear. Hearing this, Fong Qing couldn't find any words to refute the other party for a moment. Several of the company's top stars were poached by Lin Shui, and the remaining models were only willing to stay because of the high salaries. Otherwise, he would have been poached long ago. Where did these fleas come from? They're jumping like this. Chu Fei frowned slightly. He was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. But Fong Qing is Su Li's best friend after all, and this guy just slandered Sulie. If she doesn't say anything, people will think she is a gigolo. At this time, Lin Shui's gaze fell on Chu Fei. Suddenly, he frowned. I always feel that this guy in front of me looks familiar. Then he seemed to remember something and looked at Chu Fei in surprise. You, are the new model Fong Qing hired? Not bad. This guy was chosen to be the cover of a men's magazine during last week's Fashion Week. With that look and that figure, he has become the male god in the eyes of many girls. He also knew that this model came from Fong Qing's company. Brother, name your price. Come work in my company. I promise the treatment will be twice as good as what you get here. Lin Shui acted like he was the boss because he had money. In his opinion, these models are all in it for the money. As long as you have money, what can't you do? As for what Chu Fei had just said, he pretended not to hear it. You want to dig me? Chu Fei laughed when he heard it. Fong Qing and Sulie remained silent. Are you richer than this top, rich second generation? I'm afraid few people can compare to him. Yes. You name a price. When Lin Shui heard what he said, he knew there was hope. The best model in his company now earns 200,000 yuan a month. Even Chu Fei could accept it as long as it was no more than 300,000. If that's the case, then fine. As for the price, I'm just a newcomer. I don't understand much. You can tell me what I want. Chu Fei looked like a newbie, and Fong Qing and Sulie were stunned. This guy is a newcomer? Newcomer? Lin Shui was stunned. He also thought that Chu Fei was a model from another place. Unexpectedly, it was a newcomer. If I could find him myself, wouldn't I make a fortune? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. 50,000. This price is not low. As long as you come, I guarantee that your salary will reach at least 100,000 in 3 months. For a newcomer, this price is absolutely top-notch. No modeling agency would offer such a price for a newcomer. But Chu Fei is different. He is a newcomer, but he made it to Model Magazine in his first appearance. His potential is definitely huge. 50,000. It's a bit less. 100,000. After thinking for a few seconds, Chu Fei offered his own price. Lin Shui agreed after just a brief thought. 100,000 a month. Okay, I promise you. But Chu Fei looked at him with some surprise. You seem to have made a mistake. I'm not talking about a month's salary. I'm talking about a minute's salary. Chapter 44, A Familiar Group. 1 minute? When they heard this, they were all stunned. It took Lin Shui several seconds to react, and his face turned dark. Are you kidding me? 100,000 per minute. Is that possible? Looking around the world, how many people can afford this price? You guessed right. It's a pity there's no reward. For someone like Lin Shui, if it wasn't in public, he wouldn't mind giving him a good beating. It's not for anything else. I just don't like him. Boy, you're very brave. Lin Shui's face looked extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Chu Fei. I've lost all my face by making fun of myself in front of so many people. I'm giving you a chance to admit your mistake. Apologize. Otherwise, I won't even give you time to kneel down. Chu Fei's tone suddenly turned cold, making Sulie feel a little nervous. The two of them had been in contact for such a long time that she knew Chu Fei's character very well. Talking like this means he is angry. Ow! You still want to hit me? I'll stand here and let you hit me. I want to see if you have what it takes. Lin Shui's face was full of disdain. Although he had no ability in Jiangnan, he at least had the support of his current girlfriend. With the support of his current girlfriend, although that powerful background is not enough to make him walk all over Jiangnan, wouldn't most company bosses say hello to him when they see him? At this moment, the woman standing next to Lin Shui also slowly stood up. She lifted the hair from her forehead, and a proud look appeared on her face covered with foundation. Okay, I won't talk to you today. Fong Qing, right? In the name of the general manager of Juanhao Group, I want to discuss the acquisition with you. If you're willing, we could talk about it. If you are not willing, your company will have a hard time in the future. Before Fong Qing could speak, Chu Fei had already taken 2 steps forward and stood next to Lin Shui. The moment the woman finished her words, he slapped Lin Shui's darting face. Bang! The loud slap startled many people present. You know, there's still those models who haven't left. These little girls had all seen Chu Fei's perfect figure last time. In their eyes, Chu Fei is a man full of stories. But this changed their opinion of Chu Fei. This is not only a man with a story, but also a man of action. If I say I will fight without any ambiguity. This slap almost knocked Lin Shui to the ground, and his head was dizzy. The burning feeling on his face told him that this was not fake. You dare to hit my man. Court death. When the woman saw Lin Shui being beaten, she quickly stepped forward and protected Lin Shui behind her. Chu Fei shook his palm and said, "You are so shameless. My hand hurts a little bit." Sulie and Fong Qing beside them both chuckled. Seeing Lin Shui being beaten, I couldn't help but feel a lot better. Just hit me. I didn't say I don't hit women. Some women are just too mean. I have to hit them. But for a woman like you, I'm afraid it would dirty my hands if I hit you. After all, the foundation is too thick. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present laughed. This is really too much. But it seems to be true. She already looks like an old lady, and she's wearing such thick foundation. It's unbearable to look at her. I say, Annie, why don't you take this pretty boy away with you? Fong Qing added another stab from the side. This time, the woman's expression was completely unbearable. He was so angry that he was shaking all over, and he supported Lin Shui and walked out of the company. Okay. Fong Qing, right? I'll remember that. I'll let you know that I, Zhu Yin, am not so easy to mess with. Fong Qing breathed a sigh of relief after watching the two of them walk out of the hall. His eyes fell on the other models, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Since you are all here, I won't say much. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Everyone gets what they need. If other companies offer higher salaries and I can't afford them, you can choose to leave. Her words made the female models look at each other and lower their heads, not knowing what to say. Half a minute later, a female model spoke up. I'm sorry, Sister Qing. My father has always been in poor health and it costs a lot of money every month for treatment, so? She didn't finish her words, but Fong Qing already understood what she meant. Go. I will transfer this month's salary to your card on time. With the first one, the second one will naturally follow. Of the 6 models, only 2 remain. You guys, aren't you going to leave? The 2 female models looked at each other, and actually they wanted to leave too. However, all the reasons had been used up by the previous people. Sister Qing, Fong Qing waved her hand. If you want to leave, go ahead. The 2 looked at each other and quickly left the company. Now, the entire company has no models except for the staff responsible for daily work and the people responsible for photography. Now, Fong Qing can only find someone new. During this period, the company was unable to start work. Fong Qing's face was very gloomy. She sat on the sofa beside him with a frown on her face, not knowing what she was thinking about. It's okay, don't worry. If it doesn't work, I can find some models for you. By the way, what is the origin of the Juanhao Group? From what they said, it seems like they are targeting you. Sulie listened to what the woman named Zhu Yin said just now. She has no interest in paying attention to the general manager of Juanhao Group. However, the Juanhao Group is relatively low profile in Jiangnan City. She clearly remembered that among the last investors was Wang Xie, the president of Juanhao Group. Juanhao Group is actually not a company in our city. Speaking of which, Juanhao Group is much stronger than the original Zhao Group. This group is a provincial group that involves many companies and is very large. This group in Jiangnan City is just one of their branches. This modeling company is just a random investment made by this woman for Lin Shui. It doesn't have much impact on their main body. Hearing this, Sulie's eyes showed some shock. I originally thought that Juanhao Group was a local enterprise, but I didn't expect it to be a provincial enterprise, and it has a very large scale. If that's the case, then your company will be targeted by them, right? Fong Qing smiled bitterly and nodded. That's exactly what happened. Listening to the conversation between the two, Chu Fei also spoke. Juanhao Group? Why does it sound familiar to me? Chapter 45, Meet the Parents? Jianhao Group. Chu Fei always felt that he had heard it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. At this time, Sulie reminded from his side. Wasn't Mr. Wang, the president of Jianhao Group, one of the investors who came to our company last time? Hearing Sulie say this, Chu Fei immediately reacted. No wonder it sounds so familiar. It turns out to be Wang Xie's company. Then this matter will be easy to handle. When the time comes, just tell Wang Xie. As for this so-called general manager, in his opinion, he is just a small figure. Wang Xie only needs one word to make her fired. The premise is how to get Wang Xie's help. Why? Do you know anyone in their company? Seeing Chu Fei's expression, Sulie couldn't help but ask. I guess I know him. It's just a low position. Chu Fei smiled and said nothing further. Hearing this, the two of them snorted. Actually, handsome Chu, I'm really curious about your identity. Can you tell us what it is? The so-called top rich second generation shouldn't be that simple. The two had talked about this topic the last time Sulie was injured. However, the two could never guess why Chu Fei came to Sulie. If it were just for a girl like Sulie, there's no need for this. Why would a man as rich as him come here for a woman? I told you, my real identity is just a top-tier rich second generation, and my family doesn't have any connections. To put it bluntly, he's just an upstart. My home was demolished, and I only got a few $100 million. Hearing this, the two couldn't help but roll their eyes at him, saying this is deceiving. Forget it. We have no interest in knowing anyway. The two began chatting in the hall. Just as Chu Fei was about to sit down and rest, he received a call. Looking at the familiar number, he said to Sulie, I'm going out to answer a call. You guys chat first. Seeing that the two ignored him, he walked out of the hall. I came outside and pressed the answer button. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? The person on the other end of the phone was Xiaoyu. Brother Fei, I have a little information about the person you asked me to investigate last time. It's just, with my permissions, I can't view all of the other party's messages. All I know is that this man called Su Jinghua is still alive and in our military headquarters. But I don't know which position it is specifically. Chu Fei was a little surprised to hear this. Su Jinghua is still alive? Doesn't it mean that Su Li's grandfather is most likely a big shot in the military? After all, he is over 70 years old and has been in the military for so many years. At least he is at the rank of Major General. If it is a little higher, it is a higher level. But in Chu Fei's memory, from the soldiers to the generals, he remembered that there was no man named Su Jinghua. By the way, Brother Fei, it seems that Su Jinghua changed his name. The information I saw was before he changed his name. I can't check my identity after changing my name. Perhaps, only your permission can be used to view his information. Hearing this, Chu Fei became more depressed. Change the name? This is a difficult situation. After all, there are so many people in the military. What if the other party was assigned to a war zone or stationed at the border? He wouldn't be able to find him. That's enough. I know the news. Anything else? Chu Fei asked casually. As expected, Xiaoyu had something else to tell him. Brother Fei, actually, this is not what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is what's going on over there with EAO. A small meeting has been held recently at the war zone headquarters. A lot of people attended besides you, including Luo Ge. Everyone went. The main content is about the team leader's retirement. Who should take his place? Hearing this, Chu Fei frowned slightly. Are you going to discuss this so soon? It seems that I still need to find some time to go back to the capital. You can't let the other party lead you by the nose all the time. I see. Is there no further movement from him? Xiaoyu hesitated for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Yes, I do, but I don't know if it has anything to do with you. Chu Fei frowned. What's the matter? I heard that EAO's men seem to be taking action against a small company. I don't know which company it is. Small company? Chu Fei subconsciously thought of Su Li's Qiao company. But on second thought, it doesn't seem right. With EAO's identity, dealing with a small company like Sulie is just a matter of a word. Moreover, if he really wanted to deal with Su Li's company, he would definitely be able to find some clues. If he was caught by himself, he would definitely not have an easy time. Yeah, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Back in the hall, Fang Qing and Sulie were still chatting. Seeing him come in, Sulie waved to him. Come here for a moment. I have something to talk to you about. In fact, during the time when Chu Fei was away, the two of them talked about pregnancy. You don't know until you hear it, and you'll be shocked when you hear it. When Fang Qing heard Sulie say she was pregnant, she was completely stunned. It took me a long time to react. Tell me, when are we going to meet the parents? In fact, Sulie had never thought that she would have to meet Chu Fei's parents so soon. But now my belly is getting bigger day by day. You can't wait until you're pregnant for a few months before meeting the other person's parents. This will not only leave a bad impression, but also may tarnish your reputation. When Chu Fei heard Sulie ask this, he froze in place. This was Chu Fei's first time meeting his parents. He also knew that this matter could not be delayed. As the saying goes, you have never eaten pork, but you have seen a pig run. It's true that I've never been married, but I've always seen other people getting married on TV. The necessary process still needs to be followed. Chu Fei didn't know what to say for a moment. Hello, I say, handsome Chu. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. I'm telling you, if you dare to abandon my sisters, I'll have someone cut you off and throw your thing down the sewer. Seeing that Chu Fei didn't say anything, Fang Qing spoke immediately. Chu Fei looked embarrassed. That's definitely not the case, I just don't know how to tell my family. You also know that my identity is a little special. So, in fact, it's not that Chu Fei doesn't want to take her home. The situation at home is not so clear now, and now is the time to go to war with the Phoenix family. If the other party knew Sulie's identity, they would most likely selectively target Sulie. It doesn't matter if it's directed at me, but if something happens to Sulie, it will be a big deal. Chu Fei, I'm telling you, my sister's belly is big now, and she's pregnant. You have to meet this parent even if you don't want to. Just tell me when you can meet me. Chapter 46, you are injured. Don't move. Fang Qing's words made Chu Fei feel a little troubled. Now, he really couldn't guarantee that he would take Sulie back with him. Once he went back, he guaranteed that troubles would follow. Can I wait a little longer? I promise, once this critical period is over, I will take you home. These words were not spoken to Fang Qing, but to Sulie. But he didn't know that his words made Sulie feel a little disappointed. Every girl wants to marry into a good family. She may not have thought about it before, but now, she has a baby in her belly. Things like this cannot be delayed. But hearing such words from Chu Fei's mouth, it would be a lie to say that I wasn't disappointed. Fine, it'll be all right after a while. Sulie forced a smile, and the disappointment in her eyes was not concealed at all. Chu Fei also knew that Sulie was feeling very uncomfortable, but he had no choice now. Chu Fei, I'm telling you, if you dare to abandon my good sister like those scumbags, even if I lose everything, I will catch you and break your legs. Fang Qing's face was full of anger, and she obviously did not agree with what Chu Fei said. Chu Fei nodded heavily and raised 3 fingers. I swear, I will never abandon you. I will give you the most perfect wedding in the world. Chu Fei, always keep my word. If you disobey me, I will be struck by lightning. He never swore an oath to anyone, nor made promises about the future. But for Sulie, he is willing to change, although not now. All right, as long as you have this intention. Sulie couldn't bear to hear Chu Fei say such things, and couldn't help but speak out to stop him. However, Fang Qing stabbed you again from the side. I'm afraid that one day you'll be walking down the street, and suddenly something unexpected will happen, scaring you to death. Although she said that, there was still a hint of smile on Fang Qing's face. The best outcome is to see your best friend find a good home. Let's go. I'm really looking forward to your next costume photos. If you're still in next week's Model Weekly, you'll be really famous. Fang Qing looked at Chu Fei with a smirk on her face. The latter's face looked a little ugly, but for Sulie, he had to go on stage. He fell into the hands of these 2 women. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when I returned to the villa from Fang Qing's modeling company. As for dinner, Fang Qing had already treated everyone to dinner at a restaurant. This meal was considered as a reward for Chu Fei. After all the models in her current modeling agency have already left, and Chu Fei is the only foreign aide in her company. It was also because of Chu Fei that her company was able to survive for a while. Sulie was sitting on the bed in the room. Chu Fei squatted beside her with brand new gauze, alcohol, and medicine powder. The long skirt was slightly lifted, revealing a circle of gauze wrapped around the snow-white calf, and the blood on it seemed to have dried. It might be a little painful. Bear with it. I'll be done soon. Chu Fei still knows how to provide simple care. I have been injured many times while carrying out missions in the past. In order to stop the bleeding, many folk remedies were used, including tobacco and gunpowder burning. Because he couldn't carry gauze and hemostatic drugs with him, he could only try to stop the bleeding. After completing the mission, the wound must be treated as soon as possible. The longer it goes, the greater the chance of inflammation and infection. Sulie nodded gently, her eyes fixed on his angular face. Chu Fei didn't notice Sulie's gaze, but just slowly unwound her gauze. Until the moment of unveiling, Sulie did not make any sound. However, the little face had already turned pale due to the pain. It was not until Chu Fei removed the gauze and disinfected her with alcohol that Sulie couldn't help but groan. She could hardly bear the pain. It's like countless needles piercing the wound. Does it hurt? Chu Fei looked up and found that there was a layer of fine cold sweat on Sulie's little face. It's okay, just continue. Sulie pursed her lips to prevent herself from making any sound. Looking at her stubborn look, Chu Fei felt a little distressed. I'm sorry, I won't let you get hurt again. He swore silently in his heart. Then he quickly applied medicine to her and wrapped her with gauze. All right, rest well. After a few days, the wound will be scarred and everything will be fine. Good night. Chu Fei raised his hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, then lowered his head and kissed her red lips. But Sulie put her arms around his neck and said, I want you to stay with me. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Chu Fei with affection. Chu Fei is not stupid and knows what Sulie means. But it's agreed in advance. You can't move. Your foot is still injured. Before he could finish his words, Sulie had already pounced on him. At the same time, in a booth at the Howding Bar. Brother Shui, what's wrong with you? You look so worried. Tell me what's wrong, and I'll help you out. If Chu Fei were here, he would definitely recognize that the guy who was talking was Su Hui, the one who was slapped by him in the bar last time. Don't mention it. I was slapped today, but I didn't dare to fight back. I'm holding back a lot of anger. Lin Shui took a big gulp of wine with a depressed look on his face. In front of his ex-girlfriend, he was slapped by a little model and was mocked by him. He was so angry that he couldn't let it out. Look, I found Su Hui and brought him to the bar for a drink. Grass, you dare to hit my brother Shui? Are you tired of living? Brother Shui, tell me who he is. I'll help you find someone to beat him up and let you vent your anger. Su Hui suddenly stood up from his seat, looking like he was going to stand up for Lin Shui. Lin Shui shook his head and patted his shoulder. Forget it. He's from Qiao Company. In Lin Shui's eyes, Qiao Company is indeed a big company. At least it's much bigger than his modeling agency. So what? I'm not targeting his company. I just don't like him and want to beat him up. This is easy. Brother Shui, do you have a photo of that person? I'll wait for them to go to work, then go downstairs of their company and beat him up. Hearing Su Hui say this, Lin Shui, under the influence of alcohol, said, Okay, shall we? It's not in vain that I'm your brother. As for the photos, I have them. After saying that, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and opened a picture. That's the cover picture for this week's Model Weekly. However, when Su Hui saw the man above, he was stunned. Brother Hui, the person you're talking about, isn't that him? Lin Shui was a little puzzled by Su Hui's reaction. Ow! Do you know him? When asked this question, Su Hui looked embarrassed. It seems that what happened that day is still vivid in my mind. I have never dared to forget the burning pain on my face. In his opinion, the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. Will anything good come of provoking such a person? Obviously impossible. However, in front of Lin Shui, he naturally would not show any fear. Brother Shui, I'm not saying this. I've seen this guy before. I had a fight with him in a bar last time, and I beat him down. Although I was also seriously injured, that kid definitely wasn't having a good time either. Su Hui looked as if I had ruined him in the first place. Lin Shui, however, was unaware of this and was filled with surprise. Really? Now I feel relieved. Shall we come have a drink? I must find some sisters to keep you company tonight. But remember to call me when you do it. I won't watch the show. I want this kid to kneel down and admit his mistake. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Su Hui's forehead. Make that guy kneel down? Unless you're tired of living. However, the other party was not present anyway. That's for sure. Next time I see him, I will make him kneel down and admit his mistake to you. Come drink. Chapter 47, The Four Major Families. The next morning, when Chu Fei woke up from his sleep, Sulie was still sleeping with a pair of hands around his arms. He gently pulled his arm out, washed up briefly, and then went to the kitchen to make a hearty breakfast for Sulie. After all, Sulie is not eating alone now. There's a little kid in her belly. After making breakfast, he came to the room with the plate. The sun is shining on but it's time to get up and have breakfast. He called out softly. Sulie murmured in a daze, No, I want to sleep a little longer. Seeing that she didn't seem to be waking up, Chu Fei didn't continue calling her, but just gently closed the door. I came to the yard, took out my cell phone, and looked at the phone number on it. After thinking for a long time, he pressed the dial button. Soon, a man's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. "You little bastard. Are you willing to call me? What's the matter? Tell me. I'm busy here now and don't have time to deal with you." Chu Fei's face darkened when he heard what his father, Chu Tianquang, said. "I finally got to call you, but you act like I had to call you. Chu Tian Lauget Wei Li. That's enough. As soon as you stick your butt out, I know what you're going to fart. Tell me what trouble you're in." In his opinion, Chu Fei rarely calls him. I would only call him when I got into trouble or when I couldn't solve the problem on my own. "Dad, I want to ask. Our family is in the military headquarters. Is there really no one there?" Hearing this question, Chu Tianquang was silent for a few seconds. Then he slowly said, "You know, the rules passed down by our ancestors cannot be broken. Although our family has no direct relatives in the military, many people have benefited from our kindness. We can ask them for help, so we are not without help." "Why are you asking this suddenly?" "The rule of the Chu family is that any direct member of the family is prohibited from entering the national military. If violated, the family rules will apply." As for Chu Fei, he joined the dragon group just to learn skills from his master. "After I have learned enough, I will still quit." "Nothing. There's a guy named Yao in our dragon group. He seems to have an unusual background. The family behind him seems to be able to challenge ours, so I want to ask them where they are from." Hearing this, Chu Tianquang's tone changed slightly. "There aren't many families that can challenge us. The four great families of Daxia, Feng, Long, Yun, and Han. They're the only ones who have this ability." "You mean someone is supporting this kid named Ao behind the scenes?" Chu Fei did not deny it and responded, "Ugh. I'll go ask when the time comes. The four major families are barely strong enough to be rivals. If they have to fight, they're still a little short of it." Since his son asked him for help, Chu Tianquang would certainly not refuse. "When the time comes, just find someone to investigate privately. By the way, Dad, what's the situation with the Phoenix family?" Chu Fei asked again. "The Phoenix family and their own family have been fighting for so many years, but there is still no result. Although most of the wars were commercial, both companies also sacrificed some good players. The other side has dispatched a lot of people, intending to clean out our top leaders in the country one by one. I've also sent out quite a few people to give them a counterattack. You don't need to pay attention to this matter. Just complete your task well. I'm still waiting for you to come back and take over. By the way, what about that little girl from the Wong family I found for you last time? Is she pretty? Did you marry her?" Chu Tian laughed wildly and cursed. "My son is grown up now, and there are many things he needs to understand. The sooner you come back, the more you'll understand. If something happens to me one day, this guy will be able to remain calm. I'm still young. I'm not interested in family matters. As for the girl from the Wong family, she's just SOSO. I don't know her well enough, but I don't plan to have anything to do with her." Speaking of Wang Xie, Chu Fei almost forgot what happened yesterday. "I still have to ask Wang Xie for help. You brat. Let me tell you, several of my old friends have grandchildren. If you let me hold you back, I'll break your legs." Chu Fei didn't know how to start for a moment. "Now tell your dad that you already have a girlfriend and a grandson." He was really afraid that with his father's temper, he would fly back from overseas to see his future daughter-in-law. "Well, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first." After saying that, Chu Fei was about to hang up the phone. However, as a father, how could Chu Tianquang not hear that this kid was hiding something from him? "Explain. I know you have something else to say." Listening to the roar on the other end of the phone, Chu Fei could only bite the bullet and explain. "It's been agreed upon beforehand. I can tell you, but you must never let Mom and Grandpa know. Otherwise, I won't say anything." Chu Tianquang was a little confused when he heard it. When did this kid become so slow and secretive? Is he doing something bad? Go ahead. Chu Tianquang thought that this kid had done something big, and his tone became a little more serious. "Actually, I have a girlfriend. In 9 months or so, you should be able to hold your grandchild in your arms." That's it. Hanging up. Without giving his father a chance to speak, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Only after hanging up the phone did I breathe a sigh of relief. And on an island tens of thousands of miles away from Jiangnan, in a luxurious courtyard, Chu Tianquang looked at the phone in his hand, a little confused. The words Chu Fei just said were still echoing in my mind. After several seconds, he burst into laughter. "I'm so happy today, so happy." Deafening laughter echoed throughout the yard. The two guards standing at the gate of the courtyard were stunned when they heard the deafening laughter. Hey, tell me, how long has it been since the master laughed like this? Calculating the time, it should be 7 or 8 years. Since the young master left, the old master has rarely smiled. It must be a call from a young master to the old master, and it must be good news. Chapter 48, Serious Consequences. When Chu Fei returned to the villa, Sulie was already up. She was walking slowly downstairs with a tray of food in her hand. Every step seemed painful, and her pretty face was covered with a layer of fine cold sweat. Don't move. I'll do it. Chu Fei hurried forward to support Sulie and took the plate from her hand. Who were you talking to on the phone just now? Sulie was a little curious. Who would Chu Fei call so early in the morning? Who else? With my family, of course. Chu Fei looked helpless. He had no choice but to tell his father about this. Just because of my dad's mouth, I guess the whole family is in an uproar now. He could imagine his mother, grandparents, and others all having a great time at home. In fact, who knows when they will appear in Jiangnan? Have you told your family? Sulie was a little at a loss for a moment. After all, I'm not ready yet. She said she wanted to meet Chu Fei's parents, but when the day really came, she was still a little timid. I said it, but don't worry, I told them they won't be coming over for a while. They should come over after they have sorted out their family affairs. By the way, isn't today Saturday? You should be going home for the family dinner, right? Every Saturday is the day for Sulie's family dinner. Today is no exception. The main thing is how to explain Sulie's injury to his family. Pack up. It's time for us to go over. The two of them packed up simply and drove to the Su family villa. When Sulie's grandmother saw Chu Fei, she warmly invited him to sit down. They chatted about family matters and even intended to introduce Sulie to Chu Fei. Xiao Fei, you look like you're not little anymore. My little Li isn't little anymore. I think you two look like a good couple. Why don't you give it a try? Jiang Taiying's wrinkled face was filled with a kind smile. Sulie sat aside, her face slightly flushed. She said coquettishly, Grandma. Jiang Taiying smiled and patted her hand gently. When you meet a good boy like this, just be content. Your foot was injured, and he stayed by your side to take care of you. Where can you find a boy like him? As for the reason why Sulie's foot was injured, the two of them lied and said that she was accidentally scratched by a knife. Seeing that he couldn't avoid the topic, Chu Fei had no choice but to say, Grandma, last time you asked me to help find some news about Grandpa. I asked my friend to find out a little bit, and Grandpa Su Jinghua should still be alive. But Grandma, did Grandpa change his name? When he heard the first two sentences, Jiang Taiying's cloudy eyes immediately looked at Chu Fei. His eyes were full of disbelief. Even Sulie's eyes changed when she looked at Chu Fei. Su Wu, who was watching the news on the side, also stood up and stared at him. What did you say? Is the old man still alive? Jiang Taiying seemed a little bit unbelieving, but his eyes were already red. There was a glimmer of tears in his turbid eyes. He raised his old hand and wiped the tears streaming down his cheeks. Bandit, are you telling the truth? Sulie couldn't believe it. After all, Grandpa has been gone for decades. Until now, there's been no news. She couldn't believe that her grandfather was still alive. Chu Fei, are you sure you're not kidding? Su Wu's face was a little cold. He felt that this boy was trying to please the old man and probably said it to make him happy. Chu Fei nodded, his face full of seriousness. Grandma, I actually asked a friend, and he said there really was a person named Su Jinghua in the military, and he's still alive. He just changed his name later. I want to see more comprehensive information, but my friend doesn't have the authority. You also know that some things are not for ordinary people to see. This is not what Chu Fei said falsely. It is indeed true. With Xiao Yu's authority, she cannot find out the real information of Sulie's grandfather. All you can see is the expired information. For me, this information only confirms that Sulie's grandfather is still alive, and I know nothing else. I can only wait until I have time to return to the capital, and then use my authority to view more information. As long as he's alive, that's good. Jiang Taiying was in tears, as if she had been waiting for these words for many years. Seeing her grandmother crying, Sulie also felt a sour sensation in her nose, and her eyes were red. Su Wu sat aside in silence, and it could be heard that Chu Fei was not lying. At least, my father is still alive. But I don't know what he did specifically in the military. Maybe it's a very high position, or maybe it's a worker who works in secret and cannot reveal his identity. I haven't come back for so many years and haven't called them, probably because I'm afraid of affecting their lives. Today's family dinner is a bit more solemn and a bit less joyful. After dinner in the yard, Xiao Fei, Can you please help me? If you can find Xiaoli's grandfather's contact information, or if your friend sees him, can you ask him to send a letter home? Looking at the old lady's longing eyes, Chu Fei didn't know how to refuse. Good. If possible, I will ask him to bring you a letter. He had no choice but to agree. As for whether he could find or meet Suli's grandfather, that was another matter. By the way, Grandma, did Grandpa really never change his name? Or does he have a nickname? If so, you can tell me, so that I can have a better chance of finding him. Jiang Taiying thought for a few seconds before slowly shaking his head. No. Hearing this answer, Chu Fei could only sigh in his heart. This kind of difficulty is extremely great. With so many war zones and so many people across the country, trying to find someone who has changed their name is like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, my authority is here. Go check it out when you have time. Grandma, don't be too sad. I believe that Grandpa will come back to see you. Sulie held Jiang Taiying's hand and comforted her softly. Jiang Taiying didn't say anything, just nodded, but tears were still in his cloudy eyes. After sitting in the yard for more than 10 minutes, Sulie and the others drove back. On the way, tell me, since my grandfather is still alive, why doesn't he come back to see Grandma? Sulie didn't understand since her grandfather was still alive and working in the military. Then why didn't he make a phone call or leave a letter? You don't understand. It's not that they don't want to, but they don't dare. Once their identities are exposed, they are likely to be targeted and threaten the safety of their families. That's why they don't dare to contact their families. Chu Fei shook his head slightly. Working in some special departments of the military, it is normal not to see the sun for several years, let alone making phone calls. This is not only for your own safety, but also for the safety of your family. The identities of those working in special departments are even more confidential. Except for a few people who can view it, anyone who does not have the required level will be arrested and questioned if he tries to view it. Perhaps Suli's grandfather works in a special department. But he also felt a little confused. He was over 70 years old, and even if his physical condition was good, it was time for him to retire. How can I still work in the military? But can he bear it in his heart when his family members keep nagging him like this? Sulie couldn't understand, because a phone call would threaten the safety of her family. If you can hold it in, you'll be fine. There are only two consequences for not being able to control yourself. One is death, the other is treason. Which one do you think you would choose? Chapter 49, She Offended My Wife, understand? D. Treason? Sulie was silent for a moment. She didn't expect that just a phone call would lead to such serious consequences. Either way, it's not a choice. The only thing I can do is cut off contact with my family until I come back after retirement. By then, I'm afraid everything will have changed. Understand. Sulie could only nod helplessly. Chu Fei remained silent, but there was actually another choice. That is, he has a powerful family as his background, and no one dares to touch him easily. Obviously, the Su family is not like this. Maybe this is also the reason why Suli's grandfather was unwilling to contact her family. The next day at noon, Chu Fei had just finished lunch with Sulie when he received a call from Wang Xie. My handsome boyfriend, where are you? I want to go on a date with you. Hearing the ambiguous voice on the other end of the phone, Chu Fei's face darkened. This call came at a very bad time. After all, Sulie was sitting next to him. Who is it? I'm asking you out on a date. Sulie had a sneer on her face, and one of her small hands had pinched Chu Fei's ear. Now the relationship between the two is clear, but Chu Fei actually has another girlfriend. Isn't this just playing both sides? This is unacceptable for any woman. Wait a minute, I'll call you back. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up. Then he looked at Suli's cold and pretty face with helplessness. Well, actually, she was a blind date arranged by my family, and I didn't like her in the first place. She just had to pester me. Besides, you're no stranger. After hearing the first few sentences, Sulie felt it was acceptable. After all, Chu Fei's family is so rich, so it's understandable that he arranges blind dates for him. However, this last sentence surprised Sulie. I know him too. Who? I don't know many people. The president of Juanhao Group, Wang Xie. Chu Fei spread his hands, expressing helplessness. However, Sulie looked at him in surprise. Mr. Wang, are you kidding me? What is Mr. Wang's status, that he would go on a blind date with you and keep pestering you? Fang Qing had just told me last time that Juanhao Group was a provincial enterprise group, and its status was definitely not comparable to that of ordinary companies. The Juanhao Group in Jiangnan is just a branch. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, Why don't you come with me? Seeing that Sulie didn't believe it, Chu Fei planned to take her to meet Wang Xie. By the way, tell that woman that you have a girlfriend. Tell her to stop bothering herself. After all, it was fruitless. I'm not a playboy, and I won't play with two women at the same time. Sulie looked at him with suspicion in her eyes, but finally waved her hand. Trust is built on both sides. Since Chu Fei said so, if I go with him, it would seem like I'm jealous. Go on your own. I won't go with you. Although she is the president of Juanhao Group, you can't have anything to do with her. Otherwise, I'll have Xiaoqing find someone to castrate you. Looking at Sulie's silly look, Chu Fei smiled. Don't worry. In fact, she and I are just partners. She has something she wants my help with, and I have something I need her help with. That's why there's a connection. After hearing Chu Fei's explanation, Sulie nodded. You go ahead. Come back soon. After saying goodbye to Sulie, Chu Fei drove out. I called Wang Xie in the car and arranged a meeting place. Half an hour later, we arrived at a luxurious Western restaurant. Looking at Wang Xie sitting on the sofa, Chu Fei was a little confused. He walked up and sat down. You're not really planning on asking me out on a date, are you? On the dining table, in addition to a bottle of red wine and two freshly grilled medium-rare top-quality steaks, there were also 2 bouquets of roses. From the looks of it, it looks just like a date. What else? Wang Xie showed a charming smile, and her feet under the table were gently touching Chu Fei's calves. Come on, everyone is an understanding person. Just tell me if you have something to say. This woman is not stupid. If it's just a date, there's no need to do all these fancy things. She is not a woman who values material things, because she has everything she needs. As expected of you, young Master Chu, a man like you always makes me want to conquer you. It's a pity that a mortal woman like me cannot catch your eye. These words made Chu Fei smile slightly. It seems that Wang Xie already knows her identity. However, he was not surprised. After all, with the status of the Wang family, it is not difficult to know one's own identity. The Wang family also has many businesses overseas. There is also financial interaction between me and my family. I do have something I'd like to ask you for help with recently. It's just that this matter may require you to use your identity. Wang Xie's words made Chu Fei frown. Use your own identity? That's a big deal, and it is impossible to expose one's identity. Excuse me, this can't be done. He thought about it for less than 2 seconds and then declined. Wang Xie rolled her eyes at him unhappily. It's not your identity as the young master of the Chu family. It's your identity as the chairman of the Chu Min Group. If I let you use my identity as the young master of the Chu family will skin me alive. Hearing this, Chu Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It gave me a fright. Wang Xie certainly couldn't hide what Truman was doing under her name. Tell me in detail. As he spoke, he was waving his knife and fork, cutting the steak and tasting it carefully. Several big businessmen came down from the capital. They should be from the 4 major families. They planned to develop some businesses in Jiangnan and held a large business gathering. Many companies have been invited, but I feel their motives are not simple. They want to get involved in many businesses, including your company, Qiao. They're all on their plan list. Hearing this, Chu Fei put down the knife and fork in his hand. Is Qiao Company also on the other party's list? You have to know that Qiao Company is at most a third-rate company in Jiangnan. Before that drug is developed, it will definitely not be ranked. But Wang Xie said that Qiao Company was on the other party's plan list. He felt that the other party's purpose was definitely not simply to develop business. What do you think? Chu Fei's gaze fell on Wang Xie. It's very simple. They want to interfere in Jiangnan. The plan I've been planning for so long will be disrupted. So I want to work with you to make them leave empty-handed. Wang Xie took a sip of red wine and said lightly, the family has been planning in Jiangnan for 2 years, and the plan is now halfway through. Juanhao Group holds shares in many companies throughout Jiangnan. Although the amount is not large, he is definitely a shareholder. If the 4 major families want to intervene, they will snatch their jobs from her. She would never agree to such a thing, because the family's plan is to take over all the businesses in Jiangnan. What about my benefits? Chu Fei slowly raised his head and lit a cigarette. What benefit do you want? How about I stay with you for the night? After saying that, Wang Xie deliberately moved forward, and the white spot under her collar was clearly seen by Chu Fei. Chu Fei slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and stared intently. After several seconds, he looked away. The clothes are quite big and white. They're okay. As for the conditions, I'll tell you when I think of them. I promise you this for now. By the way, the general manager of your company, please open it. I think she is very unhappy and has angered my wife. Understand. Chapter 50, if you want to touch my wife, ask me first. Wife. Wang Xie looked at Chu Fei's departing back with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Could the wife he was talking about be Sulie, the president of Xiao Company? If this is true, will his family agree? How could the CEO of a mere small company marry into the Chu family? Wang Xie was a little bit hesitant to believe it. After all, it was a bit unrealistic for a CEO of a small company with no identity and no status to want to marry into a wealthy family like the Chu family. However, it is not ruled out that Chu Fei likes Sulie. Wang Xie looked down at her proud figure. Compared to Sulie, her figure is more attractive than hers, right? Why doesn't Chu Fei like it? She doesn't understand. However, remembering Chu Fei's instructions before leaving, he took out his cell phone and called his secretary. President. The secretary's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm notifying you that the company's general manager has been replaced. Just replace the vice president. The general manager has stepped down. After hearing what Wang Xie said, the secretary didn't ask any reason at all, because the president's words are the most correct. There is no need for any reason to fire someone. Yes, I'll call her now and email her later. At the same time, in a large, finely decorated flat in a certain community, Lin Shui was walking out of the room holding on to the wall, and the sound of running water came from the bathroom. He looked pale and seemed to be unable to hold on. He couldn't bear it any longer as they were going on so wildly in broad daylight. If Zhu Yin hadn't been able to help him set up the modeling company, he wouldn't have wanted to stay there for even a single day. As the saying goes, women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. Zhu Yin is in his 40s and is approaching 50. Isn't that just sitting on the ground and sucking up dirt? Who can stand this? All day long, when I have nothing to do, I do some strenuous exercise. Even an Iron Man would be softened, not to mention a mere human body like mine. Just about to light a cigarette and have a good rest. The phone on the table rang. However, it was not Lin Shui's phone, but Zhu Yin's. Honey, someone's calling you. The note is the president's secretary. Do you need my help to answer it? When Lin Shui saw the notes above, there was a hint of envy in his eyes. Secretary to the president of Juanhao Group. This position is much better than that of general manager. Moreover, he follows the president every day. Although he doesn't have much power, in fact, if he whispers a word in the president's ear, ordinary people in the company really don't dare to offend him. The president's secretary? I'm coming out now. Zhu Yin opened the bathroom door without any hesitation and came out. Lin Shui subconsciously lowered his head, unwilling to look directly. It's not that he doesn't want to watch it, but he really can't bear to watch it. The sagging parts have long been sagging, and the skin has long lost the smoothness that a woman should have, like a piece of rough cloth. Zhu Yin didn't notice his change. The president's secretary called her personally, which must be an important announcement. Hello, Secretary Zhang. I'm Zhu Yin. Secretary Zhang's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Manager Zhu Yin, right? The president's office is notifying you that you are fired. When I go to work tomorrow, please come and sort out your personal belongings and complete the handover. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yin was stunned. His eyes were filled with deep confusion and shock. She seemed still in disbelief and said with a wry smile, Secretary Zhang, could this be a mistake? I've been fired. I'm Zhu Yin, the general manager of the company. However, Secretary Zhang's answer was so decisive. Yes, that's right. It's General Manager Zhu Yin. The email will be sent to your mailbox later. Please check it. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Zhu Yin sat down on the sofa, and the wet water stains soaked the sofa. Lin Shui next to her looked at her in surprise. Honey, you just said you're fired? It can't be true, can it? General Manager of Juanhao Group. This position cannot be opened just like that. However, judging from the conversation just now, it definitely doesn't seem like a prank. It seems, right? Zhu Yin was still in a daze. She didn't know why she was fired, and it seemed like she didn't do anything against the company. Everything I do is for the benefit of the company. Drop. When her cell phone rang, she opened it and took a look. The above is an email from the mobile phone mailbox. When I opened it, it was a notice of dismissal with the company's seal at the bottom. Only after seeing this did she realize that this was true, but she still didn't want to believe it. He quickly picked up his phone and called the president. At this moment, Wang Xie was driving back to the villa. I heard the phone ringing and then turned on the car's Bluetooth. President, I'm General Manager Zhu Yin. Excuse me, President, why was I fired? Did I do something wrong? After hearing Zhu Yin's words, Wang Xia simply said, you just offended someone you shouldn't have offended, so you're fired. After saying this, the phone was hung up. Zhu Yin looked at the hung-up call on his mobile phone and sat on the sofa in a daze. Lin Shui looked at her like this and asked tentatively, is this true? Zhu Yin slapped him in the face with his backhand. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. It got me fired. Although she didn't know who she had offended, she had no place to vent her anger, so she could only vent it on Lin Shui. Isn't this pretty boy, who is being supported by money and connections, just for venting his anger? Lin Shui was stunned by the slap, but he was greeted by more slaps. Pa! The loud slap echoed in the living room. At the same time, Chu Fei has returned to the villa. As soon as he entered the villa, Sulie hung up the phone. Seeing Chu Fei coming in, his face immediately filled with smiles. Guess what call I just received? Seeing her so happy, Chu Fei shook his head. What good thing happened? Just now, I received a call from the president of our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. He said there will be a business banquet next Saturday and invited me to go. Let me tell you, this party is not something that ordinary companies can attend. At such a banquet, getting to know and make friends with more company bosses is beneficial to the company's development. It seems that Xiao Company will soon stand up. Seeing Sulie so happy, Chu Fei couldn't bear to burst her fantasy. I'm afraid that the purpose of this business banquet is to target Sulie's company. My father just told me that it is very likely that one of the 4 major families is behind EAO. Not long after that, the other party came to Jiangnan to hold a business banquet. Such a purpose is too direct. If I weren't there, Sulie, the idiot, would definitely have fallen into the trap set by the other party. But a hint of coldness flashed across the depths of Chu Fei's eyes. If you want to touch my wife, you have to ask me first. Chapter 51. Just pretend, don't take it seriously. After this period of rest, Sulie's injuries have almost recovered. The wound has healed and I can move freely. The two came to the company in the morning. But as soon as I arrived at the company, the secretary came to report. President, the general manager is here for work. Work? When Sulie heard this, her face turned noticeably cold. I gave him a week off, and now he's coming to work? Only 2 days have passed, and there's still 5 days before work starts. Including Saturday and the weekend, he still has a week of rest. I see. Notify him and come to my office. Chu Fei spoke only after the secretary left. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the one who leaked the company's list of researchers. The last time I called a meeting of senior executives and gave them all a holiday was to see if anyone among them would betray the company. Now, the most suspicious person is General Manager Li Fei. It would be strange if you don't enjoy your vacation but come back to work. What are you going to do? Should I fire him or... Chu Fei wanted to ask Sulie how she would deal with this traitor. Firing him won't do anything to benefit the company. I want to collect evidence and send him in. And catch the guy behind it. Sulie is also very brave. Although it is not clear who is behind the attack on his company. But since the other party has bullied me, I can't just swallow my anger. Let's not worry about catching the person behind this for now. Since they were able to bribe your company's general manager, they must have a plan for recovery. Chu Fei knew very well that it would not be easy to find out the identity of the mysterious man who was targeting Sulie's company. Even I only know a few clues, and it is impossible to dig deeper. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the door. Boss, it's me. After hearing this voice, the two stopped talking. Come in. Sulie looked towards the door. Li Fei then walked into the office with a wry smile on his face. Boss, what do you want to talk to me about? Sulie smiled slyly. Boss Li is really a forgetful person. During the previous meeting, I gave Boss Li a week's vacation. It's only been 2 days. Why is Boss Li back? Li Fei was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, Boss, look at my memory. I forgot. I didn't even realize I was on holiday today. However, there are still many things I need to deal with in the company. For the company, I am willing to do my best. President, let's just forget about the holiday. Sulie just looked at Li Fei quietly without saying anything. Feeling Sulie's gaze, Li Fei didn't know what to say for a moment. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. President, if everything is okay, I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave the office. But Chu Fei took the lead and stood in front of the door. Mr. Li, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The president has something else he wants to talk to you about. Please sit down. Li Fei knew very well that Chu Fei was Suli's bodyguard and secretary. With my physique, I will definitely not be able to go out as long as Chu Fei doesn't let me go out. Oh, okay. As he spoke, Li Fei raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Sulie slowly stood up and walked back and forth in the office. Boss Li, I've been pretty good to you since you joined the company, right? Whether it's performance dividends, bonuses, or commissions, it's all the same. Compared to general managers of similar companies, their salaries are also very high. Do you know how many years in prison you'll spend if you sell company secrets for a certain amount of money? Chu Fei, answer him. Sulie stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with her back to Li Fei. Chu Fei slowly said, when the amount reaches 1 million, the maximum sentence is 7 years. The latter was startled by Chu Fei's words and quickly stood up. President, are you suspecting me of betraying the company? Sulie then turned around and looked at Li Fei, chuckling. What is this that Mr. Li said? How could I doubt you? It's just that the company has been in turmoil recently. Someone is secretly betraying the company. So, I want to conduct a thorough investigation. You senior executives are the ones I trust the most, and I believe you won't sell out the company for a small profit. Hearing this, Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one suspected me. Otherwise, if it is discovered that I have checked the list of researchers, I will have no way to defend myself. But Sulie hadn't finished speaking yet. The subject suddenly changed, and the tone turned cold. Mr. Li, I want to ask you, why do you want to check the list of researchers? I remember I informed all of you senior executives before that you must get my approval before you can view the list of researchers, right? Why did you check the list privately? As soon as these words were spoken, Li Fei's emotions, which had originally calmed down, suddenly became tense. Explain quickly. President, I was just looking around and definitely had no intention of selling out the company. Don't listen to the slander of some villains. Unexpectedly, Sulie actually checked the records. There was no way to hide the fact that he checked the list of researchers himself. However, it seems that Sulie has no evidence to prove that she betrayed the company. Mr. Li, I know you won't betray the company. I just said this for the company's sake. You should go back first and have a good rest for a while. The holiday is over. Come back to work. Sulie smiled, and it was completely impossible to tell that those were the words she had just spoken. Ugh. I'll go back and rest now. Li Fei ran out of the office and left the company without looking back. After he left, Sulie and Chu Fei looked at each other. It can basically be concluded that it was Li Fei who betrayed the list of researchers. The most important thing now is how to find evidence that he betrayed the company. It seems that I can only ask my friends at the bank for help. Sulie took a deep breath. Since Li Fei sold the secret, he must have received a large sum of money. This money is the evidence. However, ordinary people are not qualified to check other people's bank transactions. Now, she can only ask people who work in the bank for help. By the way, Bandit, let's go to the small supermarket downstairs to buy some cigarettes and fruit. We still have to go to the Research Institute today to bring some things to Professor Yang and the others and to check on the research progress. Sulie rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a little annoyed. Good. Chu Fei came downstairs and prepared to go to the small supermarket opposite to buy some small things. In a 7-seater commercial vehicle on the street, Su Hui's face was covered in cold sweat. Brother Shui, do you really want to take action now? It's broad daylight. That's not a good idea. Looking at Lin Shui, whose head was swollen like a pig, he was a little puzzled. What on earth had happened to him that he was beaten like this by his wife? His face was swollen. Lin Shui's face was full of viciousness, and he stared at Chu Fei, who came out of Qiao building, wishing he could go up and punch him twice right now. The burning sensation on my face still couldn't be eliminated. Zhu Yin was fired and took out all his anger on himself. More than 100 slaps almost turned him into a fool. But who made that woman rich? Now my company still needs her support to continue operating. If she doesn't support herself, the company will definitely collapse. He couldn't find anyone to vent his anger on, so he could only take it out on Chu Fei. He couldn't get rid of the hatred in his heart unless he gave Chu Fei a good beating. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. There's 2 million in here. Just consider it as team money for the brothers. Looking at the bank card handed over, Su Hui really didn't dare to accept it. Because I don't dare to take action at all. If I fight with that guy, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? But I'd already said it at the beginning. If I don't take action, where will I put my face? At worst, I'll just get beaten up again. Ugh. Since Brother Shui has said so, if I don't take action, it will seem like I have no loyalty. Brothers, get out of the car. Chu Fei, who was about to cross the street, was still waiting for the traffic light. I saw the door of a commercial vehicle parked in the parking space opposite open, and Su Hui and a few of his younger brothers were slowly getting out of the car. They all stared at him ferociously, as if he had killed their family members. He was a little surprised. This kid, hasn't he learned his lesson yet? How dare you come and cause trouble for me? But soon, he saw Lin Shui walking behind the crowd. If it weren't for my good memory, I would have almost failed to recognize this guy. What happened? His face was swollen like a pig's head. It seems that my slap didn't have such great power. The green light came on, but Chu Fei didn't move. He stood there quietly waiting for Su Hui and the others to come. A few seconds later, Su Hui and others walked in front of Chu Fei. Lin Shui squeezed to the front of the crowd and stared at Chu Fei with a fierce look. Boy, if you're brave, let's go into the alley and try it. After saying that, he pointed to a small alley not far away. Chu Fei was too lazy to pay attention to him, and instead focused his attention on Su Hui. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Shui actually knew this guy. It seems that Su Hui was hired by Lin Shui to deal with him. Su Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Well, if you're brave, let's go into the alley and try it. When speaking, he didn't dare to look directly at Chu Fei. Chu Fei smiled. Good. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the alley under Lin Shui's shocked gaze. Wah! Lin Shui was very angry. This kid was really brave. If he doesn't get a good beating today, he won't be a man. Seeing Lin Shui following behind Chu Fei, Su Hui's heart was in his throat. This idiot. I won't play with him again next time. Why pick on this evil star when there are so many people to pick on? Is that something they can mess with? Glancing at Lin Shui, who was walking a few meters ahead of them, Su Hui whispered, Brothers, just pretend for a while. Don't take it seriously. Chapter 52, don't forget, I'm a top rich second generation. In the alley beside the street, Chu Fei slowly took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep breath. Call. Thick smoke drifted away on the wind. Lin Shui walked forward and faced Chu Fei directly, a sinister smile appearing on his slightly swollen face. Boy, kneel down now and beg for mercy. Maybe I'll be merciful and let you go. Otherwise, I won't even have the chance to make you kneel down later. The same words came out of Lin Shui's mouth at this moment. Chu Fei shook his head and smiled, his eyes fixed on Su Hui in the crowd. Did he give you the courage to talk to me like that? Come out. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at Su Hui. Su Hui stepped forward with a ferocious look on his face. It's me. So what? I'm telling you this is Brother Shui. My wife is the general manager of Juanhao Group. If you mess with Brother Shui, you'll suffer the consequences. I advise you to admit your mistake now. We don't want to use violence, so... For some reason, Su Hui's voice trembled when he spoke. What happened last time is still fresh in my mind, and my cheeks still seem a little sore. Before Chu Fei could speak, Lin Shui could no longer hold back. He snatched the iron rod from the hand of his younger brother and pointed it at Chu Fei. Shall we? Why are you wasting your time talking to him? Just beat him into submission. Brothers, come on. Lin Shui gave the order and asked Su Hui's brothers to take action. However, Su Hui didn't say anything and no one dared to take action. You look at me, I look at you, and we both stand still. Only Lin Shui stupidly rushed forward and was about to fight with Chu Fei. Chu Fei slowly threw away the cigarette, but in his hand, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Looking at Lin Shui rushing forward, he raised his leg and kicked him in the stomach. I say, how dare you cause trouble for me when you're like this? Isn't the lesson I taught you last time enough? Lin Shui was kicked to the ground. He thought Su Hui and others would rush over and beat Chu Fei up. But only now did he realize that Su Hui and others were standing where they were just now, motionless. Shall we? He didn't understand. They had agreed to fight together. So why did he rush over alone to get beaten? Only then did Su Hui step forward and look at Chu Fei with a wry smile on his face. Well, brother, can you be a little gentler? I have a drinking party tonight. When Lin Shui saw Su Hui like this, he was completely dumbfounded. Is this still the arrogant and domineering young master? Why are you so respectful to a little model? Chu Fei had no intention of fighting with Su Hui. This kid was quite sensible and did not join forces with Lin Shui. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him as well. He reached out and patted Su Hui's face gently. You're quite sensible. From now on, you'll be my little brother. When Suhui heard this, he felt a little flattered. This trip was not in vain. Not only did I find myself recognizing a big brother, but he was also a big brother who knew Kung Fu. Next time if there is something you can't handle, let Big Brother help you, and it will be solved easily. Yes, Big Brother. Seeing Suhui complimenting him like this, Lin Shui felt like he was still dreaming. This is not true. Shall we? He looked at Suhui with confusion in his eyes. But who would have thought that Suhui ignored him at all? Instead, he said to Chu Fei, "Brother, do you want to teach him a lesson?" He was the one who tricked us into saying he was going to teach us a lesson. Chu Fei glanced at Lin Shui lying on the ground. His face looked so pitiful. Never mind. He's already pitiful enough. He has to drink goji berries every day to replenish his body, and he still has to get beaten. Why? I'm leaving now. By the way, my phone number is 13. Call me if you need anything. Chu Fei just left like that. Take care, Big Brother. Suhui watched Chu Fei walk out of the alley and disappear from his sight before he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Shui, it's not that my brother doesn't want to help you. It's this person, not someone I can mess with. As he spoke, he reached out to help Lin Shui up, but the latter suddenly slapped his hand away and stared at him with resentment. Shui, I'll remember what happened today. From now on, just pretend I don't know you. After saying that, he limped towards the other exit of the alley. Watching Lin Shui go away, Suhui sneered. What a tough guy you are. If I wasn't short of money recently, I wouldn't bother with you. Brothers, let's go and have a drink. On the other side, Chu Fei had already bought the things and put them in the trunk of the car. Sulie just happened to be coming out of the company, and the two of them drove straight to the Research Institute. After nearly an hour, the two finally arrived at the Research Institute. In the reception room, Yang Chenghua, Xiaobei, and several important researchers were present. Professor Yang, how has the research progressed? This is what Sulie cares about most. It has been more than a year, and now the funds are available. I think the speed should be much faster than before. The progress should be 90% now. But the only thing we lack is a test subject. Without experimental subjects, this research can only be said to be difficult to succeed. Yang Chenhua's words made Sulie feel very troubled. The emergence of a new drug will inevitably require a lot of experimental subjects. Moreover, this time the medicine cannot be used on small animals. So human experiments are needed. However, this is prohibited in Daxia. Even if there is no danger to life, experiments on living people are not allowed. Now that it has come to this stage, Sulie doesn't know what to do. I'll try to think of a solution. After all, this thing requires very strict scrutiny. Sulie's face didn't look so good. He lowered his head with a frown on his face. But Chu Fei was a little surprised. Has the progress reached the stage of human experimentation? Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. As researchers, they are fully aware of the seriousness of this matter. The slightest carelessness can lead to a huge disaster. So, there will be very, very strict scrutiny. Professor Yang, I'm curious. Is this experiment life-threatening to the human body? Hearing Chu Fei ask this, Yang Chenghua shook his head. To be honest, new drugs have only benefits and no harm to the human body. But you also know that medicine is 3-part poison. It's impossible for it to be completely harmless. And we don't know what the side effects are. We can only guarantee that there will be no life-threatening consequences. But for anything else, we can't guarantee anything else. As Yang Chenghua said, once the drug enters the body, except for the risk of life, everything else is unpredictable. Maybe it will make people paralyzed or turn them into deaf, dumb, stupid, etc. The result is unknown. By the way, Secretary Chu, I have to thank you for what happened last time. The last time Chu Fei came here, he promised him the safety of his family. Sure enough, when I called my family the next day, it was my wife who answered the phone. This means that my family is safe and I can focus on my research. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. Chu Fei smiled, but he was thinking in his heart whether he should find a few assassins at home or directly find a few death row prisoners to serve as experimental subjects. Once successful, the first group of people to profit will definitely be our family members. After all, Sulie is already his de facto wife, so she's not an outsider. How about I give it a try? Chu Fei suddenly said this. When these words came out, everyone present was shocked. What a joke. No, that's absolutely not possible. Sulie refused without even thinking about it. She couldn't let Chu Fei take risks. She would rather the experiment end here than have anything happen to Chu Fei. Didn't Professor Yang say it all? There's no danger to life. I won't die if I try. Chufai chuka. I don't even know how many times I've crawled back from the gates of hell. It's just an experiment. So what? Secretary Chu, this won't work. Although according to our estimates, the worst possible side effect is only hemiplegia. If something unexpected happens, it would be difficult for us to explain to your family. Yang Chenghua also rejected Chu Fei's proposal. Don't even think about it. Sulie suddenly stood up. Professor Yang, I will find a way to deal with the experimental subject. We'll leave first. I'll trouble you here. After saying that, he grabbed Chu Fei and went to the parking lot. Are you ill? If you were to be a test subject, what if something went wrong? Have you ever thought about it? Do you want your child to be born without a father? Sulie cursed at Chu Fei angrily, her eyes red. Chu Fei was silent. He really had not considered this aspect and had forgotten Sulie's feelings. I used to be alone and had long since disregarded life and death. But now it's different. Not only do I have a wife, but I also have a child. It seems like there is an extra responsibility on my shoulders. I ignored your feelings. I won't do that next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Sulie threw herself into his arms, sobbing softly. Chu Fei patted her back gently. Okay, it's okay, I was wrong. Sulie hugged him tightly, unwilling to let go. After a moment, Chu Fei continued speaking. Can you please stop squeezing me? I'm a little breathless. It's too big. When Sulie heard this, she quickly let go of her hand, her little face already flushed red. She glared at him fiercely. Bah, you stinking bandit. All you do all day is act like a hooligan. Chu Fei laughed and looked at her silly look, feeling relieved. Being with Sulie always helps me release the pressure in my heart. That's right. Don't worry about the experimental subjects. I'll find a solution. Sulie frowned slightly. What can you do? Do you want to risk your life? I'm telling you, if you dare to conduct a secret experiment, I will beat your child. Chu Fei smiled and pinched her smooth little face. Why are you so stupid? Don't forget, I'm a top rich second generation. In this world, how many things can't be solved with money? Chapter 53, Congratulations, you're fired. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when I returned to the city from the institute. In the car, Sulie suddenly turned around and looked at Chu Fei with a hint of expectation in her beautiful eyes. How about we go eat Western food? Just think of it as a date between you and me. You know, when we're together, there's no process. As a woman, she also wants to have a sweet love and experience the ups and downs of life. However, now I have skipped the dating stage and directly started living together before marriage. Moreover, she is already pregnant with Chu Fei's child, so it is unlikely that they will fall in love. However, it does not prevent them from going through the necessary process. Okay, I promise. Faced with Sulie's request, Chu Fei had no reason to refuse. Maybe it was also to make up for the time when she didn't experience love with him. The two drove to the Dragon and Phoenix Western Restaurant, a relatively famous Western restaurant in Jiangnan City. Those who can come here to eat are all rich people. Most people can't afford it. Any meal costs thousands of yuan, which is an average person's monthly salary. The two walked into the Western restaurant hand in hand. The waiter at the door looked at them with a smile. Excuse me, would you like the hall or a private room? We have one VIP room left. For Sulie and Chu Fei, a private room is naturally better. Before the two of them could speak, a sarcastic voice came from behind them. Please make way. A good dog doesn't block the road. The arrogant voice made Chu Fei frown slightly. Looking back, I saw a bald man with a big belly walking towards me with a girl in her 20s. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a rich person? Get out of the way quickly and don't block the door. Noticing Chu Fei's gaze, the man spoke again. The look he gave the two of them was full of mockery. Eat shit and don't brush your teeth? Why is your mouth full of shit? Chu Fei retorted without any hesitation. The man sneered and looked Chu Fei up and down. A person like you is worthy of eating here? It's a waste of such a beautiful lady. A meal like that would cost you a month's salary, right? Then, the man directly said to Sulie, Beauty, are you interested in having dinner together? I have a VIP room. He poached Chu Fei's employees without any hesitation in front of him. No man could stand it. After saying that, the man took out a restaurant membership card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter. As soon as the waiter saw that the man had a membership card, his attitude became more respectful. Sir, please come in. You came at the perfect time. We only have one VIP room left. After saying that, he looked at Chu Fei and Sulie. You too. Let me arrange the hall for you. Please don't stand at the door. Hearing this, Sulie laughed angrily. It's not like she doesn't have a membership card for this restaurant. I used to come here often with Fong Ching to eat steak, and I got a membership card for convenience. Ow! Can you just cut in line at your restaurant? VIP room, right? I want it. After saying that, she took out the membership card from her bag and handed it over. The waiter looked at the 2 membership cards in his hand with an embarrassed look on his face. Now that's good. Both members want a private room, but there is only one available. Whoever he gives it to will be bad for the other person. Just then, the restaurant manager seemed to notice what was happening. When he saw the bald man with a big belly, he hurried forward. Hey, isn't this Mr. Liu? Gomein. Shaoli, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you arrange a private room for Mr. Liu? Seeing that the waiter Shaoli was still hesitant, the manager immediately scolded him. Sulie frowned. She had never seen this manager before. He must be new. The previous manager may have resigned. But manager, both of you have membership cards. After saying that, he handed over the membership cards in his hand with a complicated expression. The manager then realized that both of them wanted a private room. However, he knew very well who this private room would be given to. I'm so sorry, both of you. This private room was actually reserved by Mr. Liu. How about I arrange a seat for you two in the lobby by the window? Is that okay with you? And give you two a bottle of red wine for free. The manager looked at Chu Fei and Sulie with a smile on his face. Generally speaking, when ordinary people hear this, they know that this so-called Mr. Liu should be a senior executive of a large company. They may choose to retreat or just take their place in the lobby. Excuse me. We came here first, so I'll reserve this private room. Chu Fei's tone was very calm, and he spoke lightly. The bald man next to him sneered. First come, first served? Boy, do you think you can have a private room just because you have a membership card? I tell you, identity and status are king. I'm Liu Kai, the manager of the Truman Group. If you know what's good for you, just sit down in the lobby. This meal is on my treat. If you don't know what's good for you, Liu Kai did not continue speaking, but instead looked at Chu Fei with a sneer on his face. Sulie frowned slightly. The manager of the Truman Group? This position is not low. Besides, Truman has a cooperation with his own company, and it would be bad if things got out of hand over such a small matter. So, he gently pulled Chu Fei's sleeve. Or let's just stay in the hall. But Chu Fei was unmoved. Since he was the manager of his own group, it would be much easier. The manager of the Truman Group? Looks really impressive. Hearing this, the manager thought Chu Fei had given in. Then he invited Liu Kai to the private room with a flattering smile on his face. Mr. Liu, please. However, Chu Fei spoke again. I said, I want this private room. Manager, don't you understand what I'm saying? Chu Fei's eyes gradually turned cold. However, Sulie pulled his hand and signaled Chu Fei with her eyes to stop making trouble. When Liu Kai heard this, there was a bit more anger in his eyes. Boy, do you know what the consequences are if you mess with me? If you have the guts to tell me the company you work for, I'll make sure you can't survive in Jiangnan City. With the current development of the Truman Group, it won't be long before many companies will choose to cooperate with Truman. All major companies have to act according to the Truman Group's wishes, and as the manager of the Truman Group, the say is extremely important. Most company bosses have to look at the face of the Truman Group. In his opinion, Chu Fei was at most just a company manager. As for this woman, she might just be a small employee. With such status, how could I possibly be on equal footing with him? With just one word from him, Chu Fei's superior or boss could fire him. Yeah, I really want to see how you make it impossible for me to survive in Jiangnan. The manager of the Truman Group, Liu Kai, right? Congratulations, you're fired. This sentence made Sulie stunned for a moment. The restaurant manager and Liu Kai were also confused. Then he laughed and said that firing a manager requires at least the approval of the top management, unless the president or chairman speaks personally. As for other people, they don't have this right. Boy, I was scared to death. Who do you think you are? The chairman of Truman? He fired me just because he wanted to. Chu Fei didn't say anything, but just silently took out his cell phone and made a call. Sulie just looked at Chu Fei quietly, without saying a word. Chu Fei is not a person who talks big. Since he said he would fire this person, he will definitely do it. After a few seconds, the call was connected. The company has a manager named Liu Kai, right? Now fire him. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Liu Kai just watched quietly from the side, wanting to laugh, but unable to, as if he had been holding it in for a long time. In the end, I couldn't help but laugh. Boy, something is forced. You can't just pretend. I'll just watch you act cool. If you fire me today, I'll kneel down and call you Grandpa. Chu Fei looked at him calmly. I'm sorry, I don't have an unfilial grandson like you. After hearing this, Lu Kai's face turned blue with anger. This kid is just stubborn and stubborn. Ugh. Boy, today, before he could finish his words, Lu Kai's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID above, his face changed. Raise your head and look at Chu Fei. There was a hint of confusion and doubt in his eyes. Could it be possible that this guy could really fire himself? Impossible. Sulie also looked at Chu Fei with some confusion. Although she didn't know who Chu Fei was calling, judging from Chu Fei's tone just now, it sounded like he was calling a subordinate. Ow! Don't you dare answer it. Chu Fei smiled slightly and just looked at Lu Kai. Lu Kai frowned and pressed the answer button. The sound of the phone was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Manager Lu Kai, right? You have been fired. Please come to the company to pack up your personal belongings and complete the handover. When Lu Kai heard the call from the president's secretary on the other end of the phone, he was stunned. The restaurant manager, standing by, was so frightened that his face turned pale. Just one sentence got a manager fired? So what is the identity of this young man? Sulie looked at Chu Fei with eyes filled with confusion and shock. How many things is this guy hiding from me? If one of Truman's managers was fired with just one sentence, then wouldn't his status be at the same level as the president? Even higher? Who are you? When Lu Kai looked at Chu Fei, there was no longer any arrogance in his eyes. Instead, his face was full of fear. I'm just a small figure, Manager Lu. Goodbye. After saying that, Chu Fei looked up at the restaurant manager. Now, can I have the private room? At this time, the restaurant manager dared not offend Chu Fei. He had worked so hard to get to this position, but he didn't want to be fired because of a private room. Yes. Sir, this way, please. Chapter 54 Actions Against a Family. In a private room of a Western restaurant, the steak and red wine have arrived. Maybe it was because of the red wine. Sulie's little face became a little redder. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for what happened just now? Sulie was very curious about what had just happened. Who was Chu Fei to be able to fire a manager of the Truman Group? Why? I've already told you, I'm a top-tier rich second generation, so it's not too much to know some prestigious people, right? The president of the Truman Group is actually one of my former followers. I just made a phone call, and he fired the person obediently. Chu Fei spread out his hands, pretending to be helpless, as if to say, I didn't want this to happen. Sulie rolled her eyes at him fiercely. I don't know how many times he has used this excuse. However, this excuse seems to work quite well. After all, Chu Fei's strength is there. He can easily come up with 1 billion yuan. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a top, rich second generation. But Sulie still felt very strange. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. All right, let's eat. I'm hungry. After saying that, he unceremoniously cut off a large piece of steak and stuffed it into his mouth. To be honest, Chu Fei really can't get used to Western food. This thing not only fails to fill your stomach, but is also incredibly expensive. Even 2 random side dishes fried on the roadside would taste better than this. Seeing him like this, Sulie didn't say much. Chu Fei was unwilling to speak. Of course, he had his reasons. As a wife, she needs to understand. There are some things that you will naturally know. When the two finished eating and walked out of the restaurant, Chu Fei slapped his forehead. It's over. We've all been drinking and can't drive. Don't drink and don't drive after drinking. That's easy. Just call a designated driver. There are indeed quite a few designated drivers next to the Western restaurant. After all, few people who come to a Western restaurant to eat don't drink. Although it is not white wine, red wine is also wine. Designated driver. Sulie shouted to the designated driver not far away. Suddenly, 3 designated drivers came over. However, when they saw the brand new Maybach parked next to them, 2 of them gave up on the spot. If they're not careful and get scratched, the money spent on repainting will be a month's salary for them. The last remaining designated driver remained silent. Master, can you drive for me? It's not far. Just go to Huarong Villa District. The designated driver just nodded slightly, then packed up the folding bike and put it in the trunk. Then he sat in the passenger seat. Chu Fei and Sulie sat in the back seat. But Chu Fei's eyes were always on the designated driver. It wasn't because of how the designated driver looked, but because she sensed a hint of murderous intent from him. Moreover, the eyes of this designated driver are different from those of ordinary people. It's like an ordinary person meeting a general who has been fighting on the battlefield for many years. Just one look is enough to make people feel fear. Bandit, I'm a little sleepy. I'll take a rest for a while. Call me when you get there. A small amount of red wine is not harmful to the body. It may also be because Sulie is pregnant and often feels sleepy. Sit down and take a short nap. Chu Fei's breathing was very calm and was not affected by the alcohol. To him, that little bit of red wine was like drinking water. He leaned casually in his seat, but he could kill the designated driver with one blow at any time. It was very peaceful along the way. When I arrived at the door of the villa, Sulie had already fallen asleep and was snoring softly. The designated driver got out of the car, and Chu Fei saw this and got out as well. As soon as he got out of the car, a fierce, murderous intent came towards him. He subconsciously turned his head, and a sharp blade cut through the air beside his neck. However, this is just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, the other party kicked Chu Fei hard in the stomach. Chu Fei crossed his hands and blocked in front of him. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Chu Fei took 2 steps back, slowly stood up, and looked at the designated driver in front of him with a somewhat cold gaze. Not bad. The designated driver just smiled coldly. Killing you is enough. As he spoke, he stepped forward again. The dagger in his hand flew rapidly towards Chu Fei's fatal spot. Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy is not an ordinary person. Every blow he made was fatal. It was obvious that he was here to kill him. In that case, there's no need for me to be polite. He trembled all over, forcibly avoided the opponent's fatal knife, raised his hand, and punched the opponent hard in the chest. Bang! The other person took 7 or 8 steps back, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, there was a hint of shock in his eyes as he looked at Chu Fei. It seemed that no one expected Chu Fei to be so strong. It seems there is a slight difference between this and the report I gave myself. He raised his hand and gently patted the dust off his chest. Your strength is not bad, but it's unlikely that you can kill me. The man moved his feet and walked forward quickly. Chu Fei stood there, motionless, but her eyes were fixed on the man's movements. Just as the opponent's dagger was about to pierce his chest, Chu Fei moved. He suddenly took a step back, pointed his toes, raised his leg, and kicked. Only then did the man realize that he had been fooled. However, it is too late to react now. Suddenly raised his arms to block his neck. However, Chu Fei's amazing strength was beyond his imagination. Bang! A heavy kick knocked him to the ground. Everything in front of my eyes went dark in an instant, and I almost fainted. Before he could stand up, Chu Fei rushed in front of him, squatted down, and put one leg on the man's neck. His fist was clenched, with the knuckle of his middle finger protruding from the fist, aiming at his temple. The man had no doubt that if he dared to move, Chu Fei would punch him to death. You're strong. Let's do it. The man gave up struggling, the mission failed, and he died. Before coming, he had already anticipated all the outcomes. It's that so-called brother Yi again, right? The man's body trembled slightly, but he didn't say anything. It seems that you guys are not giving up. As soon as Chu Fei finished speaking, he punched the man in the neck. This punch knocked the man unconscious. Then he turned the man over, and with a slight movement of his hands, he directly removed the man's arms. Then he threw the man into the trunk of the car. After doing all this, he gently opened the car door. He carried Sulie back to the room, covered her with a quilt, and then returned to the garage. When the trunk was opened, the man was still unconscious. He took a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator in the back seat of the car and poured it on the man's head. The man suddenly opened his eyes and subconsciously wanted to move, but he found that except for his feet, his hands had been removed by the other party. Chu Fei pulled the man out of the trunk with one hand and threw him to the ground. Then he lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Will you speak up yourself, or let me help you? The man looked at Chu Fei without saying anything. Torture methods had no effect on him. Since you dare to come, you're already prepared to die. Not talking. Good. Chu Fei did not choose to torture him. He just said quietly, since you're here, you must know that Xiao Company is researching some new drugs. Coincidentally, they're in need of some living people for experiments. Unfortunately, you're here to die. Hearing this, there was a hint of fear in the man's eyes. He had the opportunity to visit special laboratories in some countries where many death row prisoners were injected with various drugs. In the end, he turned into a guy that was neither human nor ghost. He had seen with his own eyes a guy who, after being injected with some special drugs, had all his skin torn off and was covered in blood. The most important thing is that the man is not dead yet and can only howl madly in the cage. He still dares not forget that scene. You, who is it? He didn't understand why someone like Chu Fei would come to protect such a woman. I ask you questions and you answer them. When you're done, I'll give you a quick death. If you don't want to be used as a test subject. The man was silent for a few seconds before slowly nodding. The person behind you is Brother Yi, right? Is he Yao? The man shook his head slightly to indicate no. He also knew who Yao was, but it was definitely not Yao. No. Zhu Fei Thou Wen. Since it's not Yao, who else could it be? How many people like you are there in your organization who have come to Jiangnan? When asked this, the man was silent for a few seconds before he slowly spoke. There are at least a dozen. More than 10? Chu Fei's expression changed slightly. It seems that I can only follow this girl, Sulie, closely. Besides targeting Sulie, do you have any other mission targets? The man nodded. Besides Sulie, there are also her parents. As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Fei's expression changed completely. Are you also targeting Sulie's parents? Sulie's parents did not protect themselves, although the Su family villa also had a lot of security. But for someone as powerful as the man in front of him, it was just like nothing. If that were the case, when will we act? The man raised his head and smiled at Chu Fei. Tonight. After hearing this, Chu Fei lost all composure. Action tonight? Doesn't that mean? And at this moment, in the Su family villa, four masked men easily climbed over the high wall and cut the camera wires. One of the masked men waved to the other 3 people around him, raised his hands, and pointed in different directions. The other 3 nodded and walked towards different locations. In the security room at the entrance of the villa, a security guard was a little puzzled. How come 2 cameras were broken at once? Open the door and go check with a flashlight. But as soon as the door opened, I felt a chill on my neck. A masked man stood in front of him, holding a sharp dagger in his hand, which stabbed into his neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain. There's still 1 chapter left. Dear readers, please don't worry. I am typing it furiously. Chapter 55, Your Wife Death. In the villa's garage, Chu Fei looked at the man's body, lying on the ground with a cold look in his eyes. It's already 9 o'clock in the evening. If they really want to take action tonight, it should have already started. It is impossible for me to leave Sulie here alone now. If I go there and Sulie is in danger, I'll be in trouble. After thinking about it, I decided to call Zhang Dajuan. Hello. An army. Haven't you rested yet? Hearing Chu Fei's voice, Zhang Dajuan, who was reading on the bed, immediately sat up. Captain Chu, what's wrong? Chu Fei took a deep breath and said, take a few good men, including yourself, and equip them with weapons. Go to number 6, XX Villa District. Something happened there. Hurry up. After hearing this, Zhang Dajuan realized the seriousness of the matter. The fact that Captain Chu called him personally only meant that the person living there was no ordinary person. I see. I'm going to act now. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Dajuan took a few good men with him and drove a jeep straight to the villa area that Chu Fei mentioned without saying a word. Chu Fei looked at the body on the ground and called Jiang Ning, asking him to call the police to come and deal with it. More than 10 minutes later, the police arrived. The leader was none other than Su Lin, the director of the nearby branch. Seeing Chu Fei, the director respectfully asked, Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Su Lin, the director of the branch. Chu Fei nodded. Well, let's clean it up. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Su Lin's brows jumped. There were no visible scars on the body, only a slight protrusion of the bones at the back. He could tell at a glance that the man was killed by a single punch. How much strength does it take to do this? You know, the maximum force of an ordinary person's punch is no more than 100 kilograms. A professional boxer's strength can reach over 300 to 400. The force of this punch reached at least 500 kilograms, which was no less than being hit by a 60-yard car. Moreover, the force of the impact is concentrated at one point. Horrible. This was the only thought in Su Lin's mind. Then he waved his hand, and 2 people immediately came forward and carried the body into the trunk of their car. Mr. Chu, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. After saying that, he was about to leave. Chu Fei thought about it and stopped Su Lin, who was about to leave. By the way, send someone to guard the gate of XX Villa District. If there are any suspicious actions or unidentified people, arrest them immediately. Su Lin was a little confused when he heard this. That is a relatively luxurious villa area in Jiangnan City, and the security is generally better. They generally don't patrol that area because the security personnel there are of a higher level. However, this was Chu Fei's specific request, so they had no choice but to do it. After all, it was the #1 figure in Jiangnan who called him, so you can imagine how high the status of this Mr. Chu is. Yes, I'll send someone over right now. Chu Fei nodded and watched Su Lin leave before returning to the villa. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Chu Fei was frowning, waiting for a reply from Zhang Dajuan and others. Nearly an hour later, Chu Fei received a reply from Zhang Dajuan. Captain Chu, something happened. Hearing this, Chu Fei's face changed. Go on. Zhang Dajuan was silent for a few seconds before he slowly spoke. All 6 security guards in this villa were killed with one blow. When Chu Fei heard this, he knew that something might have happened to Sulie's parents. Captain Chu, how many people are there in this villa? Zhang Dajuan asked tentatively. 3. A couple and an old man. What's going on? Chu Fei had a bad feeling in his heart. When we arrived, the other party had already left. Judging from the time, they must have left not long ago, but based on the number of people you mentioned, Captain Chu, someone must have died in the villa. Hearing this, Chu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Who is it? He had already imagined how Sulie would feel after receiving this news. Even now, he felt very heavy-hearted. It's the old man. Chu Fei clenched his fists instantly, and his eyes were instantly bloodshot. Damn it, I see. Now, you mobilize all the people in the city. Even if I have to dig 3 feet underground, I will find those people for me. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei never dreamed that these people would actually attack Su Li's family. Moreover, she is Su Li's grandmother. How could these bastards have the heart to harm such a kind old man? After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and called Jiangning again. Young master, what's wrong? Jiangning was a little surprised. Didn't the young master just call him not long ago? How? Mobilize the entire city's police force. I want to find all the vehicles leaving the XX Villa area within an hour. Did you hear that clearly? The cold tone made Jiangning shiver all over. It's over. The young master is angry. Who on earth had gotten into trouble to cause the young master to be so angry? Yes, I understand. I'll do it now. Jiangning didn't even dare to sleep. He got up from the bed, took out his cell phone, and called the directors of each branch and the director of the headquarters, asking them to mobilize police forces across the city to search for clues. Chu Fei came to Su Li's room. As soon as I opened the door gently, I found Su Li sitting on the bed with red eyes. Seeing her like this, Chu Fei stepped forward. What's wrong? Seeing Chu Fei coming in, Su Li hugged him. Bandit, I had a nightmare. I just had a dream. I dreamed that something happened to my grandma. Woo. Su Li leaned to his arms and sobbed softly. But Chu Fei's heart suddenly trembled. Is this a blood connection? Su Li woke up as soon as something happened over there. I just happened to have something to tell you. Chu Fei hugged her tightly and spoke in a low voice. What's going on? Su Li held him tightly, unwilling to let go. Chu Fei gritted his teeth, not knowing how to start. Finally, he said slowly, I'm telling you, you must stay calm, okay? At this time, Su Li had stopped crying, because in her opinion, that was just a nightmare. Now Chu Fei's words made her feel inexplicably nervous. What are you going to say? Chu Fei clenched his fists, lowered his head, and clenched his fists. I just received news that something happened in your family. Boom. It was like a bolt from the blue, falling on Su Li's head. Are you joking with me again? How could something happen to my family? She forced a smile, but couldn't believe it. Chu Fei reached out and held her tightly in his arms. I just received a call from a friend. Something really happened in your family. Grandma, maybe she's gone. With one word, Su Li suddenly broke free from his arms. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at him with red eyes, tears welling up in her eyes. You're lying to me, aren't you? It was just a dream, wasn't it? Wake up quickly. Su Li even raised her hand and slapped herself, as if trying to wake herself up. Chu Fei was quick to grab her hand. Sulie. Sulie couldn't hold it back any longer and threw herself into Chu Fei's arms. What? You tell me this isn't true. Chu Fei didn't know what to say, so he could only hug her tightly. A few minutes later, Sulie looked at him with red eyes. I want to go see Grandma. Chu Fei nodded and drove straight to the Su family villa. More than half an hour later, the two came to the community where the Su family villa was located. Only now, the entire neighborhood was engulfed in flashing blue and red lights. Countless people were outside the blockade, talking about the situation. Chu Fei took Su Li and walked towards the blockade line. Zhao Dajua knew that Chu Fei would definitely come. so he stood guard at the door. Seeing Chu Fei, he quickly signaled to the guard to let him pass. Captain Chu. Zhao Dajun greeted him and looked at Sulie. If I'm not mistaken, the villa where the accident happened belongs to this girl's family. When he arrived at the door of the villa, Sulie saw the remaining bloodstains on the ground and 7 corpses covered with white cloths placed nearby, and his body trembled. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation in her life. This may be a situation that ordinary people will never encounter in their lifetime. Chu Fei looked up at Zhao Dajun, and the latter's eyes told Chu Fei that the old man's body was the last one. Sulie. Sulie bit her lips so hard that she didn't even realize that her teeth had broken her lips. Blood slowly dripped down his chin, mixing with the tears on his cheeks. Which one is it? Her voice was trembling. Chu Fei brought her to the first body on the left. Holding her tightly, he slowly squatted down. Can you please stop watching? He asked softly, but Sulie shook her head stubbornly. I want to see Grandma for the last time. After saying that, he lifted the white cloth covering the body with trembling hands. The moment he saw his grandmother's peaceful face, Sulie could no longer hold back. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. She grabbed Chu Fei's arm tightly. Even her nails dug into Chu Fei's flesh. Chu Fei didn't feel any pain at all, because this girl was in more pain than he was. At the same time, far away in the war zone headquarters in the capital, in a room in the Dragon Group's living area, Su Nianying sat on a stool with a photo of a young woman in her hand. If Sulie was present, she would definitely be able to tell that the woman in the photo was her grandmother when she was young. There was a smile on his face. Xiaoying, I will be back soon. I don't know. How'd you been these years? He muttered to himself. But soon there was a knock on the door. Su Nianying restrained her smile and put the photo in her pocket. Enter. However, when she saw the person coming in, Su Nianying's expression changed. Something happened at home. Your wife is dead. Chapter 56, I want to kill. When Su Nianying heard the last 2 words, she stood up suddenly from her seat. A pair of cold eyes stared at the man in front of him. At the Su family, I have someone special keeping an eye on that place. If anything happens over there, someone will report it immediately. Who did it? A terrifying, murderous intent erupted from him. That feeling made the man standing in front of Su Nianying feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. This was the first time he saw the team leader in such a terrifying state. It's still under investigation. Team Chu has also mobilized most of the Jiangnan War Zone branch to thoroughly investigate the murderer. There is no news yet. After hearing his explanation, Su Nianying could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. I don't care who's behind these people. If I find out, I will make them pay with blood. Su Nianying's cold voice echoed in the room. The man stood aside, not daring to speak. No one would have thought that someone would dare to touch the team leader's family. It would be fine if it is not discovered, but if it is discovered, no matter who is behind the other party, he will definitely pay the price in blood. Get out. Su Nianying's aura gradually calmed down. This time the man left the room tremblingly and closed the door carefully. Only after the man left did Su Nianying take out the photo from her pocket. After looking at the familiar person above, his eyes became moist. I'm the one who hurt you. This time I won't give in. I will let those people be buried with you. He muttered a few words to himself, then took out a lighter from his pocket and burned the photo completely. This was the person he cared about most, but now the other person had left before him. Then, it's time for him to stand up. He took out his cell phone and called Chu Fei, who was in Jiangnan. At this moment, Chu Fei and Sulie were in the car. Sulie's beautiful eyes had already turned red from crying, and her body was shivering constantly. Chu Fei saw it and felt pain in his heart. The moment his cell phone rang, he thought it was some message. When he took it out and looked at it, he found that it was a call from his master. After looking at it for 3 seconds, he said to Sulie, I'm going to take a call. After saying that, he opened the car door and stood beside the car to answer the phone. Master. Chu Fei's tone was a little heavy. Similarly, Su Nianying's tone was a little cold. I know about this. I might come down to Jiangnan. When he heard this, Chu Fei was extremely shocked. The master is coming to Jiangnan? Pour Sulie's grandmother. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed unlikely. After all, there doesn't seem to be that much connection between the two. Master you? He asked with some confusion. Do you know why I asked you to protect Sulie? Do you know why my name is Su Nianying? What's Sulie's grandmother's name? Do you know? 3 consecutive questions exploded in Chu Fei's mind. After thinking carefully for half a minute, Chu Fei stopped talking. Sun Yanjin? Jiang Taiying? Doesn't this mean missing Grandma Sulie? How come he never thought that Su Li's grandfather was actually his master? No wonder the master asked me to come and protect Su Li. It turns out, she is the master's granddaughter. Master, I understand. Chu Fei finally understood at this time why Su Li was always targeted again and again. The other party was not targeting Su Li, but the master. This time, the attack on the master's family may be an opportunity to threaten the master. Xiao Fei, before I return to Jiangnan, I need to do one thing. Before I come back, I hope you can protect Xiaoli. As for his parents, just do your best. Su Nianying knew very well that her son and daughter-in-law were taken away by the other party in order to threaten her. A very important point is that the other party's purpose is most likely to force him to give up his position to Yao. But he couldn't do that, and it was impossible for him to do that. Chu Fei's heart skipped a beat when he heard his master's tone of ready to die bravely. Master, where are you going? How about you take the others with you? Chu Fei knew very well that his master would not say such things easily. The place where the master is going this time is probably extremely dangerous. Moreover, it seems that the master does not intend to bring anyone with him. That's not necessary. I'll go by myself. Take good care of my granddaughter if I'm not back in 3 days. I'll leave my granddaughter to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. When Chu Fei called again, the call could no longer be connected. He quickly dialed Xiaoyu's number. Xiaoyu, go and see if the team leader is still in the dormitory. Hearing Chu Fei's anxious voice, Xiaoyu immediately jumped out of bed and ran straight to the team leader's residence. When he arrived here, the building was already empty. Brother Fei, the team leader, is missing. Hearing this, Chu Fei knew what his master was thinking. As long as the master wants to hide, basically no one can find him. I see. You go back and rest. Besides, keep an eye on Yao. If there's any movement, tell me immediately. If he wants to take over the dragon team while the team leader is away, I will be the first to kill him. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei's face was already as cold as frost. All of this has been explained. The other party's despicable means prove everything. Back in the car, Chu Fei looked at Su Li, who was still in a daze, and walked up to her and gently held her in his arms. It's okay. I believe that good fortune will come to you, uncle and aunt. Sulie remained silent, just hiding in Chu Fei's arms and sobbing softly. A sleepless night. Chu Fei had already accompanied Sulie back to the villa. The girl's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and she almost fainted several times. Now the Suwu couple is also missing, and the whole city is searching for clues about the murderers. However, after one night, the other party seemed to have disappeared without any trace. Looking at Su Li with red eyes, Chu Fei felt a little bit sorry. You should take a break. I'll call you if I get any clues. Su Li was lying on the bed, clutching the quilt tightly with both hands. Those who have never experienced the pain of losing a loved one will never understand it. Fine, I just want to wait for news from my parents. Seeing how stubborn she was, Chu Fei could only comfort her with a few words. The most important thing now is to find the trace of that group of people first. Just when Chu Fei was about to call to June to ask about the situation, Su Li's phone rang. Su Li hurriedly picked up the phone and thought it was a call from her parents, but the number displayed on it was from a stranger. Who is it? Su Li shook her head and then pressed the answer button. Then a cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Excuse me, is this Miss Su? Hello, your parents are in our hands now. Why don't we have a good talk? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's expression gradually turned cold. There are so many people, but no trace of these people. They must not have left Jiangnan yet. And the fact that he dared to call Sulie meant that he was confident that he could avoid being tracked by others. Who are you? How are my parents? Sulie was eager to know how her parents were doing. However, the man on the other side just smiled faintly. Ms. Su, your parents are not in danger for now, but I don't know what will happen in the future. If you cooperate, your parents will be able to meet you safely. If you're unwilling to cooperate, then I'm sorry. The meaning of the threat is self-evident. Chu Fei just took out his cell phone, glanced at the number on it, and sent a text message to Zhao Dajuan. The content of the text message is to locate the location of this number. Zhao Dajuan, who was checking the surveillance in the war zone branch, had not slept a wink all night. But he didn't dare to doze off now. The sound of his cell phone beeping made him shudder all over. I quickly took it out and took a look. It was a simple content. Find me the location of number 158. Quick, Zhao Dajuan immediately asked his men to use satellite positioning to track the location of this number. And in the villa, what do you want? I can give you whatever I have. Sulie was already confused. As long as the other party was willing to let her parents go, I'm willing to give away anything I have. Is Miss Su so cooperative? Well, please come to the Nanshi Industrial Zone alone. Remember, come here alone. If there are extra people or the bodyguard next to you, don't blame us for being ruthless. After saying that, the man hung up the phone. Chu Fei also received information about Zhao Dajuan's location. The other party is located in the Nanshi Industrial Zone, but they're unable to find out its exact location for the time being. Seeing this news, Chu Fei took a deep breath. Just stay home and be good. I'll go and bring my uncle and aunt back. As soon as Chu Fei finished speaking, Sulie refused. No, I'll go by myself. If they knew you were there, they would definitely hurt mom and dad. What Sulie is thinking about now is to see her parents as soon as possible. Only when I see them will I feel at ease. Sulie, what good would it be for you to go? You're not alone now, you know. Chu Fei knew very well that the other party's purpose was to use Sulie's parents to force Sulie to compromise. Once Sulie goes, she will become the opponent's bargaining chip to threaten the master. The master just told me last night to take good care of Sulie, and he would never let Sulie take any risks. What's more, Sulie has her own child in her belly. I want to go. Sulie's eyes were red, and she was about to push Chu Fei away. But Chu Fei reached out and gently hit her on the neck. The force was just right, knocking her unconscious. I'm sorry, silly girl. I won't let you take any risks. Then he took out his cell phone and called Zhao Dajuan. Send someone over here to guard Miss Su's villa area. If you find any suspicious people, arrest them immediately. If they resist, shoot them on the spot. You bring heavy weapons and equipment, and 3 men. Come and get me. I want to go on a killing spree. Chapter 57. Captain of the first team, Yama. 40 minutes later, Zhao Dajuan brought a group of people to the villa area. At the command, the entire villa was surrounded tightly. The people in the other villas were all shocked. They all knew that the person living in this villa was Sulie, the president of Xiao Company. However, no one expected that Suri would have such an identity. So many military personnel are guarding the villa. What kind of serious incident has happened? Many people still don't know what happened last night and are still confused. Captain Chu, the Zhao army, saluted Chu Fei. The young soldiers around him stood straight. At this moment, Chu Fei had changed into black clothes. Let's go. Chu Fei sat in the back seat of the military green Jeep. His cold eyes made Zhao Dajuan sitting next to him, the driver, and the soldier sitting in the passenger seat all feel that the temperature in the car was a little cold. And in a damp factory in the Nanshi Industrial Zone. This factory has been abandoned for a long time, and no one will come here in the short term. The Suwu couple were tied to a huge stone pillar. They were injected with sleeping pills and have not woken up yet. 4 masked men, armed with weapons, sat on the instrument nearby. Do you think that woman will come here alone? A man wearing a monkey mask suddenly spoke. Do you think it's possible? The bodyguard beside him is no ordinary person. Anyone who can mobilize a war zone branch must be of high status. Another man wearing a pig head mask sneered. They had already figured out the situation here before coming. If the organization had not issued an order that this mission must be completed, they would not have been needed to take action. So, we're still guarding here. Why not just kill them? At this moment, the man wearing the tiger mask looked at the unconscious Su Wu couple. In their eyes, these 2 people are dispensable. After all, the person who made the request was just a woman named Sulie. These 2 people are just used to threaten each other. It's not impossible to kill them. But, as mentioned above, it's best not to kill. If there's really no other way, it's not too late to kill. The man in the lion mask sneered, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The man wearing the monkey mask looked at his watch and said, "It's almost time, let's go." As they were talking, several people untied the ropes that tied up Su Wu and his wife. Then, he took the 2 of them towards the back door of the factory. They are now planning to move their position. When they made that call, they knew that their location would be determined by the other party. Seeing that the time was almost up, he moved to another location and called Sulie with another cell phone to inform her to go to another place. As for himself and others, they intercepted Sulie on the way to another place, and in this way, their mission was completed. Just after the other party left, Chu Fei, Zhao Dajuan, and others had already arrived at the industrial zone. The empty industrial area had long been deserted, But Chu Fei was not in a hurry at all. Looking at Sulie's phone in his hand, he knew that the other party would definitely call Sulie. Pay attention to your surroundings. Once you find a suspicious person, take action immediately. The soldiers driving and co-piloting the car got out directly and began to observe the surrounding situation. Chu Fei and Zhao Dajuan sat in the car, waiting for the phone to ring. But 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. But this time, the note displayed on it was Sulie's father. Zhao Dajuan, who was standing by, immediately understood what was going on. He quickly took out his computer and started tracking the location of a number. But in just a few seconds, the location was determined. The other party was no longer here, but went to the mountain road behind the industrial area. On the mountain road behind the industrial area, about 90 degrees southwest. After receiving Zhao Dajuan's reply, Chu Fei took a deep breath. Press the answer button. Hello. You are Miss Sue's bodyguard, right? Hearing the other party's words, Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the other party is very clear that he will not let Sulie come alone. I'm very curious. Who are you working for? Have you thought about the consequences? Chu Fei's tone was very calm, but he opened the car door, picked up an M99 sniper rifle from the car, and walked towards an abandoned civilian building next to him. Hee, since we dare to come, we are ready to die. However, whether you can find us is another matter. Are you sure? You want to take a gamble? After hearing what the other party said, Chu Fei's face gradually turned cold. It was obvious that there were 4 people on the other side, and they were definitely not gathered together. Even if he killed the person who called him, he would not be able to find a location of the other 3 people. Moreover, Sulie's parents are also in danger. You guys really surprised me a little bit. It's just that I don't quite understand. If you go against me, have you really thought about the consequences? Chu Fei hasn't encountered such a tough opponent for a long time. It seems that this time, the other party is determined to fight with me to the end. Actually, I'm also curious about your identity. Well, why don't you tell me who you are? If your background scares me, I can choose to release that woman's parents. On the mountain road behind the industrial zone, a man wearing a monkey mask sat on a rock and spoke to Chu Fei in a calm tone. Judging from the information given above, the bodyguard beside that woman is a high-ranking figure with considerable strength. They don't know their true identities yet, and even the organization behind them cannot find out. Chu Fei just smiled quietly. Want to know my identity? May I meet you? Wouldn't it be better if we could talk in person? As he spoke, Zhao Dajuan had already led his men galloping towards the distant mountain path. Chu Fei had already reached the rooftop and set up an M99 sniper rifle. This is a heavy sniper rifle. Its power is not inferior to the world-famous heavy sniper rifle Barrett, and in some areas, it even far exceeds Barrett. Within a 1,000-meter range, no one is perfect after a single shot. This weapon is powerful enough to penetrate the steel plates of a tank within a range of 1 kilometer, which shows how terrifying its power is. I suppose your men are coming for me armed while you speak? But sorry, I'm just one person. That woman's parents are in danger. Chu Fei's face turned completely ugly. It seemed that all his plans had been seen through by the other party. Moreover, the other criminals are nowhere to be found. The most important thing is that Sulie's parents are still in the other party's hands. Very good. You guys are really thoughtful. Since you want to know my identity so much, I might as well tell you. The captain of the first team of the Dragon Group, Chu Fei, nicknamed King of Hell. This time, Chu Fei did not hide anything and told the other party his identity in the military. After hearing this, the other party fell silent. Monkey would never have dreamed that the other party was Chu Fei, the captain of the Dragon Group's first team. Just how terrifying this guy, known as the King of Hell all over the world, this could be seen from his history. He single-handedly fought his way through the South Tower military zone, killed the enemy's highest commander, and escaped unscathed. One man entered the Yama Death Zone, blew up a biological and chemical research institute of the enemy country, killed 72 enemy soldiers and 3 top leaders, and returned wounded. Each shocking record is enough to shock people all over the world. Anyone who was targeted by him was terrified. Are you satisfied? Seeing that the other party was silent, Chu Fei spoke again. Yin Wang, you are indeed very strong. I don't want to be your enemy unless it's absolutely necessary. But I have my reasons for doing what I have to do. After the other party said this, the call was hung up. Chu Fei looked at the hung-up phone and punched the wall. A deep hole was instantly created in the wall, and gravel flew everywhere. Damn it, Obviously, the other party knew his identity and still chose to be his enemy, which means that the other party's organization had grasped the handle on these people and forced them to work for the organization. The monkey had already left the place and saw a jeep coming quickly in the bushes. After circling for a few minutes, we met Tiger and the others. How about it? Then the women didn't come. As Tiger spoke, he had already pointed the submachine gun in his hand at Su Wu's head. At this moment, Su Wu had woken up and looked at the four masked men in front of him with a cold face. He knew he couldn't escape. Not coming. The monkey shook his head. Tiger subconsciously pulled the trigger and sent Su Wu and his wife to their death. But the monkey stopped him. Do you know who our opponent is? The monkey took off his mask and looked at the four people calmly. The others were shocked when they saw the monkey take off his mask. They know that they must never take off their masks unless necessary, because taking off the masks means that they will definitely die in this mission. Seeing the monkey take off his mask, the tiger, lion, and pig head also took off their masks. The monkey took a deep breath and looked at the three people. The guy next to that woman is the king of hell. When the three heard this, they were stunned at first, and then fear appeared in their eyes. This king of hell you're talking about, isn't that the man? A wry smile appeared on the monkey's face. What else? Suddenly, everyone fell silent. If the opponent is really the king of hell, then even if they kill the Su Wu couple, their fate is doomed. It's a dead end. There's no way back. Damn it. The man wearing the pig head mask threw the mask to the ground with an angry look on his face. The bastards up there won't even tell us who our opponents are. That's good now. I'm really going to see the king of hell. Grass. The monkey looked at the furious old pig and smiled bitterly. He told me on his own initiative, otherwise I wouldn't have known. Now, we only have two choices. One is to betray the organization and negotiate with the king of hell, and the second is to die. Let's vote. Dear readers, could you please give me a thumbs up and give me a compliment? Thank you. There's still one chapter left, and I'm typing it furiously. Chapter 58, The King of Hell, didn't say he would spare your life. The monkey looked at the three of them and took a deep breath. Those who choose to negotiate, raise your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand. The remaining three people looked at each other and raised their hands. Agree unanimously to negotiate. Since everyone agrees to negotiate, it means no one wants to die. The world is so big anyway. There's no way the organization can find us. Let me call him. As he spoke, the monkey winked at the tiger and the pig head. The two men immediately understood, stepped forward and attacked the Su Wu couple with a knife, knocking them unconscious. Chu Fei, who was on the roof of an abandoned residential building, was thinking about how to lure all the other people out when his cell phone rang again. It's the same number as before. Yin Wang, let's negotiate. The condition is that we leave Da Xiao alive and we release them both. Hearing this, Chu Fei slowly exhaled. Since the other party chooses to negotiate, there is still room for maneuver. Obviously, when Monkey heard Chu Fei's words, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He made an okay gesture to the other three. The three of them understood immediately and started packing up immediately. Have someone remove the checkpoints on the nearby roads. After we leave, I'll text you the location of the woman's parents. Don't worry, I promise I won't touch a hair on their head. Hearing this, Chu Fei was silent for a few seconds. Good. Give me 2 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei called Dejun and Jiang Ning and asked them to withdraw the checkpoints at all entrances out of the city. After doing all this, Chu Fei set up his sniper rifle and observed all the vehicles around him. He knew that the other party would only call to tell him the location of the Su Wu couple after leaving the city. But there is absolutely no way he would let the other party leave Da Xiao alive, because their hands were stained with their master's wife's blood. He must avenge his master. As one car after another passed under his scope, he discovered something unusual about one of them. Through the scope, he saw 5 men sitting in a black car. The driver's eyes were filled with fear. He knew that the other party must have hijacked the driver of the car and taken them out of the city. Looking at the direction they left, Chu Fei immediately called Zhao Dajuan, who was rushing over. Dajuan, come here immediately. Quick. 5 minutes later, the jeep arrived downstairs of the residential building. Captain Chu Fei got in the car and said coldly, exit the city from the southwest, quickly. On the other side, it is the southwest exit of the city. The monkey knocked the car driver unconscious with one punch and threw him out of the car. Wah! Pighead drove the car and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. While in the car, Monkey edited a text message and told Chu Fei the location where Su Wu and his wife were kidnapped. After doing all this, he threw the phone directly into the roadside gutter. I finally survived. Several kilometers behind them, Chu Fei received a text message. Then he forwarded the text message directly to Jiang Ning and asked him to pick up Su Li's parents. As for myself, I must leave the four of them behind. For some people, there are no rules. Death is their best destination. At the same time, in a luxurious villa in the capital. No news yet. A middle-aged man in his 50s sat on the sofa, a top-grade cigar between his fingers. Not yet. Do you want me to call their eldest brother to ask about the situation? Next to the man stood a young man in his 20s. If Chu Fei were here, he would definitely recognize that this young man is a strong opponent. Yao? Ask. If you fail again this time, you know the consequences. The middle-aged man slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and his thick eyebrows looked particularly majestic. Uncle Gang, don't worry. It's definitely a success this time. Yao looked extremely respectful. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. Then, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother, what's wrong? Xiao, how's it going? Any news? In order to build up his own power, he adopted many orphans and let them fight each other. Only Yi managed to escape from among hundreds of orphans, and Yao also recognized him as his own brother. And he is also the leader of Yao's private organization. People call him Brother Yi. He was the one who asked Yi to send people to carry out the previous missions. But they all failed. This time, he asked Yi to send out his trusted men to complete the mission. Brother, they haven't replied to me yet. Do you want me to call them and ask? Yao's face turned cold. Send me the phone number. I will call him myself. Yes. In just a moment, the phone number was sent to Yao's mobile phone. When he called, no one answered the phone. Suddenly, his face fell and his brows furrowed. I called again, and this time the call was hung up. He was startled and called again immediately. This time, the phone I dialed was turned off. What's wrong? The man named Uncle Gang saw that his face looked strange and asked with a frown. The phone is turned off. It seems to be intentional. Yao's face was very gloomy. He didn't understand why the men Yi sent out turned off their phones. Did the mission fail? Not likely. The plan I gave him could be said to be perfect. Even if Sulie has a master by his side, the four trusted subordinates sent by Yi are definitely masters among masters. His actual strength is only second to Yi. Uncle Gang snorted lightly, with a hint of anger in his tone. Yao's expression changed. Uncle Gang, don't worry, I will definitely contact them. After saying that, he called Yi again. Where are the people? Why aren't they answering the phone? Hearing Yao's roar, Yi tone was filled with shock. Brother, I will contact them now. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Less than 2 minutes later, Yao's phone rang again. Brother, I can't contact them either. Hearing this, Yao's face finally became a little more panicked. Uncle Gang seemed to have guessed something and dropped the cigar in his hand heavily to the ground. If this matter cannot be handled properly, I will ask the family to transfer you back to the family. When Yao heard this, he became a little anxious. Uncle Gang, don't worry, I won't fail. Maybe they are in the process of taking action. He had worked hard to climb to this position and enjoyed rights that countless people had never had. The power to control the life and death of countless people gradually made him addicted. This time, he also took the initiative to ask the family for permission to take the position of leader of the Dragon Group. This will also bring greater benefits to the family. After discussion, the family decided to support him to take the position. However, the first problem to be solved is Su Nianying. As long as he agrees, there will be no problem. However, this old guy never agreed and always wanted Chu Fei to take his place. But for some reason, before he abdicated, he sent Chu Fei out on a mission. This also gave Yao enough opportunities to control the Dragon Group. Now 2/3 of the Dragon Group have supported him to take the position. He only needs Su Nianying to nod, and the position will be his. It's a pity that the old guy never gave in. He then planned to use Su Nianying's family as a threat to force him to abdicate. However, these missions all ended in failure, leaving the family disappointed in him. Tell me when you succeed. Uncle Gang finished speaking and was about to leave. However, the cell phone in Uncle Gang's arms rang. When he heard the words on the other end of the phone, his face changed drastically. What? He went alone? How dare he? That shocked look made Yao feel incredible. Ever since I met Uncle Gang, I have never seen him look like this. Okay, I got it. I'll go back now. Uncle Gang hung up the phone and took a deep breath. He slapped Yao in the face with his backhand. Yao was stunned by this sudden slap and was a little confused. Uncle Gang, Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. You did a good job. It's good of you to threaten his family. Your people even dare to kill his wife. They are quite powerful. Now, Sun Yining has already reached the gate of the family. If the family suffers too great a loss this time, you can expect to be punished. After he finished speaking, Uncle Gang turned around and walked out of the villa. Yao was stunned on the spot, the burning pain on his face telling him that this was not fake, because he didn't expect that the people he sent out would even kill Sun Yining's wife. On the small road from Jiangnan City to Jiangbei City, the four monkeys tacitly threw away all their cell phones. They received 2 consecutive calls just now, but now they have betrayed the organization. If you don't belong to an organization, you are just a free man. From now on, I don't have to go back to that place where people die every day. The world is so big, where can't we go? The tiger breathed a sigh of relief. The other 3 also laughed out loud, their voices filled with relief. They dream of escaping from that cage-like purgatory. This time, there's finally a chance. However, a car behind caught the attention of Pighead, who was driving. Monkey, someone is following us. As soon as these words were spoken, several people's faces changed. Looking back, they saw a jeep chasing them at high speed. The expressions of several people changed, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Could it be that he doesn't keep his word? The lion's tone was a little trembling. In the jeep behind, Chu Fei took out a rocket launcher from the trunk with a cold face. Open the skylight. The soldier in charge of driving pressed the button, and the sunroof opened. Chu Fei was carrying a rocket launcher loaded with shells, with half of his body exposed. Chu Fei said he would spare your lives. The King of Hell didn't say he would spare your lives. Chapter 59, if you don't come back, I'll collect your body. With a loud bang, the entire car was blown into pieces. With this shot, all 4 of them were wiped out. Chu Fei put away his weapon and sat back in the car with a cold face. Go back to the villa. Zhao Dajuan looked at the burning car in front of him and started calling people to come and clean up the scene. Otherwise, this matter would definitely be reported by the media. Nearly half an hour later, Chu Fei and others returned to the villa. Okay, you guys go back first. I'm here for you. Zhao Dajuan nodded and led the team away. As Chu Fei walked to the door, he heard crying in the living room. His face looked a little heavy, and in the end, he didn't push the door open and go in. He just quietly came to the pavilion in the yard, lit a cigarette by himself, and smoked it hard. He must make the guys behind these people pay the price for this matter. Although the murderer is dead, the mastermind behind the incident is still alive and well. Who knows when it will appear again? Chu Fei would feel like a thorn in his back if he didn't find the other party. As far as today's plan is concerned, the other party has already calculated all possible means for him. If these 4 people had not chosen to negotiate with him in the end, Sulie's parents might not have been rescued. After smoking one cigarette after another in the yard for nearly half an hour, the crying in the living room slowly stopped. Put out the cigarette, and throw it into the trash can nearby. Then he stood up, opened the door, and walked into the living room. Sulie sat with her parents. Both mother and daughter had red eyes. Su Wu kept frowning, his face heavy. Seeing Chu Fei come in, Su Wu said, let's go out and talk. Chu Fei glanced at Sulie, who was still in a sad state, and nodded slightly. He and Su Wu came to the pavilion in the yard. Smoking, Su Wu took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over. Chu Fei did not refuse and took it with both hands. Thank you for today. He knew that if it weren't for Chu Fei, his family might have died. You are welcome. It's just what I'm supposed to do. It is my responsibility to protect Sulie's safety. Perhaps, before this, Chu Fei was simply serving as Sulie's bodyguard. But now it's different. The relationship between the two has been made clear. Her business is her own business. Although I don't know why you chose to be Xiaoli's bodyguard, there are some things I still want to tell you. I thank you for saving me and my wife. If you want any compensation, I can do my best to meet your requirements. But I hope to stay away from Sulie from today onwards. Su Wu's words made Chu Fei a little confused. He didn't understand what Su Wu meant. If it weren't for me, they might have been captured long ago. Since you came to my daughter has always been in trouble, and now it has involved our entire family. Even her grandmother passed away because of this incident. If you really want to do this for her own good, you should stay away from her. Consider this my plea. Su Wu's eyes, full of vicissitudes of life, just looked at Chu Fei. His idea was very simple. The reason for all this was because of Chu Fei. Without him, perhaps so many things wouldn't have happened. As long as Chu Fei leaves, their family can still live together peacefully. When Chu Fei heard his explanation, he laughed. Does he simply think that the problem will be solved if he leaves? Will those people really let Master and his family go? Not to mention, it's impossible for me to leave now. Uncle Su, please allow me to call you that. I don't know if you still remember, I told you before that I have news about Grandpa Sulie. Now, I can tell you very clearly that it was Su Lee's grandfather who asked me to protect Su Lee. Even if I leave, you won't be safe. Besides, I won't leave. After these words were spoken, Su Wu's eyes showed a hint of shock. He seemed a little bit unable to believe that what Chu Fei said was true. My father has been missing for decades. There has been no news over the years. In my heart, I have long regarded my father as a dead man. It wasn't until a few days ago, when Chu Fei mentioned that his father was still alive, that he felt it was incredible. Are you kidding? Did my father ask you to protect Xiaoli? Faced with Su Wu's questioning, Chu Fei could only nod. Yes, things have come to this point. Uncle Su, there's no need for me to deceive you. Su Li's grandfather is actually my guide and my master. He was afraid that someone would use you to threaten him, so he asked me to protect Xiaoli. But Chu Fei didn't continue. Su also understood what Chu Fei meant. Now that my mother is gone, what does it matter if my father is a high-ranking official? He couldn't even protect his own family. I see. From now on, Xiaoli will be left to your care. After my mother's funeral, I will hand over everything in the company to Xiaoli. I plan to go out for a walk with her mother. Chu Fei quickly said, my master plans to come back in a few days. Uncle Su, don't you plan to meet him? Su Wu sneered, tears flashing in his eyes. If he can't even protect his own wife, how can he be my father? After these words were spoken, Chu Fei fell completely silent. It can be seen that Su Wu has become disappointed with his master regarding the death of Su Li's grandmother. All right, go back. I know Sulie likes you very much. If possible, I hope you can be together well. Speaking of this, Chu Fei's face showed a bit of embarrassment. He didn't know whether to tell Su Wu about this. But now is not the time. At the same time, in front of the gate of a luxurious manor near the sea in the capital, puff, the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh was heard. Sun Yinying was holding a sharp tang sword and was covered in blood. Behind him, there were more than 10 corpses lying in a mess. Blood dyed the surrounding ground red. Let the head of the Long family get out here. If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, I'll either die or I'll kill you all until you're too scared to leave the house. I'll kill anyone from the Long family I see. He always knew that Yi Ao was supported by the Long family. After all, the other party is one of the 4 major families in Daxia. As long as the other party does not attack his family, there's still room for negotiation. But now my wife is dead, and my son and daughter-in-law don't know what's going on. Thanks to Chu Fei's protection, his only granddaughter was safe. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what the other party would do for his position. He has killed all the people who were responsible for guarding the gate of the Long family manor, and someone has already notified the upper echelons of the Long family. Now, on the way here, no one knew what had gone wrong with the leader of the Dragon Group, why he came to kill them like this. You know, he was also a top player back then. There are very few people who can fight with him. There is no trash among those working for the Long family. However, no one could withstand this 3-sword man. Within 3 strikes, blood will surely be drawn. Mr. Su, are you too arrogant? The Long family is not a place where you can come and go as you please. What on earth do you want to do after killing so many of my people? A dignified man walked out of the Long family's luxurious villa and looked at Sun Yinying with a gloomy face. He is also the only person in the family who can talk to Sun Yinying, because no one else is qualified. Dragon Roar, you're not qualified to talk to me. Let Long Quang come out. Long Xiao, who was standing behind the gate, had an ugly expression on his face. In terms of seniority, the other person is of the same generation as his father. I am just a junior and have no right to negotiate with the other party. But now, I am the only one who can make the decision in the Long family. Now my father and the others are rushing back and are still on the way. If they don't come back, he will have no choice but to let his men use firearms. However, even if he used guns, he would not dare to kill anyone. Given the other party's identity, if they open fire, the price they will have to pay will not just be a few people. My father and his men are on their way. If Mr. Su doesn't mind, Before he could finish his words, Su Nianying had already kicked the big iron door open. The heavy iron door flew out in an instant and slammed heavily in front of Long Xiao. The latter's face looked extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to get angry. The guards around him could only watch and dared not make any move. All of them, put together, are not enough to be defeated by the other side. Even though Su Nianying is over 70 years old, her martial arts skills are still there. If they go up, they will at most just consume the opponent's energy, but they will be killed by the opponent's knife. 10 minutes. If Long Quang hasn't returned yet, then wait for me to collect your body. A cold voice came out of Su Nianying's mouth. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Long Zhao's forehead. He had no doubt that Su Nianying dared to do this. In this case, any identity is false. Only the weapon in the hand is real. No matter who he wanted to kill, he could only be saved if the elders of his family showed up or his eldest brother and the others came back. Long Xiao just stood aside and waited, not daring to move around. He could only hope that his father and the others would come back soon. Otherwise, he might really be chopped to death by Su Nianying. Please give us a little click to urge for more updates and give us a good review. The young author is still working hard on typing. Chapter 60, Killing Your Son, is not too much, right? Inside the Long family manor, Long Zhao's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he kept looking at the watch on his wrist that was worth millions. Now, 9 minutes have passed since the 10 minutes Su Nianying mentioned. If my father and the others hadn't come back yet, I would have died here today. He could already feel the bloody, murderous aura coming from the other party. That is something you can only get after going through blood and rain. With the bodyguard around him, it would be their limit if they could stop the other party for 1 minute. You have 30 seconds. Tell me your last words, and I will tell them to your father. Su Nianying's face was still cold, and she held the Tang sword tightly in her hand. The bloodstains on it seemed to have dried up. He picked it up and wiped it gently on his clothes, wiping off the bloodstains. Looking at this action, Long Xiao couldn't help himself anymore. Mr. Su, I really don't know why you're so angry. Can't you consider your own identity? All he could do now was to calm Su Nianying's anger as much as possible. But what he didn't know was that the anger of having his wife, whom he had loved for decades, taken away from him would not be easily quelled. Even if I kill him, I can't get rid of my hatred. You have 10 seconds. Su Nianying's arm hung naturally, with the tip of the Tang sword pointing straight at the ground. At the same time, several masters around Long Xiao also quietly walked in front of Long Xiao. All they can do now is buy more time. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Puff! A knife slashed across the neck of a bodyguard, and the man was killed before he even saw Su Nianying's movements. The remaining few people did not dare to be careless and rushed forward. Long Xiao ran out of the door. He just wanted to survive. Puff! However, in just a dozen seconds, all the masters around Long Xiao were killed. Su Nianying's clothes were stained with blood, but he didn't care at all. He turned around to look at Long Xiao, who had already run 100 meters away, and immediately chased after him. No one can stop him from killing someone. But just as he was about to chase out the gate, several top luxury cars appeared at the intersection. Su Nianying stopped and looked at the cars in front of her with cold eyes. The car stopped not far from Su Nianying, and several middle-aged men and an old man about the same age as Su Nianying got out of the car. And this old man is the head of the Long family, Long Quang. Long time no see, Lao Su. Although Long Quang is over 70 years old, his physical fitness is comparable to Su Nianying. Hand over all the people involved. This matter is over. Otherwise, one of us will die. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Zhen, the eldest son beside Long Quang, spoke. Su Nianying, do you still think you are the same as you were back then? You are now just a frail old man. Looking for an opponent. How about I come? In the entire Long family, Long Zhen's strength is second only to Long Quang. Moreover, he has already learned the skills of Long Quang. He is in his 40s and is at the peak of his powers. Even Long Quang would not say that he was a match for his eldest son. A smile appeared on Su Nianying's face. She raised the Tang sword in her hand, pointing the tip of the sword at Long Zhen. Ugh. Then it's you. It's just right. I can use you, the genius of the Long family, to sacrifice the sword. Upon hearing this, Long Zhen became furious. Just as he was about to step forward to compete with Su Nianying, Long Quang reached out to stop him. Lao Su, I just found out about this. Since you've already spoken, I'll give you this favor. Bring the person up to me. At Long Quang's command, a middle-aged man and a young man in his 20s were brought to Long Quang's side. When Su Nianying saw the two people being brought up, her face became a little gloomy. You two are just trying to get rid of me. The people I'm talking about are not just the steward and the leader of the organization. Hearing this, Long Quang's expression turned somewhat ugly. The people who were brought up were Long Gang and Yi Chi. Long Gang himself didn't expect that he would be called back by the master shortly after leaving Yao's villa. Moreover, there is Yi Chi, the leader of the organization secretly cultivated by Yao. I thought that they might be sent to punish them, but they never expected that they would be made scapegoats. Lao Su, what else do you want? Don't tell me. You want my son to be buried with you? As soon as these words came out, Long Li's face in the crowd changed. He is the instigator of this incident. It was also he who wanted Yao to take the position of leader of the Dragon Group. However, he did this for the good of his family. Although there's a bit of selfishness, overall, it will only benefit the family and not harm it. My wife is dead. Killing your son isn't too much, is it? A cold smile appeared on the corner of Su Nianying's mouth, and the Tang sword in her hand gently brushed against her clothes. Su Nianying, do you really have to do this? Can you really hold off so many of us by yourself? Apart from anything else, Longjin alone is enough to stop Su Nianying. Not to mention that there are so many masters around them. It's easy to take down Su Nianying. Then let's give it a try. Killing one won't be a loss, but killing two will be a profit. When Long Quang heard this, his expression changed completely. The other party came here with the mentality of certain death. If that were the case, they might not be able to stop Su Nianying from killing someone. Are you determined to take action? Long Quang still had some hope and planned to talk to the other party. However, he underestimated Su Nianying's attitude and the other party's murderous intent. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Nianying took action. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 61. Hello, Dad. 2 days later, Jiangnan City. White lanterns were hung everywhere inside and outside the Su family villa. The original living room has long since become a mourning hall. A high-quality coffin was placed in the middle of the mourning hall. Su Wu and others gathered beside the coffin and burned paper money. Chu Fei was standing behind them, wearing a black suit and with a gloomy look on his face. Suli's eyes were red from crying. Today is the last day of the funeral. In the afternoon, a hearse will be sent to the cemetery for burial. In the yard stood many owners of local Jiangnan businesses. They already knew what happened 3 days ago, but they don't know whether the murderer has been caught. Now that Qiao has the support of Truman Group and Junhao Group is on the rise, and bosses from major companies have come to mourn. Wang Xie was naturally also in the crowd, but she felt very curious about the other party's background. They even dared to attack the people protected by Chu Fei. Don't those people know Chu Fei's identity in the military? If he knew and still dared to take action, he would be deliberately targeting Chu Fei. For this reason, she also asked her family members about this matter. But her family members told her not to get involved in this matter and just focus on business matters. This made her even more curious, and she had already planned to find time to ask Chu Fei. Just as everyone was mourning, an old man wrapped in blood-stained bandages walked into the yard. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned to the old man. They were filled with shock. What kind of injury did this old man suffer to be injured like this? And the worst thing is he can still walk. If it were any other man, he would probably have collapsed in bed. Moreover, some sharp-eyed people could clearly see that the man left faint bloody footprints on the road he walked on. Is that blood? Someone in the crowd exclaimed softly. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the road behind the old man. There's blood all along the way. Many women covered their mouths, not daring to look at the bloody scene. There was a hint of shock in Wang Xie's beautiful eyes. If she remembered correctly, she had met this person once when she was a child. That time, the old man stood and sat with his father. It can be seen how high the identity and status of this old man is. What Wang Xie didn't expect was that this old man would appear here. Could it be that? Her eyes looked at the coffin in the mourning hall. A terrible thought popped into her mind. The crowd, which was originally crowded, slowly made way. If for no other reason, just because this old man is covered with wounds, everyone comes to express their condolences, they all have to respect him. Chu Fei was the first to notice the dispersing crowd. He was stunned when he saw his master walking out of the crowd. What on earth happened? Why was the master injured so badly? Just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Su Nianying with a look. Su Wu and the other two also discovered the old man covered in blood. Su Wu's tall body trembled slightly, and childhood memories instantly flooded into his mind. In my memory, my father's familiar face and the old man in front of me gradually overlapped. At that moment, Su Wu's eyes turned red in an instant. He stood up angrily and rushed forward to punch Su Nianying. Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this scene. But when the fist was about to land on Su Nianying, Su Wu stopped. "What are you doing here? You don't deserve to be at my mother's funeral. In my heart, you've already died. Did you hear that, Dead?" Su Wu roared at Su Nianying, but tears had already rolled down his cheeks. Su Nianying didn't say a word, but walked past Su Wu and walked to the coffin with trembling steps. Looking at Jiang Taiying lying in the coffin, he smiled. I'm back late." This one sentence shocked everyone present. This person turned out to be old Lady Zhang's husband. "I haven't been with you for so many years. I didn't expect you to leave first. But it's okay. Just wait for me on the way. I'll be here soon. It won't take long. Just wait for me." Su Nianying just lay beside the coffin, muttering to herself. Chu Fei saw it and said nothing. Perhaps the person the master feels most sorry for in his life is his master's wife. And Sulie also met her grandfather for the first time. When she saw her grandfather's bloody gauze and the bloody footprints that stained the floor, she pursed her lips to prevent herself from crying out loud. "What on earth did Grandpa do?" "What? You will be covered in wounds." Not only did she want to know, Chu Fei also wanted to know. But now is not the time for him to speak. And Su Wu had returned to kneeling beside the coffin. After seeing the injuries all over his father's body, all the resentment in his heart disappeared. "Now, I just want to take good care of my mother during her final journey." 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the cemetery, everyone looked at the coffin being slowly buried, with their heads bowed in silence. Only after the soil was covered did Su Wu turn around and bow to all the guests. "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my mother's funeral. Thank you." Everyone present nodded in response, and finally dispersed. After everyone left, Su Nianying could no longer hold on and fell backwards. Chu Fei was quick to support him. "Master." Seeing this, Su Wu hurriedly said, "Quick, send him to the hospital." 2 hours later, the doctor in charge of the operation then walked out of the operating room. Looking at Chu Fei and the others waiting at the door, he slowly said, "Who is the patient's immediate family member?" Su Wu took a step forward and said, "I'm his son." The doctor glanced at Su Wu and took him to an office nearby. 10 minutes later, Su Wu walked out of the office with a pale face. When Chu Fei saw Su Wu like this, he had a bad thought in his mind. "Uncle Su, how is my master?" Su Wu looked at Chu Fei and said, "He lost too much blood. Most of his bones were broken, and his brain was severely damaged. If he gets medical treatment within a day, he might still have a chance. Now, there may be only 2 days left." Chu Fei was stunned on the spot. "Master, you only have 2 days left to live? What exactly happened?" Sulie was also panicked. She finally saw her grandfather, whom she had fantasized about for a long time. "We only had 2 days together, and in the hospital? Grandma just passed away. Is Grandpa about to leave?" Sulie, who had finally calmed down, had tears in her eyes again at this moment. "Uncle Su, I'm going out to make a phone call." Chu Fei walked towards the stairwell with a cold face. I went to the stairwell, took out my cell phone, and called Xiaoyu. After just a few seconds, Xiaoyu's low voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Fei, has the master arrived in Jiangnan? It seems that everyone in the group already knows about this matter. What's going on? How could the master be injured so badly?" Chu Fei almost shouted. Xiaoyu heard Chu Fei's roar and just said silently. After leaving that night, Master went to Long Family Manor alone. The Jiangnan incident is related to the Long family. Master was furious and stormed into the Long family. Finally, Long Quang, the head of the Long family, and his 3 sons and others all came forward. And Master, in order to avenge his master's wife, fought a bloody battle with Long Quang's family. He ultimately killed Long Quang's second son, Long Li, and was severely injured himself. When he was about to die, the Supreme Master arrived and rescued Master from the Long family. Master endured his injuries and received simple treatment for 2 days before returning to Jiangnan. We couldn't stop him. Long family. The anger in Chu Fei's eyes almost burst out. What a good method to use to support someone to get to the top. What a Long family. Good. Chu Fei clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. "Brother Fei, don't be impulsive. The Supreme Leader asked me to tell you that the Long family cannot move now. It's best if you don't take action, let alone involve the military. Hearing this, Chu Fei smiled, a cold smile. I see. I won't use my position in the military to take action against the Long family. There's one more thing he didn't say, which was, I will use my identity to avenge my master. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei picked up the phone again. Hello. Dad, I want to kill someone. Target, the Long family of Daxia. I have updated 2 chapters in a row and will try my best to write another one. Dear readers, I've tried my best. You can do whatever you want. Chapter 62, The Secret Exposed. On a distant overseas island, Chu Tianquang was a little surprised when he received a call from his son. What happened? If you want to move against the Long family, you should think carefully. If it's just targeting one person, then it's easy. I can just let Shadow and the others deal with it. But it's a bit difficult for you to destroy the Long family. He wants to kill people as soon as he opens his mouth, and he is a member of the Long family. Although to the Chu family, the Long family is nothing. But after all, it is within the territory of Daxia, so it is not easy to send troops. If the Long family was overseas, he would have ordered someone to take action long ago. Master, I'm almost done. The Long family did it. These few short words made Chu Tianquang's face darken. What's going on? Su Nianying is his elder brother. Although there is a big age gap between the two, Chu Tianquang did receive a lot of help from Su Nianying back then. That's why he thought of entrusting his son to Brother Su for teaching. However, after not seeing each other for only a few years, Brother Su is almost dying. Chu Fei told his father the whole story. He also knew the relationship between his father and his master. He understood that his father would definitely not let it go this time. The Long family must disappear. Okay. The Long family is so powerful. You don't need to get involved in this matter. I will handle it myself. Chu Fei wanted to say something, but the phone was hung up. He knew very well that with his father's temper, those people from the Long family might not even be able to leave the house. After doing all this, Chu Fei returned to the corridor. But there was no sign of Sulie and the others. After asking, I found out that they had all gone to the ward to visit the master who had not yet woken up. I arrived at the ward and gently pushed the door open. The master's originally loud voice now sounded a little thin. His body was covered with scars and was pierced with various instruments. The heart rate monitor next to me kept beeping. Su Wu and others stood aside and watched silently. At this moment, there was no more complaint in his eyes, only expectation. He hoped that his father could live well, and he didn't want to see the 2 most important relatives in his life go away in just a few days. Perhaps from a moment, Su Nianying risked her life to come back to see Jiang tying off. Su had already forgiven this incompetent father in his heart. I'll stay here today. Qinglian, Xiaoli, and Xiaofei, you all should go. Seeing this, Zhang Qinglian remained silent. Sulie knew that her father must have a lot to say to her grandfather, and he was very sensible. Chu Fei originally wanted to stay and take care of his master, but Su Wu asked him to, so he had no choice but to go back with Sulie. The 3 returned to the Su family's villa. Since starting work at the company, Sulie rarely comes back home. One is for convenience, and the other is to make yourself independent. Xiao Fei, please sit down and relax. I'll go wash some fruit. Zhang Qinglian stood up and was about to wash the fruit, but Chu Fei quickly waved his hand. And Zhang, that's not necessary. Sulie also said, Mom, you should go and rest first. You've been tired all day. Looking at her mother's tired appearance, Sulie felt a little sorry for her. My mother is such a simple and kind person. Although she doesn't work, she always takes care of everything at home. Well, if you 2 young people have something to say, just chat. Mom is going to rest first. Zhang Qinglian got up and returned to the room. Sulie brought Chu Fei to the room on the 3rd floor. She lived in this room when she was a child. Although I haven't lived at home for a long time, the room is still clean. There's also a family photo on the table. Looking at the appearance of her grandmother in the photo, Sulie's eyes couldn't help but turn red again. Seeing this, Chu Fei stepped forward and gently held her in his arms. Okay, don't be sad. Grandma's spirit in heaven would definitely not want you to cry so sadly. Sulie just pursed her lips, enjoying the warmth in Chu Fei's arms. It seemed that only in his arms did she feel safe. Go to sleep. I'll be by your side. Chu Fei brought her to the bed, gently let her lie down, and covered her with a quilt. Sulie held Chu Fei's hand and looked at her with her beautiful eyes. Bandit, tell me, is our baby a boy or a girl? Chu Fei smiled slightly. Couldn't it be twins? Besides, it's time for you to go to the hospital for a checkup. You haven't had a good rest these past few days, and the child certainly hasn't had a good rest either. Go to bed early. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the hospital to see the master and check him out. Sulie nodded gently and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Sulie woke up, Chu Fei had already disappeared. I got up, changed my clothes, washed up quickly, and went downstairs. Chu Fei had already prepared breakfast and smiled when he saw Sulie. Woke up, come down, and have breakfast. At this time, Zhang Qinglian also came out of the kitchen. Holding a bowl of red date porridge in her hand, she said, "Come and eat something. I'll bring breakfast to your dad later. The company called you today, but your phone was off, so the call went through to your dad's phone. Your dad called me and asked me to tell you that there were some things at the company that needed your attention." While eating breakfast, Sulie always felt that her mother was looking at her. "Mom, what are you doing? Why are you always looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Sulie drank the red date porridge in the bowl and looked at her mother strangely. You must learn to cherish the people around you. Not small anymore." Zhang Qinglian's meaning was very clear. She wanted to bring Chu Fei and Sulie together. She had originally wanted to make breakfast for the two of them when she got up this morning. But unexpectedly, Chu Fei got up before her and was making breakfast. She stepped forward to help and got to know Chu Fei a little bit. In her opinion, she was very satisfied with Chu Fei's personality and temper. She would also be happy to see her daughter marry Chu Fei. "Mom, it's still early for this. Besides, he is my bodyguard." Sulie pouted and glared at Chu Fei fiercely. She thought Chu Fei had said something to her mother. "So what about bodyguards? Our family doesn't care about status, as long as the person is good. Anyway, let me tell you, Xiao Fei, I'm very satisfied. If you bring someone else back to see me, I won't have the same attitude." Zhang Qinglian pretended to be angry, which made Sulie unable to help but glare at Chu Fei fiercely. I know. Chu Fei stood aside without saying a word. After breakfast, Chu Fei drove Sulie to the company. She has not been in the company these days, and the company has a lot of documents waiting for her approval and signature. However, as soon as I arrived at the office, the secretary came in. "Boss Su, you're finally back. I don't know why, but a lot of companies want to work with us these days. And the investment amounts are not small, basically over 100 million yuan. Look." Hearing this, Sulie's eyes showed a bit more doubt. An investment of over 100 million? When did a company in Jiangnan become willing to cooperate with us? What companies are there? The secretary then opened the folder and read out the names of those companies one by one. After Sulie finished listening, her brows furrowed. "A company that has nothing to do with us wants to cooperate with us. A large part of the companies mentioned by the secretary have nothing to do with medicine, including timber, aquatic products, real estate, infrastructure, etc." She was very curious. Why did these companies want to cooperate with her? Is there any benefit for them? I'm curious too. "Boss Su, would you like to make an appointment?" Sulie thought for a while and was about to make an appointment with these company bosses when Chu Fei spoke up. "It's better not to." As soon as Chu Fei opened his mouth, Sulie knew that this matter was definitely not that simple. He waved to the secretary and said, "You can leave first." The secretary looked at Chu Fei in surprise before leaving the office. "Why?" Sulie looked at him in surprise. Chu Fei took a deep breath and said, "I suspect that the company's research secrets have been exposed. The last update is here. Move your little hands, click the urge for updates, and give a good review." Chapter 63, The Last Words. How is that possible? Sulie's eyes were full of disbelief. The company's research has always been confidential, and few people know about it. Even if Li Fei was an insider and checked the list of the company's researchers, it would be impossible for him to know what drugs the company was researching. If that's not the case, why would so many companies choose to invest in your company? Think about it. Before the Xiao Group left, how many companies chose to terminate their contracts? Nowadays, so many companies want to cooperate with you. There are only two reasons. The first is your identity, and the second is for profit. Chu Fei said it very clearly. What happened a few days ago may have made many bosses in Jiangnan City see the impressive background of Qiao Company. I want to take this opportunity to invest in Qiao Company and strengthen the relationship between the two parties. But we will not choose to cooperate even with companies that are not in the same industry, as that will not bring any improvement to ourselves. If it wasn't for Sulie's identity and background, then it was for profit. They were interested in the future of Qiao Company and wanted to get some shares in advance. Once Qiao Company completely rises, the shares they hold will be worth a sky-high price, which is a drop in the bucket compared to their previous investment. But Sulie still couldn't figure out who leaked the company's secrets. Only a few people knew about it, and the researchers had no chance to talk about it with outsiders. Who could that be? We can only wait for tomorrow's business banquet. Zhu Fei spoke slow. People from the four major families will appear at tomorrow's business banquet. Maybe they knew part of the situation and wanted to occupy the market in advance. That's all we can do. Sulie frowned slightly. Near the end of the afternoon shift, Sulie received a call from her father. You and Xiaofei are both in the company, right? Is the matter settled? Come to the hospital. Your grandpa wants to talk to Xiaofei. Hearing this, Sulie's heart suddenly tightened. Okay, we'll be right there. Hang up the phone. Bandit, my grandfather said he has something to tell you. We're going to hospital now. Chu Fei's face became more nervous when he heard this. The two drove to the hospital, gently pushing open the door of the ward. Soon Yinying had woken up and could speak with difficulty. But his physical injuries were still very serious, and his voice was far less deep and powerful than before. When Soon Yinying watched Chu Fei and Sulie walk into the ward together, a smile appeared on her old face. It seemed that this scene was what he wanted to see most. But in Chu Fei's eyes, the master who once fought in a battle has now become an ordinary old man. The old face and cloudy eyes have lost all the pride he once had. Master, Chu Fei called out softly in a whisper. Sulie looked at Soon Yinying lying on the bed and gently uttered two kind words from her red lips. Grandpa. Sun Yinying nodded in satisfaction. My dear granddaughter, come here and let Grandpa take a good look at you. Only then did Sulie walk to Soon Yinying's side. Looking Sulie up and down, Soon Yinying's face was full of a satisfied smile. Okay. As expected of the daughter of my Su family, not bad. If Chu Fei dares to bully you in the future, you'll have to beat him up. You're welcome, okay? Soon Yinying couldn't help but nod continuously, with smiles in her eyes. Sulie remained silent, with slightly red eyes. Okay, girl, you and her dad should go out first. Xiaofei and I have something to talk about. Sun Yanjin spoke slowly. Seeing this, Su Wu took Sulie out of the ward. At this moment, Chu Fei and Soon Yinying were the only ones left in the ward. Brat, come here. Soon Yinying shouted at Chu Fei. Chu Fei hurriedly walked to his side, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. Old man, don't be so stubborn. Just take a good rest. It won't be too late to teach me a lesson when you're better. Soon Yinying wanted to raise her hand to give him a slap, but her arm was unable to move, so she had to give up. My own injuries, I know. He won't live many days. I've already told the Supreme that you're the one I voted for as the leader of the Dragon Team, but I don't know whether the remaining people will choose you. I don't want this position to fall into the hands of others. Even if you want to go home in the future, this position must be passed on to someone you trust. Soon Yinying's words were her last words. Once the Dragon Group is controlled by any of the four major families, its strength will surpass that of the other three. Then it will no longer be a four-way competition. If one company dominates the market, it will definitely cause a huge backlash. By then, the situation in the country will definitely not be better. The Supreme Leader also doesn't want this to happen, but he can't intervene directly. In fact, the person sitting in the highest position had known about this matter for a long time, but he did not come forward until Soon Yinying was about to die. This is the reason. Chu Fei listened and remained silent. Seeing that he didn't speak, Soon Yinying didn't say anything either. It was a long time before he broke the silence. By the way, I'll leave my granddaughter to you from now on. Don't treat my granddaughter badly, understand? How could Chu Fei not know what his master was thinking? Ever since he knew that his master was Sulie's grandfather, he guessed that his master must be trying to match him up with Sulie. However, he himself did not expect that the two of them were already destined to be together without the help of his master. I swear I won't do that. Hearing this, Soon Yinying felt a little surprised. This kid has never been so easy to talk to before. If he knew that he was deliberately sent to protect a girl, he would definitely not be happy. Now I am so happy. You bastard, you didn't take my granddaughter away a long time ago, did you? Hearing this, Chu Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. It was purely an accident. Accident. Soon Yinying's eyes widened, but she quickly recovered. That's fine. If you dare abandon my granddaughter, I'll kill you even as a ghost after I die. As soon as these words came out, both of them fell silent. After several seconds, Chu Fei spoke. Don't worry, you will be fine. Sun Yining's expression suddenly turned gloomy. Before I die, I still have a wish that has not been fulfilled. After saying this, Chu Fei raised his head and looked at him. What's up? I will definitely do it for you. Sun Yining looked up at the ceiling. It's not a big deal. I just want to hear you call me Grandpa. Chu Fei was stunned, and then his face was full of surprise. No. Master, be reasonable. You and my father are brothers. My father calls you Big Brother, and there's nothing wrong with me calling you Master. But you asked me to call you Grandpa. That messes up the generations. Unexpectedly, Sun Yining glared at him angrily. You knew that too? Why didn't you say anything when you attacked my granddaughter? Logically, you should be an uncle, right? Where's your face? After hearing this, Chu Fei had nothing to refute. It seems that's the case. Scream, I'm listening. Sun Yining lay on the bed, closed her eyes, and waited for Chu Fei to call her grandpa. Chu Fei looked at Sun Yining lying on the bed and could only bite the bullet and shout, Grandpa. If Dad knew that I called Master Grandpa, would he be furious? Sun Yining immediately opened her eyes with a smile on her face. Why? Good grandson-in-law. However, Chu Fei walked forward and whispered something in Sun Yining's ear. The next second, Sun Yining was so excited that she was about to get up from the bed and beat him up, but the body won't allow it. A pair of eyes stared at Chu Fei. Okay. You're really good, kid. Huh? You gave me a great grandson without making any noise. Chu Fei looked at Sun Yining like this and wanted to laugh, but couldn't. I could only force a smile that was uglier than crying. Isn't this a surprise for you, old man? After struggling for a while, Sun Yining laid down on the bed. His eyes just looked at the snow-white ceiling calmly. In this way, my life can be considered complete. Sticky boy, I saw it. Xiaoli's grandmother was waving at me. I really want to apologize to her in person. As the instrument beeped wildly, Chu Fei panicked. Doctor! He roared a few times outside. But in just over 10 seconds, several doctors in white coats rushed into the ward. Prepare for surgery. Hurry! Several doctors pushed Sun Yining, who had fallen into a coma, into the operating room. Su Wu and Sulie stood at the door, looking at Sun Yining, who was pushed away in surprise. Chu Fei looked at the backs of the doctors in a daze, with tears flashing in his eyes. Xiao Fei, my father. Chu Fei pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but he felt so powerless. Master said he saw Xiaoli's grandmother waving at him. Hearing this, Su Wu and Sulie fell silent. This time in the operating room, no one knew whether Sun Yining could still survive. Chapter 64. People called the Little Wine God. In a luxurious manor in the capital, a private plane slowly landed on the tarmac within the manor. On the plane, a man wearing sunglasses and a black windbreaker, with a woman in a cheongsam holding his arm, slowly walked down the plane. The steward of the manor had received the news long ago and had been waiting here for about half an hour. When he saw the person coming, he hurriedly led his men forward to pay his respects. Master, madam. Chu Tianquang slowly took off his sunglasses, and a hint of coldness hung on his angular face. Have you figured out the movements of the Long family? The butler nodded slightly. Master, I have figured it out. Hearing this, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Chu Tianquang's eyes. Very good. Wait for my orders. After saying that, he walked into the villa with the woman beside him. So tired. I haven't been back for so many years. I didn't expect such a big change. Chu Tianquang recalled that when he left that year, there were not so many villas nearby. At that time, this area was all undeveloped areas. Later, when I heard that luxurious villas were built here, I asked someone to buy a top-notch manor here so that I could come back and live there in my retirement in the future. After all, this is the land where I was born and raised. Although he left for safety, there are almost no people in Daxia who can threaten him now. Yes, when I left with you, Xiaofei was only 6 months old. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Xiaofei is already 23 years old. The woman next to Chu Tianquang is Chu Fei's mother, Yunyu. With that figure and appearance, you can't tell that she is a woman over 40. 23 already? I think I'm only 22. Chu Tianquang looked at his wife in some surprise. The latter reached out and grabbed his ear. With your memory, you can't even remember how old your own son is. What else can I expect from you? The butler watched from the side, lowering his head and trying not to laugh out loud. Is anyone else here? Save some face for me. Chu Tianquang awkwardly took his wife's hand, then said to the housekeeper, You go out first and inform everyone. I want to make the Long family lose at least half of their senior management tonight. Hearing this, the butler's body trembled slightly. Yes, I'll do it right away. Yin Yu's expression remained calm, as if he was already used to it. Having followed Chu Tianquang for so many years, she knew a lot. Originally, Chu Tianquang didn't plan to let her follow him this time. However, she did not come here for this matter this time, but wanted to meet her future daughter-in-law. From Chu Tianquang's mouth, I learned that this kid Chu Fei was going to make him a grandmother so soon. This made her so happy that she insisted on coming here with Chu Tianquang. By the way, regarding Brother Su's matter, are you really going to destroy the Long family? Will there be any obstruction from those higher-ups? Thinking of Su Nianying, Yin Yu frowned slightly. The Long family has a high status in Daxia and controls the lifelines of many businesses. Once the Long family collapses, many companies may be affected, which will have a negative impact on Daxia's economy. Stop. I want to see who dares to stop me. If it weren't for those people, I would have flown a bomber to blow up the Long family. Chu Tianquang's face was full of anger. There is a life-and-death friendship between him and Su Nianying. If it weren't for him, I might have died. Now, Brother Su almost died because of a mere family. If Chu Fei hadn't told him about this, he wouldn't have known about it. Chu Tianquang had told Su Nianying before that if there was anything and she needed his help, he would definitely help. However, Chu Tianquang knew very well that Su Nianying didn't want to trouble others. But this time, he needs those people to pay the price and let certain people in Daxia know that not everyone can provoke him. Can't you change your stubborn temper? Yin Yu frowned slightly. That's enough, my dear wife. Aren't you going to Jiangnan tomorrow? Let the housekeeper go with you to meet your future daughter-in-law. So, take a rest early. Tonight, I will make the people of the Long family watch their men disappear one by one. Yin Yu rolled his eyes at him and said, got it. After saying that, Yin Yu turned around and walked upstairs. When Chu Tianquang saw his wife going upstairs, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He took out his phone and made a call. Tell everyone, at 8 o'clock tonight, sharp, we must kill them all. Don't let any of them go. Jiangnan. Chu Fei didn't know that his parents had already arrived in Daxia. At this moment, he and Sulie and the others returned to the villa. The master is no longer in danger of death, but needs quiet rest. In order not to disturb the master, they all came back. The doctor also told them that the injury was slowly recovering, probably due to the master's long-term exercise. But when you'll be able to move freely depends on your own physical condition. However, according to the current situation, it will take at least a year. Chu Fei and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. A year is neither long nor short, but at least the master survived. After dinner, Sulie and Chu Fei went out shopping. Bandit, when is the right time to tell my parents? It was almost a month, and Sulie's belly was gradually showing signs of improvement. Although it is similar to usual, it will definitely not be concealed after a long time. Chu Fei hesitated for a long time. He knew very well that this matter could not be delayed. It's not just for Sulie's reputation, but also for the Su family's face. This month, then, pick a good day. I'll use the identity of your boyfriend to talk to your parents about this. Sulie held her arm with a smile in her eyes. As a woman, she was naturally very happy to get a positive answer. That's right. Let's go get some barbecue. I don't know why, but I've been craving spicy food lately. Huh? Chu Fei looked at her with some surprise. People say sour boys and spicy girls. This must be a little princess. Men all like to have daughters, who are the sweet and caring little girls. Chu Fei is no exception. Who knows? What if it's a bad boy like you? Chu Fei immediately stood up straight. If it's a brat, I will definitely beat him into submission. He's not qualified enough to challenge his father. Let's go have some barbecue. The two immediately walked towards the nearby barbecue stall. Soon, the two came to a barbecue stall nearby. There were quite a few people sitting next to the stall, many of them drinking and playing drinking games. Sulie ordered a small grilled fish, some beef skewers and chicken skewers, and even asked the boss to add more chili peppers. Just this once, I tell you. Eating too much of this is not good for children. Sulie stuck out her tongue and said, I want to eat it. In fact, she and Fangqing had eaten barbecue a lot before. But later on, after I started working, I was busy with work and had no time to eat barbecue. Thinking of this, Sulie took out his cell phone and called Fangqing. Xiaoqing, we're on the barbecue street. Come over and have some barbecue. It's been a while since I had barbecue with you. It's my treat. Come on. Faced with Sulie's invitation, Fangqing naturally would not refuse. It's a good opportunity to have a good chat with her. More than 10 minutes later, Fong Qing arrived. Wearing super short jeans and a simple black t-shirt, her long white legs are exposed. For a moment, many men's eyes were on Fong Qing. Fong Qing is actually very beautiful, with a good figure and good looks. You're dressed like this. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by a pervert? Sulie teased. Fong Qing, on the other hand, sat down beside Sulie carelessly, her eyes fixed on Chu Fei. Isn't there a handsome guy protecting us? Let's have a good drink tonight. After saying that, he asked the boss to serve the wine. However, Chu Fei said lightly from his side, she can't drink. Fong Qing was about to ask why, but then she remembered what Sulie had said to her before. Yes, now Sulie is not alone anymore. She has another baby in her belly. That's fine. Shaolie doesn't want to drink, so you drink. I haven't had a drink with you yet. I'm known as the little wine god. Can you drink more than me? Fong Qing gave Chu Fei a wicked smile. You, little Dionysus? The last time I saw her in a bar, she was completely drunk. That's it. He's still a little wine god. Fong Qing blushed as if she had thought of something. Last time it was because I was in a bad mood. Today I'm in a good mood. Let's see if I can drink more than you. As soon as the wine came, the two of them drank the whole bottle. Sulie could only watch but not drink. When the barbecue and grilled fish came up, the two of them drank even more. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chu Fei was not drunk at all. On the contrary, Fong Qing's eyes were a little vague. Come on, keep going. I just don't believe it. Fong Qing still didn't believe it. Chu Fei didn't look like a man who could drink. Unexpectedly, the two of them drank 7 or 8 bottles in a row, but he didn't feel drunk at all. However, just as he finished speaking, a bald, tattooed man came forward with a bottle of wine. Beauty, come, have a drink with me. If you're happy drinking, I'll take you flying. From the way he staggered, you could tell he was drunk. Not far from the table, where Chu Fei and his friends were sitting, a group of strong men were watching without saying a word. Fong Qing shook her head, feeling a little dazed. Excuse me, who do you think you are? Drinking with me? As soon as these words came out, Chu Fei knew that trouble was coming. As expected, the bald tattooed man's face suddenly turned ugly. Ow! Look down on me? Today, I'll let you see who I am. As he spoke, he reached out and tried to hug Fong Qing forcefully. Before his hand touched Fong Qing, Chu Fei stood up and grabbed his wrist. You're drunk. There's a hotel over there. Go and rest. The cold voice made the bald man even angrier. Boy, who do you think you are? Get out of here. After saying that, he reached out to push Chu Fei away. At the same time, the people at the table opposite also stood up. At this time, ordinary people might choose to avoid or call the police directly. However, Chu Fei's face turned cold, and he exerted a little force with his fingers. The man screamed in pain. Let me go. With his other hand, he picked up the wine bottle and smashed it on Chu Fei's head. This time, Chu Fei wouldn't say any more to him. He raised his leg and kicked the bald man hard in the stomach. Bang! He was kicked more than 2 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the strong men at the other table rushed towards Chu Fei with wine bottles in hand. The people around were so scared that they hid on the other side, taking out their phones to secretly film. Chapter 65, Revenge Against the Long Family. Several strong men stepped forward to help up the man who was kicked down by Chu Fei, glaring at Chu Fei. Boy, isn't that a bit too harsh? A rather burly man stepped forward, a bottle of wine in his hand. It looks like if they can't convince each other, a fight will probably break out. The onlookers didn't dare to breathe. Their eyes were wide open, as if they were waiting for the two sides to go to war. Instead, Sulie and Fong Qing sat on the stools and ate barbecue as if nothing had happened. Fong Qing said to Chu Fei, Hey, hurry up, we haven't decided the winner yet. As soon as these words were spoken, the other party immediately became angry. Could it be that this little girl still thinks that so many of them can't deal with this guy? He should have thought of the consequences when he reached out. You're drunk. Find a place to have a good sleep and don't get drunk. Chu Fei's tone was very calm. But to these people, it means they're looked down upon. What's wrong with having a drink with a beautiful woman? Ugh. Boy, let's see whether your head or my wine bottle is harder. The burly man suddenly rushed forward and smashed the bottle in his hand hard at Chu Fei's head. However, Chu Fei took a step back, raised his leg, and kicked the bottle in his hand away. It hit the lamppost nearby heavily and shattered with a bang. When the others saw this, they rushed forward to surround Chu Fei. But Chu Fei just quietly picked up a bottle of beer on the table and held it in his hand. You could try and see if your bones are harder than this wine bottle. As he spoke, he pinched hard with his 5 fingers. Bang! The bottle filled with wine was instantly crushed by him with one hand. The onlookers all opened their eyes wide, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. Is this true? Crush a wine bottle with one hand? Can the power of fingers really reach this level? Wouldn't one of his punches kill a cow? When several strong men who were about to step forward saw this scene, they all stood where they were and did not dare to take action. Perhaps before them, he was just an ordinary young man. But now it seems that the other party must be a martial artist. They have a lot of strength, but it's no match for the martial artists. Roll. Before I lose my temper, Chu Fei's cold tone echoed in the ears of several people. Several people looked at each other and could only silently help the man who was kicked over by Chu Fei to leave the barbecue stall. I thought you would fight. Come, have a drink. Fong Qing smiled, picked up a bottle of wine, and handed it to Fong Qing. Chu Fei looked at her helplessly and said, "Come on, that's enough. If you drink any more, no one will take you home." Sulie also persuaded from his side. "Xiao Qing, it's enough. I have a headache because I'm drunk." Fong Qing originally wanted to get drunk, but Sulie had already spoken, and she knew her current condition and was already a little dizzy. All right. Originally, Fong Qing planned to go back by herself, but for safety reasons, Fong Qing sent her back to where she lived. Only then did Chu Fei and Sulie return to the villa. This time, the two did not return to the Su family villa, but returned to Sulie's villa. The nights in late autumn are a bit cooler. In front of the window of the room, Sulie leaned on Chu Fei's chest. "Bandit, what do you think we should name our child?" Chu Fei didn't say anything, just looked at Sulie quietly. The latter noticed Chu Fei's strange gaze and immediately covered his chest. But her hands were not big enough to cover it all. His face flushed red with shame. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before?" Chu Fei smirked. "I've seen it, but it's still a little unsatisfying." Sulie quickly escaped from his embrace, sat on the edge of the bed, and said angrily, "Get out. Hurry. I want to sleep." However, Chu Fei had no intention of leaving at all. "I remember someone saying I was pretty average. I just want to use my actions to tell you whether I am really ordinary or not." At the same time, in a Long family villa, Long Kuang sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. The eldest son Long Zhen and the third son Long Xiao sat on the sofas on both sides. "Can anyone tell me what's going on?" Long Zhen and Long Xiao were silent. Just now, they received a message. There was a management member in the family who was killed. The opponent's methods were terrible, and we didn't even have time to react. By the time they reacted, the other party had already disappeared. There was more than one management team. From 8 o'clock to now, in just 1 hour, at least 4 management team members were killed. Damn it, who did it? Long Kuang slapped the armrest of the sofa, and cracks immediately appeared on the mahogany sofa, which showed how powerful the palm was. "Dad, do you think it could be someone from the military?" Long Xiao expressed his guess. They had just severely injured Su Nianying, the leader of the dragon group. If the top person had not stepped forward, they might have even killed Su Nianying. But even so, Su Nianying still killed his second son. Someone like Long Kuang wouldn't have any thoughts at all after losing a son. After all, he has more than one wife. Impossible. If they take action, there will be no news at all. Besides, the military has the AO watching over there. If he really is from the military, he must know about it. Long Kuang shook his head. The military would not take action at this time. There is no benefit for them in taking action. On the contrary, it will have a huge impact. Even if the supreme leader is dissatisfied, he will not do this. Could it be the other 3 major families? The Feng family and the Han family have a pretty good relationship with us. Only the Yun family is just average. But the Yun family has always been low-key and never takes the initiative to cause trouble. It can't be them. Long Jin frowned. The 4 major families of Daxia, in addition to their Long family, are the Feng, Yun, and Han families. The 4 major families can be said to be restraining each other. It is impossible to say that they're joining forces to target a certain family or to engage in an all-out battle. The Supreme One would never allow such a thing. It shouldn't be them. Long Kuang frowned, feeling that something was wrong. As long as the other 3 families are not stupid, they will definitely not go against the Long family at this time. Once the Long family takes the position of leader of the dragon group, life will definitely not be easy for the 3 major families. Moreover, in their opinion, the position of the leader of the Dragon Group will almost certainly belong to the Long family. It is even more impossible to directly eliminate the management staff of the Long family. Just as the three of them were frowning and discussing, Long Jun's cell phone rang. "Hello." A trembling voice came from the other end of the phone. "Master, young master, second young master, we're all killed. The eldest young master is desperately rushing back to the family." Hearing this, Long Jun suddenly stood up from his seat. His eyes were blood red, and terrifying murderous intent burst out from him. "What? Who on earth did this? Investigate it for me. If I can't find it, I'll sacrifice your heads to the heavens." After saying that, Long Jun threw his phone to the ground. Long Quang looked at him with a frown on his face. "What happened?" "Father, Xiao and Xiao are gone. Gone. They were all killed." Long Zhao's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with shock. Long Quang slapped the armrest with a bang. This time, the armrest could no longer withstand the terrifying force and was broken by a slap. Long Yu and Long Ao are the two grandsons he values the most. One of them is a natural business genius. At the age of 18, he can manage a listed company on his own and manage it in an orderly manner. The profits are far higher than those of the companies managed by other grandsons. And Long Ao is a natural manager. Long Quang even thought that if he was gone one day, the position of the head of the Long family would be passed on to Long Ao. But he never dreamed that these two grandsons would get ahead of him. "Who on earth is it? Check it for me. Use all your strength to investigate. I'm going to kill them." Long Quang was furious. And on the road, just a few kilometers away from the Long family villa, in a commercial vehicle worth millions, Long Jun's eldest son, Long Shi, was covered in cold sweat. He received a call from the butler, saying that the third and second brothers had been killed. Let him get in the bulletproof car immediately and go back to the family manor. Without a second thought, he immediately had someone drive him home. Seeing that we were almost home, I finally felt relieved. He was also very curious about who wanted to target his own family. Moreover, aren't those people afraid of retaliation from the Long family? You know, if the Long family gets angry, the other three families will also be in trouble. He couldn't imagine that anyone would have the courage to target the Long family so openly. However, while Longshi was thinking about this, a jeep without a license plate followed closely behind him. A figure slowly stood up from the car. If you look carefully, you will find that the man is carrying something like a cannon barrel on his shoulder. The driver who was driving saw the jeep chasing him from behind. At first, I thought he was just passing by, but when I looked again, my expression changed drastically. A cry of horror, RPG, bang, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The entire bulletproof vehicle was engulfed in flames. Chapter 66, I don't mind adding fuel to the fire. And at this moment, at the Long family manor, the butler rushed into the hall in a hurry, his face covered in cold sweat. He had just received news from his men that the eldest young master and his car had been blown up. There is almost no remains left, and only some of the remains of the body have been found. The family member who was responsible for driving the car also escaped the fate of death. "Master, something terrible is happening." Young Master Longshi was attacked on his way back. Both the people and the car were blown up. Long Quang and his companions, who were discussing how to catch the mastermind behind the scenes, stood up suddenly when they heard what the butler said. Long Jun was completely stunned and stood there, his eyes full of daze. He never dreamed that his three sons would all be killed overnight. Moreover, it is only a few kilometers away from the family. What? Who on earth is that person? How dare they? Long Quang's face was filled with rage, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. In just 2 hours, nearly half of the family's direct members were killed. Moreover, many of them are senior executives of family businesses. Once they die, the family businesses will probably suffer a terrible impact in a short period of time. It's still under investigation. However, we have already targeted the person who attacked young Master Longshi. Catching up, after hearing this, Long Quang's expression looked better. "Give the order and capture him alive. I want to torture him myself," Long Quang said coldly to the butler. This time, he was really angry. Even if he had to use all his family's resources, he could not find out who was behind this group of people. He wanted to see who the other party was and why they dared to attack his family. Moreover, so many people were killed in just 2 hours. Isn't the other party afraid of being targeted by the military? You have to know that the other side used heavy weapons in this conflict. Once discovered by the military, they will definitely be monitored. Anyone who dares to use this kind of weapon in the capital either has a very terrifying background or has very good relations with the military. However, apart from their four major families, no one else is qualified to use this weapon. Even the four major families would not dare to use heavy weapons unless it was absolutely necessary. Yes. The butler hurriedly left the living room. Long Xiao was also a little panicked because his eldest brother's 3 sons were all gone. Although he only has one daughter, she is still a senior executive in the family business. He quickly took out his cell phone and planned to call his daughter. But before he could call, his cell phone rang. "Dad, save me." On the other end of the phone came the cry for help from his daughter Long Yun. Suddenly, Long Xiao's expression changed drastically. "Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up right now." Not surprisingly, his own daughter is now in danger. "I'm at Shangtian Hotel. Come quickly." The call was hung up at this point. Long Xiao looked at his father. "Dad, Xiaoyan is in danger. I want the family's dragon guards to rescue her." The dragon guards of the Long family are the elite among the elites and are in no way inferior to the ordinary members of the dragon group. Moreover, each of them has been carefully selected and has the ability to fight alone, so it is no problem for them to deal with 40 ordinary people. "Go. Remember, if possible, try to capture some alive." Long Quan's expression was still terrifyingly cold. His eyes fell on Long Zhun, who was standing beside him. "Go. Call Yao. Tomorrow morning, I want to hear the identity of the person who masterminded this operation." Long Zhun, who was in a trance, stood up from his seat in a daze. The death of his 3 sons was a huge blow to him. Originally, he thought he could easily take the position of the head of the Long family. But now everything is like a bubble, shattered. I see. For a time, the entire capital was in panic. The other 3 families have also received this horrifying news. In their view, this was a terrorist attack against the Long family. In just one night, the Long family might suffer a heavy blow. By then, they would have every opportunity to seize the opportunity to acquire the Long family's industries. At the same time, in an office of the military, Yao received a call from Long Zhun. When he heard about such a big change in the capital, he was stunned. In his opinion, the only families in Daxia that dared to attack the Long family were the other 3 major families. However, from Long Zhun's words, it was not the 3 major families who took action this time, but someone else. "Remember, my father has already said that if there is no news tomorrow morning, you can return to the family." The phone was hung up, and Yao's face was as cold as frost. He took out his cell phone and called Su Xiaoyu, the captain of the intelligence team. "Hello. Captain Su, right? Please mobilize all the members of the intelligence team. Regarding the terrorist attack that occurred in the capital tonight, I need you to find all the enemy clues within an hour." Su Xiaoyu, who was resting, sneered when she heard Yao's commanding tone. "Captain Yi, I think you made a mistake. I'm not your direct subordinate. You have no right to use that tone towards me. Also, our intelligence team can't do anything about this matter. We haven't received any orders from the clan leader, so the intelligence team can't serve you." Hearing this, Yao's face became particularly ugly. Sun Yining was about to die, but this group of people was still stubborn and refused to repent. "Captain Su, I hope you understand that I am now the acting leader of the Dragon Group. My orders are the leader's orders. If you do not accept this order, I will consider removing you from your position as captain of the intelligence team." He thought he had made himself clear enough, but Amelia Su didn't buy it. "Captain Yi, I wonder when you became the acting leader of our Dragon Group. Why haven't I received any news? Or do you think you're the acting team leader?" Yao was so angry that his face turned blue. Now only Su Xiaoyu's team was unwilling to submit to him. You know, the most powerful thing about the Dragon Group is not the strength of its members, but its intelligence organization. As long as they want to investigate, there is basically nothing they can't find out. Even though he has become the captain of the 2nd Brigade, he still knows nothing about the distribution of all members of the intelligence organization team and the intelligence they control. Okay. Captain Su, I hope you don't regret it." Yao yelled coldly at Su Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone. "If Captain Yi has nothing else to say, I'll hang up first. I'm really sleepy." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Yao could only put the phone on the table with a cold face. The intelligence team disobeyed his orders. It was almost impossible for him to collect the identities of those who targeted the Long family tonight with the small organization under his command. Damn it, he punched the wall hard, thinking about how to deal with what happened next. On the other side, Su Xiaoyu had already climbed out of bed. He took out his cell phone and called Chu Fei. At the same time, Chu Fei, who was far away in Jiangnan, had just come out of the bathroom. Sulie had fallen asleep, and he was going to blow dry his hair before going to rest. Just then, the cell phone rang. When he picked it up, he saw that it was Xiaoyu calling him. "What's wrong, Xiaoyu?" He was a little surprised. Xiaoyu called him late at night. "What happened?" "Brother Fei, something big happened in the capital." Hearing this, Chu Fei stopped what he was doing and took the towel off his head. "What's going on?" "From the intelligence I know, it seems that the Long family is being targeted by a mysterious and powerful family. A premeditated assassination attempt began almost at 8 o'clock in the evening. Up to now, in just over 2 hours, nearly half of the Long family senior staff have disappeared, including several of Long Quan's grandsons and granddaughters. Moreover, those people used a lot of heavy weapons. Now the military is also tracking them down, which has caused quite a stir. Brother Fei, who on earth would dare to target the Long family?" Xiaoyu's words gave Chu Fei a sudden shock. "So fast. Dad's speed seems to be beyond my expectations." He had no doubt that tonight's assassination was planned by his father. But he thought it would take 2 days for his father to take action. But he didn't expect that he would take action in just 1 day. Moreover, nearly half of the senior figures of the Long family were eliminated in one fell swoop. It can be said that there is no other such method in the entire daxia. I don't know either, but I am very grateful to them for avenging the team leader. Chu Fei sneered in his heart. This was just the beginning. What followed was the nightmare of the Long family. That's true. The team leader was beaten like this by those people from the Long family. It's really hateful. By the way, Brother Fei, is the team leader okay now? There was a hint of worry in Xiaoyu's tone. There's nothing serious at the moment. I just need some time to rest. By the way, is there any action from the Long family? If the Long family makes any move, it would be a good opportunity to inform Dad. Let him make plans as early as possible in case of any accidents. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu continued, Longjiang hasn't noticed any movement yet, but Yi Ao just called me and asked me to use the intelligence team to help him find the person who took action tonight. I directly refused. I guess this guy is setting fire to the office. At this point, Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing out loud. Well done. Since he wants to be the Long family's lackey so badly, then we shouldn't let him have his way. Since Yi Ao is the dog kept by the Long family in the military, he simply has his eyes on the Long group's intelligence organization. Xiaoyu and he had a life and death relationship. So even if Yi Ao wanted to command Xiaoyu, it would be impossible no matter how he thought about it. By the way, Xiaoyu, if there is any movement from the Long family during this period, remember to tell me. I don't mind adding fuel to the fire. Chapter 67, What Happens If I Don't Drink? The next day, Chu Fei and Sulie were having lunch. Sulie was browsing the news on her phone. When she saw the news from Beijing, she couldn't help but exclaim, Bandit, have you watched the news? A terrorist attack occurred in the capital. Oh my God. Our country is known as one of the safest countries. I never thought something like this would happen. I can't believe it. Chu Fei pretended to be surprised when he heard her say that. Really? Let me see. I took the phone Sulie handed over, and the cover of the news was a mosaic picture. But you can still clearly see the bloodstains on it. This shows how terrible what happened last night was. However, Chu Fei was sneering in his heart. The Long family is just seeking its own destruction. They will never imagine how terrible it is when Dad gets angry. Maybe it's some personal grudge. When I was working in the military, I knew that many families in our country actually had guns. It's just that these are all tacitly agreed by the bigwigs above. Unless it's a special occasion, it's generally not used easily. Chu Fei made a simple comment. Sulie was a little surprised to hear his explanation, but he didn't say much. After all, in Jiangnan City, some people do have guns in their hands. It's just that few people dare to show it openly. The two of them did not stay at home after lunch. The weather is nice. It's nice to go out for a walk. This is not only good for Sulie's body, but also for the baby in her belly. It was not until after 3 in the afternoon that the two returned to the villa. After changing into a formal outfit, he drove to the banquet venue, Tianhao Hotel. This is one of the few 5-star hotels in Jiangnan. For this business banquet, the president of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce even booked the entire hotel. After they parked the car, they arrived at the hotel's gate. There were 2 waiters standing at the door, responsible for reception. Hello, do you have an invitation? Invitation letter? Sulie and Chu Fei were both slightly stunned. They didn't receive any so-called invitation to this banquet. Is this the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce banquet? Do you still need an invitation? Sulie looked at the two waiters with some confusion. Yes. In order to prevent unnecessary small companies from mixing in, the president specifically issued invitations to the invited companies. If you two don't have an invitation, you won't be able to enter. Excuse me. The waiter's words made Sulie frown slightly. When the president called her before, he didn't mention the invitation letter. Just as they were about to use their cell phone to call the president to ask something, a man and a woman appeared behind them. When he saw that it was Chu Fei and Sulie, he couldn't help but speak out. Joe, isn't this Mr. Su? Why, no invitation? Chu Fei and Sulie looked back at the same time, but were surprised to find that Lin Shui was standing side by side with a woman who looked to be over 40 years old. The most important thing is that this woman's figure is hard to describe. With a height of 1.6 meters, he looks like a big balloon from a distance. When I walk, the fat in my body trembles. Dear, do you know them? The woman's duck-like voice gave Chu Fei and Sulie goosebumps all over their bodies. Lin Shui stared at Chu Fei and Sulie with some resentment, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "It's more than just knowing each other." In order to get to the top, Lin Shui can be said to have sacrificed everything. The woman now is his new girlfriend. Her company can be said to be well known in Jiangnan City. In order to win her favor, Lin Shui put a lot of thought into it. Now, every night he enjoys the thrill of being squeezed by a piece of fat meat. The greasy taste can make people vomit overnight meals. However, for the sake of his company and his future, he could only endure the pain. He blamed all this on Chu Fei and Sulie. "Mr. Lin, you look good. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've changed again. Would you like me to recommend some good medicines for you to try? I guarantee you'll be full of energy." Chu Fei tried to suppress his laughter. He also didn't expect that he would meet the unlucky guy Lin Shui here. Ever since he taught this guy a lesson last time, he thought he would be more obedient. But unexpectedly, he just changed his girlfriend. To be honest, my current girlfriend is not as good as my last one. At least last time, it was normal. But now, it was hard for him to imagine how Lin Shui managed to maintain that figure. "Aren't you afraid of breaking your bones?" Lin Shui was very angry. However, he didn't dare to take action. What happened last time is still fresh in my mind. "Don't be angry, dear. There's no need to be angry with such a small person. You know your current identity, do you know?" Seeing that Lin Shui was angry, the woman tried to comfort him. It seemed like the woman liked Lin Shui. "Yes, dear, you are right. We are not in line with the general public's views." Lin Shui suppressed his anger and said to Chu Fei, "Please make way. Please don't stand at the door blocking the way without an invitation, okay?" Sulie finally reacted, frowned slightly, and pulled Chu Fei aside. "It's okay. I'll call the president and ask." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called Yu Ning, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. "Hello. President Yu? I'm Sulie, the president of Qiao Company. Excuse me, do I need an invitation to enter?" Yu Ning, who was busy in the hall, couldn't help but frown when he received the call. This Sulie was the one that the big companies above specifically asked to see, so he didn't dare to neglect him. "Yes, Boss Su, I remember I sent an invitation letter to your company. Didn't you receive it?" Hearing this, Su Li's eyes showed a bit of confusion. "Has the invitation letter been sent to the company? Then why didn't I receive it?" "President Yu, I really didn't receive it. I don't know, was there an accident?" Hearing this, Yuning finally asked, "No. Mr. Su, where are you now? How about I come over and bring you in?" Sulie then spoke and said that she was at the door. Yuning put down the phone and said to the people around him, "You guys continue, I'll go pick someone up." After saying that, he walked quickly towards the door. When he saw Su Li and a man being stopped outside the door, he quickly apologized. "Boss Su, I'm so sorry. Maybe my people didn't do their job well and forgot your invitation." Su Li also smiled and returned the greeting. "President Yu, you are so polite. It is my honor to be able to attend this banquet." Yuning's eyes fell on Chu Fei at this time. This is my bodyguard." After getting Su Li's answer, Yuning invited the two of them in. Many people have already arrived in the hall. However, only small companies are present now. The really big companies haven't arrived yet. Just like Truman, the boss of Juanhao Group has not arrived yet. Lin Shui had been keeping an eye on the gate. When he saw Su Li and Chu Fei being brought in, his face looked a little ugly. "I didn't expect that they had connections to get in here." With a turn of his eyes, he immediately thought of a solution. Then he leaned over and whispered something in the ear of his girlfriend Lu Ting. When Lu Ting heard this, a hint of anger appeared on her round face. "Using such tricks, do you really think that no one loves my man?" Don't worry, honey. I'll help you. After saying that, he picked up a glass of red wine on the table and walked towards where Chu Fei and Sulie were. When he was only a few steps away from Chu Fei and Sulie, he stopped. So you're the president of Xiao Company. It's really better to meet you in person than to hear about you. I wonder if Mr. Su would be so kind as to have a drink with me? After saying that, he raised the wine glass in his hand. Sulie frowned slightly and looked at Lin Shui beside the woman. Sorry, I'm not feeling well and can't drink. But Lu Ting refused to give in. Joe, is Mr. Su putting on airs? I heard that many companies have been looking for investment from Xiao recently. Boss Su's worth has skyrocketed. Does he look down on small companies like us? Some harsh words made Sulie look a little unhappy. What happened here has also attracted the attention of many people. Among them are many bosses who want to cooperate with Xiao Company. However, without exception, these people did not even see Sulie. Moreover, all their requests for cooperation were rejected without exception. At this moment, someone was targeting Xiao Company, and they were happy to see it. That's not the case. I just don't feel well, and I hope the boss will forgive me. It's not that Sulie doesn't want to drink, but she has a little baby in her belly and can't drink alcohol. I think President Su just looks down on small companies like us. Lu Ting's voice was not loud, but many people present heard it. For a moment, the wind was blowing in Lu Ting's favor. At the same time, a man came forward. Bosu. This guy is the chairman of the AO Sure Group. He won't get drunk if he drinks a glass of red wine, right? The person who spoke was the owner of a real estate company that Sulie refused to cooperate with. His net worth is in the hundreds of millions, and his company is not small either. Other voices were heard nearby. Boss Su, there's nothing wrong with having a drink. As everyone spoke, Su Li's face became even uglier. However, Chu Fei spoke. He glanced at everyone and said slowly, if you don't drink, what else can you do? Chapter 68, Clothes Make the Man. The cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. However, as soon as Chu Fei opened his mouth, he was met with Lin Shui's ridicule. You're just a little bodyguard. You have no right to speak here. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present couldn't help but burst into laughter. At first they thought this man was Ms. Su's man or husband. There's nothing wrong with saying this. After all, she is my woman. I can understand that she can't drink if she is not feeling well. But this guy is just a small bodyguard. What qualifications does he have to speak such words on behalf of the boss? Sulie didn't want to offend these bosses, so she could only signal Chu Fei to step back. Then he picked up the red wine on the table and said, Boss, I'm sorry, my people are not sensible. For this glass of wine, Before she could finish her words, Chu Fei had already snatched the red wine from her hand. Throw it away in front of everyone. Bang! The wine glasses were broken into pieces, and the red wine spilled all over the floor. I said, you are not allowed to drink. Do you understand? Chu Fei looked at Sulie with a very calm expression. The latter stared at Chu Fei's face, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. However, Chu Fei's actions aroused dissatisfaction among many people. I say, President Su, can a bodyguard beside you tell you what to do? Could it be that you have some relationship with this bodyguard? Or is he your gigolo? For a moment, everyone present laughed out loud. However, only 3 people didn't laugh. One is Lin Shui, not for any other reason, but because he himself is being kept. As for the remaining 2, they are Chu Fei and Sulie. Chu Fei slowly raised his head and looked at the person who had just said these words. She walked up to him, looking at him quietly with her eyes. I'm giving you a chance to apologize. The man obviously didn't expect Chu Fei to dare to do this. He sneered, boy, do you know who I am? Do you have the qualifications to ask me to apologize? The people around obviously wanted to watch the show as well, and they stood aside with sneering smiles on their faces. When Sulie saw Chu Fei like this, she knew she couldn't stop him and could only stand there. I don't know if I'm qualified, but I know you will definitely get beaten. A smile appeared on Chu Fei's face. Before the latter could react, Chu Fei punched the man in the face. Bang! The man was knocked to the ground by his punch, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. It can be seen how much strength Chu Fei used in this punch. When the people around saw it, they were all shocked. I never thought that this kid would actually dare to take action. At this time, Yuning also discovered the situation here. His brows furrowed immediately. How dare a bodyguard attack the boss? Security guard. Security guard. The man who was beaten obviously didn't want to fight with Chu Fei, but instead called for security. Suddenly, Two men in security uniforms came forward. This gentleman, please go out. Seeing this, Yuning also stepped forward. Sir, please leave. People without quality are not welcome here. When Sulie saw that the president had shown up, she quickly stepped forward to explain. President, this is all a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. She thought Yuning would listen to his explanation, but Chu Fei spoke instead. He smiled at Sulie. Fine. I'll come in later. The man who was beaten sneered and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Boy, if you can still come in, I will kowtow to you and admit my mistake. President Yu, people like this can't come in, right? Yuning frowned slightly. Just when he didn't know how to explain, Chu Fei slowly said, President Yu, right? If I have an invitation, can I still come in? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. Invitation letter? A bodyguard? Ha ha ha. Is this man crazy? A lousy bodyguard wants an invitation? Yuning also looked at Chu Fei in some surprise. Yes, it is possible, but... Before he could finish his words, Chu Fei waved his hand. That'll do. After that, he said softly to Sulie, I'll come in later. After saying that, he walked straight outside. Sulie looked at Chu Fei's back as he left and felt a little more curious. Invitation letter? Does Chu Fei really have it? Yuning was also stunned. It seems that I haven't sent an invitation letter to this bodyguard. Can he come in with an invitation? Impossible. Chu Fei left the banquet and came to the outside of the hotel. I took out my cell phone and made a call. Master, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Get ready and come directly to the banquet. I'll wait for you here. Chu Fei note that? Yes, I'll be right over. Chu Fei hung up the phone and lit a cigarette at the door. More than 10 minutes later, a luxury car worth millions stopped in front of the hotel. A man in an expensive suit got out of the car. When he saw Chu Fei standing on the side of the road smoking, he hurriedly trotted over. Master, Chu Fei glanced at Chu Yu in front of him. Where's the invitation? Chu Yu quickly took the invitation out of her pocket. Let's go. After saying that, he was about to enter the venue again with the invitation letter. But Chu Yu spoke up. Master, we are a top group after all. Why are you going and wearing this? I have prepared a suit for you in the car. How about you change into it? Originally, Chu Fei was too lazy to change, but after thinking about it, he walked into the car and changed into a brand new suit. This suit is worth hundreds of thousands. When he got out of the car, Chu Fei seemed like a different person. With the black sunglasses, he looked completely different from the bodyguard uniform he had just worn. Let's go. Chu Fei gently lifted his collar and walked towards the venue with Chu Yu. The waiter at the door saw everything that happened. My eyes are about to pop out. The person who was just kicked out actually owns a top-of-the-line luxury car worth millions. When Chu Fei walked up to the two waiters, they didn't dare to reach out to stop him, and they didn't even dare to look at the invitation. They can't stop such a person. When Chu Fei walked into the scene, many people looked over. However, he is now wearing sunglasses, which makes many people feel a little unfamiliar. But Sulie, who was sitting in her seat, could tell at a glance that it was Chu Fei. There was a hint of surprise and joy in his eyes. This guy, after changing his clothes, seems like a different person. His temperament is like that of a young master from a wealthy family. Who is that person? Such a strong aura. I don't know. Maybe he's the boss of a big company. You look so young. To have achieved this at such a young age is nothing short of genius. Lin Shui also noticed Chu Fei, who had just entered, but did not recognize him at first. But after taking a closer look, he was stunned. Then he sneered, Hey, isn't this the bodyguard who was kicked out? How'd he get back in? Where are the security guards? Get this guy out. Chapter 69, Billions of Breakup Fees. At this moment, everyone's eyes were once again focused on Chu Fei. Chu Fei was not surprised at all and slowly took off his sunglasses in front of everyone. After everyone saw his appearance clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't this person just kicked out? How come he sneaked in again now? The person who had previously said that Chu Fei would be able to come in had a very dark face. Security guard. Where's the security guard? This person has been kicked out. Why did you let him in again? What are you eating? As the man's voice sounded, several security guards suddenly appeared at the scene and were slowly walking towards Chu Fei. It looks like he's planning to kick Chu Fei out again. However, before Chu Fei could speak, Chu Yu took the lead and took a step forward. He stood in front of the security guards and slowly took out the invitation. You've been blinded. You even dare to ask the chairman of our group to leave? President Yu, is this the place you were looking for? Yuning was still in shock, but when he heard Chu Yu's voice, he couldn't help but be startled. Chairman? He was not unfamiliar with Chuyu at all. As the president of the Truman Group, the other party took the initiative to deliver the invitation letter in order to show respect. However, the chairman of the Truman Group turned out to be Chu Fei, who had just been kicked out by him. And this chairman is actually Sulie's bodyguard? No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out this relationship. Although it is known that there's a cooperative relationship between Truman and Xiao, and Truman has also invested a lot of money in Xiao Company. But after all, he is the chairman of Truman. Would he choose to be a bodyguard for the boss of a small company? When the others heard this, they were even more shocked. Chairman of the Truman Group? Since the Xiao Group disappeared, the Truman Group took over. Many of the companies present had dealt with and cooperated with Truman. Compared with the previous Xiao Group, Truman is easier to talk to, and when they cooperate, both parties are almost in a win-win situation. This made many companies feel favorable towards Truman. But only now did they know that Truman's chairman was actually a bodyguard. Misunderstand. Yuning then stepped forward and waved to the security guards. The security guards then left. Yuning smiled at Chu Yu with a wry smile on his face. Boss Chu, is this the chairman of your group? After saying that, his eyes fell on Chu Fei. Chu Yu simply said, President Yu, let me introduce you. This is the chairman of our Truman Group, Chu Fei. Sulie, who was standing aside, looked a little unhappy. She had foolishly thought that Truman was a company founded by a friend of Chu Fei. But now it seems that Truman is his. After all, this guy had said before that he was a top-rich second generation and had a lot of friends. It turned out to be Chairman Chu. What a misunderstanding. Yuning walked forward with a wry smile on his face and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Chu Fei. However, Chu Fei ignored his meaning at all and looked quietly at the guy who spoke before. I remember someone just said that if I could still come in, I would kowtow and admit my mistake. I don't know. Does anyone still remember this sentence? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of many people present changed. The person who said this had a pale face. How could he know that Chu Fei would be the chairman of the Truman Group? Moreover, no one would have thought that the chairman of a group would serve as a bodyguard for the boss of a small company. When Yuning heard this, he knew that Chu Fei was planning to settle the score with someone. Looking back, he quickly said to the person who had just said this, Boss Wu, why don't you apologize to Chairman Chu? Let's just leave this matter at that. We're all from Jiangnan. We'll see each other sooner or later. Just apologize and let it go. When Yuning said this, he was actually telling Chu Fei that all the companies present were good companies in Jiangnan. I hope Chu Fei will consider the Buddhist side rather than the monks. After all, he is the initiator of this business banquet. He is also the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, so everyone present has to give him face. Upon hearing this, Boss Wu was forced to step forward and bow to Chu Fei to apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. You are a great man and don't bear grudges. I was outspoken. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. What do you think? Chu Fei looked at the apologizing man with a calm expression. Just 3 cups. Hearing this, Boss Wu and Yuning both breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Chu Fei doesn't want to cause trouble either. But Chu Fei hadn't finished speaking yet. Drink 3 bottles. Drink it all in one gulp, and I won't bother you with this matter. When these words came out, everyone gasped. Although it's just red wine, if you drink a whole bottle of it in one go, you'll have to hold on even if you don't get drunk, right? What's more, even if I drink 3 bottles in a row, my stomach can't take it. Boss Wu's face was pale, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. In fact, his company is not that big, and is nothing compared to those big companies. I can only blame myself for wanting to stand out and show off, so I said those words. Now, I've hit a wall. I drink. He reached out and picked up a bottle of red wine on the table, tilted his head back, and was about to drink. However, Sulie spoke. That's about right. Just drink. Just apologize. As she spoke, Sulie walked forward and twisted Chu Fei's waist hard, causing Chu Fei to gasp in pain. When Chu Fei heard this, he waved his hand. Since President Su has spoken, then forget it. When the man heard this, he immediately bowed and apologized to Sulie. Bosu, I'm sorry, I was blind and made you angry. Sulie didn't say anything, just nodded. But Chu Fei didn't think it would end like this. His eyes fell on Lu Ting and Lin Shui. They were the ones who caused this incident. Lin Shui was already frightened by the scene before him. He never thought that the chairman of the Truman Group would be Chu Fei. I was so arrogant as to find someone to take revenge on him. No wonder he lost so badly. No one took him seriously at all. There was also a bit more fear on Lu Ting's face. Compared with Truman, his company is nothing but a dwarf and not worth mentioning. If the other party wants to destroy his company, it only takes a word. Thinking of the bad advice Lin Shui had just given him, he became furious. A big slap landed hard on Lin Shui's face. Bang! Get out! Trash! What's the use of you? Lin Shui was caught off guard by the slap. He covered his face and stood there in a daze. Dear you. Who's your darling? Get out. From now on, I break up with you. Go away. Don't let me see you again. Lin Shui was stunned where he stood. Unexpectedly, this new girlfriend was dumped before I could even get any money from her. Then what is the torture I have endured during this period? Is this considered as a breakup fee for her? Billions, the kind that almost drains your body. Chapter 70, My Grandma's House. It was almost 5 in the afternoon. More and more people showed up, including some well-known companies in Jiangnan. The bosses of these companies were talking to each other, discussing the latest market trends. Chu Fei and Sulie simply found a quiet place to sit down. For Chu Fei, today's banquet was just a place where he accompanied Sulie to watch the show. The main purpose is to see how the people under the so-called 4 major families plan to target Sulie's company. And Sulie had never thought about cooperating with many other companies. After what happened before, all I can do now is to protect my own piece of land. So you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. A crisp voice was heard, and the two of them turned around to look. At some point, Wang Xia also came and was looking at the two of them with a smile on her face. Boss Wang. When Sulie saw Wang Xia, he quickly stood up from his seat and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Wang Xia. Wang Xia did not refuse and shook hands with Sulie. Boss Su, can I sit here? Wang Xia pointed to the place next to Sulie. Sure. Sulie naturally would not refuse. After all, Wang Xia had previously invested 500 million yuan in the company. After Wang Xia sat down, her eyes fell on Chu Fei. Chairman Chu, long time no see. Chu Fei glanced at Wang Xia indifferently and said, long time no see. In fact, Sulie also knew that the two had known each other for a long time. After all, Chu Fei had mentioned before that they knew each other, so there was no need for him to be jealous. However, I did hear some rumors. I wonder if you two would be interested in hearing them. Hearing her words, Sulie and Chu Fei's eyes fell on her. Mr. Wang, I wonder what rumors have piqued your interest. Sulie felt very strange. Wang Xia's company was considered one of the best companies in the whole Jiangnan area, and there were definitely not many things that could interest her. What a coincidence. This matter is closely related to your company, Mr. Su. After these words were spoken, the expressions of Sulie and Chu Fei changed slightly. With so many companies looking for cooperation with Sulie's company before, the two of them had suspected that the company's secrets had been exposed. Now that Wang Xia also talked about this matter, it means that Chu Fei's previous guess was correct. I heard someone say recently that the drugs your company is researching, Mr. Su, are extraordinary. Once the research is successful, your company will definitely become one of the best in the country. Also, I heard that many companies have approached you for cooperation recently, but you rejected them all. I don't know if it's true or not. Hearing this, Sulie knew that the company's secret had been exposed. This is why so many people choose to cooperate with me. However, Wang Xia is naturally excluded from these people. After all, she chose to invest when the company was in the most critical moment, which touched Sulie deeply. From whose mouth did you hear these words? Chu Fei's face was a little cold. I originally thought that this matter was most likely secretly manipulated by the Long family. But now the Long family can hardly protect themselves, and they don't have that much ability to interfere in so many things. Many employees in my company know about this matter. I don't know where it came from, but I have sent people to inquire about it. Wang Xia knew very well how important Sulie was in Chu Fei's heart. This incident was absolutely a devastating disaster for Sulie's company. If they choose to cooperate, the company's shares will definitely be diluted, and once the research is successful, their original value will be reduced by at least half. But if you refuse to cooperate, then Sulie's company would definitely be targeted madly. By then, the company would have had a hard time unless someone secretly helped it. Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I thought that among the 4 major families, only the Long family intervened in this matter, but now it seems that there is more than one family involved. There shouldn't be any danger for now. You and I control nearly half of Qiao Company's shares, and the remaining shares are in Sulie's hands. Now the three of us are the largest shareholders. As long as we don't make any threats, the company's shares will not be threatened. The most important thing now is to find out who leaked this information and see what their purpose is. Chu Fei has thought things through clearly. It must be difficult to catch the person who spread the rumors behind the scenes. Since Wang Xie has already sent people to inquire, I certainly can't just stand there and watch. Just as a few people were talking, a horn sounded. Let us welcome the four bosses who came down from the capital. The one walking towards us is MANHUA Group's president, Mr. Feng Yaofeng. After hearing this voice, the three of them looked towards the entrance of the gate. At some point, a long red carpet had been laid at the gate, leading all the way to the podium at the front. At this moment, Yu Ning was standing on the podium, giving a passionate introduction. Chu Fei and Wang Xie looked at each other and understood in their hearts that the person who came in should be the manager of the company under the Feng family, one of the four major families. Now, the first person enters the field, and then Ben comes to the second one. Next, let us welcome Han Group's actual president, Mr. Han Ming. Under Yu Ning's solemn introduction, the three big families, the Feng family, the Yun family, and the Han family, have all entered. But when it was the Long family's turn, Yu Ning received a message. On the podium, Han Ming walked to Yu Ning and whispered softly. The latter's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Han Ming with a hint of shock. It seemed that he couldn't believe the news he just heard. But Han Ming nodded slightly, and Yu Ning realized that this was true. So he picked up the microphone and slowly said to the audience, "Everyone, I'm sorry, there was a small accident. The boss of the Long Group passed away due to an accident. So, since we can't make it today, let us observe a moment of silence for President Long." When the people present heard this, their faces were filled with shock. The Long family can't come? And he died in an accident? However, Chu Fei was not surprised at all. It would be a surprise if someone from the Long family could get here. However, the arrival of the Yun family was somewhat beyond his expectations. After all, the Yun family is my grandmother's family. Chapter 71, Sorry, No Need. Airport in Jiangnan City. Yun Yu and the butler beside him slowly walked down the plane. Oldly, the environment here is pretty good. I never came to Jiangnan before when I was young, but now that I see it today, it's quite nice. The old Li that Yun Yu mentioned is the butler. His full name is Li Yu, and he is responsible for most of the Chu family's affairs in the capital. On the surface, he is the person in charge of several large companies, but in fact he is the chief steward of the Chu family. However, the identity of the chief steward is comparable to the heads of the four major families in Daxia. Ma'am, you're joking. The environment in Jiangnan has always been very good. Although Beijing is prosperous, its air quality is much worse than that in Jiangnan. If you and the master plan to return home, I suggest you settle down here in Jiangnan. The four seasons here are the same, neither too cold nor too hot, which is suitable for retirement. Liu bowed slightly and explained. Yin Yu nodded calmly. That's not bad. When the time comes, you can discuss with the young master and see where in Jiangnan you can buy a place and build a larger manor. Yes, ma'am. Liu nodded slightly in response. By the way, did you check the young master's location before coming here? Yin Yu came to Jiangnan this time without discussing it with Chu Fei, because he planned to give them both a big surprise. Ma'am, I checked before coming here. There's a business banquet in Jiangnan today. The young master and the young mistress have been invited to attend the banquet. They should be at the banquet now. Hearing this, Yin Yu had a faint smile on his face. Then let's go over and take a look. I haven't seen this brat for so many years, I kind of miss him. As they were talking, the two had already walked out of the airport. The person who had been waiting outside for a long time slowly opened the car door. Li Yu and Yin Yu got in the car and headed straight for Tianhao Hotel. At this time, in the lobby of Tianhao Hotel, everyone was sitting in their seats, listening to Yu Ning on the stage talking about the latest business news. After talking for a while, Yu Ning cleared his throat. Everyone, now let's invite our MANHUA Group's president, Mr. Feng, to talk about his investment plans. After saying this, he gave up his seat. Feng Yao walked onto the stage with a faint smile on his face, making people feel comfortable at first sight. He doesn't look very old, probably in his 30s. Dear Jiangnan bosses, on behalf of MANHUA Group, I would like to thank all the friends who came to attend the banquet. After saying this, he bowed slightly to everyone as a token of gratitude. No one present dared to let Feng Yao do this, and they immediately stood up and applauded. What are you talking about, Mr. Feng? The wind always comes, and it is our honor. That's right, Mr. Feng must be here for a big project this time. Feng Yao smiled slightly. The boss is right. We are here for a big project. This time, our Manhua group has brought tens of billions of dollars and plans to invest in some of the more promising companies here. For example, Mr. Zhang Hai's infrastructure company has recently received state support for these projects. For example, Mr. Lu Nianliu's new energy company is also receiving strong state support. The bosses of the companies whose names were called all narrowed their eyes with smiles. Being noticed by the companies under the four major families, their lives will be much easier in the future. Once a large amount of capital is injected, one's status and position will rise. It won't be long before we can stand on equal footing with those established companies. These companies I mentioned are just a few. There are some I haven't mentioned yet, so don't worry. This time, we plan to participate in most of Jiangnan's enterprises. Even if my company doesn't invest, I believe that President Yun and President Han will invest. Feng Yao looked at the bosses in the audience who looked unhappy and explained slowly. As soon as these words came out, smiles appeared on those people's faces. Most of them are old established companies in Jiangnan. The market has always been like this, and there won't be too much fluctuation. Moreover, they cannot afford to invest more funds to develop new markets. But now, with the investment from a big family, things are different. Wang Xie, who was sitting next to Chu Fei, frowned slightly. Chu Fei, what do you think they want to do? A large amount of capital is flowing into Jiangnan. Are they trying to completely monopolize all the businesses in Jiangnan? Chu Fei didn't say anything, just watched quietly. If it is just for investment, there is no need for this. But I don't know if the other party has any other purposes. Sulie sat silent. This time I came here, I thought I could attract some investment for the company. But what Chu Fei had said before made her feel a little uneasy. Have the company's secrets been exposed? This is a serious problem. After Feng Yao finished speaking, it was the Han family's turn. His words were almost the same as Feng Yao's, just some polite remarks. They said they wanted to invest in some companies to boost the local economy. When it was the Yun family's turn, Chu Fei finally looked over. This time, the person who came from the Yun family was a girl. When Yu Ning introduced her before, her name was Yun Yuelon. She looked to be in her 20s, wearing glasses and with her black hair casually draped over her shoulders. She looks pretty, but her figure is a little worse than Sulie's. If I remember correctly, Yun Yuelon should be my mother's niece. After all, she is my cousin. When I was a child, my mother often took me back to China to visit my grandparents. All these years have passed, and I have been staying in the military and have no time to visit them. When I have the chance to return to Beijing, I will find time to go and see it. This time, our Yin group came to Jiangnan to boost the local economy. Secondly, we've heard there's a good pharmaceutical company in Jiangnan that's operating the same business as our Yin group. So we plan to vigorously support this company. Its name is Qiao Company. Hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Chu Fei knew that the Yun family had been running the pharmaceutical business. But how did they know about Qiao Company? After all, Qiao Company only has a little reputation in Jiangnan. It's not enough to attract the attention of a Yun family, right? If you say there is no trick involved, he would never believe it, even if you kill him. When Wang Xie heard this, she knew that the Yun family was targeting Qiao Company. As for the Feng family and the Han family, their goals are probably similar. When Sulie heard that her company was nominated, her pretty face changed a little. Just as Chu Fei said, this banquet might have bad intentions. If the other party specifically asks to invest in your company and you don't respond, they will probably think you have agreed. Then he slowly stood up from his seat and said in a cold voice, I'm sorry, Mr. Yun. Our company does not need investment for the time being. Chapter 72. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Sulie's words made the whole audience quiet. For a moment, many people looked towards where Sulie was. There were only 3 people at their table, Chu Fei, Sulie, Veng Yue. But his status is not low at all. It is no exaggeration to say that the Truman Group is the leading company in Jiangnan, and Jianhao Group is even bigger. The Jiangnan Group is just a branch. As for Qiao Company, it is really just a small company. In fact, many people present knew that both Truman and Jianhao Group had invested in Qiao Company. Moreover, the investment amount was not low, and the two also held a considerable number of shares in Qiao Company. If other companies want to invest, they also need the consent of these 2 people. If they don't agree, Sulie will definitely not agree. What Sulie said this time might be what the 2 of them meant. But Yin Yuelon's face looked a little ugly. He doesn't give himself face in front of so many people. Feng Yao and Han Ming were also a little surprised. In fact, their purpose of coming here was very simple. In addition to investing in those small companies, the company is more planning to distribute the shares of Xiao Company. Each of the three companies owns 30%. But now, something seems wrong. Perhaps President Su doesn't seem to understand the influence of our group. Let me explain this to President Su. If your company is willing to accept our investment, I guarantee that within a year, your company's market value will increase tenfold. Yin Yuelan's expression was calm as she explained slowly. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience gasped. A tenfold increase in market value? If the current value of Xiao Company is 1 billion, it can reach 10 billion in 1 year. This is a qualitative change. They were all a little jealous. Why did such a good thing happen to Xiao Company? Is their company not as good as Xiao Company? For a moment, many people looked at Sulie and the others with jealousy in their eyes. Let's do this. Let me say something. Chu Fei pulled Sulie's hand and motioned her to sit down. He stood up and glanced at many people. It's not impossible for Mr. Yun to invest in Xiao Company. As a shareholder of Xiao Company, I also have a right to participate. I'll name a price. If you agree, I'll agree too. At this time, Han Ming and Feng Yao's eyes fell on Chu Fei, with some confusion in their eyes. They didn't know Chu Fei's identity. Yu Ning, who was standing next to him, saw this and quickly explained, "This is Chu Fei, the chairman of the Truman Group." Before coming, they had already figured out the major companies in Jiangnan. They also know about the Truman Group. But when I was investigating the other party's background, I felt a little confused. The other party seemed to appear out of nowhere and directly took over the former Zhao Group. This made the two of them a little confused. You say? Yin Yuelan looked at Chu Fei with some curiosity. She felt that the person in front of her looked a little familiar. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere, but I can't remember where it is. 10 billion, 1% of the shares. If you accept this condition and want to invest, I will accept any offer. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. 10 billion, and you can only get 1% of the shares? Even if the entire Truman Group is sold, it wouldn't be worth so much money. What's more, it's just a small Xiao company. 10 billion is enough to build more than a dozen small companies like Xiao. Wang Xie raised her eyebrows. This guy was too arrogant. But this way, they would stop thinking about it. Sulie was shocked by Chu Fei's words, 10 billion. For her, it is definitely a huge number. This number only gives you 1% of the shares. Unless the other party is crazy, they will definitely not invest. Han Ming, who was sitting next to him, sneered when he heard this. Who do you think you are? 10 billion, 1% of the shares? Are you crazy about money? If you want to deal with such a rubbish company, you could just move your fingers and it'll be fine. Why spend so much money? Han Ming's words angered Chu Fei. The latter slowly raised his head and smiled. You seem very arrogant. Can it be dealt with just a flick of the finger? How about this? If you move, I'll chop off one of your fingers. If you move, I'll chop off one. If your fingers aren't enough, you can use your toes. When Han Ming heard this, he suddenly stood up from his seat. The look he gave Chu Fei was filled with murderous intent. But then he calmed down and said, "Are you very brave? Do you know what will happen if you anger me?" Chu Fei chuckled. "I don't know what the end will be like, but I guarantee that if you mess with Xiao Company, you will die miserably." When Yu Ning heard this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly stood up and tried to smooth things over. "Everyone, fighting isn't a good idea. We're all businessmen, so let's just talk about business." However, Yin Yuelan's gaze towards Chu Fei finally showed some changes. A figure flashed through his mind, overlapping with Chu Fei in front of him. "So it's you. Snort. You only knew how to bully me when we were little. This time I'm going to kill you." In fact, Yin Yuelan and Chu Fei are almost the same age. However, Yin Yuelan was born a few months earlier than Chu Fei. Logically speaking, Chu Fei should still call her cousin. This brat bullied her a lot when she was a child. When playing with firecrackers, I deliberately threw them at her feet to scare her. From time to time, he would catch frogs and throw them into his hands, which scared her so much that she couldn't recover for several days. But she was a little confused. Why did Chu Fei come to Jiangnan? Over the years, this guy has never gone home to visit his grandparents, and his grandparents never say a word about where he's been. President Yu, I'm just talking about business now. It's just that some people don't want to. If you feel you've been wronged, then just get lost. Why bother joining in the fun here? Wang Xie, who was standing aside, chuckled softly. I didn't realize that Chu Fei is so good at talking. You're looking for death. Han Ming finally couldn't help it. He waved his hand, and the two bodyguards behind him immediately took a step forward. Catch him. Today I'm going to let him know that some people are not to be messed with by everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the two bodyguards walked towards Xu Fei. Everyone saw this and was shocked. Are you planning to take action directly? Feng Yao saw it and sneered in his heart. Han Ming, you idiot, this is not the capital. If this were in the capital, who would dare to speak to them like this? But this is Jiangnan, and as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. He's the local boss here. If we fight with him, wouldn't we be asking for trouble? Just when everyone thought that Xu Fei was going to be beaten, the door was pushed open. It's quite lively. Can I have another drink? Chapter 73, this is not a surprise. It is a shock. The door was pushed open, and everyone's eyes involuntarily looked towards the door. Looking closely, I saw a well-dressed and elegant woman and a man in a suit standing at the door. For a moment, everyone was a little surprised. The banquet is halfway through. Why are some people still arriving now? But when Xu Fei saw who was coming, he was stunned. He seemed a little bit unable to believe it and rubbed his eyes hard. When he confirmed that the person coming was his mother, he uttered two words stiffly. No way. He knew that since he had called his father and told him that he had a girlfriend and that she was pregnant, he would definitely not be able to hide this. I thought it might take a month or two for Dad and the others to come over. But it's only been a few days. Mom is here. No need to guess. Dad must be here too. And the things that happened in the capital must have been caused by my father. Yin Yuelan on the stage was also startled when she saw the person who appeared. Third aunt. She hasn't seen her third aunt for several years. But I didn't expect that third aunt would appear here. This seems to be a little bit wrong. She turned to look at Xu Fei. Third aunt must have come here this time for this guy. Madam, may I ask who you are? Yuning was shocked when he saw Yun Yu appear. But from his temperament, he knew that this person was from a powerful background. At least, not someone he could provoke. But he also didn't remember sending an invitation to such a person. You don't need to know who I am. I just came here to watch the fun. You guys continue. Don't worry about it. After saying that, he glanced around the entire audience. When he saw Yun Yuelan standing on the stage, he was a little surprised. Little girl, you are here too? Come down quickly and let your aunt see it. Little girl? Aunt? Everyone in the audience was shocked again. The person who appeared was actually Yin Yuelan's aunt. The Yin family is one of the 4 major families in Daxia. This person is Yin Yuelan's aunt, so her identity. Everyone held their breath, as if a huge rock was pressing down on them. Yin Yuelan walked down the podium slowly, went to Yun Yu's side, and held her hand affectionately. Third aunt, why are you here? You didn't even tell me you were coming, so I could have sent someone to pick you up. After hearing this, everyone knew that the identity was real and there was no way to escape. Feng Yao and Han Ming were also surprised. The direct relatives of the Yun family actually appeared here. They remembered that it seemed that no direct members of the Yun family had been dispatched. I just came to see your cousin. I came here in a hurry, so I didn't say hello to my family. As he spoke, Yin Yu's gaze swept across the entire audience again. Finally, his eyes fell on Xu Fei. There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes, but Xu Fei's face was full of embarrassment. I didn't expect my mother to do this. Ow! When your mother comes, why don't you come up to greet her? When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked again. There is someone here. Is he the son of this noble lady? Only then did Xu Fei walk out of his seat with an embarrassed look on his face. Mom, could you please say hello to me when you come? I'm not mentally prepared at all. Boom. At this moment, everyone in the audience had only one thought in their minds. Xu Fei's mother is from the Yin family? When Han Ming saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that the Yin family was standing behind Xu Fei. Moreover, from beginning to end, Yin Yuelan never mentioned Xu Fei's name. The cold sweat on Yuning's forehead kept dripping down as if he was drenched in water. Now, he finally understood why Xu Fei dared to say that just now. I'm not afraid at all. The Yin family and the Han family are of the same level. If you dare to touch my people, I will kill you. No questions asked. What's more, her mother is a direct member of the Yin family. Based on this point alone, there is nothing wrong with what I just said. However, he was not the only one who was shocked. Sulie was also confused. Xu Fei's mother is here? Then shouldn't I go and see him too? As your girlfriend, you can't just sit there. That would be too rude. Wang Xia also stood up. She had seen Yin Yu when she was a child, and at that time she had to call Yin Yu Auntie Yin. In this way, the two women followed Chu Fei and walked towards Yun Yu and Yun Yuelon. When Chu Fei saw Sulie coming forward, he touched his nose awkwardly. Well, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Sulie. Sulie, this is my mother. Sulie then bowed with a blushing face. Hello, Auntie. Yun Yu looked Sulie up and down and couldn't help but nod. Finally, with a smile on her face, she reached out and grasped Sulie's hand. Don't be so formal. Just call me Aunt Yun from now on. Now, everyone was completely upset. No wonder Chu Fei challenged the Han family for a small company. This is his girlfriend. How can he not protect her? Everything that happened just now makes sense. Han Ming's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. How could he know that there was such a connection here? If he had known, he would never have said what he just said. Although he is a member of the Han family, he is not a direct descendant after all. But the woman who just appeared was obviously a direct family member, and her identity was not someone he could afford to offend. The family will not choose to go against the direct members of the Yun family for their own sake. Aunt Yun, do you still remember me? Wang Xia also smiled and walked forward to say hello. Yun Yu's gaze fell on Wang Xia. After hesitating for a few seconds, he tentatively asked, Are you the little girl from the Wang family? I didn't expect Aunt Yun to have such a good memory. I'm Wang Xiu. Yun Yu then chuckled. I haven't seen you for so many years. You've grown up so much, little girl. How is your mother these days? Wang Xia nodded and said, My mother is in good health and keeps asking when she can go talk to you. Now, everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. Judging from the looks of it, the president of Juanhao Group is not an ordinary person. He actually called this woman Annie Yun, which was obviously not a name that ordinary people could call her. Mom, why didn't you tell me you were here? Chu Fei looked at his mother with some resentment. Yin Yu had a smile on his face. Isn't this a surprise I planned to give you? Chu Fei couldn't hold it in any longer. You're not surprised? You're frightened, okay? At the same time, Han Ming knew that it was no longer suitable to stay here, so he turned around and was about to leave, but was seen by Chu Fei. Han family, please wait a moment. Chapter 74, Born to be a Rebel. Han Ming stopped when he was suddenly called. Mom, you guys go over and chat first. I'll take care of some small things here. Yin Yu nodded and walked toward the other side with Sulie and Wang Xia. Li Yu slowly said, Master, do you need my help? Chu Fei was naturally no stranger to Li Yu, the Chu family's chief steward, the only outsider who did not change his name. Uncle Li, just go over there and rest. I can handle it. After saying that, he walked towards Han Ming. Did you just say you were going to kill me? Just these two bodyguards. Chu Fei's eyes fell on the two bodyguards beside Han Ming. Han Ming's face looked particularly ugly. What do you want? Now, the initiative is no longer in our hands. He has no right to take action. Nothing. I just want to tell you that Xiao Company is mine. If others want to intervene, they have to ask me first. I won't participate in legitimate competition, but if you try to play dirty tricks, the consequences of getting caught by me won't be so good. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards Sulie and the others. Mom, let's go. You must be exhausted after a long day of flying. Let's find a place to have a good meal. Yin Yu nodded, his face full of smiles. That's good. It's a good opportunity to have a good chat with my future daughter-in-law. When Sulie heard this, she couldn't help but lower her head, her face flushed. Before, I was still a little angry about when I would meet Chu Fei's parents, but I didn't expect that they would come to me on their own initiative just a few days later. Just like that, under the gaze of everyone, several people left the banquet directly. After Chu Fei and others left, there was no need to continue the banquet. The matter was ended hastily. Chu Fei, Sulie, and others had already arrived at a nice 3-star hotel nearby. Mom, what's the matter with you coming here this time? Chu Fei looked at his mother, pretending to know nothing. Yin Yu glanced at him calmly. Don't you know why I came here? Chu Fei was confused. I don't know. I thought you came back to see Grandma. I say, Chu Fei, stop pretending. Didn't third aunt come back just to meet her future daughter-in-law? What else are you talking about? Yin Yuelon was not polite and directly exposed Chu Fei's lies. When it comes to this, Sulie's face immediately turns red. She also guessed that Chu Fei's mother came back to see her. But we have to meet sooner or later. Why are you so anxious? What does it have to do with you? Really? Chu Fei glared at Yin Yuelon unhappily. Yin Yuelon grabbed Yin Yu's hand and said, Third aunt, look at him. Okay. As he spoke, Yin Yu's gaze fell on Sulie. Sulie. The reason I came here this time is actually to confirm your marriage with Xiao Fei. I know about your relationship with Xiao Fei, So, I want to invite your parents to dinner tomorrow and discuss the engagement. What do you think? Faced with Yun Yu's words, Sulie was a little at a loss. A pair of hands were clasped tightly together, and the palms were sweaty. Okay, Aunt Yun. I, I'll go home and tell my parents tomorrow. Seeing Sulie so nervous, Yun Yu stepped forward and grabbed her little hand. Silly girl, why are you so nervous? I don't eat people. When Sulie heard her comfort, her tense mood slowly relaxed. He forced a smile and said, Annie Yun, I know, it's just that it's my first time. I don't have much experience. Chu Fei was quite dissatisfied. Do you want a second time? Phew. Wang Xie and Yun Yuelon both laughed out loud. Su Li's face turned even redder. I just made a slip of the tongue. Yun Yu glared at Chu Fei fiercely. You little bastard, behave yourself. Don't bully my daughter-in-law, okay? If I find out you're bullying her, I'll punish you. And in the capital, in a Long family's luxurious villa. Waste. A bunch of trash. I couldn't even find anyone, and someone even killed me. What's the point of me raising you? Tell me, what are you good for? Long Quang looked at Long Zhen and Long Xiao below, as well as the remaining grandsons, including some trained leaders of organizations. Yao was also among them, standing aside and not daring to say a word. 24 hours passed, and they didn't receive any news at all. Even the other party's origins are unclear. All they knew was that the other party was targeting only their Long family. Other families were not affected at all. Yao, I'm asking you, why didn't the Dragon Group's intelligence team go out? You should be the most powerful person in the Dragon Group right now. You can't even control a small intelligence team. Tell me, what's the point of my son raising you? Faced with the patriarch's questioning, Yao didn't dare to look up. Master, the intelligence team will go out independently. Except for the team leader, other captains are not qualified to command. I'm not the team leader yet, so... Long Quang scoffed at Yao's explanation. Now, the only ones left in the Dragon Group are Yao and the captain of an intelligence team. Sun Yining had been severely injured by them, and her life or death was unknown. Even if he survives by chance, he will at least have to spend the remaining years in bed. And now, the most powerful person in the Dragon Group is Yao. Now, when you return, notify the military headquarters to hold a meeting. I must select the leader of the Dragon team as soon as possible. If it weren't you, there would be no need for you to stay in the Dragon Group. Long Quang's tone was cold. Yao lowered his head and didn't dare to say a word. But there was a hint of viciousness in the depths of his eyes. Why? Just because they have done me a favor? Just because they saved my life? Does that mean they can control my destiny? Yao disagrees. But now, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Get lost. Within 3 days, I want to hear that you've become the leader of the Dragon team. Yao could only lower his head and turn to leave the villa. After he left, a hint of coldness flashed in Long Quang's eyes. Long Zhen, go get ready. If he doesn't become the leader of the Dragon team in 3 days, get rid of him. Long Quang knew it very well. Yao Yin is rebellious by nature, so it is basically impossible to get him to come back. If he could become the leader of the Dragon team, it would be even more troublesome if he got out of control. If he succeeds, he will be able to provide a lot of convenience to the family. Good. There was still a dull look in Long Zhen's eyes. It was obvious that the death of his 3 sons was too much of a blow to him. Everyone else, mobilize all your connections to find out the origins of that group. No matter who it is, I will make him pay the price. Deep in Long Quang's eyes, there was a strong, murderous intent. Chapter 75, Don't Be So Ungrateful. Weekend mornings are always a good time to sleep in. However, Chu Fei and Sulie got up early. After packing everything up, he took Sulie to a nearby shopping mall. I bought a bunch of gifts and went straight to the Su family villa. Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian were discussing going out for a trip in a few days. It was no longer appropriate for them to stay here. Now the company is on the right track and does not need their management. What do you think? Should we go to the Maldives first, or go to see the Eiffel Tower first? Or maybe, let's go to Sanya and have some fun first? Su Wu was holding a map and marking on it. Zhang Qinglian sat aside, eating melon seeds. You still think it's when you were young? We're going on a trip, not a honeymoon. Why are you still being so romantic when you're in your 40s? These are places where young people go. When Su Wu heard this, he chuckled. He reached out and hugged Zhang Qinglian in his arms. When I was young, I only cared about business. Now, the girl has grown up and there are people to take care of her. We finally have some time for ourselves. Shouldn't we enjoy it? Besides, men are in their prime at 41 and women at 40. Before he could finish his words, he was met with a cold stare from Zhang Qinglian. She reached out and twisted his waist hard. Ow! Are you starting to dislike me? A man is still in his prime at 41. Why don't you find a young girl to keep you company? Su Wu's face was full of embarrassment. You are enough for me. Young girls are not my cup of tea. I have bad teeth and can't handle them. When Zhang Qinglian heard this, a hint of resentment flashed across her still charming face. That's what you do. He drinks wolfberry tea every day and still looks for young girls. As we get older, drinking wolfberry tea has become a normal thing. Su Wu was no exception, especially when he was young. He had drinking parties all day long. From time to time, I have to accompany customers to drink. After many years, my energy is no longer as strong as it used to be. However, how can man be told no by his own woman? Are you looking down on me? It's still early. If it doesn't work, let's just give it a try. After saying that, he opened his mouth and kissed Zhang Qinglian. Just then, the door opened. Sulie and Chu Fei came in carrying bags of things. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were both a little stunned. Ahem, Mom and Dad, is this a good morning kiss? Sulie was suppressing a smile on her face. Chu Fei couldn't help but turn his head to the side, trying hard not to laugh. Su Wu then pretended to cough and said, There's sand in your mother's eyes. Let me help her blow it out. Zhang Qinglian pinched his thigh hard, and a blush appeared on her still fair face. Shaoli, why are you here? You didn't even say hello to us, and you brought so many things? Speaking of this, Su Li and Chu Fei's faces became more embarrassed. On the way here, they had not yet figured out how to tell the two of them about this. Mom, sit down. We have something we want to talk to you about. After saying that, Su Li winked at Chu Fei. The latter immediately reacted, Uncle, Aunt, I want to tell you something important today. Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian looked at each other and guessed what was going on. The two of them stood up and sat on the sofa, while Sulie and Chu Fei sat on the other side of the sofa. Go ahead. Sulie bulked Chu Fei. Chu Fei was a little nervous and didn't know how to start for a moment. Seeing Chu Fei so nervous, Zhang Qinglian immediately smiled and said, All right, I already know what you were going to say. Is it really that serious? This isn't the first time Xiaofei has come to our house. Besides, I'm very satisfied with Xiaofei. If you two want to be together, then you can be together. Your father and I won't refuse. Su also nodded. In fact, he was a little dissatisfied with Chu Fei at the beginning, but now he has let it go. This kid Chu Fei is quite nice to his daughter. He can help with everything, whether it's life or company matters. Andy, it's just one thing. That's not what we're talking about. Chu Fei scratched his head a little embarrassedly, then continued. Actually, it's just my mother suddenly found out that Shaoli and I were together, and she insisted on coming over. Then I'll treat you to a meal and discuss the engagement. After saying that, Chu Fei lowered his head, his face full of embarrassment. He has no experience in this matter. You let him go to the battlefield, and he wouldn't even blink an eye. But meeting parents is much more difficult than going to the battlefield. Got engaged. Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian were both stunned. How long has it been? How come suddenly? Although they also like Chu Fei, this speed is a bit unexpected. Annie, I know this is a little sudden for us, but don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Shaoli. Chu Fei thought that Zhang Qinglian disagreed, so he quickly stood up to explain. But Zhang Qinglian waved her hand and said, That's not the case. Her eyes fell on Sulie. Girl, tell me honestly, are you pregnant? In fact, Zhang Qinglian had suspected that Sulie was pregnant before. The few times this girl came to our house for dinner, she always felt nauseous. Moreover, I like spicy food. You know, this girl never ate spicy food before. She saw all these abnormal things. As someone who has been through this, she knew very well that the girl must be pregnant. Sulie's face was filled with embarrassment when her mother exposed her secret in front of her. Mom, I'm sorry. Before he could finish his words, Su Wu suddenly stood up from the sofa. Ugh. I was wondering why you guys suddenly wanted to get engaged. Boy, you can do it. Any father would definitely be angry if he found out that his daughter was pregnant before marriage. Su Wu is no exception. No matter how much I like Chu Fei, it's the same. Uncle, please listen to my explanation. Actually, Su Wu waved his hand and said, That's enough. I don't want to hear your explanation. Now grab your stuff and get out. Our Su family can't afford to lose this person. If people knew about this, we wouldn't even know where to put our Su family's face. Get out of here. Su was furious. But Zhang Qinglian was not angry. Instead, She glanced at Su Wu indifferently. When I married you, Xiaoli was already 6 months old. Why don't you say anything? I married you while pregnant, and you still have the nerve to talk about Xiaoli. Where's the face? Zhang Qinglian's words left Su Wu speechless. The old face was also full of shame. My parents never care that I married you while pregnant. They know you're good to me, just like now. Xiao Fei is good to the girl. Isn't that enough? Don't be so ungrateful. Is chapter 76 too exaggerated? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In a private room of a 5-star hotel in Jiangnan City. Mom, let me introduce you. This is Aunt Zhang, Xiaoli's mother. This is Uncle Su, Xiaoli's father. Aunt, Uncle, this is my mother. Chu Fei stood up and introduced Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian. Hello, mother-in-law. When Su Wu saw Yunyu for the first time, he knew that this woman was definitely an ordinary wealthy lady. That kind of temperament is definitely not something that an ordinary wealthy wife can possess. Zhang Qinglian was even more surprised. Chu Fei is not young anymore, but his mother looks like she is in her 30s and her skin is well maintained. You're too polite, father-in-law. Please sit down, please sit down. Yunyu also stood up to greet them, and then asked Liu beside him to arrange for the waiter to serve the dishes. At this moment, there were only 5 people left in the room. I'm sure you two know why I invited you here this time. I like Xiaoli very much. I really hope that Xiaoli can be my daughter-in-law. So, I want to take this opportunity to finalize our marriage. I wonder if the 2 in-laws have any requests, like betrothal gifts or something. Yunyu had a smile on his face and spoke in a steady tone without a trace of arrogance, giving people a very easygoing feeling. However, Su Wu and Zhang Qinglian felt a little uneasy. When facing Yunyu, I feel like a country bumpkin. However, Zhang Qinglian has followed Su Wu for so many years after all. I have naturally seen big scenes before, so I quickly calmed down. What are you talking about, mother-in-law? As long as their 2 children are happy. As parents, we naturally don't want them to have a bad life. As for the betrothal gift, you can just take your pick. It's just a formality. Zhang Qinglian also talked freely. The so-called betrothal gift is actually just a formality. Perhaps in some places, asking for a certain amount of betrothal gift is just a local custom or a symbol of good luck. However, once one reaches a certain status, the amount of the betrothal gift no longer matters. But we must not lose face. What are you talking about, mother-in-law? This thing must not be missing. Although it's just a formality, we also want to do it beautifully. This is a lifelong event, so don't mess around with it. Yunyu spoke slowly. Then, he said to Liu, who had returned to his side, please remember this. The betrothal gift is 8888W. As for gifts, big or small, please follow the highest standards. As for the wedding venue, it will be held on our island. This simple sentence made both Su and Wu feel their scalps tighten. A betrothal gift of more than 80 million? Gifts of the highest standard? Although he didn't know what Chu Fei's mother meant by the highest standard, he understood that the value of those gifts would not be less than 10 million. More importantly, the wedding will be held on their own island? What a joke. On your own island? The value is at least billions. In Jiangnan, that is simply unheard of. Zhang Qinglian was shocked. Mother-in-law, isn't that a bit too much? How should they respond to a wedding of this scale? The betrothal gift alone is more than 80 million yuan. What kind of gift can match it? No. Since Xiaoli is going to marry into our family, it will definitely be a big happy event for our family, and the requirements will definitely be higher. Don't worry, we'll take care of everything. Sulie, who was sitting next to him, turned pale. Turning to look at Chu Fei beside him, Chu Fei's expression was not much better. What a fool my mom is. Now, I can no longer hide my identity as a rich second generation. Sulie gently tugged at Chu Fei's sleeve and whispered in his ear, isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Marriage is naturally a happy event, that's for sure. But this cost is more than the annual revenue of many companies. I can't make the decision on this matter. Chu Fei was also helpless. He knew that since his mother was here, these things must have been arranged by her. For the Su Wu couple, this meal was extremely tense. The 2 didn't drive back until dinner was over. The entrance of the hotel. After seeing Su Li's parents leave, Chu Fei spoke. Mom, can we keep a low profile? You're a little too exaggerated, aren't you? Yunyu glanced at Chu Fei calmly and asked, what do you think your father would do if he came here? When Chu Fei thought about his father's temper, he thought that if he were to arrange his marriage, it would probably be even more exaggerated. Whatever the family can arrange must be arranged. Forget it. You can arrange it. Anyway, there's still a month until the engagement day. The two of them set the date for next month, the 8th day of the 10th lunar month. Ugh. I booked a flight back to Beijing tonight. I'll be back soon. I'll go see your grandparents. If you have time, bring Shaoli back with you to see them, okay? Chu Fai not that how No, you go back first. Yunyi then smiled at Sulie. Shaoli, if this brat bullies you in the future, tell Andy and I'll take care of him. If you have time, go to Beijing with Xiao Fei to visit Grandpa and Grandma. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Sulie nodded and smiled. Yes, Andy. After watching his mother and the butler get into the car, Chu Fei let out a long sigh. Turning to look at Sulie beside him, he said, Look, I didn't lie to you, did I? I'm just a rich second generation, and you still don't believe it. Sulie rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Do I need you to tell me? But I'm really curious. What kind of business is your family doing? Around the world, it's rare to find rich second generations owning private islands. After hearing what Sulie said, Chu Fei shrugged helplessly. It's just a small business. By the way, I have a dinner date with someone. Right here. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called Yunyuel on. Hello. It's me, my cousin. Chu Fei emphasized the word cousin. It's a once-in-a-century opportunity, and you actually call me cousin. TSK, TSK. Yunyuel couldn't help laughing from the other end of the phone. You know, Chu Fei never calls her cousin. That's enough. Don't be so long-winded. I'm waiting for you in room 188 of the Tianhao Hotel. I have something to ask you. Come quickly. There will be no waiting after the time is up. Chapter 77, Do the Two Together Weigh 1 Pound? Half an hour later. In a box, Yunyuel met Chu Fei and Sulie. Cousin. Sulie politely called her cousin. My sister is still polite. Not like someone. Yunyuel took Sulie's hand and sat down. Come on. You're only a month or two older than me. What are you so arrogant about? Chu Fei said with some dissatisfaction. 1 day older than you is still older. What's the matter? If you don't agree, go back and retrain yourself. Yunyuel didn't give Chu Fei any face at all. Obviously, Chu Fei was speechless after being confronted by her. After a long while, he finally spoke. You are only older in age, but you haven't grown much in other areas. What a pity. When Yunyuel heard this, she immediately got furious. This is the pain in her heart. The other sisters have developed normally, with big bodies where they should be big and curvy bodies where they should be curvy. What about yourself? It's still flat, like a small bun. In other words, even if Chu Fei competed with her in chest muscles, she would not be able to win. You, Chu Fei. I'm going to kill you. Yunyuel couldn't stand this and started to show her fangs and claws at Chu Fei. Look, with your temper, it's no wonder you haven't grown up. I advise you to take care of yourself and get more massages. Maybe it will help. Chu Fei laughed loudly, not giving her any face at all. Yunyuel was so angry that she was fuming. If Sulie hadn't held her back, she would have definitely fought Chu Fei to the death. Cousin, don't listen to what he says. It will definitely grow longer in the future. After hearing Sulie's comfort, Yunyuel finally calmed down. However, when he saw Sulie's trembling hands, his face was filled with worry. She was depressed, wondering why she couldn't grow up. Look at yourself, then look at Sulie. This is simply the difference between a watermelon and an apple. Really, Shaoli, don't lie to me. When Sulie heard this, her face was filled with embarrassment. This thing, can you really still grow when you're in your 20s? Real. It must be true. But in order to comfort Yunyuel he still resolutely told a lie. Speak, cousin. What do you want from me? After hearing Sulie's comfort, Yunyuel seemed to regain her confidence. Actually, I'm curious. Why are the companies from your 3 major families all coming to Jiangnan? Besides, I see that your targets are all Shaoli's company. Chu Fei stopped joking and asked seriously. Speaking of this, Yunyuel's expression returned to normal. Actually, we just heard the rumor. It is said that Shaoli's company is researching a very special drug. I heard that once this drug is developed, it can extend people's lifespan. As you know, my family has been doing drug research, so when this news came out, it attracted a lot of attention. If nothing unexpected happens, this news is already spread among the top leaders in the capital. However, with the intervention of our 3 major families, those medium-sized families that wanted to intervene gave up the idea. Otherwise, there would be more people coming this time. Hearing this, Chu Fei frowned. Sulie's face was also somewhat ugly. Just as Chu Fei said, the news had been exposed. Then do you know who specifically said it? Yin Yuelon thought for a while and said slowly, Han family. If I remember correctly, this news first came from the Han family. Han family? Chu Fei's frown deepened. If it was because of the master that the Long family intervened and threatened Sulie's family, it would be understandable. But what does the Han family have to do with this matter? Could it be that someone from the Han family also intervened? Logically, the Han family and the Long family are both among the 4 major families, and the Long family will definitely not let people from other families know the secret. They don't even have enough time to eat it themselves, let alone sell it to other families. By the way, Shaoli, is this rumor true? Yin Yuelon was actually very curious too. They don't know whether this rumor is true or not. But as long as there is a little bit of momentum, they will invest without hesitation. Sulie looked at Chu Fei with some difficulty, but Chu Fei nodded. Yes, my institute is studying this drug. We've reached the final stage, but the only thing missing is a living body. In vivo experiments are needed to determine the stability and side effects of this drug. Hearing this, Yin Yuelon was shocked. I thought this kind of research was just beginning. Unexpectedly, it has reached the final stage. She thought for a moment and then slowly said, Shaoli, if possible, I hope I can invest in your company. As for the live experiments, I will also arrange them. Just like Chu Fei said, invest 10 billion first. As for shares, how about 10%? 10 billion, 10%? This is definitely a terrifying investment for any company in Jiangnan. Before Sulie could speak, Chu Fei spoke. I say, what are you daydreaming about in broad daylight? I told you, 10 billion, 1%. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, forget it. Yin Yuelon was furious. You little bastard. You're going too far. This is 10 billion, not 1 billion. At this price, which company can offer such treatment? Besides, once my family intervenes, the Han family and the Feng family will definitely not dare to intervene. Speaking of this, Chu Fei frowned slightly. What Yin Yuelon said was not wrong. Once the Yin family takes over, the other 2 families will definitely not continue to interfere. But you seem to have forgotten something. I am for the Yin family myself. With Mom standing in front of us, do you think the other 3 families dare to interfere? Chu Fei laughed heartily, leaving Yin Yuelon bewildered. Yes, I forgot about this matter. Chu Fei can be considered half a member of the Yin family. But if you want to invest, it's not impossible. You can directly establish a branch in Beijing, and this will be the headquarters. For a branch company, just take 10% of the shares. Then tell the other families that the Yun family has already intervened. If others want to intervene, they must ask you first. The reason why Chu Fei did this was actually to give the Yun family a lot of benefits in disguise. Of course, it also avoids a lot of trouble. When Yin Yuelon heard this, her face immediately filled with smiles. That's right. Oh, Shaoli said we still need to do some live experiments. I'll ask my uncle and second uncle about this. They should have a solution. If the research succeeds, I'm afraid people all over the world will go crazy. It's exciting just thinking about it. Yin Yuelon thought that if this experiment was successful, all the rich people in the world would go crazy. What's the excitement? Don't you even consider how much you weigh? Do the 2 together weigh a pound? It really is. Chu Fei sneered at the side. Yin Yuelon exploded instantly. Chu Fei, if I don't kill you today, I won't be named Yun. Come and die. Chapter 78, The Unknown Secret is Exposed. Goodbye, cousin. At the hotel entrance, Sulie waved to Yin Yuelon, who was getting into the car. After the latter got in, he left. Seeing Yin Yuelon leave, Sulie's face showed some worry. Bandit, who do you think it could be? Apart from the researchers, my father and I are the only ones who know the secrets of our institute. No one else knows. Chu Fei frowned slightly. Remember your company's general manager? He checked the list of researchers, but that doesn't mean he only checked Professor Yang. Professor Yang's family is safe. It can't be Professor Yang. Then it's just the rest of the institute. He thought very clearly. The other party checked the list of researchers, and the target would definitely not be just one person. Professor Yang is an important figure in the institute, so he was naturally the first to be controlled. But just because Professor Yang is not in danger now doesn't mean that others are safe. You mean, is there a traitor in our institute? There was a hint of disbelief on Sulie's face. It's not impossible. Chu Fei is still not sure whether there is a problem with the people in the research institute, but his main goal now is to catch Li Fei and interrogate him clearly. The last vacation I gave him has already been used up, Tomorrow is Monday, so I will take advantage of the time at work to control him. We are not sure who the traitor is yet. He leaked the secret and got out. But you don't have to worry too much. After all, we have Yuelon and the others backing us up. Most people wouldn't dare to touch our company. I'm afraid those people might be playing some tricks behind the scenes, so we still have to be on our guard. Naturally, local companies in Jiangnan would no longer have any thoughts about Xiao Company. 10 billion yuan is only a 1% stake. As long as they are not stupid, they will not do such a loss-making business. Even though they knew that once this drug came out, it would bring them huge profits, the initial investment amount was not something they could afford. He had also promised Yun Yuelon to establish a branch in Beijing and own a 10% stake. Of the other three major families, only the Han family and the Feng family are left. As for the Long family, they are now in a difficult situation and have no time to interfere in the business here. Let's go back first and make a decision tomorrow morning. Hearing Sulie's words, Chu Fei nodded and drove back to the villa. By the way, do you have a computer at home? Chu Fei already had a plan in mind. There's a computer in the study on the 3rd floor, but I haven't used it in a long time. It should still be usable. If you need it, go upstairs. I'm going to take a shower first. Sulie said this with a tired tone, then took the bath towel and went to the bathroom. Chu Fei came to the study, where the bookcases were filled with all kinds of books. However, considering Sulie's personality, these books are just for show at best. Many books were even placed on it without being opened. Sitting at the computer, he took out a USB drive from his pocket and inserted it into the port. After turning on the phone, he took out his cell phone and called Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu didn't seem busy, and her tone was a little relaxed. Hey, Brother Fei, what's going on? Do you have time now? Give me a computer virus. I need a computer virus that can crack passwords, including boot passwords and document passwords. Xiaoyu seemed a little confused when she heard Chu Fei's words. Brother Fei, what do you want this for? Are you bored late at night and want to watch some cartoons? Upon hearing this, Chu Fei's face darkened. Hurry up, don't waste time. I'll keep it for tomorrow. As the captain of the intelligence team, it would be easy for him to make a small virus to crack the password. But in just 10 minutes, a simple plugin was sent to Chu Fei's email. Brother Fei, I have sent it to your email. You save it on a USB drive. Once it's plugged into a computer, it will automatically open. 90% of passwords will be cracked, and you can browse password-protected documents or files without having to enter a password. Unless the other party is also a computer expert, this little plugin of mine should be able to crack the password. After hearing Xiaoyu's answer, Chu Fei responded, then hung up the phone and transferred the plug-in to a USB drive. He originally wanted to shut down the computer and go back to sleep, but out of curiosity, he still opened the computer's hard drive. After searching around, I found a file that required a password. The content saved in it is in JPG format, which should be pictures or something like that. It's a good time to try. With a bit of curiosity, I inserted the USB drive back into the interface. The document that originally required a password was opened directly after 2 clicks of the mouse. When all the pictures appeared in front of Chu Fei, he was stunned. I really can't tell. He flipped through the pages one after another without blinking. Each one was full of temptation. The snow-white skin and the various underwear almost made him unable to control himself. He had found a little strange before. Sulie bought so many strange underwear, but why didn't she wear any of them? It turns out that it was to take pictures of myself at home. This folder contains all Sulie's selfies. Every 2 or 3 pictures, the girl changed into a different style of clothes, which dazzled Chu Fei. And the further you go, the more gripping the photos become. Sulie just came out of the bathroom downstairs. I looked around and didn't see Chu Fei. Then I remembered that he should have gone to the study to use the computer. But at this moment, Sulie's face changed drastically. Suddenly, I remembered that I have so many selfies stored in my computer. And these selfies are all. At this moment, Sulie's entire face was red all the way to her ears. But soon, she calmed down. I set a password for my private folder, so that guy probably doesn't know about it. But she was still a little worried, so she tiptoed to the door of the study. He gently opened a crack and took a look inside through the crack. When he saw Chu Fei staring at the picture on the computer with his eyes wide open, his face instantly became flushed. What are you looking at? Not caring about his wet hair, he pushed open the door and immediately stood in front of the computer screen. Chu Fei looked at her with a smirk on his face. If I hadn't borrowed your computer, I wouldn't have known that you were collecting all those clothes you bought. You bastard. Look at it without my permission. Sulie's face flushed red, and she bent down to turn off the phone, but the bath towel on her body accidentally slipped off. At that moment, Chu Fei's eyes widened. This was much better looking than the picture. Chapter 79, The Disgusting General Manager. It's time to get up and go to work. Chu Fei had already prepared breakfast and was standing in front of the door. He looked at Sulie, who was still sleeping, and called out softly. Sulie opened her hazy eyes, rubbed them hard, and looked at him with a reproachful look on her face. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have gotten up long ago. I'm warning you, this is the last time. Don't mess around. Chu Fei knew what she meant and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I'll endure it for the next few months, and I promise not to move. Sulie then rolled her eyes at him in anger. Why aren't you leaving, yet do you still want to watch me change clothes? Chu Fei then went downstairs somewhat angrily. After breakfast, the two came to the company. But it's still quite early now, and not many people come to the company. Most people come to work based on the time they have, and Sulie didn't say anything about this. After all, it's not working hours, and it's their freedom to come whenever they want, as long as they're not late. Chu Fei poured a glass of warm water and placed it on the table. Drink some water first. I'm going to do something, and we'll be back soon. After saying that, he left the office. Xiaoben looked at his back with some surprise as he left, feeling a little strange. I still haven't figured out how he opened his password-protected folder last night. He said he would tell me today, but before I could say anything, he ran out. Was he trying to escape? For Sulie, they had already reached the stage of engagement, so it didn't matter to him whether he looked at her pretentious selfies or not. But she was curious about how this guy had cracked her password. Chu Fei left the office, looked around, and finally sneaked into the general manager's office. Li Fei had not arrived yet, so he took this opportunity to find Li Fei's computer. Then he turned on the computer and plugged his USB drive into the port. He looked through the files, but found that many of them had no passwords. His brows furrowed slightly, wondering if the person he suspected was wrong. He found it unlikely. Last time, after this guy found out that the list of researchers had been leaked, his expression was obviously a little strange. If it weren't for him, then the few remaining senior executives in the company would have had no chance. I searched for several minutes and almost went through all the files on the hard drive. Finally, he found 2 folders with passwords. But it's almost 9 o'clock now, so I have to hurry. Otherwise, if the other party comes back and bites me, and I find that I was the one who put these documents in, I might be in trouble. Without thinking, I immediately copied the contents of these 2 folders to the USB drive. Then he unplugged the USB drive, turned off the computer, and left Li Fei's office while no one was paying attention to him. Back to Sulie's office. Sulie felt a little surprised when she saw him come in. What have you been doing? Chu Fei just chuckled at him and said, I got some good stuff. Finally, he placed the USB drive on the table and motioned for her to connect it to the computer. Sulie picked up the USB drive and took a look at it doubtfully, then entered the computer. After opening it, in addition to a small plug-in, there are 2 folders with passwords in the USB drive. At that moment, she immediately thought of what happened last night. You are shameless. You even copied it down. If you want to see it, won't I let you? It really is. Sulie was so angry that her face turned red. She wanted to pull out the USB drive immediately and throw it in Chu Fei's face. But Chu Fei was confused. What are you talking about? What do you mean by see or not see? Sulie thought he was pretending to be confused and was about to curse him, but she was afraid the people outside would hear her, so she could only curse in a low voice. Not only did you peek at my photos last night, you even copied them. Don't play innocent with me here. I'll delete it now. If you don't let me delete it, I'll call my aunt and tell her you're bullying me. After hearing this, Chu Fei finally understood. Could it be that she thinks of herself as that shameless and despicable person? Can you please open it and take a look first? What the hell? I just copied your photo. Is the photo as good-looking as you? Don't you think about it? Why would I look at photos of such a beautiful woman? After hearing his explanation, Sulie's expression improved a little. But the look he gave him was still full of suspicion. Then what's in here? Seeing that she was still hesitant, Chu Fei walked over to his ear and whispered, I copied this from the general manager's computer. As soon as he said this, Sulie immediately knew what he had just done. Her face turned slightly red, thinking that she had wronged him. But it's useless for us to have these 2 files. We don't have the password. Both folders have passwords, and the passwords are up to 8 digits long. Unless you are a computer expert, you will definitely not be able to crack it. You'll know if you open it and try it. At Chu Fei's request, Sulie placed her hand on the mouse doubtfully and clicked it lightly. The folder that required a password was immediately opened. Hey, why don't you want the password? Chu Fei gave a smug smirk. Looking at the expression on his face, Sulie immediately thought of what happened last night. Ugh. How could you open my password-protected folder? After saying that, he reached out and twisted Chu Fei's thigh hard, causing him to grimace in pain. Stop messing around and take a look at what's in here. After the two browsed through the folder, their faces turned a little gloomy. The first folder contained a list of all researchers, including their names, addresses, identification numbers, and even the phone numbers of emergency contacts. I didn't expect he actually saved it. It seems that the traitor in our company has been caught. Sulie's face turned ashen with anger. If you ask yourself, you will find that you treat all employees in the company equally, and there is absolutely no favoritism. Not to mention the benefits, all employees in the company know about it. But unexpectedly, Li Fei, as the general manager of his own company, actually betrayed the company. See what's next? Chu Fei reminded again. The two of them then opened the remaining file. But after opening it, the folder was full of videos. They clicked on one at random, and both of them were stunned. From the perspective of the video, this is a toilet. In the video, a girl is unbuttoning her clothes to go to the bathroom. Seeing this, Sulie quickly covered Chu Fei's eyes. Don't look. She turned off the video, and all subsequent videos were almost the same, except that the person in the video was different. Then, with a sullen face, he said, I really didn't expect this general manager to be such a disgusting person. Chapter 80, Playing Tricks. 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Fei came to the company with a relaxed look on his face. My task has been completed and the money has been received. Now, even if I'm fired by the company, it doesn't matter. That money is enough for him to live on for the rest of his life, which is exciting just thinking about it. You should go watch my little video. Humming a song, I came to the office and sat in my own seat. I turned on the computer, looked around to see if there was anyone around, and opened the private video folder. Just when he wanted to appreciate the girl's perfect figures, someone suddenly knocked on the door. The originally enthusiastic attitude immediately cooled down. Who is it? Kumain. The good interest was gone immediately. How could he not be angry? He turned off the video and folder, then lit a cigarette and looked towards the door. At the same time, Chu Fei pushed the door and walked in. When he saw Chu Fei coming in, Li Fei stood up immediately. It's Secretary Chu. What do you want to talk to me about? Chu Fei looked at him calmly. The president wants to see you and asks you to go to the office. Li Fei nodded indifferently. Okay, Secretary Chu, I'll be there now. Please. Chu Fei slowly made way. Li Fei was a little flattered. Why did Chu Fei suddenly become so polite? When the two walked into the office, Sulie was sitting at her seat. Manager Li, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look much better. Is this period of rest okay? Hearing this, Li Fei nodded. Thank you for your concern, President. I'm in good health. After this period of recuperation, I believe I can bring more benefits to the company. Li Fei, who has been in the workplace for so many years, is already familiar with these nonsense. In that case, I have something here that I'd like to show Manager Li. I believe Manager Li will like it. As he spoke, Sulie turned the computer screen and pointed it at Li Fei. On the screen, there's a video. Sulie pressed the spacebar and the video began to play. The sound of flowing water is endless. When Li Fei saw this video, he was stunned. He didn't understand why the things on his computer appeared on Sulie's computer. What's more, my own folders are encrypted. How could it be? Boss Su, please listen to my explanation. Li Fei panicked all of a sudden. If he reported this to the police, he would have to spend at least 3 to 5 years in jail. Hundreds of videos, thousands of hours. I want to ask, does Manager Li have any special hobbies? Why install a hidden camera in the women's restroom? Sulie's face was full of anger. This kind of thing would never be allowed to happen in her company. Once the news gets out, the company's reputation will be damaged, which will have a huge impact on the company. Boss Su, Li Fei's face was covered in cold sweat, and he didn't know how to explain for a moment. It's just a small thing. I don't want to make a big fuss and have any impact on the company. But there's something I really want to know. In front of Li Fei, Sulie opened another folder. When Li Fei clearly saw that Sulie opened her folder without a password, her face turned pale. That folder contains the names of researchers and their personal information. As the list and personal information of the researchers appeared on the screen, Li Fei's body softened, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Manager Li, could you please explain to me why you keep the list of researchers and their personal information? I remember holding a meeting and telling all the senior executives in the company that they were not allowed to easily access the list of researchers. It was also explicitly forbidden to keep the list and their personal information. Faced with Sulie's questioning, Li Fei didn't know how to explain. But if you don't explain it, it's real evidence. Leaking company secrets, plus those short videos. He will have to spend at least 10 years in jail. When he comes out again 10 years later, he won't know what society has become like. At this time, Chu Fei spoke from the side. Manager Li, I suppose you didn't do this willingly? Someone must be behind this, right? As soon as Chu Fei opened his mouth, Li Fei felt a chill on his back. The matter can no longer be concealed. Sulie followed suit and said, Manager Li, I'm giving you two choices. The first is that I report this evidence to the police, and you just go to jail for 10 or 8 years. Secondly, tell me who ordered you to do this. If you tell us, we'll pretend this never happened, and you can continue to be the general manager. How about that? The two conditions are completely different. Li Fei hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Boss Su, I actually don't know who that person is. I just call him Brother Yi. But he gave me $5 million and asked me to find the company's list of researchers and give him the personal data of all the researchers. I had a bad idea for a moment, so... Li Fei slumped on the ground, his face pale. Sulie frowned. Do you trust him so much? Li Fei then explained. He gave me a deposit of $2 million, and after I sent in the documents, he transferred another $3 million to me. Hearing this, Sulie wanted to kick Li Fei down the stairs. Manager Li, I thought I treated you well, but I never thought you would sell out company secrets for $5 million. You'll spend the rest of your life in jail. After saying that, he picked up the recorder from the table. The recorder recorded all their conversations. When Li Fei saw the recorder, his eyes were filled with despair. He didn't know that Sulie would play such a trick on him. He suddenly turned his head to look at Chu Fei. He knew that Sulie would definitely not do that. All of this must be Chu Fei's plan. It's you. Chu Fei smiled slightly. It's me. But sorry, I'm doing this for the company. So, please spend the rest of your life in prison. As he spoke, he opened the office door. Two men in uniform walked in. Li Fei, you're suspected of selling Qiao's secrets and violating other people's privacy. Please come with us. After saying that, the two men took Li Fei out of the office. Only after Li Fei was taken away did Chu Fei's face turn cold. It's this guy called Brother Yi again. All the things that happened before were caused by this guy. Unexpectedly, it was him who leaked the company's secrets this time. If I don't find him, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. After taking a deep breath, he said to Sulie, I'm going out to make a phone call. Chapter 81 Traitor of the Institute. At the corner of the stairwell, Chu Fei was just about to call Xiao Yu, intending to ask him to carefully investigate this person named Brother Yi. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu called me before I even made the call. Xiao Yu, I was just about to call you. Why are you calling now? Something happened in the military. Obviously, Xiao Yu usually doesn't call me on her own initiative. Either something happened in the military, or I found some clues when I gave him instructions last time. Brother Fei, something really happened with the Dragon Group. EAO has consulted with his superiors and will hold an election meeting in 3 days. The one with the most votes will become the leader of the Dragon team. According to my current intelligence, many people in our Dragon Group have been bribed by him. This time, hearing Xiao Yu's somewhat low tone, a cold light flashed in Chu Fei's eyes. I didn't expect EAO's method to be so quick. It has only been a short time since the master went home, and he actually wants to hold an election meeting. It seems that this has been planned for a long time. I see. I will take some time to go back to the capital in the next 2 days. Is there any movement from the Long family? After the Long family was hit by my father, there has been no news for some time. I don't know what they are up to. It's strange. In just a few days, the Long family's business has suffered heavy losses, and the number of senior executives has dropped by over 60%. Now, apart from those old guys, there are only 3 young people left in the Long family. Besides, we haven't found any clues. We have no idea who did it. Hearing Xiao Yu's slightly doubtful tone, Chu Fei just said lightly, everything has its own cause and effect. The Long family has angered quite a few people. If things continue like this, they might not be able to wait until Yi Ao takes the position of leader of the Dragon team. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was stunned for 3 seconds. He seemed to hear something unusual in Chu Fei's tone. The decline of the Long family seems to be related to Brother Fei. I see. By the way, Brother Fei, you call me. What's the matter? Speaking of this, Chu Fei slowly exhaled. Can you help me check if there is any large underground organization led by Brother Yi? If you have any, tell me. They feel they've lived enough. The cold voice fell into Xiaoyu's ears. He knew very well that Chu Fei was planning to take action. Understood, Brother Fei. I'll give you news within a day. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei wanted to call his father to ask about the situation of the Long family. But in the end, I didn't call. I guess Dad is having dinner at Grandma's house now. Back in the office, Sulie was packing up. I'm back. Let's go and take a look at the Research Institute. Hearing this, Chu Fei knew what Sulie meant. Now that the secret of the Institute has been exposed, there is no need to hide it. The two of them took some daily consumables and drove to the Research Institute. After nearly an hour, we finally arrived at the Research Institute. Inside the reception room, Xiao Bei, go gather everyone to the conference room. I need to have a meeting. As soon as he entered the reception room, Sulie spoke with a cold face. Xiao Bei was a little surprised, but did as he was told. Yang Chunghua looked at Sulie with some confusion. Boss Su, what happened? The other researchers were also stunned, and now they are in a semi-shut-down state. Lacking living subjects for experiments, they could only strive to study the side effects of the drugs and the conditions that would occur. So far, they have only made one improvement. Professor Yang, you will know about this matter later. Sulie did not intend to tell Professor Yang and his confidants about the exposure of the research secret only in front of them. She wanted to tell this matter in front of everyone and find out the person at the same time. After hearing this, Yang Chunghua stopped talking. It was clear from the sounds that this matter was definitely no small matter. Otherwise, there would not be a rush for all researchers to hold meeting. More than 10 minutes later, the huge conference room was full of people. There are more than 40 researchers in total. Sulie stood on the stage, looking at everyone. I called everyone to this meeting because I have something important to tell you. After a pause of a few seconds, he spoke again. I think everyone has been stuck in the Institute for over a year, working on this research, without leaving the house or seeing their families. I think many people know the hard work involved. But when the last two words came out, everyone's heart tightened. This, but, is likely to cause trouble. Someone betrayed the secrets of our research institute. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire institute was in an uproar. What? Who is it? We've been working so hard on this for so long, and now we're on the verge of success, and yet someone actually betrayed us. Who is it? Stand up right here, I'm going to kill him. The angry voice echoed in the conference room. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chu Fei swept his eyes over everyone. So far, no one has been found to be abnormal. If you don't follow the direction of everyone else, then that person will definitely reveal the abnormality. Also, there's a mole in our company. I have caught the traitor. I was sent to the police station and will have to spend the rest of my life in prison. Another heavy blow shocked everyone. Is there a mole in the company? Speaking of this, Yang Chunghua immediately understood. No wonder his family was threatened before and forced to change jobs. Unexpectedly, there was a mole in the company. In order to reduce his sentence, he has handed me the list of people who betrayed the company's secrets. After saying that, Sulie took out a folder and slammed it heavily on the table. Bang! The huge sound made the whole audience quiet down. For a moment, no one spoke. Now, I hope those people will come forward. I, Sulie, will forgive you for all your hard work over the past year, and you don't have to call the police. But if you want to fish in troubled waters and get away with it, then I'm sorry. I'll hand this list over directly to the police. Considering our current worth, we won't be able to escape for more than 10 years. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. Either you come forward, or I'll hand you over to the police. After saying that, Sulie sat on the stool with a cold expression. Chu Fei stood aside and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I didn't expect that Sulie had this set of tricks, which I couldn't see. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes after she sat down, a man stood up. Boss Su, I'm sorry to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, another person stood up. And me. Chapter 82. Dear sister, would you like to eat braised pork? In the conference room, everyone's eyes fell on the 3 people who stood up. Li Sheng, Liu Zhao, Lao Zhao. I really didn't expect it would be you. One researcher couldn't contain his anger and was about to punch the 3 men. However, the other researchers around him held on tightly. The 3 of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at others. This kind of thing is unforgivable no matter where it happens. But they had no choice. The conditions offered by the other party are too high, even 100 times higher than what they earn working here. Such temptation is worth their risk. However, Sulie shook his head slightly. There are more than just you three on the list I have. It seems that what I just said fell on deaf ears. If you want to get away with it, you have to see the situation clearly. Chu Fei was slightly surprised. This girl actually suspected more than just the three of them? No wonder Sulie, at such a young age, was able to become the CEO of Xiao Company. As for these means and wisdom, they're not comparable to ordinary people. For a moment, the conference room fell silent again. Even Li Chong and the other two who had just stood up were stunned, because the three of them didn't know that the other party had betrayed the company's secrets. But according to what President Su said, there are far more people who betrayed the company than just these three. Sulie glanced around and asked, "No one is here? In that case, I won't be polite. Li Chong, Lu Chao, Zhao Wan, I will let this matter go. I will have this month's salary transferred to your cards when I return. As for those who are unwilling to stand up, I'm sorry. No need." Before he could finish his words, the old man sitting next to Yang Changhua slowly stood up. When Sulie saw the old man, a look of shock appeared on his face. Even Yang Changhua was stunned. Old Wang Yu, he didn't expect that Wang Goen would be one of the people who betrayed the secrets of the Institute. Because Wang Goen is also a professor in the Research Institute. The two are just responsible for different areas. He was responsible for the main research and development, while Wang Goen was responsible for data collection. Xiaosu, Imsari. I was blinded by lard, alas. Wang Goen lowered his head, his face full of shame. As he stood up, two more researchers stood up. Seeing this scene, Chu Fei also fell silent. I have to say that Sulie's IQ is really not to be underestimated. A false list directly led to the arrest of the traitor in the Institute. Sulie looked at the people who stood up, her face full of disappointment. "Mr. Wang, I didn't expect you to do this." After saying that, she opened the list in front of everyone. On the folder was a blank A4 paper without a single word on it. When they saw the blank document in Sulie's hand, they all stood there in a daze. The others remained silent. A false list led to the arrest of 6 traitors. This was something they had not expected. Not even Sulie herself had expected it. She originally thought that there might be only 3 research institutes at most. However, when Wang Goen stood up, she knew there were more than 3. I said it. I will let this matter go. Now that the progress has reached the final stage, I will not hold you responsible. Pack up your things and leave. Sulie turned around and walked out of the meeting room. Chu Fei followed behind him. After they left, there was a burst of angry roars in the conference room, followed by a crackling noise. Coming to the fields outside, Chu Fei took a deep breath. Is it a surprise? Sulie looked at the barren mountains in the distance and smiled bitterly. Mr. Wang is one of them. I didn't expect it, but it doesn't matter now. The company's secrets have already been known by so many people. It doesn't matter if I hide it or not. Hearing this, Chu Fei didn't say anything. He walked to the edge of the field and sat down, then pulled out a piece of grass and put it in his mouth. That's true. Now we just have to wait for Yuelon to find a living subject for the experiment. If the experiment is successful, it can be released to the public. Sulie smiled faintly when she heard this. Yes, so many people have worked so hard for so long. It's time. Then he looked up at the blue sky and took a deep breath. Chu Fei looked at her snow-white little face and hesitated. But you have to say it sooner or later. By the way, I might have to go back to the capital tomorrow. Will you come with me? Sulie looked at him in surprise. Return to the capital? What are you doing in the capital? Chu Fei looked up at the sky and said, it may take about 3 or 4 days to get something done. This time, returning to the capital is not only for the election, but also for the Long family. It's time for this family to disappear. In the capital, a 3-way balance of power is enough. For legs are ultimately unstable. I understand. I won't go with you. There are still so many things waiting for me at the company. Now that the company has entered its growth phase, there are definitely a lot of things to do. As the president of the company, she certainly couldn't follow Chu Fei to the capital for such a long time. Good. The two got up and left the institute and drove back to the villa. Chu Fei was just about to put on an apron and cook dinner when his cell phone rang. Yin Yuelan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Little brother, sister, do you want to tell you some good news? Chu Fei's face darkened. If you have something to say it quickly. If you have to fart quickly. Yin Yuelan on the other end of the phone chuckled. I told the family about the situation here, and they agreed to establish a branch in the capital. Then, the documents for the live experiment have been sent for review. Barring any unexpected events, it will be available on a civilized day. When the time comes, I will go to the Research Institute to watch it together. Hearing this, Chu Fei's eyes lit up. Is that so? That's great. By the way, dear sister, I'm going to cook now. Do you want to taste my brother's cooking? I promise you'll never want to leave. When Yunyuelon heard what he said, she knew that this guy must need her help with something. I refused immediately. Don't. Would you be so kind as to treat me to a meal? Or would you cook it yourself? Look at me, am I stupid? Chu Fei didn't expect that she could see through his thoughts. In fact, the reason why he wanted Yunyuelon to come over was that he wanted Yunyuelon and Sulie to live together. During the few days I was away from Jiangnan, with Yunyuelon around, those who wanted to take action had to consider whether their strength was sufficient. Not everyone can bear the anger of the 4 major families. That's enough, my dear sister. I'll send you the location right away. Hurry up. I'm going to make you your favorite braised pork now. Chapter 83, Let's Go Together. Early the next morning, Chu Fei boarded a plane back to Beijing. Before this, he had persuaded Yunyuelon to live with Sulie for the past few days. Now there is no need to worry about Sulie's safety. After several hours of flying, Chu Fei finally returned to the capital. However, there is no rush to return to the military headquarters now. Once I go back, Yao will definitely know that I am back. By then, who knows how many pits have been dug waiting for you to jump into. Taking this opportunity, I should go and see my grandma and the others first. We took a taxi to a secluded courtyard. There's a large red-painted wooden door with 2 stone lions, 1 male and 1 female, placed at the door. There are 2 big iron rings at the door, which are used for knocking on the door. He picked up the iron ring and gently clicked it 3 times. Soon, the door opened. An elderly man looked at the strange young man, standing at the door with some surprise in his eyes. Little brother, who are you looking for? Chu Fei looked at the old man who opened the door and smiled slightly. Uncle Yun, don't you recognize me? Hearing this familiar voice and name, Yunin looked Chu Fei up and down. Finally, he remembered. You are Xiao Fei? Chu Fei nodded. Of course. After not seeing you for so many years, Uncle Yun is still as strong as ever. Yunin laughed when he heard it. You kid, come in quickly. Your parents are here. After saying that, Yunin shouted to everyone in the yard. Guess who's here, everyone? Chu Fei walked into the yard, following the sound. In the middle of the yard is a stone table. At this moment, there were quite a few people gathered around the table. Among them, Chu Tianquang and Yunyu were present. Grandma, Grandpa, Dad, Mom, Uncle, second uncle, fourth aunt. Everyone turned around and looked at Chu Fei standing at the door, and their faces suddenly lit up with smiles. I was wondering why there was a magpie calling at the door today. So it's you, kid, who's back. Come quickly. Chu Fei's Uncle Yun Wu waved at him. At this time, a deep voice sounded. Xiao Fei is back. Get out of the way and let me see. Suddenly, everyone dispersed. Chu Fei's grandparents were sitting on stools next to the stone table. Grandpa Yun Xiaodian was leaning on a dragon-headed cane with a smile in his eyes. Chu Fei then stepped forward and bowed. Grandpa, Yun Xiaodian nodded in satisfaction. After a few years, you have become more like a mature man. Grandma Tang, Huiying's eyes were full of doting. It's been a few years since we last met. My Xiao Fei has become more manly now. Do you have a girlfriend? Do you want me to introduce you to some? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present laughed. Chu Fei scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Grandma, hasn't Mom told you yet? After hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on Yunyu. Yunyu then began to explain. The reason I came back this time was actually for this kid's marriage. Mom, you don't have to worry about girlfriends or anything like that. She's a nice girl. I like her very much, and Xiao Fei likes her too. After he finished speaking, a satisfied smile appeared on Tang Huiying's wrinkled face. I thought so. Why did you come back in such a hurry? It turns out Xiao Fei is getting married. This is a big deal. After chatting for a long time in the main courtyard, Chu Fei finally found an opportunity to chat with his father alone. In the other courtyard, Chu Tianquang looked at Chu Fei with a smile on his face. In another half a year, I will be able to hold my grandson or granddaughter in my arms. How can I not be happy? What do you want from me, little brat? Chu Fei rolled his eyes at him unhappily. I agreed not to tell Mom and the others, but you brought Mom here with you. Chu Tianquang then smiled awkwardly. Didn't I just want to make your mother happy? This time, she forced herself to come here. You know, I'm the one with the lowest status at home. Apart from anything else, Chu Tianquang is definitely the overlord outside. But at home, He was speechless. Facing Chu Fei's mother, there was only one word to describe him: coward. Actually, it's not about fear, it's just that it's love. Okay, Dad, I'm not a stingy person. It's good that you're here. It saves a lot of trouble. But what about the Long family? Speaking of this, a hint of cold, murderous intent appeared in Chu Tianquang's eyes. The Long family is now in name only. Except for the few old men in their family who stay in their manor all day, no one else dares to show up. I have no interest in dealing with those minions. Now, the Long family has reached the end of its ways. As long as we get rid of those last few guys, the Long family will be completely gone. By then, the capital will be in a three-way confrontation. The Yun family is naturally the most powerful one, for no other reason than because I am behind the Yun family. Over the years, although the Yun family has kept a low profile, they are definitely not afraid of trouble. To outsiders, the Yun family has always been honest and decent people who would never take the initiative to cause trouble. But honest people are sometimes the most terrifying. Is that so? Chu Fei thought about it and frowned slightly. After thinking for a few seconds, he slowly said, "How about this? Dad, can you lend me a few experts so I can go to the Long family manor?" Chu Tianquang looked at him in surprise. "Are you going to take action?" Chu Fei nodded, his eyes a little cold. Master is still in the intensive care unit. Although his life is not in danger, he may still suffer from sequelae even after recovery. I'm going to hold the Long family responsible for this. The people who took action at that time were Long Quang, the head of the Long family, his eldest son, and several of his men. I don't want to let any of them escape. After hearing Chu Fei's words, Chu Tianquang laughed. He patted Chu Fei's shoulder heavily. Not bad, not bad. It has some of the same aura as I did back then. Since you want to go to the Long family, then Dad hasn't done anything for so many years. So it's a good time to give it a try and see if there's any regression. I'll go with you. At this time, it was Chu Fei's turn to be surprised. He has always been in an unknown state about his father's strength. According to my father, the master can only fight him to a draw at most. Hitting yourself is really like a father hitting his son. Dad, you're doing this yourself. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the military? Those people in the military have been tracking down clues. Once you do it, you will definitely be discovered. By then, there may be a lot of trouble. Snort. Some of the old guys in military still have some unresolved grievances with me. If you dare to say one more word, I don't mind taking care of it all. Chu Fei's face was filled with shame. Dad's temper is really... Okay, let's go. Tomorrow afternoon, let's go meet those idiots in the Long family. Dare to touch my eldest brother, I will let them know what fear is. Chapter 84, Getting Ready. After having lunch at his grandmother's house, Chu Fei did not stay long. Xiaoyu just told herself yesterday to give him one day to find out the news about Brother Yi. Calculating the time, it's almost time. Xiaoyu, any news? At this moment, in the office of the Dragon Group intelligence team, Xiaoyu stared at the computer screen, which displayed pieces of information. After repeated confirmation, he felt that these materials should be what Chu Fei asked him to find. Brother Fei, the person you asked me to find is in the suburbs outside the capital. The other party lives in a villa he built himself. From what I understand, he has trained many ruthless people under him. It seems he's working for a big shot in our military. Xiaoyu looked at the introduction above with a frown. In a short time, he was unable to find out who these people were working for. However, what is certain is that the people behind this organization must be from the military. Is that so? Chu Fei's face gradually darkened. Send the address to my email. Then go find Haizi and the others. Just say I'm waiting for them on Qinghua Street. By the way, let them bring weapons. I want to destroy this organization myself. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's face became a little more nervous. Brother Fei, isn't this inappropriate? The team leader is not here now, although the captains of each team have a right to command their own teams. But if you want to carry out the task, you need the confirmation of the team leader. If you go out on a mission without permission, you will be punished if you are discovered. If a member is injured or sacrificed, he or she will most likely be brought to military court. Rest assured, that's what the team leader meant. Chu Fei had a sneer on his face. The master is still lying in the hospital bed, but I can tell others that this is the team leader's intention. Even if the master wakes up, he will not refuse me to do this. Anyway, I have done it, and I will definitely not blame myself. I see. I'll go inform Haizi and the others right away. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu thought about it, then got up and left the office. On the training ground of the Dragon team, for strong men are training frantically. The bulging muscles on his body are comparable to those of a bodybuilding coach. Everyone was carrying dozens of kilograms of stones and running desperately on the playground. The clothes on his body were already soaked with sweat. Call, call, heavy breathing and beads of sweat the size of beans. In just 2 minutes, the light rain came. Looking at the 4 people running on the playground, he waved to them. Heisey, come here. The 4 people who were training were shocked when they saw Xiaoyu. Then he slowed down and walked in front of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, why are you here? As the captain of the intelligence team, Xiaoyu cannot leave easily. If they come to see them now, there must be something wrong. The person who spoke was Heisey, who had dark skin, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. Xiaoyu glanced around and didn't see anyone else, so she said, Brother Fei called and asked the 4 of you to get ready and take your stuff to Qinghua Street to wait for him. There's a secret mission. You two should go together. Hearing this, Heisey and the other 3 were shocked. Brother Fei is back. How's the team leader? Apart from the intelligence team, Heisey and the other 4 are the only team that has not colluded with EAO, and their captain is Chu Fei. However, the first team has 4 squads. Each team has 5 people. Chu Fei is the captain of the first team and also the captain of their first squad. However, the other 3 teams seem to have already joined forces with EAO's men. The team leader is out of danger for the time being and is still recuperating. By the way, you will exit through the back door of our intelligence team later. If we go through the main entrance, we'll be discovered by EAO's men. That's what Fei Ge meant as well. Several people looked at each other and nodded. After returning to the dormitory, I took a shower, changed my clothes, and brought my stuff to the intelligence team. He left the military headquarters through the intelligence team's back door. After coming out, I took a taxi and headed straight to Qinghua Street. At this moment, in a milk tea shop at the intersection of Qinghua Street, Chu Fei was sitting in the milk tea shop drinking milk tea, but his eyes were observing the people passing by. According to his calculations, Heisey and the others should be on their way now. A cup of milk tea, drank slowly. Chu Fei paid the bill and left. A taxi stopped across the street. 4 strong men got out of the car. Everyone was carrying a small package in their hands and wearing sunglasses. If you didn't know, you would think they were here to film a movie based on how they were dressed. This outfit is exactly like the killers in the movies. Chu Fei's face darkened. Why were these 4 guys so ostentatious? Are you afraid that it will attract other people's attention? After the 4 got off the car, they found Chu Fei across the street. Just as he was about to look up and say hello, Chu Fei shook his head. The 4 of them didn't quite understand what he meant and were a little puzzled. Brother Fei, what are you doing? You let us come over, but you won't let us meet him? Tainyo and the team asked in surprise. Have no idea. Maybe the 4 of us are too handsome and we're afraid of stealing Phineas's limelight. Xiao Wu chuckled and stroked his hair, thinking he looked very handsome. But soon, a business car stopped next to Chu Fei. Master, the car has been delivered to you. The person driving the car was Li Yu. He had received a call from Chu Fei before, asking him to find a business car to come over. Chu Fei took the car keys and nodded. Okay, then you go back first. By the way, tell Mom and Dad that I probably won't be going home tonight. Chu Fei walked to the car with the key and waved to Heisey and the other 3 who were not far away. The 4 of them then opened the car door and got in, carrying their things. As soon as he got in the car, Heisey couldn't help but ask, Brother Fei, why are you back? I heard that EAO has been quite active lately. Are you planning to deal with him? That's an idea, but let's find something to do first. There's a guy who always trips me up when I'm on a mission, so I want to get him. Chu Fei's eyes were a little cold. You keep causing trouble for me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? This is a great feeling. Ever since you left for the mission, we almost suffocated to death. It's just training every day. It's so boring. Xiao Wu chuckled, then opened the bag and began to assemble the gun in front of several people. Oh my God, Xiao Wu, have you taken out your sniper rifles? Several people looked stunned. Brother Fei asked them to bring their weapons, but he didn't ask them to carry such heavy weapons. Even if they bring this kind of thing out, they need to report it. Chapter 85, Late Night Sneaking. Chu Fei, who was driving, was also ashamed when he heard this. What good brother. The sniper rifles were taken out. However, Xiao Wu is the sniper in the team, so there is no problem for him to use the sniper rifle. Just take it. We have to deal with quite a few people this time. The other party should also have weapons in his hands. Remember to put on your bulletproof vest. Since the other party is working for someone in the military, they must have a lot of weapons in their hands. Even if there are no heavy weapons, there must be quite a few ordinary automatic rifles. Brother Fei, if you say so, these people are terrorists hiding in the capital. Not many people have weapons. Emperor Kai, who rarely spoke in the team, also spoke. This guy is not as strong as Haizi, Xiaowu, and the other two in the team, but when it comes to strategies and methods, the three of them combined are not as capable as him. When it comes to setting traps, Chu Fei has no choice but to admit defeat. Every time we carry out a team mission, it is definitely easy with Emperor Kai around. As for his name, there is naturally no need to say more. He likes playing games, and a character named Kai Wong in the game is a specialty. Although, 9 times out of 10 you lose. I guess so. The other party should be a private organization cultivated by someone in the military. It's just bad luck that I got into trouble. Chufai-chuka. But they all understood that there were so many people to mess with, so why did they have to mess with Brother Rifei? Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Do you really think that Brother Fei got the title of King of Hell for nothing? That's enough. Assemble the weapons quickly. After arriving, observe the situation first. After Chu Fei said this, he sped up again. Nearly an hour and a half later, the group finally arrived at the location Xiao mentioned. I parked the car in a nearby wasteland and then climbed up a nearby hill. Chu Fei took the telescope handed to him by Haizi and looked at the luxurious manor in the distance. The manor doesn't cover a large area, only about 1,000 square meters. In the middle is a huge villa with some pavilions nearby. At the gate of the manor, there were 2 security guards standing in the security booth. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be weapons in these 2 security booths. As for the manor, there are also quite a few people walking around, looking like they were on patrol. The situation inside the villa is not clear at the moment. Haizi, change your clothes and go find out what's going on. Good. Haizi immediately took off his clothes and changed into a simple set of clothes. It looks like a migrant worker. A few minutes later, under Chu Fei's observation, Haizi had arrived at the gate of the manor. 2 security guards immediately stepped forward and stopped Haizi. After a few words were exchanged between them, Haizi left. As Chu Fei observed, when Haizi approached the manor, the patrol personnel in the manor had already gathered behind the gate. A frontal attack is unlikely. Moreover, judging from the clothes bulging around the waists of those people, they must be carrying weapons around their waists. Several minutes later, Haizi came back. Brother Fei, these people are very cautious. Besides, there's a guy in the security booth. Even if we can get rid of the 2 security guards right away, we might still be exposed. Chu Fei frowned slightly. I picked up the telescope again and observed for a while. While I put down the telescope, I took a deep breath. Xiao Wu, you set up your gun here. Remember to equip your sniper rifle with a silencer. Emperor Kai, you and Tainyo go around to the back of the manor and set up an ambush. If anyone tries to escape through the back door, shoot them dead if they don't surrender. Haizi and I broke in from the side at night. Chu Fei quickly made a plan. This manor is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. But if he and Haizi attack from the inside, they will definitely be caught off guard. It's 6:30. There's still half an hour until dark. After dark, follow my orders. Emperor Kai, you and Tainyo will ambush at the back door first. Remember to wear night vision goggles. At the same time, in the villa in the manor, Yi Chi paced back and forth in the living room, his brows full of solemnity. I just received a message from Yao and thought he had some tasks for me to do. Can. The other party's words surprised him. If for no other reason, it was because Yao was planning to betray the Long family. Now Yao has allied with the Han family. Once he takes the position of leader of the Dragon Group, he and the Han family will have the closest cooperative relationship. As for the Long family, it has long been a name only. Cooperating with such a family is totally incompatible with his current status. Moreover, Yao also told him on the phone to be prepared, and once there is an opportunity, to completely destroy the Long family. He has now called back those who are on missions outside, because in 2 days, it will be election day. They want to launch a final attack on the Long family at this time and completely defeat the Long family. Brother Yi, brother, is it inappropriate for you to go against the Long family now? Although the Long family is now being targeted by a mysterious force, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. We only have so few people under our command. The Long family won't just sit there and wait for death, right? Besides, if something goes wrong, will we be blamed? Beside Yi Chi, a man frowned and said, "This is Sun Gon, Yi Chi's trusted subordinate, who is also a skilled fighter. We will do whatever Big Brother tells us to do. When the people come back, Make preparations as soon as possible. It's not so easy to rush into the Long family manor now. Now, according to the news he received, all the people of the Long family have returned to defend. Although weapons will not be used easily in urban areas, if a fight really breaks out, the other party may be defeated. By then, once the people above track down the case, all those involved will definitely be shot. There's no escaping this. But Sun Gon wanted to say something, but Yi Chi waved his hand. No need to say more. Big Brother's words are orders. Besides, if we cooperate with the Han family, the other party will definitely not sit idly by. If something happens to us, it won't be a good thing for them either. After hearing this, Sun Gon fell silent. It seems that Brother Yi is determined to fight with the Long family. Go and rest. Regain your energy and strength. The final battle will be in 2 days. Yi Chi waved his hand and sat on the chair, looking at the ceiling in thought. He didn't know how long he sat there before he slowly stood up and prepared to go back to his room to rest. What he didn't know was that at this moment, 2 dark shadows were climbing over the wall and landing in the manor. Chu Fei patted Heizi's shoulder and pointed in another direction. Heizi immediately understood what was going on, holding the dagger in his backhand and walking forward with hunched steps. And right in front of them, a patrol officer was looking around. Chapter 86, Murderous Intent Under the Night. In the night, Chu Fei wore night vision glasses and held a sharp dagger in his hand. He walked silently behind a patrolman, covered his mouth, and slashed his neck with a dagger. Then he gently dragged him to the corner, and then slowly approached the villa. In his sight, several patrolmen were approaching his position. Chu Fei's face was cold, and he crouched in a dark corner. Only after the patrolman left did Chu Fei turn and walk into the back door of the villa. But accidents sometimes happen too fast. As soon as he entered, he ran into Sun Gon. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. Originally, Sun Gon planned to come out to get some fresh air and smoke a cigarette. Who are you? Sun Gon looked at the strange man in front of him, who was wearing night vision glasses, and his face instantly turned cold. He raised his hand and pulled out the dagger from his waist, glaring at Chu Fei. Chu Fei didn't hesitate at all and took action immediately. Sun Gon's heart sank as he watched the other party rushing towards him. Master! Ding ding! In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged several moves. And Sun Gon finally realized that something was wrong. The other party is coming for them. Enemy attack. He roared and stepped forward again. The personnel patrolling outside reacted instantly upon hearing the roar. Someone sneaked into the manor. Quick! At once, many patrol officers drew their guns from their waists and moved towards the source of the sound. On the other side of the villa, Heizi heard the voice and immediately understood. Brother Fei must have run into someone from the other side. He pulled out the pistol from his waist without hiding it. Bang, bang, bang. Several consecutive gunshots rang out throughout the night. The 3 patrolmen in front of him had bloody holes between their eyebrows and fell to the ground. On the small hill outside the manor, Xiao also heard gunshots from inside the manor. I immediately realized that Fei Gu and Hei Zi were exposed. Looking at the patrol officers who were exposed to his sight, he did not hesitate at all. Puff! The sniper rifle with silencer makes a dull sound. A patrolman who was running towards the side of the villa fell to the ground. And this is just the beginning. Yi Chi, who was planning to take a good rest upstairs, heard the gunshots outside and immediately took out a submachine gun from a box beside him. He picked up the intercom beside him and yelled at everyone, "Fight back! Fight back!" Chu Fei, who was on the first floor of the villa, knew that he had been exposed and decided not to hold back. Since you've been discovered, then go to hell. The movements of his hands suddenly quickened a bit, and Sun Gon's expression changed drastically. I didn't expect that the person in front of me would actually hold back. Without a second thought, he turned and ran. However, Chu Fei's speed was much faster than he had imagined. Sun Gon felt the coldness coming from behind and turned around to stab him. But Chu Fei suddenly lowered his head, and the dagger in his hand pierced his neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Before Chu Fei could pull out the dagger, a strong sense of crisis came over him. His pupils shrank, and all the muscles in his body tensed at this moment. He jumped with all his strength and flew more than a meter away. What followed was the sound of gunfire. There were already several bullet holes where he had just been. Before he could get up, another volley of bullets came. Chu Fei rushed to the back of the support column. Bang, bang, bang. There were several bullet holes on the load-bearing columns. Chu Fei took a deep breath and pulled out the Type 92 pistol from his waist. Judging from the trajectory just now, the opponent should be above and to the left and behind him. He took a deep breath, suddenly poked his head out from the supporting column, and then quickly retracted it. Bang, bang, bang. Several more bullets came. This time, he saw the other party's position clearly. The body suddenly jumped. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots in succession. Two people in the corridor on the second floor fell to the ground. At this moment, Chu Fei also appeared behind another load-bearing pillar. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with the other patrolmen rushing over, several gunshots were heard. Heisey rushed into the first floor of the villa, dealt with several patrolmen, and changed a magazine. Brother Fei. Hearing Heisey's voice, Chu Fei suddenly rushed out from behind the supporting column. With a quick glance, he saw someone hiding in the corridor on the second floor. He raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The opponent fell to the ground with a bullet shot through his eyebrows. Cover me, I'm going upstairs. Chu Fei didn't hesitate at all and ran upstairs. Kuriko held two pistols in his hands, aimed them at the gate, and hid behind the supporting pillar. Boom! As the gate opened, more than a dozen patrolmen armed with submachine guns rushed into the villa. But what greeted them was a volley of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The pistol in Heisey's hand seemed to have no recoil, and every shot hit the chest of the person rushing in the front accurately. In this situation, it is unrealistic to pursue a headshot. Even if it hits the chest, it can still be fatal. However, the people in front blocked the bullets, and the people behind also discovered the black man hiding behind the load-bearing column, raised the submachine guns in their hands, and fired wildly. Gravel flew everywhere, and gunfire rang out. Xiao could no longer stay on the small hill in the distance. The other side is all armed with submachine guns. Heisey and Fei Good definitely can't stop so many people. He stood up and shot each of the patrol officers outside the door who had not yet rushed in. At this moment, someone finally noticed something was wrong. He roared, "Be careful, there's a sniper." But as soon as he finished speaking, a bullet pierced his head. Kai Huang and Tiniu, who were lying in ambush at the back door of the villa, looked at each other. The situation here seems a little unexpected. Judging from the sound of the gunfire, this is definitely not something a small armed group can do. Do you want to go in? Taiyo looked at Emperor Kai. Emperor Kai's face was solemn, holding the Type 95 automatic rifle in both hands. Two shots were fired at the lock of the iron door. He kicked the iron door open and said, "Support Brother Fei and Heisey." Taiyo and Kai Huang entered the manor at the same time. They stood back to back and quickly observed the surrounding situation. However, in their sight, those who were originally guarding the back door had already gone to the main gate to provide support. Walk, go to the main entrance. Emperor Kai made a gesture, and the two of them went their separate ways. At this moment, Chu Fei has already arrived on the third floor. Crack, replace the magazine with a full one and rush up the stairs. But the next second, several bullets flew over his head. Who are you? Why do you know this place? The person who just fired the gun was Yi Chi, and beside him, there were only two subordinates. All three of them had submachine guns in their hands. Listening to the sound coming from the stairs, Chu Fei took a deep breath. You are Brother Yi, right? Sorry, someone wants to buy your life. Chu Fei's tone was extremely cold, and he held the pistol tightly in his hand. Just a few of you? Is that enough? Upon hearing this, Yi Chi roared angrily, suddenly stood up and attacked the source of the sound. Chapter 87, Total Annihilation. Chu Fei hid behind the stairs with a cold face. The wall in front of him was already riddled with bullet holes. And downstairs, there was constant gunfire. I think Kai Wang and Tiniu also came to help. These people never thought about running away, and the other party knew that their side had fewer people. It looks like the other party is planning to take advantage of me. I'm quite curious about who supplies weapons to your private armed group. You can even get a submachine gun. The person behind you must be of high status, right? Chu Fei spoke slowly, but the dark muzzle of the gun was pointed at the stairs. As long as the other party dares to show up, he will be shot in the head. Hee, are you trying to trick me? Isn't a bit too low level to play such a trick on me? I'll give you a big gift. Yi Chi sneered and took out a grenade from his pocket. Pull out the pull ring and throw it directly towards the stairs. And the moment he threw it out, Chu Fei's face changed drastically. He suddenly jumped with all his strength and jumped directly from the stairs to the corridor on the second floor, immediately followed by a loud bang. Bang! In an instant, gravel flew everywhere and dust obscured the view. His eyes gradually turned cold. He didn't expect that the other party actually had such a thing. It seems that the senior military officials have put a lot of effort into cultivating this private armed organization. At the stairs on the third floor, Yi Chi made a cold gesture to the two men beside him. The two men understood immediately and then quietly walked downstairs. But Yi Chi was not in a hurry, but waited quietly, because he himself didn't know whether the grenade just now killed the guy. Behind the wall on the second floor, Chu Fei's face was cold. Although he jumped down very quickly, the power of the grenade explosion was simply not something a human could withstand. The shrapnel flew past and still cut a gash on his arm. Blood stained his sleeves, but he was not seriously injured. His face was a little cold. When he was thinking about how to force the other party down from the upstairs, he suddenly heard some unusual footsteps. Although the other party's footsteps were very light, they were difficult to hear clearly even amid the chaotic gunfire downstairs. But Chu Fei's hearing has been specially trained. Judging from the sound of footsteps, there should be two people on the other side. He took a deep breath and gripped the pistol tightly. The next second, he suddenly rushed out. The two people who had just come down from upstairs felt a black screen in front of their eyes before they could even react. A bloody hole appeared between the eyebrows of the two men. Looking at the two bodies lying on the ground, Chu Fei's expression did not change at all. He picked up the submachine gun on the ground and walked quietly towards the stairs. But Yi Chi's face changed when he heard the gunshots below. Unexpectedly, the other party was not dead yet and had such terrifying strength to kill his two subordinates. The other party's background is definitely extraordinary, but now I'm on the third floor. From the third floor of the villa, jumping down would give you a height of 11 or 12 meters. Even if you are lucky enough not to die, you can't escape. How about we talk about it? Yi Chi exhaled and shouted towards the stairs. Hearing this, Chu Fei showed a sneer. Ugh. If you lay down your weapons, we could talk. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to talk to me until my brothers get rid of all your men. Hearing this, Yi Chi's expression changed slightly. How many of you are here? He couldn't quite believe it. After all, there are nearly 30 subordinates in the manor, and everyone has a weapon in their hands. Unless the other party is a specially trained team, there is no way that a mere few of them can kill so many of our people. 5, including me. But I wonder if you've ever heard of the Dragon Group. In fact, the reason why Chu Fei told this person the identities of himself and others was to test the other party. If the other party knew, they would definitely be curious why they didn't receive the message. You lied to me? Are you from the Dragon Group? Impossible. Yi Chi didn't believe at all that the people who attacked his manor were from the Dragon Group. In the current Dragon Group, except for the intelligence team, most people are already the Big Brother's men. Moreover, the other party can come out with weapons, which means he definitely needs to carry out a mission. If it was a mission, there was no way his elder brother wouldn't know about it. Hearing Yi Chi's affirmative tone, Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the other party is an organization cultivated by someone in the Dragon Group. If nothing unexpected happens, this brother Yi is probably related to Yi Ao. I think you should be familiar with Yi Ao, right? Hearing this tentative tone, Yi Chi knew that he had been exposed. The other party guessed who was standing behind him. Since you know this, you still dare to come and seek death. Aren't you afraid that my eldest brother will kill you? As he spoke, Yi Chi suddenly stuck his head out and fired a burst of shots at the stairs. However, Chu Fei hid near the stairs on the second floor. So it turns out that the person behind you is Yi Ao. Then it's okay. I can tell you in advance that after you die, it won't be long before he comes to accompany you. As he spoke, Chu Fei had already rushed to the corner of the stairs, and Yi Chi happened to be exposed in his sight. Yi Chi subconsciously wanted to shoot, but his speed was one step slower than Chu Fei. Bang! A bullet went straight through his wrist. Snap! The gun in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. He stretched out his other hand and wanted to pick it up, but Chu Fei did not give him the chance. Another shot rang out. Bang! The other hand was shot through the wrist. At this time, Yi Chi knew that he was finished. He looked at Chu Fei with a look of despair. He felt that he had seen this person somewhere before. Then a picture flashed through my mind. The person in the photo overlaps with the person in front of me. It's you, Chu Fei, captain of the Dragon Team's first team, the guy who is called King of Hell. He had seen Chu Fei's photo a long time ago, but he would never have dreamed that the person who came to find him this time was him. Oh, it seems that EAO has shown you my photo. Chu Fei walked to the edge of the corridor and looked down. The gunfire below was almost over. Those people, some escaped and some died. Unfortunately, they had no chance to escape from the manor. On the distant hill, Xiao Wu put away his sniper rifle with a cold face. There were at least 7 or 8 bodies lying outside the villa. Besides, the shooting was over. This organization will be completely destroyed. Chapter 88, Live for Yourself. In a corridor on the 3rd floor, Chu Fei was sitting on the railing wall. Kai Huang, Tina Yu, Haizi, and others were standing by, looking at the man with bloody hands sitting on the ground. If nothing unexpected happens, this person is Fei Ji's target. Would you like to speak for yourself, or should I speak for you? Chu Fei looked at Yi Qi calmly. What do you want to know? Yi Qi raised his head and looked at Chu Fei. Today, he cannot escape death. Your relationship with EAO, and what did you do for him? Yi Qi looked at Chu Fei and smiled slightly. Relation. I'm just a dog beside him. I'll bite whoever he tells me to bite. Many people died at the hands of my gun. It's a pity that the recent missions have all failed. It's a pity. Hearing this, Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. The mission you mentioned is to target a woman named Sulie. When these words were spoken, Yi Qi was stunned. Although I just realized it. Are you the bodyguard of that woman? He is not stupid. Since Chu Fei could ask such a question, it means that he has some relationship with that woman. There's only one reason why these missions have failed, and that is that the woman has a very powerful bodyguard. But he himself did not expect that this bodyguard was Chu Fei. You're not stupid. It's a pity that it wasn't used in the right way. The person called Brother Yi is you, right? Yi Qi didn't say anything, just nodded. Let's do it. I have said everything I can say, and I will not say anything I cannot say. In Yi Qi's world, he might have died long ago. He had been a dead man ever since he crawled out of that pile of corpses with his own hands. Now, he is nothing more than a walking corpse. In order to survive, for a steamed bun, he killed his friends with his own hands. At that time, he was just a 7-year-old child. Seeing the deathly look in Yi Qi's eyes, Chu Fei also looked a little curious. He rarely saw a person who was not afraid at all before dying. Even the most vicious criminals cannot hide the fear in their eyes when facing death. But this guy didn't have even a trace of it. I am curious. How did you get to know him? From my perspective, you're under 20, right? Yi Qi raised his head and looked at Chu Fei. With a smile on his face, I am 17. After these words were spoken, Chu Fei, Haizi, and others were stunned. They would never have imagined that a child of only 17 years old would be in control of such an armed organization. As for how I got to know him, his eyes were lost in memories, and he spoke slowly. At that time, he was just a homeless child in a small country who would fight with stray dogs for a little bit of leftover bread or food scraps in the trash can. One day, a man came to him and said that if he followed him, he would have endless food to eat. He was moved and agreed to the man. The man took him to a basement where there was no endless food, only some children about his age. On the first day, someone would bring them enough food to keep them full. He swore it was the fullest he had ever eaten. But the next day, no one came to deliver food. They were hungry and could only walk to the door and look outside. Outside is an endless desert with no human habitation. Day 3. Day 4. It wasn't until the 5th day that the man appeared before them again. At the man's feet, there was a bucket full of steamed buns. The man told them that only one of them could eat the steamed bun. Then he threw a knife among all the children and closed the door again. At first, no one picked up the knife on the ground. But some people were so hungry that they couldn't bear it anymore. Thus, a bloody massacre began. Yi Qi didn't know how the knife fell into his hands. But he was already bloodthirsty at that time. In order to survive, and for the steamed buns in the bucket, he killed so many people that the blade of the dagger in his hand was bent. The moment he fell, the door opened. After that, he was brought to this country by men. Then he started crazy training. It wasn't until he was 16 that he took control of the organization. Those who refused to obey were beaten to death by him. When they said this, Chu Fei and the others fell completely silent, their eyes filled with intense anger. They would never have thought that this young man would have such an experience. In order to survive, he chopped the dagger until the blade was bent. From the moment I survived, my heart was dead. So death has no fear for me. Let's do it. Yi Qi closed his eyes, as if waiting for the gunshot. But Chu Fei did not shoot. He just walked in front of him. Live. Isn't your original intention to survive? Live for yourself. Yi Chi was stunned. He opened his eyes and looked at Chu Fei in confusion. Why? Aren't you afraid that I will retaliate against you later? Chu Fei smiled calmly. If you still want to follow Yao, then the next time we meet, I will personally send you off. I'm not a good person, but I'm not a bad person. You should have died a long time ago, but not now. After saying that, Chu Fei waved to Haizi and the others, and they turned around and left, walking out of the manor. Yi Chi looked at their backs as they left, and his eyes, which were full of death, now showed a belief in living. In the car, Brother Fei, why did you let that kid go? To be honest, they were all very confused. Letting the tiger go back to the mountains will only bring trouble later. What's more, Yi Chi is so young. If he is allowed to grow, no one knows how far he can grow. He just wants to live. He has already died once. Do you think he will still follow Yao? After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. They all heard about Yi Chi's experience. None of this is Yi Chi's fault. He just wants to live. If he continues to act foolishly with Yao, then the next time we meet, that will be the time of his true death. Chu Fei's voice was extremely cold. Haizi and the others looked at each other and said nothing. All this was caused by Yao. If we were to say who the biggest murderer is, it would be Yao. Brother Fei, are you going back to the team with us, or? They actually wanted Chu Fei to go back with them. After all, many people in a dragon group are now Yao's people. If Chu Fei doesn't go back, he might not be able to control the situation. However, Chu Fei shook his head and said, I still have a mission to complete, so I won't be going back for the time being. Be careful when you go back. Don't get into any conflict with Yao's people. I'll be there at the election in 2 days. Chapter 89, I'm so scared. After sending a few people back to the vicinity of the military headquarters, Chu Fei found a nice hotel nearby to stay in. I have to go to the Long family with my dad to cause trouble tomorrow, so I need to have a good rest. Although it cannot be called a bloody battle, the strength of the Long family should not be underestimated. I just came out of the bathroom after taking a shower when I heard a knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw a drunk woman standing at the door with hazy eyes. Judging from her figure, she is also a top-notch one. And the clothes he was wearing were not cheap either. Beauty, did we take the wrong path? Chu Fei held a towel in one hand and wiped his hair. He looked at the woman in front of him strangely. No, is this 1306? She pointed at the house number with a drunken breath. Chu Fei stuck his head out and looked outside. His house number was 1309. You're going the wrong way. This is 1306. After saying that, he was about to close the door. But the woman was very stubborn and pushed Chu Fei away, then walked into the room on her own. Then, he lay down on the bed. Chu Fei frowned and was about to call the front desk downstairs to ask them to send the woman away. But the woman seemed to completely treat this place as her room. He reached behind his back, unhooked the pair of large covers, and then threw them directly to the ground. Chu Fei's face turned dark. What is going on? After all, I am a married man, and I will never do anything that would let Sulie down. But it doesn't hurt to take a look. He leaned quietly against the wall, waiting for the woman's next move. However, after the woman took off the bra, she lifted the quilt and crawled in. Then, he reached out and threw out another pair of briefs. It's black lace. It hit Chu Fei right on target. Chu Fei reached out and grabbed it, then threw it gently onto the bed. Hello, this is my room. Please pay attention. He shouted at the woman lying on the bed. But the woman was too lazy to pay attention to him, and instead began to sleep soundly. Chu Fei's face turned dark, and he wanted to go out to the hotel front desk to explain the situation. But there was another knock on the door. With doubt, he opened the door. This time, there were 3 more men in black suits outside. The man in the middle looks very young, only in his 20s. She smiled faintly at Chu Fei and said, I'm sorry, my friend accidentally broke into your room. Can I take her away? The man was very polite, so Chu Fei didn't say much. In bed, go ahead. The man nodded, then walked into the room with 2 of his men. Only when he saw the huge bra on the ground and the panties on the bed, his face instantly turned cold. He suddenly turned around and looked at Chu Fei. Brother, what did you do to my friend? Feeling the anger on the other person's face, Chu Fei waved his hand. She just rushed in and started taking off her clothes. I didn't do anything to her. At most, I admired her figure. She was quite nice, big and white. You can't blame me for this, right? Chu Fei didn't lie. Less than 5 minutes after the woman came in, these people arrived. If the man hadn't spoken so politely, he would have thought that he was setting up a honey trap. Appreciate the figure? The man's expression changed noticeably, and his eyes flashed with intense hatred. Take him into the bathroom. Let him know that not just anyone can look at my woman's figure. The young man waved to the two bodyguards beside him. The two men immediately walked towards Chu Fei, and it looked like they were planning to give him a good beating. However, Chu Fei chuckled. You can't control your woman, so you run around everywhere. You broke into my room and started stripping, and you're blaming me? Obviously, the man became even angrier after hearing this. Break his legs for me. The man's tone was particularly angry. Chu Fei's expression gradually turned cold. He looked at the two bodyguards approaching him and threw away the towel in his hand. I advise you to just take your woman and leave. Taking action is not a good behavior. If you're not careful, you might hurt someone. The man sneered. Really? As a direct member of the Feng family, Feng Qihong's status and position are incomparable to ordinary people. In his eyes, Chu Fei was just a customer of the hotel. At most, he is the boss of company. But so what? Compared to me, they are nothing. Break his legs and throw him out. After saying that, he walked towards the bed. It looks like he's planning to enjoy himself here. This time, Chu Fei was no longer polite. I've said all the nice things, but if they don't listen, you can't blame yourself. Looking at the two bodyguards rushing towards him, he raised his leg and kicked them straight at him. Bang! The bodyguard never expected that Chu Fei would dare to resist and was kicked out. The huge impact caused several of his ribs to break, and he lay on the ground with a painful look on his face. Seeing this, the other bodyguard suddenly took action. He swung his hand and punched Chu Fei hard on the head. Chu Fei's face was frosty, and he raised his arm to block the man's punch. He clenched his left fist and punched the bodyguard in the stomach. The bodyguard's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he collapsed to the ground, curled up like a boiled shrimp. I told you everything. Why don't you believe it? Okay, now, you hurt yourself, didn't you? As he spoke, Chu Fei had already walked over and sat on the sofa nearby. Feng Qihong also looked at Chu Fei coldly, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Very good. Do you know who I am if you dare to attack my people? He didn't seem to be worried that Chu Fei would attack him. As long as he reveals his identity, no matter how powerful Chu Fei's background is, he can only beg for mercy. Unless this guy is a direct descendant of the other four major families. It's a pity that he knew most of the members of the other four families, but he had never seen the person in front of him. I don't care who you are. I'd be happy to take this woman away if you want. It saves me the trouble. But if you want to do something to me, that's not good. Now, you can take your people and leave, and I will pretend nothing happened. If you still want to take revenge on me, I don't mind giving you a beating. Hearing this, Feng Qihong laughed angrily. Hit yourself? Apart from his own elders, who else in the capital city dares to attack him? I don't know where you got the courage from, though. But I might as well tell you, my name is Feng Qihong. Feng Qihong just sat on the sofa beside the bed, crossed his legs, and waited for Chu Fei to beg for mercy. Are you from the Feng family, one of the four great families? Chu Fei looked at the man in front of him with some surprise. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Feng Qihong sneered. I'm so scared. I was so scared. Do you want me to kneel down and beg you to spare me? Chapter 90. Think about the fate of the Long family. The air seemed to be frozen. Feng Qihong's face darkened when he heard Chu Fei's sarcastic words. Aren't you afraid of death? Knowing that I am from the Feng family, he still dares to talk to me like this. Isn't he afraid of revenge? Or is he really from the other three families? Afraid. Why not? But that's just how it is with the Feng family. That's enough. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Just get out of here. Don't make me throw you out. Chu Fei didn't have time to talk to him here. A self-righteous second generation who wants to do whatever he wants just because he has the support of his family is so stupid. You dare. Feng Qihong really didn't believe that this guy dared to throw him out. But he was wrong. If it were someone else, they might not dare. But who is Chu Fei? Chu Fei stood up, walked straight towards Feng Qihong, raised his hand, and slapped him in the face. Shame on you. You deserve a beating. Then, he threw Feng Qihong out like a chicken. The same goes for his two bodyguards. After closing the door, Chu Fei looked at the woman lying on the bed. He frowned and thought, throw it away, it's not good. But keep it, in case there is any misunderstanding, it will be difficult to explain. After thinking about it, I decided to sleep on the sofa. Feng Qihong, who was thrown out by him, was furious. This was the first time he was bullied like this in the capital. He immediately yelled at the two bodyguards, "Call someone. I want that kid to kneel down and beg for mercy." The two bodyguards endured the severe pain in their bodies and explained, "Master, that boy is not an ordinary person. He is obviously a martial artist. If the other party is from the other three families, we won't be able to end it well." Feng Qihong raised his hand and slapped the bodyguard who said this in the face. "Is my Feng family afraid of other families? Call now." Seeing this, the two bodyguards had no choice but to call for help. Half an hour later, several luxury cars worth millions were parked outside the hotel's gate. Bodyguards in suits got out of the car one after another. A middle-aged man who looked quite old got out of the middle car. "Third uncle, you're finally here." As soon as Feng Qihong saw the middle-aged man, he rushed over with a look of grievance on his face. Feng Weia glanced at Feng Qihong beside him. "It's late at night. Are you looking for trouble? Mobilize the family's experts. If I hadn't covered for you, your father would have beaten you to death." Feng Qihong felt a little aggrieved. "Third uncle. That guy is too much. Not only did he hit me, he also said that the Feng family was nothing but shit. I was so angry that I wanted to fight him, but I was no match for him." He threw it out. Hearing this, Feng Wuya's face became a little more gloomy. In this capital, there are still people who dare to say this about the Feng family. They are really brave. I want to see who is so arrogant. Even if they are from the other three families, I want them to give me an explanation. The group took the elevator to the 13th floor. The girl at the front desk had never seen such a scene before, so she could only hand over the room card obediently. When they arrived at the door of room 1309, Feng Qihong covered his face and said to Feng Wuya, "Uncle San, the kid is in there." Feng Wuya waved his hand, and one of his men immediately stepped forward, swiped the card, and opened the door of the room. In the room, Chu Fei heard the sound of a card being swiped and suddenly opened his eyes, sitting on the sofa, staring at the door. As the door opened, Feng Qihong and Feng Wuya walked into the room. Behind the two men were more than a dozen bodyguards in suits. The room, which was not very big to begin with, suddenly seemed a bit crowded. "Boy, now let's see how you run." Feng Qihong looked at Chu Fei with a smug look on his face. In his opinion, this kid is dead. As he spoke, his eyes looked towards the bed. The beauty was still lying on the bed. Her curvy figure made people unable to help but have dirty thoughts. Chu Fei looked at the person who came and smiled slightly. "Ow!" After beating the younger one, is the older one also planning to step in? Feng Wuya looked at the young man in front of him and frowned. "Little brother, whose family are you from?" Chu Fei looked at Feng Wuya. "Does it matter whose family I am?" Feng Wuya's face suddenly became gloomy. "Boy, who are you talking to? If you are not from one of the other three major families today, you will not be able to walk out of this door. I tell you." When Feng Qihong heard this, he immediately pointed at Chu Fei. "My legs are on my body, so I can walk whenever I want. Why, isn't the lesson just now enough? Bring so many people here to get beaten?" Chu Fei glanced around and sneered. Feng Wuya's eyes turned cold. "Little brother, you'd better think before you speak. You hit my nephew, but I won't bother with you about this. But you insulted my Feng family. How about we have a good chat about this? How about calling your elders?" Feng Wuya managed to control the anger in his heart. "If I were younger, I would have killed this guy long ago. The other party has the courage to say such words, so it is obvious that his status is not low. That's not necessary. My elders have already gone to bed, and I don't want to disturb their rest. If you have anything to say, just say it." Chu Fei sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette from the table. He took a deep breath, and the smoke was swirling. "In that case, don't blame us for being rude." Feng Wuya waved his hand, and several bodyguards immediately stood in front of Chu Fei. It looks like they are planning to take him down. Chu Fei slowly stood up and put out his cigarette. "Feng family, right? I won't ask where you came from or where you're going back to. But you should think about the consequences of taking action. If you think I'm trying to scare you, go ahead and try." Chu Fei raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Feng Wuya quietly. Feng Wuya was wavering. Could it be that this guy really had some powerful background? Third uncle. Just listen to his bragging. If you really have a background, why would you say so much nonsense? Feng Qihong was very angry. Seeing his uncle hesitating, he wanted to order people to take action himself. But since third uncle was present, these people only listened to third uncle, and he had no right to give orders. "Little brother, you really don't plan to tell me who you are from?" Feng Wuya spoke again. If Chu Fei doesn't say anything, then I'll have to take action. If people knew that the Feng family couldn't even deal with a kid, where would the Feng family put their face? Really want to know? Chu Fei looked at Feng Wuya, and a smile appeared on his face. Feng Wuya looked at Chu Fei's expression with a gloomy face. Speak. Chu Fei shook his head. You're planning to get to the bottom of this. In that case, let me talk to you. After saying that, he pushed away several bodyguards. He walked to Feng Wuya's ear and whispered something. Think about what happened to the Long family. When he heard these words, Feng Wuya was shocked. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Chu Fei. Chu Fei's face turned cold. I've said everything I need to say. To go or to stay, it's your choice. Chapter 91, The Long Family Will Disappear Today. The next morning, Zhao Jiahui woke up from her sleep. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a man's face. Ah! The scream almost broke Chu Fei's eardrum. Stop! Don't scream! But Zhao Jiahui ignored it and kept screaming. Because she didn't know the man in front of her at all. Just as I was about to get out of bed and leave, I realized that something seemed to be missing from my body. When he lifted the quilt, his face turned pale instantly, just like her skin is extremely white. What did you do to me? Zhao Jiahui curled up at the head of the bed, clutching the quilt tightly with both hands. The look he gave Chu Fei was filled with fear. That's enough. Don't look so aggrieved. I didn't do anything. Would she believe such words at this time? Obviously don't believe it. Where's my phone? I'm going to call the police. Her eyes instantly turned red at this moment, and she subconsciously thought that she was not clean. I have no memory of what happened last night. I just knew that I was drunk and went back to my room to rest. When I woke up, this man was right in front of me. Are you mentally ill? Is it true that they only grow flesh, but not brains? Although it's quite big. After hearing this, Zhao Jiahui became even more certain that she was dirty. Next month, I am getting married. However, she was defiled by a strange man. Thinking of this, tears started to fall. Chu Fei couldn't help but frown as he looked at the woman with tears streaming down her face. I said, "Why are you crying? It's okay that you walked into the wrong room, but you also took off your clothes in front of me. Fortunately, I'm a gentleman." Zhao Jiahui came back to her senses after hearing these words. There was a bit more doubt and confusion in her eyes when she looked at Chu Fei. Wrong room. Chu Fei looked at her as if she were an idiot. All right, I don't have time to talk to you. If you don't believe me, go check the surveillance yourself and see if you've gone the wrong way. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Also, although I'm a bad guy, I have a limit to my badness. I didn't touch you. If you don't believe me, go check it out yourself. After saying that, Chu Fei turned around and left the room. When she heard the door close, Zhao Jiahui woke up as if from a dream. She hurriedly picked up her clothes from the table and put them on. This was what Chu Fei helped her put on the table. After leaving the room, she opened it and took a look. Room number 1309. She was stunned. Am I taking the wrong path? She clearly remembered that she had not taken the wrong path. In order to confirm what the guy said, she went to check the surveillance. I breathed a sigh of relief when I realized I had really taken the wrong path. It seems that the man did not lie to himself. However, the surveillance video that followed made her expression change slightly. When set sail, she clearly saw that Feng Qihong, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, had an argument with a man from this morning at the door and then entered the room. In a few minutes, Feng Qihong was thrown out by the man. At this time, she finally realized that something was wrong. Last night, in order to establish connections with the Feng family, I took the initiative to ask Feng Qihong out for dinner. We drank too much because of the contract. Although the contract was signed, judging from the surveillance footage, if it weren't for this man, I'm afraid I would have. She didn't dare to think further and felt a little scared. Fortunately, that guy is a good person otherwise, but he actually dared to attack Feng Qihong then. Thinking of this, Zhao Jiahui's face showed a bit more worry. In this capital city, the Feng family is a top family. There will definitely be no good ending if you mess with the Feng family. Not to mention that guy also attacked Feng Qihong. No, we have to find him. She quickly left the monitoring room. But she didn't see the surveillance camera behind her because Feng Wuya also came and left the room obediently. The other side, Chu Fei has already driven to his father's estate in Beijing. When I walked into the villa, Chu Tianquang was having breakfast with Yinyu. You little bastard. What did you do last night? When he saw Chu Fei, Chu Tianquang knew that this kid didn't come back last night and must have gone out to find something to do. Nothing. I just want to find someone to stretch my legs. Chu Fei smiled, pulled out a stool, and sat down. Uncle Lee, give me some breakfast too. Liu smiled faintly. Okay, master. Then he turned and went into the kitchen. Dad, when are we leaving? My hands are itching. Yin glanced at Chu Fei indifferently. Let's eat. Why are you talking so much? Can't we talk after we finish eating? After his mother spoke, Chu Fei could only shut up in disappointment. After all, it's my mom who makes the decisions at home. After breakfast, Yin changed into a new set of clothes. She said to the father and son, My sister and I went shopping. Seeing their mother leave, Chu Fei and Chu Tianquang smiled at each other. Dad, shall we set off now? Chu Tianquang shook his head and instead set his gaze on Liu. Old Li, notify Shadow and the other four. Let them come over. Liu nodded slightly. Yes, master. After saying that, he immediately contacted the four shadows. Chu Fei was also a little excited. The Shadow Squad is one of the most powerful teams under Dad. When I was young, I was taught by Shadow and the others. Now, so many years have passed, I don't know if they have become more powerful. Soon, the four shadows arrived. Master. The person who spoke was Shadow, wearing a black demon mask. Brothering, long time no see. Take my punch. Chu Fei rushed out instantly, clenched his right fist, and punched the Shadow. Shadow smiled faintly and took a step back. Make a fist and face it. Bang! The two men's fists bumped together. A dull sound was heard. Chu Fei took a step back, and Shadow also took a step back. But judging from this attack, the two were evenly matched. But Chu Fei only used 40% of his strength in this punch, and Shadow used 30%. Brothering, you are worthy of it. I used 40% of my strength, and you used at most 30%. Chu Fei shook his sore fist, his face full of surprise. Shadow chuckled. Young master's progress over the years has simply exceeded my imagination. It won't be long before the young master is almost as good as me. In Shadow's opinion, Chu Fei's progress is really fast. At the age of 23, he has such strength, which is definitely extraordinary. Chu Tian waved his hands wildly and laughed. All right, little brat, all you know is fighting with your brothering. Let's go. When we get to the Long family, I'll let you beat me to your heart's content. His tone suddenly became extremely cold at this moment. The Long family will disappear today. Chapter 92 today. I, the King of Hell, am here to claim your life. Long Family Manor. Almost a week has passed since the attack. However, I didn't hear any useful news. Those people seem to have disappeared out of thin air. Inside the villa, Long Quang's face looked particularly ugly. During this period, the decline of the Long family has become a foregone conclusion. The other three families, except the Yun family, the Feng family, and the Han family, have already begun to take action against some small companies under the Long family. Moreover, the leaders of the two companies came directly to discuss cooperation. Father, those people should have left, right? During this period, no action has been taken. Long Xiao asked tentatively. However, Long Quan's expression was not so good. I've been thinking about one thing these days. When these words were spoken, everyone present was slightly stunned. Some of them didn't understand what this sentence meant. Dad, what you mean is... Long Zhen looked at his father with some confusion. Long Quang slowly said, with the strength of the capital's military, it shouldn't be a problem to find the person who used heavy weapons, right? But such a long time has passed, and there is still no news. Don't you have any doubts about the problem? If the highest-ranking official had issued a warning forbidding the military to investigate, then the military wouldn't dare investigate either. Hearing this, Long Zhen and the others were stunned. It seems there is some truth to it. As the leader of the entire daxia, the military has no choice but to obey orders as long as the Supreme Man speaks. That way, everything seems to make sense. But I don't understand why the Supreme chose to do this. It won't do him any good if our Long family is gone. On the contrary, the entire daxia economy will be impacted. As a leader, will he do this? Long Xiao expressed his doubts. After all, leaders are concerned with legitimacy. The disappearance of the Long family and the financial crisis is not a good thing. Maybe he reached some kind of agreement with those people. Long Quang sneered. Last time, when the Supreme Man took Su Nianing away from him, he disagreed. However, due to the other party's identity, he did not dare to kill him. He could only let the other party take the half-dead Su Nianing away. Just when everyone was suspecting the Supreme, the housekeeper ran in from outside the villa in a hurry. Master, Someone is here to cause trouble. Hearing this, Long Quang's face instantly turned cold. At a time like this, someone still dares to come and cause trouble. Do you really think that the Long family is a soft persimmon? In an instant, Long Jun and others stood up from the sofa. Come with me and take a look. As they were talking, Long Quang walked in front, while Long Jun and others followed behind. When everyone came to the spacious courtyard outside the manor, 2 luxury cars were parked at the gate. There were 7 people standing right in front of the car. To Long Quang, 6 of them were strangers. The last one he was not familiar with, but he also knew it. Chu Fei. He recognized Chu Fei among the people at a glance. His eyes turned cold instantly. Master Long, I didn't expect you to know me. It's really a surprise. Chu Fei was a little surprised that the other party actually knew him. However, considering the other party's identity, it is normal for him to know himself. I don't know. What's the matter with you? The king of hell, coming to my Long family. Or do you want to avenge your master? Long Quang chuckled, his eyes full of disdain. Sun Yining is not their match, let alone Chu Fei. As for the people he called, in his opinion, they were just members of the dragon group. You're right. I, the king of hell, will not appear easily. Once I do, it will be to take your life. So, are you ready to die? Chu Fei clenched his fists, and a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Long Jun took a step forward. Just you? Do you really think you have the qualifications to fight my father? Come, let me see whether this king of hell of yours is real or fake. As he spoke, he hooked his finger at Chu Fei. The provocative taste is self-evident. However, Chu Tianquang, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Dragon mania, right? You are quite courageous. It's fine if he attacked my son, but he was killed because he wasn't strong enough. But attacking my eldest brother and having several people surround him, isn't that a bit unreasonable? At this time, Long Quang and others' eyes fell on Chu Tianquang. At this moment, they realized one thing. This man is actually Chu Fei's father. They've never heard of it. Moreover, who is this man's eldest brother? Could it be Sun Yining? Who are you? Long Jun's face turned cold, and he asked in a cold voice. Chu Tianquang laughed, took out 2 cigars from his pocket, and threw one to Chu Fei. Who I am? My surname is Chu, and my name is Tian Quang. You may not have heard of it, but that's not important. The important thing is, I'm here for revenge today. Are you ready to die? Chu Tianquang lit his cigar and took a deep breath. Thick smoke slowly exhaled, carrying a hint of coffee flavor. Chu Fei didn't order it, but just put it in his pocket. He chuckled, then his eyes turned cold. He stared at Long Quang and the others with cold eyes. In addition to Long Jun and Long Xiao, there are several masters of the Long family behind the 3 of them. In terms of numbers, Chu Fei's side does not have the advantage. After all, the number of the other side reached more than 10, and there are many bodyguards rushing over nearby. But in just 2 minutes, the enemy's number had reached more than 30, and the opponents all had machetes in their hands. Hee, although I don't know where you got the courage to cause trouble for my Long family. But since you're here, I will definitely not let you go back empty-handed. Revenge, right? Very good. My Long family hasn't encountered something like this in a long time. Today, I will use your brains to tell the entire Daxiao that my Long family is not someone that anyone can mess with. Kill him. The dragon roared angrily. In an instant, more than 30 people rushed towards Chu Fei and his companions. Dad, leave Long Jun to me. I won't compete with you for that old guy. Chu Tianquang took out the cigar from his mouth and threw it away. A fierce, murderous intent burst out from his eyes. No problem. I might as well stretch my shins. Shadow, I'll leave those small fry to you. Shadow said nothing, but drew his weapon from his waist, a straight tang sword. The sharp blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. He slowly said to the 3 companions beside him, Don't leave any of them alive. He kicked his legs suddenly and rushed out in an instant, leaving a deep footprint on the spot. The battle broke out in an instant. Chapter 93, The Long Family Disappears. In just a few minutes, the ground was littered with corpses. The strong smell of blood rose to the sky, making people feel nauseous. However, this has no effect on those who are still alive. Bang! Chu Fei and Long Jun bumped fists with each other, and both took several steps back. Deep footprints were left under the feet of the 2 people. Boy, I didn't expect your strength to be quite good. It seems that I underestimated you. Long Jun shook his aching arm and narrowed his eyes slightly. In his eyes, Chu Fei's strength is definitely more than what he sees now, although neither side has shown its true strength so far. But he had a hunch that this kid might be stronger than himself. Yeah. The corners of Chu Fei's mouth rose slightly, and all the muscles in his body began to tense at this moment. This time, he wasn't going to hold back. Shadow and the other's battle was nearing its end, and I couldn't drag it on any longer. Feeling the momentum erupting from Chu Fei, Long Zhen's expression gradually turned cold. It seems that the other party is planning to fight to the death with me. Grab the corner of the clothes with one hand and pull hard. Swish! He tore the thin clothes, revealing his strong body. Chu Fei's face was calm, but the muscles in his legs were tense. Bang! The whole person rushed out in an instant like an arrow, and Long Zhen had already prepared for the battle. The two men entangled again, punching and kicking, aiming at each other's fatal points. Bang! Chu Fei punched Long Zhen in the ribs, and Long Zhen also kicked him in the chest. Almost at the same time, the two men took more than 10 steps back before they finally stopped. Long Zhen's face looked a little ugly. His ribs were broken by the punch. Chu Fei wasn't in much better condition, coughing up blood. The opponent's kick shook my internal organs. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hooked his finger at Long Zhen. Come again. Long Zhen's face darkened and he rushed forward. On the other side, the battle between Chu Tianquang and Long Quang has come to an end. Long Quang was covered in blood, and his old face was filled with gloom. I don't know how many bones in my body are broken. There was even more fear in his eyes when he looked at Chu Tianquang. He didn't understand why there was such a big gap between the two of them. From beginning to end, he was crushed and beaten by Chu Tianquang. When a punch hit the opponent, it felt like hitting a block of iron, and the shock made one arm numb. When the opponent punched him, it was like a huge rock weighing 10,000 pounds hitting him. Who are you? Your strength is definitely not that of an unknown person. Until now, he still doesn't know Chu Tianquang's origins. Although I know that the other party is Chu Fei's father, but who I am, didn't I just tell you? Knowing too much will do you no good. But since you won't see the sun tomorrow anyway, it doesn't matter if I tell you. As he spoke, he stepped forward again. Both hands moved at the same time, blocking Long Quang's retreat. The latter had no chance to fight back and could only keep backing away. But Chu Tianquang didn't give him a chance. He suddenly exerted force with his legs and increased his speed again. A punch hit him hard in the chest. He used 70% of his strength in this punch. However, Long Quang's already old body could no longer hold on. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body fell to the ground. Breathing also began to become gradually rapid. Chu Tianquang walked up to him with a calm expression. My last name is Chu. Can you guess how many families with the last name Chu there are in the world? This short sentence made Long Quang's pupils shrink. This time, his eyes were completely filled with fear. Chu family. The Chu family is one of the most powerful families in the world. The overall strength completely crushes the Long family. D&Ps. By the way, let me tell you a little secret. In fact, among the 4 major families in this capital, your family is the worst. I'm behind the Yin family, while the Feng and Han families are backed by even more powerful families. As for you, the Long family, you have nothing. There's a saying that goes, you're the one who brings trouble upon yourself. When Long Quang heard this, his lips moved and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't speak. The light in his eyes slowly faded. He took his last breath and closed his eyes. Up to now, only Long Zhen and Chu Fei have not yet decided the winner. Chu Tianquang found a place to sit down, took out a cigar from his pocket, and lit it. Then, watching the fight between Chu Fei and Long Zhen, he couldn't help but say, You're no good either, brat. You haven't finished it in such a long time. As soon as these words were spoken, Long Zhen, who was concentrating on fighting with Chu Fei, felt his heart skip a beat, take advantage of the free time to look back and around. But to his horror, he found corpses all over the ground, including his own father. They have all fallen. Chu Fei took advantage of this opportunity and punched him on the chin. Bang! The terrifying force punched Long Zhen and sent him flying. The entire jaw was dislocated by this punch. Long Zhen stood up slowly, holding his chin with his big hand and straightening it hard. Bang! He reattached the dislocated jaw. However, this punch dealt a severe blow to his brain, and his eyes looking towards Chu Fei seemed a little blurry. It's time to end it. Chu Fei took a deep breath and walked towards Long Zhen step by step. Long Zhun took the initiative to try to reverse the situation. But the gap in strength can no longer be made up. After 3 moves, Long Zhun fell to the ground, covered in blood, with no idea how many bones were broken. Only then did Chu Fei wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. From today on, the Long family will disappear completely. You kid, my strength is not enough yet. Thought you could crush them? Chu Tianquang laughed at the side. Chu Fei glared at his father angrily. Dad, you are a father after all. How can you talk to your son like that? Ha ha ha. Chu Tian Lauget Wei Li. That's enough. Let's go. As for this place, I guess it won't be long before someone cleans it up. Just when everyone was about to leave, a number of military green jeeps drove over. There were more than 10 cars, all blocked at the gate of the Long family. Hundreds of soldiers armed with live ammunition got out of the car, and the leader was Yi Ao. When he walked into the yard, he saw corpses all over the ground. The shock in his eyes was beyond words. Unexpectedly, the battle was over just over 10 minutes after I received the news. Chu Fei. He stared at Chu Fei with extremely cold eyes. All this is because of Chu Fei. The moment he saw Yi Ao, Chu Fei's face instantly turned cold. You came pretty quickly. What? Are you trying to arrest me? Chapter 94, The Highest, appears. The atmosphere became a little tense at this moment. None of the people Yi Ao brought didn't know Chu Fei. One is the captain of the first team of the Dragon Group, and the other is the captain of the second team. Both of them have very high identities. You guessed it. I came here today just to catch you. Yi Ao sneered, but he was ecstatic in his heart. Since all the members of the Long family were dead, he could definitely reach a cooperation with the Han family. And the other party also gave me some help. He is determined to get the position of leader of the Dragon Group. Then you can try it. Look at your people. Do you dare to arrest me? Chu Fei stood where he was and took out the cigar his father had given him from his pocket. He nodded slowly and took a deep breath. He enjoyed the familiar taste very much. Yi Ao narrowed his eyes slightly. Someone come. Capture them all for me. He waved his hand and ordered his men to arrest Chu Fei and others. But those men looked at each other, but no one dared to take action. Captain Yi, the other party is Captain Chu, and we have no right. A vice captain spoke in a low voice. Yi Ao sneered, Captain, so what? I saw him slaughter innocent people with my own eyes today. Just based on this one crime, he can be dismissed from his position. Anyone who resists will be shot on the spot. As he spoke, Yi Ao took out a pistol from his waist and pointed the dark opening at Chu Fei. At this time, the 4 shadows also walked in front of Chu Fei. They held the tang swords tightly in their hands, ready to strike without hesitation if the other party dared to shoot. At least, the person who pointed a gun at the young master must die. Yao, have you been eyeing the position of team leader for a long time? If something happens to the team leader, you're also responsible. How about we come and settle this today? Chu Fei slowly pushed away the shadow and walked in front of Yi Ao. The other party's gun is still pointed at him. Yi Ao's face was cold, but he really didn't dare to shoot. If you dare to open fire without receiving orders from the military, the consequence will be death. Moreover, the people around Chu Fei are definitely not easy to deal with. At the moment he fired the shot, he had no doubt that he would be killed too. Chu Fei, you're so cruel. I can't catch you, but none of the people around you can escape. Come here. Arrest everyone except Captain Chu. Anyone who resists will be shot on the spot. This time, the warriors immediately held their weapons and walked towards Chu Tianquang and others. Shadow and his men were ready for battle, with cold, murderous intent flashing in their eyes. Let's see who dares. Chu Fei Sao Det Gun Li. For a moment, everyone stopped. A look of embarrassment appeared on his face. The orders from both men were irresistible to them. What are you standing there for? Get it for me. Yao Hoadid Ungridi. But Chu Fei didn't give him a chance. He raised his hand and punched Yi Ao in the chest. Yi Ao quickly raised his hands to block, but his body uncontrollably retreated several steps. Yi Ao was furious and raised his pistol to pull the trigger. But at this moment, a voice came. Stop it. A man in a black suit slowly walked out of the crowd. The moment he saw this man, Chu Tianquang's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Chu Fei and Yi Ao were both shocked. Meet Mr. Jiang. The man in the black suit is the top man, Mr. Jiang Ping Jiang. Jiang Ping nodded, then looked at Yi Ao. Clean up this place. Block the news. Chu Fei. And that gentleman, why don't you have a chat? Jiang Ping's gaze fell on Chu Tianquang. Chu Tian Gong Slai In Dai Fun. Can. In front of Yao, Jiang Ping took Chu Fei, Chu Tianquang, and others and left the Long family manor. Yao's face was filled with shock. He didn't understand why Mr. Jiang stood on Chu Fei's side. Logically, Mr. Jiang should not take sides with any particular person or family. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, his face looked a little gloomy. Someone come. Collect all the bodies for me. Dig a hole and burn it on the spot. After giving the instructions, Yao returned to the car. I took out my cell phone and made a call. Soon, a mature man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Han. Yao's tone was quite respectful. What's the matter? Didn't I tell you not to contact me unless it's urgent? The person on the other end of the phone was quite dissatisfied. Yao said slowly, Mr. Han, we may be in trouble. Just now, a murder occurred in the Long family manor. All the people in the Long family, including Long Quang, are dead. After hearing this, there was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone. It seems that the Long family has offended someone they shouldn't have offended. Do you know who did it? After hesitating for a few seconds, Yao said Chu Fei's name. Chu Fei? Does he have this ability? It seems that Mr. Han was not surprised by the disappearance of the Long family. But I was very surprised at the person who made the move. Yes, and Mr. Jiang also showed up and took away Chu Fei and the people who attacked him. These words surprised Mr. Han on the other end of the phone. Mr. Jiang also showed up? It seems that this Chu Fei has some identities that we don't know about. You might be in trouble in this election. What? There was a hint of confusion in Yao's eyes. The Han family agreed to mobilize all their connections to help him get to the top. But now there's trouble. Isn't this just making fun of yourself? Mr. Han, that's not what you said when we worked together before. There was a hint of anxiety in Yao's tone. Xiao, there are some things you'd better not know. Since Mr. Jiang has taken the initiative to come forward, don't you understand? Mr. Jiang probably doesn't want the Dragon Group to parasitize a certain family. Working for a certain family, you know what I mean? But there's no guarantee that this is the case. Anyway, the election is tomorrow, and we'll know tomorrow how things will turn out. I have something else to do, so I'll hang up. The phone was hung up, and Yao's face was as gloomy as water. Unexpectedly, he went back on his word. Why? He is unwilling to accept it. But as Mr. Han said, no one knows what it will be like until the end. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and planned to call Yi Chi to ask him about the situation over there. However, the calls I made were always unanswered. He was stunned for a moment. This seems to be the first time. I called again, but still no one answered. What the hell are you doing? None of you miss me, okay? Damn it. Afterwards, he drove alone towards the secret manor outside the city. Chapter 95 Old Friends. In a luxurious courtyard in the capital. In the yard, there is a small pomegranate tree, which is full of bright red pomegranates, emitting an attractive color. There was a stone table under the tree, and two men were sitting at the table. Neither of them spoke. After a few minutes, someone finally broke the silence. Didn't you say you wouldn't be coming back? Why do you want to break the rules? It's hard for me to handle this. Jiang Ping looked at Chu Tianquang in front of him, his eyes full of complexity. He knew the reason why Chu Tianquang left, but there were some things he couldn't say in front of Chu Fei and so many people. So, I can only talk to him alone. As for Chu Fei, he can only stay outside the door. I came back just for revenge. My eldest brother is in trouble. I want to seek justice for him. Is that okay? Chu Tianquang looked quietly at Jiang Ping in front of him and spoke slowly. In fact, with the strength of the military, it is not difficult to find the armed groups that attacked the Long family in the capital. After all, they have entered Daxia, and many of their actions cannot escape surveillance. Chu Tianquang also knew that the reason why they were not found by the Long family was because Jiang Ping was manipulating them. All the information was concealed, and not a single bit was leaked. Is that all? Is the Long family a mere family worth making you so angry? Jiang Ping looked at Chu Tianquang calmly. In his opinion, the Long family is the most aggressive one in the capital. But the Long family thought they were very powerful, and the other three families did not dare to speak. But little do they know that they are just clowns. If we really anger the other three families, it will only take a moment to destroy them. After hearing Jiang Ping's words, Chu Tianquang was silent for a few seconds. I just want to prove that I am capable of coming back. Hearing this, Jiang Ping shook his head. It's not enough. In fact, You know their strength better than I do. Your departure was also at their instigation. I didn't tell anyone about your return this time. Leave now before they know it. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to handle it." Jiang Ping sighed, and Chu Tianquang's expression became even uglier. Finally, he stood up and nodded. "I see. However, my son wants to stay in Daxia. If he can't stay, then let's fight to the death." After saying that, Chu Tianquang turned around and left the yard. Jiang Ping watched Chu Tianquang leave and just shook his head. He is just a small figure, and in front of those people, he can be replaced at any time. I have no right to speak at all. In front of ordinary people, I may be a great person, but only you know how insignificant you are. When he came outside, Chu Fei was chatting with Shadow. "Dad, what did Mr. Jiang talk to you about?" In fact, Chu Fei was quite curious, because he didn't expect that his father actually knew Mr. Jiang. Moreover, it seems that the relationship is quite unusual. "What can we talk about? Just tell me to leave quickly. If we were discovered, it would arouse the wrath of the military." Chu Tianquang slapped Chu Fei on the back of the head in annoyance. "Why are you hitting me? It's not my fault. I told you not to come in the first place, but you insisted on coming. Now it's okay, isn't it? Luckily, you know Mr. Jiang. You must have concealed a lot of information. Otherwise, you would have been discovered long ago." Chu Fei looked helpless. "At the beginning, I planned to ask my father to send someone over, and I would lead people to deal with the Long family. God knows that Dad would come here on his own initiative. That's enough. Isn't there an election tomorrow? I'm going to ask some old friends to help me out tonight. You can come with me." Chu Tianquang didn't give Chu Fei a chance to refuse and kicked him into the car. The news of the Long family's disappearance began to spread throughout the capital. All families, big and small, received this horrifying news. An existence as powerful as the Long family completely disappeared from everyone's sight within a week. This kind of strength is simply terrifyingly powerful. Many people are speculating which family did it. At night, in a private room of a luxurious 5-star hotel in Beijing. "Dad, I didn't expect you still have old friends in the capital. Who is it? Do I know him?" Chu Fei was a little curious. Who could be Dad's old friend? Chu Tianquang lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. "You don't know them. They're walking down the street, just like ordinary people. How could you know them?" After hearing what his father said, Chu Fei became even more confused. "Walking on the street, you are not conspicuous." Then, Dad still said he was helping himself? Could it be that these friends of his have some terrible identities? About 8 o'clock sharp, there was a knock on the door. Chu Tianquang smiled slightly. "Please come in." An old man who looked to be over 60 years old walked into the private room. When he saw Chu Tianquang, he smiled. "I knew that you were the one who caused what happened these days." Ah. Chu Tianquang stood up and laughed. "Sit down. I'm really helpless. There's nothing I can do about it. Xiao Fei, call Uncle Liang." Chu Fei called him Uncle Liang respectfully. Liang Jun chuckled, and his eyes fell on Chu Fei. "Tis, compared to you, it's even worse. He's a ruthless man known as the King of Hell. Not bad, not bad." Now, it was Chu Fei's turn to be surprised. Unexpectedly, this old man actually knew his nickname. "It seems that my old friend Dad is not an ordinary person. Wait a little longer. Serve the food once everyone is gathered. Old man Shangwan and old fellow Murong are probably still on their way." Chu Fei was even more surprised by his father's words. Double surname? Nowadays, there are very few people with double surnames. Just as he was surprised, hearty laughter came from outside the door. "Ow! You're already talking bad about me before I even get to the scene?" The door was pushed open, and 2 elderly men in their 50s walked into the private room. "Joe, I didn't expect Lao Liang to be faster than us, haha. Zhudian Laoget Wei Li. Seat. Xiao Fei. This is Uncle Shangwan, and that is Uncle Murong." Chu Fei stood up and saluted. "Meet Uncle Shangwan, Uncle Murong." At this time, Chu Tianquang pressed the button on the table. This is the button for serving food, which is usually found in star-rated hotels. "Andai, Lao Zhu. Isn't it because of something bad that happened to us? Tell me, what do you want to do?" Shangwan Bei sat on a stool and asked directly. Chu Tianquang just smiled slightly. "Why are you panicking? We haven't even had a drink yet. We haven't seen each other for so many years. How can we not have a few drinks before chatting?" Chapter 96, I advise you to go home and take a look. After 3 rounds of drinking, only then did Chu Tianquang put down his wine glass. "Actually, the reason I asked you to come here this time is to ask you to help this brat of mine. Tomorrow is the day of the Dragon Group election. He has wanted to sit in this position for a long time. So, I want to ask you for help. Chu Fei felt helpless when he heard what his father said. What do you mean you have wanted to sit in this position for a long time? I just don't have any idea about this position at all. But my master has always asked me not to let Yao take this position, so I will participate in the election. Otherwise, I will be too lazy to participate. So that's what it is. Shang Wanbei chuckled, and his eyes fell on Chu Fei. Then he thought for a moment. You kid, you should be the captain of the first team of the Dragon Group. Chu Fei, the one known as the King of Hell, right? Chu Fei's face was filled with embarrassment. He didn't expect that he had such a big reputation. Yes, Uncle Shangwan, it's just nonsense from others. In front of you, I'm just a child. In fact, when he saw these three people, Chu Fei clearly felt that their aura was very strong. At least on the same level as Dad. Although he looks like an ordinary old man on the surface, he is actually a rare master. You don't have to be modest, kid. Your reputation is quite impressive. Liang Zhen chuckled, and there was a bit more appreciation in his eyes when he looked at Chu Fei. Compared with those guys in my family, this kid crushes them in all aspects. I thought it was some big deal. It's just a small matter, no problem. Morong Zheng nodded and did not refuse. To them, it was just a small matter. They just need to talk to the people in their family, and it will be 100% done. Hey, I knew it would be no problem to find you. Come on, drink. Chu Qianquan grinned, picked up the wine glass, and took another sip. The other three also laughed and drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. After some casual chatting, Chu Fei also heard some information that he had never known before from the content of the conversation. For example, Uncle Liang, the Liang family behind him, is an unknown existence in the capital. But no family has ever dared to cause trouble for them. For no other reason than that all the members of Uncle Liang's family are soldiers. His status in the military can only be high, not low. Chu Fei even heard some familiar names. Those people are all middle and high-level military officials. An identity that belongs to the same level as oneself, or even higher. As for Uncle Shangwan, Chu Fei didn't hear anything. The only thing we know is that Uncle Shangwan's family is not in the capital, but in other provinces. The same goes for Uncle Morong. His family is also in another province. It's just that they are living in the capital city in their retirement. He doesn't get involved much in family matters. As I get older, I just want to enjoy the little time I have left. After dinner, Liang Zhen and the other two said goodbye to Chu Tianquang and left. Only Chu Tianquang and Chu Fei were left in the private room. Dad, I know Uncle Liang's family now. What about Uncle Shangwan and Uncle Morong? I just heard you guys talking, but you didn't mention it. Chu Tianquang slowly stood up and lit a cigarette. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the smoke. You don't need to know their family yet. If I need you, I'll tell you. Now, just do your own thing well. Chu Fei's newly aroused interest was instantly drowned out by his father's words. As long as my dad doesn't want to say something, he won't say a single word to me. All right, go home. I won't go with you to tomorrow's election. I'm going to Jiangnan to see your master, and then I'll go back abroad with your mother. Hearing this, Chu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that his father would stay here for a long time. Good. The next day, Chu Fei drove to the war zone headquarters. Today's election is held in the top-level conference room. It's still early and many people haven't arrived yet. But outside the conference room, many high-ranking figures from the war zone gathered. When they saw Chu Fei appear, many people were slightly surprised. Didn't they say Chu Fei was out on a mission? Why are you back? Everyone was a little curious. However, I think he must have heard the news about the election and rushed back specially. But when I came back, it was no use. Among them, many people have already joined Yao's team. Isn't this Captain Chu? Why did you come back early? Is the mission accomplished? A sarcastic voice sounded among the crowd. The one who spoke was a young man. This person is the Deputy Minister of the theater headquarters, Lu Sherwei. Deputy Minister Lu, long time no see. How are you feeling lately? Is there still enough Lu Wei Di Huangwan? Shouldn't he have kidney failure now? Chu Fei was not surprised at all and replied in a very calm tone. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around them held back their laughter. Just last time, Lu Sherwei fainted in the office. After examination, it was found that it was caused by kidney deficiency. The doctor prescribed him several bottles of Lu Wei Di Huang pills. After this incident spread, he became a laughing stock. However, due to their status, many people dare not talk about this matter and can only discuss it in private. But Chu Fei said it in front of him, causing everyone to laugh. Lu Sherwei's face turned purple. You, snort. I won't bother with you. Even if you come back, it's useless. He turned his head away and didn't look at Chu Fei. This time, he had already reached an agreement with Yao. In this election, Yao will definitely be able to take the position of leader of the Dragon Group. Whether it will help or not, I don't know. But, Vice Minister Liu, remember to take care of your health. Going to the club every day is too much. I don't know if my sister-in-law will be lonely at home late at night or something. Alas, poor sister-in-law, she has to stay alone in an empty room. I don't know if anyone else is parked in the parking space at Vice Minister Liu's home. Chu Fei's words made everyone slightly stunned. Then someone reacted and laughed out loud on the spot. Ha ha ha. Captain Chu is indeed a master in our war zone. He can wake me up with just one word. After a few seconds of delay, the others finally reacted. This is a roundabout way of saying that Lu Shihui was cuckolded. He goes to the club every day to look for girls. Can you bear it if your wife is alone at home? Who knows if there will be a car parked in his parking space? You're welcome. I'm just telling the truth. Chu Fei clasped his fists slightly towards everyone. Lu Shihui was so angry that his face turned blue, but he couldn't find any words to refute. Chu Fei is well known for his eloquence in the military. Why can't I control my mouth? He felt a little regretful about causing trouble for Chu Fei. Deputy Minister Liu, why are you silent? Am I right? Hey, I advise you to go home and check. If there really is a car parked in your parking space, it will be too late to regret it. Chapter 97, I don't accept. Lu Shihui stared at Chu Fei, wishing he could kill him. But he didn't dare. The identities of both parties are at the same level. Moreover, the other party is an independent group. Apart from being commanded by the highest person, only the team leader can command them. In fact, the status of the leader of the Dragon Group is higher than his. In special circumstances, you have to obey the other party's orders. That's enough. Deputy Minister Liu, please stop looking at me with those dead fish eyes. It's quite disgusting. I just had breakfast this morning, and I don't want to throw up. Chu Fei waved his hand and then walked towards the meeting room. At this time, when everyone saw him come in, they looked at each other and walked into the meeting room. There are only 10 minutes left until the election begins. As time passed, more and more people enter the conference room. Moreover, the status is getting higher and higher. But when they saw Yao walk into the meeting room, many people's eyes fell on him. But his face looked particularly ugly and his eyes were red. Chu Fei, what a good trick. What a good trick. As soon as he entered the door, he said some inexplicable words to Chu Fei. Everyone was a little curious about what happened in the meantime. It would make Yao so angry. Chu Fei looked at Yao with a faint smile on his face. Captain Yi, I wonder what I did to make you so angry. Yao clenched his fists. If this wasn't the headquarters, he would definitely have a showdown with Chu Fei. The organization that he had worked so hard to build up just disappeared like that. When we arrived at the manor outside the city last night, all we saw was blood all over the ground. The villa was riddled with bullet holes. It is not difficult to know that a fierce conflict must have occurred here. When he checked the bullet casings on the ground, he knew that it must have been Chu Fei who took action. Moreover, even Yi Qi's body was not found. He has put a lot of effort into this subordinate who has been trained by him for so many years. He was unwilling to just disappear like that. You know what you did? Captain Chu, if you have the guts, don't let me become the team leader. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Yao's face was filled with gloom. He even said these words in front of everyone. However, everyone present was silent. They all knew about the grudges between the two sides. It's just that it's not put on the surface. What Yao said now was equivalent to telling Chu Fei. As long as he becomes the team leader, he will definitely kill Chu Fei. Ugh. I'll wait. Chu Fei was not panicked at all. He just looked at Yao's irritable look calmly. Seeing that he was unmoved, the latter could only sit in his seat with an angry look on his face. 9 o'clock in the morning. As the highest commander of the war zone headquarters entered the conference room, the whole place fell silent. Liang Quan glanced at everyone and sat down. Since everyone is here, I won't say much. Since Team Leader Su is old and not suitable for the position of Team Leader of the Dragon Team, we will now elect a new Team Leader of the Dragon Team. I want to tell you here that this is not a trivial matter. I will conduct this election in a fair and just manner. Now, please ask Captain Chu Fei and Captain Yao to stand up. Liang Quan's face was calm, his eyes fixed on the two of them. Chu Fei and Yao slowly stood up from their seats. You are all Team Leader Su's favorite students. The position of team leader this time will be chosen from among you. No matter who becomes the team leader, I hope you will manage the dragon team well and serve the country. Do you understand? Chu Fei and Yi Ao said in unison. Understood. Liang Quan then nodded. But before that, I have something to say. Team leader Su has already called me. Due to health reasons, it is inconvenient for him to appear. So his vote is the most important one. It accounts for 40%. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was in a state of panic. This vote is the most important, but many people have already guessed the result. There will be no surprises in this vote, and it will fall on Chu Fei. Team leader Su has decided to give this vote to Chu Fei. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No surprises. Now let's start the election. Liang Quan slowly turned his gaze to Yi Ao. A sneer appeared on Yi Ao's lips. Even though Chu Fei occupied 40%, 95% of the people present received his benefits. There will be no surprises in this election. He had even prepared himself mentally that the first thing he would do after becoming the team leader would be to break up Chu Fei's first team. Now, those who agree that Yi Ao should be the leader of the dragon team, please raise your hands. Before you raise your hands, I hope you will be fair and just and choose the person you think is most suitable for this position. After saying that, he stopped talking. The next second, many people present raised their hands. 1, 2, 3. In the entire conference room, there were 46 people, and more than 30 raised their hands. However, Yi Ao's expression changed slightly, because he expected that at least 40 people present would choose him. But now looking around, there are only 35. In other words, there are still 11 people who did not choose me. Among them, there are many people who were bribed by himself with huge sums of money, but they didn't raise their hands. The eyes of those people seemed very calm, as if they didn't notice Yi Ao's murderous gaze. Good. 35 people chose Captain Yi Ao, accounting for 46%, slightly better than Captain Chu Fei. As soon as Liang Quan opened his mouth, Yi Ao couldn't hold it anymore. Commander, wait a moment. There are still some people who haven't made up their minds yet. Yi Ao couldn't help but speak out. Liang Quan glanced at Yi Ao calmly, then slowly said, Does anyone else choose Captain Yi Ao? As his voice fell, no one present answered. After waiting for a full minute, Liang Quan looked at Yi Ao. All right. Now, those who choose Chu Fei as the team leader, please raise your hands. After he finished speaking, Liang Quan was the first to raise his hand. Those who did not choose Yi Ao also raised their hands. This time, Yi Ao was completely angry. The murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed at all. After spending so much money, they actually chose Chu Fei. He couldn't believe it. The number of people who chose Captain Chu Fei accounted for 54%, slightly higher than Captain Yi Ao. So, I declare that the position of leader of the dragon team will be... Before he could finish his words, Yi Ao suddenly slammed his fist on the table. I don't accept it. I request the command to let me have a competition with Chu Fei. If Chu Fei can beat me, I will willingly give him the position of team leader. Chapter 98 Competition. Competition? Everyone present was stunned. In fact, the strength of the two captains is almost the same. If we really compare them, it is hard to say who will win or lose. Good. Satisfy you. Before Liang Quan could speak, Chu Fei spoke. He was also thinking of finding an opportunity to give Yi Ao a good beating. Unexpectedly, it was delivered to my door. Since Captain Chu has spoken, let's have a match. But Yi Ao still has conditions. Besides, if you lose, how about you automatically give up your position as team leader? Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. In this case, the competition between the two is not just a simple exchange of skills. I won't stop until I see blood. As you wish. Chu Fei responded immediately without any hesitation. In that case, let's have a competition on the training ground. Seeing that both of them had agreed, Liang Quan didn't say much. After all, my elder brother had already told me last night. This time, vote for Chu Fei. Although I don't know why, it's always right to listen to my elder brother. Surrounded by the crowd, the two came to the training ground in the war zone. At this moment, many people are training in the training ground. When they saw so many high-level officials appear at the same time, many soldiers were shocked. This is the first time I have seen such a spectacular sight. Liang Quan waved to the many soldiers who were training. Stop it all. Now, everyone, find a seat and carefully study the competition between Captain Chu Fei and Captain Yi Ao. Watch carefully and learn well. Learning a part of it will be enough for you. These words ignited the emotions of all the soldiers. The two captains of the dragon group are actually going to fight. Moreover, it happened in front of so many people. This is the first time. Immediately, the class leaders organized their personnel and found empty seats on the training ground to sit down. Liang Quan and others also found an open space and sat down neatly, ignoring the sand and dust on the ground. The news of the battle between Chu Fei and Yi Ao spread throughout the entire war zone in a short period of time. Regardless of their position or whether they were just ordinary soldiers, they all appeared around. They sat neatly on the ground, waiting for the battle to begin. Chu Fei and Yi Ao stood among everyone. Liang Quan looked at the increasing number of people around him and was not in a hurry to let the two of them start. After a full 10 minutes, when most of the people had arrived, he finally stood up. Chu Fei, Yao, that's enough. Let's get started. After saying that, he sat back in his seat. Yi Ao reached out and took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Veins bulged all over his arm. I never had the chance to fight you before, but today let me see how strong you, the captain of the first team, are. Chu Fei, on the other hand, looked calm. He reached out and took off his shirt, revealing his well-proportioned and powerful figure to everyone. Although his muscles are not as bulging as Yao's, they're still quite beautiful. I'll let you know how to write the word regret. As soon as the words fell, the two men rushed towards each other at the same time. Bang! Without any fancy moves, the two men's fists collided. The dull sound made many people present feel their scalps tingling. It's so big. Aren't you afraid of damaging the bones? Almost at the same time, Chu Fei and Yi Ao raised their legs and kicked each other in the chest. Bang! Another muffled sound. Both of them took several steps back at the same time. But this is just the beginning. Chu Fei's muscles began to tense up, and his eyes became cold. And the same is true for Yi Ao. Bang! The two men attacked each other at the same time. There was a shallow footprint left on the ground. Bang! 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 Every move of the two men was aimed at the other's weak points, without showing any mercy. Judging from the situation, it's either you die or I die. Yi Ao punched Chu Fei in the chest, and Chu Fei punched him in the chin. Chu Fei took a few steps back, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Not bad, some strength. Yi Ao also stood up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of teeth from his mouth. The same as you, just barely qualified. The others saw this and were nothing but shocked. But in terms of strength, the two are evenly matched. The techniques are exactly the same. After all, both of them are disciples learning from Sun Yinying. There are naturally ways to resolve the moves used. Next, you have to take it well. Yi Ao sneered at Chu Fei and assumed a strange fighting posture. It doesn't look like Sun Yinying taught him this. Looking at Yi Ao's appearance, Liang Quan frowned slightly. This posture, something seems wrong. Seeing Yi Ao's posture, Chu Fei's face became more solemn. It seems that the other party also knows that there will be no winner if they continue to fight with me. Now I don't need to use the moves taught by my master anymore. It seems. There are people who will teach you other skills. Chu Fei exhaled and looked at Yi Ao coldly. Yi Ao didn't say anything, but he hooked his finger at Chu Fei. The provocative taste is self-evident. Chu Fei took a deep breath and clenched his fists in front of him. Do you think you're the only one who can do this? He also assumed a fighting stance. When he saw this posture, Liang Quan's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He recognized this posture, but this posture is not. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. No wonder the eldest brother asked me to vote for Chu Fei yesterday. It turns out that this kid is Chu Tianquan's son. No wonder this posture looks so familiar to me. Then the outcome of this battle is almost determined. Yi Ao looked at Chu Fei's fighting posture with shock on his face. He is puzzled. Where did the other party learn this other skill? Chu Fei obviously learned this posture since childhood. Are you ready to stay in bed for half a year? Chu Fei suddenly looked up and looked at Yi Ao. The latter was slightly stunned, and before he could speak, Chu Fei rushed over. His face changed drastically. Quickly raised both hands to block. Bang! Taizhan Lin. The terrifying impact force knocked Yi Ao back more than 10 steps. Every step back left a deep footprint on the ground. Before he could react, Chu Fei attacked again. 8 extremes collapse. Chu Fei shouted loudly. When he appeared in front of Yi Ao, he stopped suddenly. His right elbow coordinated with the strength of his whole body and the impact that had just come over, pressed hard against Yi Ao's arms. Everyone clearly heard a click. Yi Ao flew backwards more than 3 meters and fell heavily to the ground. Both arms were broken and covered with bruises. He lay on the ground, unable to get up. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of blood spurted out, his eyes staring at Chu Fei. Why would you? Before he could finish his sentence, he fell into a coma. Chu Fei stood there with a cold expression. You're not the only one who knows external martial arts. Chapter 99: The Background of the Han and Feng Families. Now I declare, Captain Chu Fei, take the position of leader of the Dragon Team. I hope Captain Chu can lead all members of the Dragon Team to greater heights. As Liang Quan began to speak, the audience burst into warm applause. But at the same time, many people broke out in cold sweats. Now that Chu Fei has taken the position of leader of the Dragon Group, Yi Ao was injured by him, and it is impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Maybe, after recovering, he will choose to leave. Once Yi Ao left, those who still wanted to rely on Yi Ao to reach a higher position would have to bear the wrath of Chu Fei. Yes, I certainly will. Chu Fei stood up straight and saluted everyone. Okay, let's do what we need to do. Chu Fei, come with me. Liang Quan waved to Chu Fei. The two came to Liang Quan's office. Seat. Liang Quan smiled calmly and then sat in his seat. He took out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer and threw it to Chu Fei. Chu Fei hesitated for a few seconds, opened a cigarette, and handed one to Liang Quan. I also helped him light the fire. To be honest, I didn't expect you to be Chu Tianquang's son. If I hadn't seen you posing like that just now, I really wouldn't have been able to tell. Liang Quan took a deep puff of his cigarette and looked at Chu Fei quietly. Chu Fei smiled awkwardly. The Commander-in-Chief didn't ask me either. By the way, Commander-in-Chief, who is Uncle Liang to you? Liang Quan knew who he was talking about and smiled. It's my eldest brother. It's just that he hasn't been involved in military affairs for a long time and has been resting at home. Big brother? Chu Fei was also slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Uncle Liang Zhen turned out to be the Commander-in-Chief's elder brother. No wonder the Commander-in-Chief voted for him. Thank you for your trust, Commander-in-Chief. Liang Quan waved his hand and said, All right, you don't need to be so polite to me. But let me tell you a little news. Yi Ao has been very close to the Han family recently. The Han family is not like the Long family. You can easily control them. Even your father wouldn't easily touch the Han family. Do you understand what I mean? The reason why I told Chu Fei was because I was afraid that the Han family would take action against Chu Fei. And behind the Han family, there is an existence that is comparable to the Chu family, or even stronger. Commander-in-Chief, what you mean is... Chu Fei was a little confused. As two of the 4 major families, is the Han family stronger than the Long family? Then why hasn't the Han family taken action against the Long family? It's nothing. Just telling you to consider the consequences before doing anything. If there is any conflict with the Han family, it is best not to kill people casually, understand? He had heard about Chu Fei's character. You can bully him, but you must never touch the people around him. Once you move, you must be prepared to die. When this guy gets angry, no matter who is behind you, he will never show mercy to those who deserve to be killed. I see. Chu Fei not that? It seems that the Han family is not as simple as he imagined. Also, it's not just the Han family. The Feng family is the same. As for the Yin family, that's your own family, I won't say much. The capital is now in a 3-way balance of power, and this situation will not be broken for a long time. The same goes for the Feng family. Now, it was Chu Fei's turn to be surprised. Could it be that among the 4 major families in the capital, except for the Long family, which has no backing, the Feng family and the Han family both have powerful backers? This fact surprised him a little. I see. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, for telling me this. Liang Quan waved his hand. Okay, I won't say anything more to you. You should go back to the Dragon Group first and simply integrate the team. I have something else to do, so I won't talk to you anymore. After saying goodbye to Liang Quan, Chu Fei returned to the Dragon Group. As soon as I entered, I saw Haizi, Kai Wang, Xiaoyu, and others standing at the gate. They had already received the news that Chu Fei would be the team leader. Seeing Chu Fei appear, they all shouted in unison, Greetings, Team Leader Chu. Chu Fei looked at these familiar faces and said, Come on, I know what you're thinking. Let the kitchen prepare some delicious dishes tonight, and we'll have a good meal. Jiangnan City, War Zone Hospital. Chu Tianquang saw Su Nianying still lying on the hospital bed. After this period of treatment, Su Nyining's health has recovered a little and she can speak again. However, it will take a long time of treatment to fully recover. Brother Su, I didn't expect to not see you for so many years. Back then, we first met in the hospital. You were here, and I was next to you. This is not a good sign. Chu Tianquang sat on the edge of the bed and smiled at himself. When we first met, I was lying on a hospital bed, and Su Nianing was on the hospital bed next to her. This time, he was fine, but Su Nianing was still lying in the hospital bed. Are you kidding me? There was a hint of weakness in Su Nianing's voice, but her complexion was much better than before. How dare I? Jutian lauget akwadili. Su Nianing looked at the ceiling and said slowly, when you come back this time, the Long family should be gone, right? He knew very well how powerful Chu Tianquang's power was now. It doesn't take much effort to deal with the Long family. The Long family has disappeared now. Speaking of this, Chu Tianquang was silent for a few seconds and then continued speaking. I came back for that matter. After these words were spoken, Su Nianing slowly turned around and looked at him. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Are you still unwilling? Willingly. This is the thing I am most unwilling to accept in my life. Even if I die, there's still this kid Chu Fei. I will definitely let them see how far the people they look down upon can go. Hearing this, Su Nianing shook her head slightly. He knew that this was difficult for Chu Tianquang to accept. But, are you going to tell him then? Or, Su Nianing looked at Chu Tianquang hesitantly. Chu Tianquang shook his head slightly. It's not appropriate to tell him now. I came here this time because I wanted to give that thing to you. As he spoke, he took something out of his pocket. When Su Nianing saw that thing, her expression changed slightly. It was a very simple jade pendant that looked like something you would find at a street stall for just a few dozen yuan. However, there was a vigorous and powerful word, Chu, engraved on it. And Su Nianing seemed to have guessed something, and there was a hint of shock in her eyes. Chu Tian laughed wildly. That's right. I just want to go back for a walk. If I can come back alive, I'll get this thing from you then. If I don't come back alive, please, Brother Su, give this thing to the brat. Chapter 100. Warm water with ice and popping candy? The next day at noon, Chu Fei flew back to Jiangnan. Nothing happened during the few days he was away from Jiangnan. When I got home, Sulie and Yunyuelan were not at home. Just when I was about to go to the company to look for Sulie, I received a call from Wang Xie. Hello. I heard you went to the capital. Are you okay? Wang Xie asked with a hint of sarcasm on the phone. Who are you looking down on? Will anything happen to me? Have you ever seen anything happen on your own territory? Zhu Fei Lauget? Why, what do you want from me? Wang Xie's tone became more charming. Ow! Can I find you if I have nothing to do? I have some physical needs right now. How about you satisfy them? Chu Fei's face turned dark. This woman is totally sick. Don't you know you can't joke like that with a man? Excuse me. I'm a gentleman, and I wouldn't do such a bad thing. If you really can't stand it, I can recommend a place for you. At this time, Wang Xie's face on the other end of the phone suddenly turned red. After all, I'm one of the few beauties in Jiangnan, right? But this guy just isn't interested in me. That's enough. I have something to ask you. Please come to the coffee shop downstairs from my company and wait for me. After saying that, Wang Xie hung up the phone angrily. Then, he looked at the assistant beside him. Xiao Zhang, do you think I look good? The female assistant nodded heavily. Of course. In Jiangnan, there are not many beauties who can compare with you, President. I feel like the people who want to pursue you can line up outside the city. Wang Xie became even more depressed after hearing what the assistant said. Then why would any man not be interested in me? I've been so proactive. He's still unmoved. The female assistant's eyes lit up at this time. President, I know. This tactic is called playing hard to get. You must be eager to have something happen with you. But on the surface, I act like I'm a gentleman. Actually, he's just a beast in human clothing. I've seen a lot of people like him. When Wang Xie heard what the assistant said, she actually felt that it was correct. In her opinion, Chu Fei is a righteous gentleman. Okay, you stay in the company. If anything happens, just call me. I have something to do outside. Wang Xie simply fixed her makeup and then went downstairs. I sat down at a window seat in the coffee shop across the street and sipped my coffee slowly. Not long after, Chu Fei arrived by car. He plopped down on the sofa and took a big gulp of his iced coffee. Tell me, what do you want from me? Wang Xie rolled her eyes at him. Is this how you drink coffee? You have no taste. Chu Fei sneered. They're all drinks, so what's the difference between drinking it all in one gulp and savoring it slowly? Besides, how many people can really tell the difference? They're just pretending like fools. Hearing this, Wang Xie felt helpless. That's the truth. How many people really know how to drink coffee? I haven't eaten yet. Order me a rice bowl. Chu Fei said to Wang Xie in a swaggering manner. Wang Xie almost rolled her eyes out. Then he called the waiter and ordered a rice bowl for Chu Fei. Chu Fei was about to smoke a cigarette when the waiter came over and said with a smile, "Sir, I'm sorry. We don't allow smoking here." Wang Xie took out a few brand new banknotes from her pocket and handed them over knowingly. "Go get an ashtray." The waiter took a look and quickly took the money. "Okay, please wait." After Chu Fei took a deep puff of cigarette, he slowly said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Wang Xie took out a lady's cigarette from her bag and slowly lit it. He took a light breath and said, "People from the Han family and the Feng family are looking for me. They said they hope I can give up my shares in Xiao Company." Hearing this, Chu Fei frowned slightly. It seems that the Han family and the Feng family are not slow in their actions. Unexpectedly, Wang Xie was found so soon. You agree? Wang Xie holds 10% of the shares of Xiao Company. If the other party wants to buy it, they will definitely take it all and not leave any behind. I'm not stupid. Would I give up such a benefit? I said 1 in 10 billion. If you want, I can sell it all. When she said this, a smile appeared on her face. Obviously, this sentence was learned from Chu Fei. Hearing this, Chu Fei also laughed. I didn't expect you to learn so quickly. But Wang Xie's face soon turned ugly. After I rejected them, they started to mobilize their forces and target my company. The head office is also under a lot of pressure. As you know, my family's business is not in Daxia. Apart from the headquarters in the province, this is the only branch here. So, I'd like to ask you for help. In recent days, many people have come to Juanhao Group to terminate their contracts. They would rather pay a large amount of liquidated damages than cooperate with Juanhao Group. She knew very well that the Han family and the Feng family must be behind this. Are you looking for my help? How can I help? Chu Fei was a little confused. My family is in Daxia, and we don't have any business. There is only one Truman Group, and Truman is backed by the Yun family. I want to sell part of the company's shares to the Yun family. Let the Yun family be your backer. The woman I met last time was your cousin, right? I want to talk to her about this, so I have to say that Wang Xie's idea is really good. Once the shares of Juanhao Group are held by the Yun family, those companies that want to terminate the contract will have to consider the consequences. Although the Yun family is very low-key, it doesn't mean they're easy to bully. You played the chess move very well. You are indeed a talented woman. After the rice bowl was served on the table, Chu Fei ate it in big mouthfuls. That's enough. If there was no other way, I wouldn't want to do this. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Chu Fei said as he ate. Sure, that's no problem. But I helped you. It can't be for nothing, right? Wang Xie looked at Chu Fei eating voraciously, and a charming smile appeared on her face. How about warm water? Chu Fei was slightly stunned, not quite understanding what it meant. Seeing him like this, Wang Xie continued, warm water and ice water. Chu Fei was still confused. What is this all about? What do you mean by warm water and ice water? Why don't I understand? Wang Xie blushed slightly and said coquettishly, warm water with ice and popping candy. If that doesn't work, forget it. Chapter 1, A One Patriarch's Ring. Chu Fei stopped what he was doing and looked at Wang Xie with a puzzled look on his face. What bird language are you speaking? Why don't I understand? When Wang Xie heard this, she almost vomited blood. I finally learned this special way after watching some romantic movies. But this guy didn't understand. She really doubted whether this guy did it on purpose or it was real. Do you want me to give you another wave push plane? This time, Chu Fei understood. Before he could even swallow a mouthful of rice, it spat out. The snow-white rice grain sprayed all over Wang Xie's face. Some of it fell on the two large, snow-white grapefruits. Ahem. Well, I'm a serious person. I don't understand anything you're saying. Let's change the terms. I have to say, this woman is really arrogant. Dare to say anything. If it were anyone else, they would probably have been unable to bear it. Something like ice water, warm water with sugar, and a push plane. Who can stand this? Wang Xie's face flushed red, and she wanted to bite him hard. Then what do you want? Tell me. Chu Fei pulled out 2 tissues from the tissue box and said, well, wipe them off. It's a waste of such a pair of big grapefruits. Wang Xie almost had a myocardial infarction from being so angry. He took the tissue and wiped the rice grains off his face and chest. I haven't thought about the conditions yet. I'll tell you when I think it through. I promise you this. Wang Xie rolled her eyes at him fiercely and said, "All right." After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave. When passing by Chu Fei, she squatted down and twisted his waist hard. "You're a scumbag. Pooh, Ro." After saying this, he left with a proud look on his face. Chu Fei was stunned. When did he become a scumbag again? However, this rice bowl is still more delicious. After eating a few bites, he prepared to leave. But before leaving, the waiter called him back. "Sir, please settle the bill. It's 360 yuan. Would you like to pay me, or you to pay me?" "What the hell?" Chu Fei's face turned black. "Treat yourself to a meal and let yourself pay the bill. I'll sweep you." He paid the bill with a sullen face, and then saw Wang Xie laughing uncontrollably downstairs of Juanhao group across the street. This woman did it on purpose. He raised his middle and ring fingers towards Wang Xie, moving them up and down. Seeing this, Wang Xie walked into the company without looking back. Seeing Wang Xie being humiliated, Chu Fei walked to the side of the road, stopped a taxi, and headed straight to Qiao Company. More than 20 minutes later, Chu Fei pushed open the office door. Sulie was very busy, but when she saw Chu Fei coming back, she immediately put down what she was doing. I walked over and gave him a big hug. "You're finally back." Nothing happened. Feeling Sulie's warmth, Chu Fei touched her hair. "Don't worry. What can happen to me? As for you, have you had any problems recently?" Sulie nodded gently in his arms. "It's okay. I'm just very busy these days. There are a lot of things to do. Many companies want to cooperate with us, and I can't refuse them in time. Also, some companies from outside the province seem to have caught wind of this and have come to us specifically to collaborate." Hearing this, Chu Fei sneered in his heart. "No need to guess. Those people were found by the Feng family and the Han family. Don't bother. These people just fancy your big piece of cake. Now, apart from us, there's Yuelon and Juanhao Group. They certainly won't sit idly by and watch such a big piece of cake being divided up by the three of us." Sulie nodded. Then she loosened her arms and looked at Chu Fei with a bit more shyness on her face. "Well, yesterday my aunt and uncle came to see me." "Huh?" Hearing this, Chu Fei was slightly stunned. "Did Dad and Mom come to see Sulie yesterday? What did they tell you?" Sulie Shu had it. "She didn't say anything. She just chatted with me about family matters and told me a lot about your childhood. By the way, they also went to see my grandfather." Chu Fei was not surprised by this matter. After all, Dad came to Jiangnan just to see the master. "I think the master has recovered a little in the past few days. When I have time, I will go to the hospital to see how the master is doing. Also, my uncle gave me something. He asked me to pass it on to you." After saying that, Sulie picked up the bag and found an exquisite little box inside. When I opened the box, there was a jade ring inside. When Chu Fei saw this ring, he was stunned. "This is... Dad asked you to give me this." This ring is the identity card of the head of the Chu family. Although Chu Fei only has himself as his only son now, the Chu family will definitely be his in the future. But isn't it a little too early for my dad to hand this thing over to me now? "Yes." He said, "You have to learn to take responsibility now. So, let me give it to you." Looking at the ring that Sulie handed over, Chu Fei fell silent. "It seems that my father is planning to train me to be the master of the family. Put it on. This thing should be quite expensive." After saying that, Sulie took out the jade ring and put it on Chu Fei's middle finger. Chu Fei looked at the ring on his hand and took a deep breath. "It seems that I still need to find some time to learn more about family matters. By the way, I received a message from my cousin before you came. They say the review materials for the live experiment have been approved. The live body is on its way and will probably arrive tomorrow. It just so happens that tomorrow is Saturday. We can go to the Research Institute and see the experimental process. Chu Fei note that? Now that we have a living organism, the experiment can continue. If it really works, then it can be mass-produced. By then, all the rich people in the world will go crazy for it. Can. By the way, where's Yuelon?" Chu Fei remembered Wang Xie's previous request and asked, "My cousin should be outside. Do you have something to do with her?" Chu Fei note that? There's a problem with Wang Xie. She wants me to help her. The Han and Feng families are starting to target her. Her company has been hit hard, so she wants to sell some of her shares to the Yun family. Let the Yun family be their backer." After hearing this, Sulie finally understood how powerful the Han and Feng families were. Large enterprises like Juanhao Group will be targeted by the two major families and have to seek help from another family. Then call your cousin quickly. It's better to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Mr. Wong invested so much money in us before, and he hasn't even gotten any of it back yet. Sulie is a person who knows how to repay kindness. Wang Xie invested 500 million yuan when Qiao Company was in trouble. Although it's not much compared to Chu Fei's 2 billion. But it was a favor that had to be reciprocated. You go ahead and do your work. I'm going to call you well on. Chapter 102: The Beast Carrying a Bag. In the men's restroom, Chu Fei held the phone in one hand and supported his younger brother with the other. Called Yun Yuelon. Yun Yuelon was shopping in a shopping mall in Jiangnan, planning to buy 2 suitable sets of clothes for herself. After all, I have to stay in Jiangnan for a while. As for where to live, it would naturally be with Sulie. When he heard Chu Fei's call, he picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Soon, Chu Fei's voice came from the other end of the phone. My dear cousin, what are you doing? Are you shopping? Do you want me to accompany you? Yin Yuelon's face immediately turned dark when she heard such an attentive tone. No one comes to visit you for no reason. Whenever this kid has something to say, he always uses this tone. It just so happens that I bought so many things and I don't know how to get them into the car. He knew without a doubt that this kid must have returned. And last night, he received the news that the Long family had been destroyed. Although I was a little surprised, after all, it was one of the 4 major families in the capital. It was a bit too fast for it to disappear like that. Moreover, there are people in the capital who are now ready to take over the Long family's business. All the direct descendants of the Long family have died, and the remaining collateral members are not a concern. Moreover, the family has already made arrangements to divide the Long family's assets equally with the other 2 major families. Ugh. I'm at the International Trade Center right now. I'm in need of a bag carrier. How about you come over and help me carry my bag? Chu Fei shuddered and put his little brother away. Are you in Guamao? Okay, I'll ask Xiaoli. If she agrees to let me come, I'll come. If you don't agree, I won't come. When Yun Yuelon heard this, she immediately chuckled. You don't have to tell me. I can talk to Xiaoli myself. Don't worry, she will definitely agree. Hearing this, Chu Fei's face was full of depression. She must have guessed that I wouldn't tell Sulie about this, so she turned the tables on me. Okay, I'll come over and carry your bag, but there's a condition. Wang Xie has been suppressed by the Feng and Han families, so she wants to sell some of her shares to you. In other words, I want you to be my backer. Chu Fei said it directly and clearly. This kind of thing will become clear if you think about it for a while. This matter, I can't make the decision. I'll have to ask my uncle and second uncle when the time comes. But I don't think I'll refuse. Come here quickly. I bought so many things that I can't even carry them. After saying that, Yun Yuelon hung up the phone. Chu Fei looked at the hung-up phone and shrugged helplessly. Back in the office, Sulie was busy. Seeing him come in, she asked, How is it? Did your cousin agree? She can't make the decision on this matter. She has to ask her eldest and second uncles. But it's not a big problem. By the way, she bought a lot of things and asked me to pick her up at Guamao. Sulie did not refuse. Go ahead. I'm a little busy here. When Chu Fei saw Sulie speak, he turned around and went downstairs. Driving Sulie's car, he headed straight to the China World Trade Center. 20 minutes later, Chu Fei parked the car and then took out his cell phone to call Yun Yuelon. Where are you? I'll come up to you. Yun Yuelon glanced at the floor and said, 4th floor, come up. 2 minutes later, Chu Fei finally saw Yun Yuelon. Good job. He was carrying 7 or 8 things, as if he was here to purchase goods. I say, are you crazy? Not so much stuff. Yun Yuelon rolled her eyes at him. I've been in Jiangnan for a while now. If I don't buy more, is there anything I can exchange? Are you stupid? Take it. Chu Fei was helpless and had to step forward to take the thing from her hand. They were all clothes and stuff, not heavy at all. Is that about it? There's so much in here. It should be enough for you to wear. After a quick look, there are about 5 or 6 sets of clothes, pants, and shoes in here. If you change 1 set a day, you can change it for a week. And more. As she spoke, Yun Yuelon turned around and walked into a brand lingerie store. Chu Fei's face turned dark. This place is not something you can enter on your own. I could only wait at the door and found a stool to sit on. After Yun Yuelon entered the lingerie store, she carefully selected several sets. Wrap them all up for me. The salesperson hadn't seen such a domineering customer for a long time. After all, who buys several sets of underwear at a time? Ugh. The salesperson took the clothes and went to pack them. After packing up, Yin Yuelon was holding a cover and looking at it carefully. Miss, this size is really not suitable for you. How about you take a look at the A+ one? The salesperson looked embarrassed as he looked at the B+ size mask in Yin Yuelon's hand. She was very surprised because this customer only had an A, at most an A+. Why do you want a B+ cover? Doesn't it feel empty when you wear it? No. I bought it for my sister. She's, quite big. I forgot exactly how big. Then, Yin Yuelon waved to Chu Fei, who was sitting on the bench outside. Chu Fei was stunned. Are you sick? Let yourself into a lingerie store? But thinking that he needed her help, he could only walk in with a dark face. What? Yin Yuelon held up the frameless transparent lace cover and shook it gently in front of Chu Fei. Does it look good? Chu Fei was stunned. He looked at the mask in her hand and then looked her up and down. That's not right. Won't you feel empty if you buy this and wear it? Can it really hold up your little bun? As soon as these words were spoken, the salesperson next to him laughed out loud. His face turned red. Could this guy be a straight man? How can you say that to your girlfriend? Can't you be more tactful? Yin Yuelon's face turned red, and her beautiful eyes stared at Chu Fei. Are you looking for death? Fuck you. After saying that, he kicked Chu Fei. Fortunately, Chu Fei reacted quickly and took 2 steps back. Otherwise, if this kick hits, don't even think about having a second child. Hey. A gentleman uses his words, not his fists. Yin Yuelon stared at him fiercely. I'm not a gentleman, so I don't have to follow the rules. Also, this thing is not for me. I bought it for my sister. I took the trouble to buy something for Sulie, but you're just like that, a dog can't spit out ivory. When these words came out, the salesperson next to them was dumbfounded. Younger sister? Good job. Although this guy is quite handsome, he is not so handsome that he can attract all sisters. Suddenly, the look he gave Chu Fei was as if he was a scumbag, his face full of disgust and disdain. Chu Fei felt the salesperson's gaze and hurriedly explained. Don't talk nonsense. What sister? She's my cousin, understand? It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but after he did, the salesperson was even more shocked. Beast. He even didn't let his cousin go. Chapter 103 Agree to Help. When the two came out of Guamao, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Chu Fei's face was extremely dark. He could not forget the look the salesperson gave him. It's so disgusting. If I come and carry your bag again, next time, I'll be yours. He glared at Yin Yuelon fiercely. Yin Yuelon, on the other hand, looked indifferent. TSK tisk. I don't have an unfilial son like you. Hearing this, Chu Fei almost threw his clothes at her face. Try to tell yourself in your heart. I chose it myself. You chose it yourself. You can't be angry. Then he smiled a smile uglier than crying. Dear cousin, please get in the car. Yin Yuelon sat in the back seat with great satisfaction, waiting for Chu Fei to put the things in the trunk. In the car, Chu Fei's complexion finally returned to normal. That's right. Call your eldest and second uncles and ask them what they think. After hearing what Chu Fei said, Yin Yuelon also became serious. I took out my cell phone and made a call. Soon, the deep voice of my Uncle Yunwu came from the other end of the phone. It's Yuelon, what's wrong? Yin Yuelon thought for a moment and then spoke. Uncle, there's a company in Jiangnan, and it's Xiaofei's friend. They also hold some shares of Qiao Company. The Feng and Han families are suppressing them in order to get their shares. Xiaofei means that his friend wants to sell her own shares to us. It means they want to use us as a backer. After he finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. What does Xiaofei mean? At this moment, Chu Fei was driving. He only spoke after hearing his uncle's voice. Uncle, it's me, Xiaofei. My friend's last name is Wang. They helped me before. Their businesses are all overseas, so it's difficult for them to get involved in domestic affairs. He came to me and asked me to help. So, after hearing what Chu Fei said, Yin Wu understood. The Wang that Chu Fei mentioned should be the Wang family. The Wang family may not have much influence in Daxia, but it is well known abroad. I can help with this. However, as a businessman, Yin Wu must be thinking about making more money. Xiaofei, how about this? You talk to her. If she's willing to give up 2% of Qiao's shares, I'm willing to help her. If you don't want to, I will help you for your sake. Hearing this, Chu Fei immediately understood. The meaning of my uncle's words is very clear. In fact, even if Wang Xie is unwilling to give up the 2% stake, he will still help. Of course, if it is given up, Wang Xie will definitely not be treated unfairly in terms of price. Ugh. That's it, uncle. When the time comes, Yuelon can just talk to my friend directly, right? Yin Wu responded and then hung up the phone. Wang family. Is it the Wong family in Australia? Yin Yuelon turned and looked at Chu Fei. Chu Fei not dead? Tonight then. Just finish dinner outside before going back. The two drove to the downstairs of Xiao Company. Sulie was waiting at the company door. After seeing his car, Sulie got in. Cousin, aren't you tired after shopping all day? Sulie smiled helplessly. From noon till now. It took a full 6 hours. If it were me, I would have collapsed from exhaustion. Shaolie, let me tell you. You're pregnant now. You should walk around more and not stay in the office all day. This is good for you and the baby in your belly, okay? Chu Fei, who was driving, couldn't help but mutter. You haven't even given birth to a child yourself. How dare you give advice to others? When Yin Yuelon heard this, she immediately shouted angrily. Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong. Then he looked at Sulie with embarrassment. Shaolie, that's not what I meant. Please don't be angry. Sulie naturally wouldn't care about such a small matter and chuckled. Cousin, I'm quite curious. Why do you two always bicker wherever you go? I don't know what the conflict is between Chu Fei and his cousin. Whenever they meet, there will definitely be an argument. The kind where no one is willing to give in to the other. That's a long story. When I was a kid. Speaking of this, Yin Yuelon immediately laughed. Chu Fei's face turned dark. Yin Yuelon, I'm warning you. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. But his behavior made Sulie even more curious. When my uncle and aunt came here before, they told me a lot about Chu Fei's childhood. Yin Yuelon also became excited when she heard it. Just like that, the two women chatted with each other in the back, telling Chu Fei about the embarrassing things that happened in his childhood. Chu Fei felt a little embarrassed at first, but later on, he no longer cared. Anyway, it's all said and done. So what's there to be embarrassed about? As long as I'm not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Drive back to the villa. Yin Yuelon excitedly took out 2 sets of clothes prepared for Sulie from the trunk. Then he secretly pulled Sulie back to the room. Chu Fei had no choice but to carry the things and put them in the living room. He took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Wang Xie, telling her that they would meet at 8 o'clock tonight to discuss cooperation. Within 2 minutes, Yin Yuelon and Sulie came out. But what's interesting is that Sulie's entire face turned red all the way to her ears. Yin Yuelon's face was full of satisfaction. She also raised her eyebrows at Chu Fei, as if to say, Shaolie is very satisfied with the 2 sets of clothes I chose for her. You should seize the opportunity. There was a hint of shyness in Sulie's eyes when she looked at Chu Fei. It's because these 2 sets of clothes are they're even more excessive than the one I bought before. She even looked forward to seeing how Chu Fei would react when she put it on and stood in front of him. Chapter 104, Something Happened to the Living Body. 8 o'clock in the evening. In a luxurious hotel room. Boss Wang, I wonder if you can accept this condition? Yin Yuelon looked at Wang Xie calmly. Wang Xie was also thinking about the other party's conditions. In fact, giving up 2% of the shares is not a big deal for Wang Xie. Although there are some losses, at least it can bring stability to Juanhao Group, including future developments. If the Yun family is backing them, then others who want to intervene will have to consider the consequences. Moreover, the other party is willing to bid $5 billion to purchase 2% of the shares. This price may seem very high now. However, once the drug is successfully released, its value will reach at least $20 billion, or perhaps even higher. Of course, there are certain risks. If it is not successfully developed, we will have to wait even longer. After thinking it over again and again, Wang Xie smiled slightly. Since Miss Yun has said so, why should I not agree? I am willing to give up this 2% stake. Hearing this answer, Yin Yuelon breathed a sigh of relief. With the addition of this 2% stake, the Yun family now owns 12% of Xiao Company's shares. Apart from Sulie and Chu Fei, he is the 3rd largest shareholder. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Yin Yuelon picked up the red wine on the table and stretched out her hand. Wang Xie naturally wouldn't refuse her face. Happy cooperation. Chu Fei and Sulie beside them looked at each other. Now it's done. Everyone is tied together. Xiao Fei, you said we're going to conduct a live experiment tomorrow. Should we bring Mr. Wang along? Sulie leaned close to Chu Fei's ear and asked softly. Chu Fei frowned slightly when he heard this. It was not easy for him to make a decision on this matter. After all, there are still some issues concerning the institute that have not been resolved. Moreover, the Han family already knew the secret of the research institute. The other party will definitely not let the Institute go. I haven't taken action now because it's just not the right time yet. Once the live experiment is successful and the drug is fully developed, the Han and Feng families will definitely not sit idly by. If the Han family and the Feng family join forces, it will be difficult for the Yun family to resist. However, if Wang Xie is brought along, there might be another possibility. The Wang family knew the preciousness of this medicine and might send people directly to Daxia. By then, the Han family and the Feng family might not dare to be too presumptuous. I think so. Zhu Fei answer sopti. After hearing Chu Fei's answer, Sulie slowly said, Boss Wang, we are going to the laboratory tomorrow to conduct a live experiment. I wonder if Boss Wang is interested in going with us. Yin Yuelan was a little surprised when she heard this. But on second thought, this must have been Chu Fei's idea. Moreover, there are only advantages and no disadvantages in bringing Wang Xie along. I couldn't ask for more. Wang Xie herself was shocked. I didn't expect that the live experiment would be carried out so soon. It seems that after watching the live experiment tomorrow, I have to call home. Then tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, I'll be downstairs at my company, waiting for Mr. Wang to arrive. The next morning, it was almost 10 o'clock. In Sulie's office. Yeah, I understand. I'll send you the location now. Take it with you. After saying that, Yin Yuelan hung up the phone and then sent a location to her family members. Shaoli, Chu Fei, the living body has arrived at the airport. I've already had the car prepared. Once they get the living person on board, they'll transport him directly to the Research Institute. We can set off now. At this moment, Chu Fei also received a call from Wang Xie. The other party was already waiting downstairs in the company. Boss Wang is downstairs, so we're going down too. The three of them came downstairs, and Wang Xie had been waiting for a few minutes. Seeing the three people, he raised his hand and greeted them. However, Chu Fei discovered something unusual. Mr. Wang, didn't you drive here? He was a little depressed. Why didn't Wang Xie drive here herself? Don't you have a big bodyguard like you? Do you still need me to drive? Chu Fei was slightly stunned. Sulie smiled and said, Boss Wang is right. There's a bodyguard here, and my car can fit in as well. Let's go. The living body is on the way. In this way, Sulie sat in the passenger seat, while Wang Xie and Yun Yuelan sat in the back seat. It takes about an hour to get to the Institute from the city. At the beginning, the three of them chatted intermittently. But after they started talking, Chu Fei couldn't hold it anymore. As the saying goes, three women make a play. Sure enough, the three of them became more and more excited as they talked. From astronomy and geography to human ethics, we can talk about whatever topics are available. In the end, it all turned into entertainment gossip. Sure enough, women's nature is to like gossip. Chu Fei was driving and felt a buzzing in his ears. When the car arrived at the Research Institute, he didn't know how he had managed to get through the past hour. We're here so soon. I thought it would take a while. Yin Yuelan seemed to have not talked enough, and her face was full of disappointment. Sulie and Wang Xie were also a little dissatisfied. Yuelan, we will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Shaoli, aren't you right? Wang Xie said with a smile on her face. Chu Fei on the side had already turned his head away, unable to bear to watch. From Miss Yun and Mr. Su at the beginning to Yuelan and Shaoli now, the three of them have evolved from a partnership to a sisterly relationship. Bosu. Xiaobei walked out of the Research Institute and was obviously surprised when he saw the four people. This time, so many people came. Xiaobei, what's wrong? Professor Yang, are they all ready? Xiaobei nodded. All the instruments and equipment are ready. Once the living body arrives, we can start the experiment. Hearing this, Sulie couldn't help but feel a little nervous. In a month or so, it will be exactly 2 years. Everyone has been working hard on this for 2 years, and finally the results are coming out. Yin Yuelan and Wang Xie also became a little nervous. If successful, this will be the best drug in the world, no doubt about it. Cousin, Sister Xie, the living body should be here for a while. Let's go to the reception room and rest for a while. Sulie waved to Yin Yuelan and Wang Xie. As for Chu Fei, he was completely ignored by him. I forgot my husband when I had sisters. However, the four of them waited in the reception room for nearly 40 minutes. But the person who was supposed to transport the living body still didn't arrive. Yin Yuelan's expression changed a little. I'll call and ask what's going on. She took out her cell phone and called the person in charge of transporting the living bodies. But the phone was unanswered. She frowned slightly and dialed again. Still the same, no one answered. What's wrong? Chu Fei looked at Yin Yuelan. Logically, It would take no more than 2 hours to get from the airport to the institute. But now it's 2.5 hours. The living body still hasn't been delivered. Could something unexpected have happened during this period? Yin Yuelon looked at the three of them, her expression becoming a little more serious. No one answered the phone. Logically speaking, even if it's slow, it should be here by now. Can't. Chu Fei frowned slightly. It hasn't arrived for such a long time. Could something have happened? Just then, Yin Yuelon's cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was my uncle calling. Hello, uncle. There was a noticeable hint of coldness in Yun Wu's tone on the other end of the phone. Yuelan. Something happened to the living being that was being transported. They were intercepted along the way, and all the living people were killed, including the two leaders of the family. Chapter 105 Tragic Scene. For a moment, the entire reception room was silent. Chu Fei and Sulie looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Uncle, have you found out who did it? Yin Yuelon's face looked a little gloomy. At this critical moment, the living body was intercepted halfway. Moreover, no living beings, including the person in charge of the company, were spared and all were killed. It was obvious that the other party was coming for him and others. Not yet. We are still investigating. The person in charge called me before he died. When I called again, no one answered. Yin Wu's face didn't look very good either. For the Yin family, this attack was definitely a conspiracy. The other party was targeting not only their Yin family, but also Chu Fei. I think the police from Jiangnan have already gone there. Ask Xiao Fei to call and ask what the situation is. I'm having someone take him in for investigation. I'm hanging up now. After Yin Wu said this, he hung up the phone. Yin Yuelon put down her phone and looked at Chu Fei and the others. However, no one spoke. After a long silence, Chu Fei finally spoke. I'm going to go out and make a phone call to ask about the situation. After saying that, he stood up and left the reception room. He came outside the institute, took out his cell phone, and called Jiangning. Young master. Jiangning's voice came from the other end of the phone. Did anything important happen just now? Jiangning was stunned and then immediately reacted. Just recently, I received a call from someone below saying that a major murder case had occurred not far outside the city. 14 people in 2 commercial vehicles were killed. This incident is definitely a major case in Jiangnan. He has sent people to investigate, but has not received any news yet. But now, the young master called me. Doesn't that mean that those who were killed were related to the young master? Master, you know that too? Those people, Yang Ninkautiosli Ifploret. The location is over there. Send me the location, and I'll drive over to take a look. Hearing this, Jiangning knew that this matter was beyond his control. Yes, I'll send you the location right now. After hanging up the phone, he quickly asked someone about the location of the incident. Then, he immediately sent it to Chu Fei. Looking at the location Jiangning sent, it's only 10 kilometers away from the research institute. Chu Fei frowned. The other party's position was just right. This distance is neither far nor near. If we go a little further, the other party might be able to find the location of the research institute directly. By then, things might become even more troublesome. Returning to the reception room, he looked at Sulie and the other two, all with gloomy faces. Walk. I've got the location of the incident. I'm going to see what's going on. The three of them then raised their heads and looked at Chu Fei. Xiaobei, find a few more security guards to guard this place. If anyone suspicious approaches, call me immediately. After the reception, the 4 of them drove straight to the scene of the incident. At this moment, 10 kilometers away from the research institute. The entire road has been blocked. Many vehicles were stopped on the road and could not move forward. Dozens of uniformed police officers guarded the intersection, preventing any vehicles from passing. In the middle of the blockade area, 2 black commercial vehicles were riddled with bullet holes. As the director, Sulie naturally couldn't just sit there and wait when such a serious thing happened. Looking at the 14 bodies neatly laid out on the ground and the car full of blood, his face turned ugly. Director, it's all sorted out. 14 people all shot dead. Based on the size of the bullet shell, it can be determined that the firearm used by the murderer is an automatic rifle series, and it is not domestically produced. We're tracing the source of the bullet, but as there is no surveillance nearby, we are unable to find the killer for the time being. The subordinate took a report and made a brief presentation. Sulie waved his hand. Having been the director for so many years, he had seen many things big and small. However, this was the first time he had seen an attack like this. Who on earth could be so bold? He couldn't understand how big the grudge could be that would kill everyone in the two cars without leaving a single one alive. Moreover, judging from the wounds of the deceased, some people were still alive after the car stopped. Later, he was shot again by the murderer. Just when he was puzzled, one of his men suddenly came up to him and said, "Director, there's someone outside who wants to come in and see us." He said his name is Chu Fei. Hearing this name, Sulie shuddered. He is not unfamiliar with this name. This person is very familiar with Mr. Jiang. Moreover, Mr. Jiang's attitude towards this person can be said to be extremely respectful. "Quick, let him in quickly." "Forget it, I'll go there myself." After he finished speaking, Sulie walked quickly outside. With a quick glance, he saw Chu Fei standing in front of the crowd. There were 3 stunning beauties standing beside him. Sulie was amazed. Is this the charm of big people? 3 women. They're all top quality. "Mr. Chu, why are you here?" Sulie stepped forward and lifted the blockade, allowing Chu Fei, Wang Xia, and others to come in. "The person in the accident has something to do with me. I'll come and take a look." Chu Fei's words almost scared Sulie to death. The incident happened here only about half an hour ago, and the other party had already received the news. This shows how capable the other party is. Moreover, the person in the accident was related to him. Doesn't it become clear that those people are coming for Chu Fei? Sulie didn't dare to say anything, so he could only bite the bullet and follow Chu Fei to the scene. Wang Xia and the other 2 stood outside the scene, looking at the 14 bodies covered with white cloth on the ground, their faces filled with embarrassment. Chu Fei walked to the business car and took a look inside. There were bloodstains everywhere in the car, and the white seats had long been stained red with blood. There were dozens of bullet holes all over the car body. Moreover, the car was parked across the middle of the road. It could be seen that the other party opened fire while the car was moving. "Are there any shell casings?" Chu Fei asked. Sulie quickly said, "Yes." Then he shouted to the men who were protecting the evidence, "Xiao Wu, bring the evidence over here." Xiao Wu walked up to Sulie with the certificate. Sulie picked up the evidence, opened it, and handed it to Chu Fei. Chu Fei picked up the shell and took a careful look at it. I smelled the remaining smell of gunpowder inside again. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. AK-47. This move scared Sulie and Xiao Wu next to him. Just by smelling and taking a look, you can tell what weapon the other party is using. It's too amazing. Chapter 106 Object of Suspicion. Chu Fei hesitated for a while. Where's the nearest surveillance camera around here? Sulie didn't say anything, but Xiao Wu next to him spoke. The nearest surveillance camera is about 800 meters away from the scene. It's right at the next intersection, so this side you can't see it. Hearing this, Chu Fei already had an idea in his mind. It seems that the other party has been prepared for a long time, including the location of the surveillance. It was also checked clearly. If we take action here, we will be in a blind spot of surveillance. After it's over, you can leave with a swagger. Although there wasn't much traffic nearby, a passing car wouldn't arouse suspicion. "Director Su, can I see the surveillance footage?" Hearing this, Sulie dared not refuse. "Sure. How about we go back and check the surveillance now, Mr. Chu? As for this, just leave it to my men to handle." "Chu Fei not that?" Sulie immediately called his 2 men and went back home. "Let's go. Let's check the surveillance." Taking Sulie and the other 2, they drove following Sulie's car in front. "Xiao Fei, who do you think is most likely to have done this?" Yin Yuelon had some guesses in her mind, but now we are not sure whether those people did it. Han family. Chu Fei didn't hesitate at all. There is a high probability that this was done by the Han family, but there is no evidence now. If only there was enough evidence. Bring my uncle and the others with you to come and ask for punishment. There are 2 reasons why I suspect the Han family. First, Yi Ao and the Han family are in a cooperative relationship. Now, Yi Ao was injured by himself and was staying in the hospital unable to move. And he himself did not take the position of leader of the Dragon Group. It was obvious that the Han family was very dissatisfied with this matter. The second reason is the shares of Qiao Company. After the Yin family intervened, the Han family and the Feng family have been silent. But the other party can't let go so easily. If this matter was not the Han families, then it was the Han family and the Feng family working together. That's what I thought. There's been no movement from the Han family. But compared to the Feng family, the Han family is more willing to take risks. This time, it's very likely that they took action to attract our attention and to tell us. Either we cooperate, or they'll sabotage us. Moreover, I suspect that after this incident, the Feng family will most likely cooperate with the Han family. Yun Yuelon expressed what was in her mind. This is not a good thing for the Yun family. If the two families join forces, the pressure on the Yun family will skyrocket. Chu Fei didn't say anything. The most important thing now was to find evidence of the other party's action. An hour later, I arrived at the bureau. After entering the monitoring room, Su Lin immediately asked someone to retrieve all the surveillance footage near the scene of the incident. Chu Fei said nothing, his eyes constantly scanning the surveillance footage. From the moment the car enters the surveillance blind spot to the moment a vehicle passes by. There are only 10 minutes left. Within these 10 minutes, every car was a suspect. However, if we look at the mobility and combat effectiveness of special armed organizations, for 14 unarmed men, it would take no more than 3 minutes. Judging from the bullet holes on the car body, the other party is obviously not novice. He pulled the progress bar and froze the surveillance footage at 3 minutes after the vehicle entered the surveillance blind spot. His eyes were fixed on the surveillance footage. A minute passed, and a bus heading to the towns outside the city passed by. 2 minutes later, 2 black cars and a white SUV passed by. In 5 minutes, a total of 4 cars passed by. In addition to the bus, there are 2 small cars and a white off-road vehicle. Mr. Chu, I think it might be that SUV. Su Lin expressed his thoughts. Chu Fei didn't say anything and kept thinking. Sulie and the other 2 stood by without saying a word. A few minutes later, Chu Fei took a deep breath. Director Su, please have someone check that bus. Check carefully, including the passengers and the driver. Hearing this, Su Lin was a little surprised. Check the bus. There are basically several buses running back and forth every day. It only takes 2 hours to travel from the city to the towns outside the city. Also, don't take the highway. There are many stops along the way, so such a search is extremely difficult. Before he could ask, Chu Fei spoke again. By the way, check the surveillance at the bus station. Faced with Chu Fei's arrangements, Su Lin had no choice but to do as he was told. Ugh. I'll arrange for someone to check the surveillance now. Chu Fei took Su Li and the other 2 out of the police station. At the door, Xiao Li, Yi Lang. I'll be leaving first. No one could have imagined something like this would happen today. Wang Xie shook her head slightly. What happened today was beyond her expectations. I didn't expect that the Han family would be so brave. I didn't expect this to happen. Sister Xie, let's do it next time. I'll call you after another batch of living bodies arrives. Sulie nodded sambat. Wang Xie waved to the 3 of them, then took a car and left. Let's go. Go home first. Chu Fei drove back to the villa. In the car, Xiao Fei, I'm quite curious. Why did you choose to check that bus? Yin Yuelon was a little confused. If it was a bus, the other party's whereabouts would definitely be exposed. Moreover, if there are passengers in the car, the other party will either kill all the passengers or let them go. If the passenger is released, he or she will definitely call the police. Think about it. There are many buses going back to the countryside every day. However, there won't be many passengers. Nowadays, most of them are private cars. Sometimes, the bus even goes back empty. If it's a private car, we won't have any difficulty checking it. If it's a bus, if there are only 1 or 2 passengers on board, there would only be 3 people, including the driver. If we take care of these 3 people, they can get away with it. This makes the investigation much more difficult. After hearing this, Yin Yuelon finally understood Chu Fei's thoughts. It seems that this makes sense. Now, we are waiting for Director Su's reply. As for my uncle, I guess he won't be able to investigate quickly either. On a country road outside Jiangnan City, a bus stopped at the intersection. The car was covered in blood. 3 men carrying black briefcases got out, looked around, and then walked towards a mountain path in the distance. One of them took out his cell phone and made a call. It's done. In the short term, the other party shouldn't be able to find any clues about us. Chapter 107 Good News. The next day at noon, Chu Fei received a call from Su Lin. Mr. Chu, we received a call to the police yesterday evening. As you might expect, the bus driver and 2 passengers died. Also, the surveillance system inside the car was destroyed. After restoration by our technical department, we were able to find some of the surveillance footage before it was destroyed. Should I send it to you? After hearing Su Lin's words, Chu Fei knew that his judgment was correct. Only the passengers and driver in the car were killed by those people. This made him a little angry. Several innocent people were implicated and they deserved to die. Send it to me. Then, send someone to search the area around the bus. If you have any news, tell me immediately. Su Lin would naturally strictly follow Chu Fei's words. Even if Chu Fei didn't say it, he would still care about this matter. Moreover, the people above have already made the announcement. If the murderer of this attack is not caught, he will have no business as the director. Okay, I'll do it. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei received a video. The video is very short, only a dozen seconds. However, 3 men wearing black clothes, baseball caps, and masks could be clearly seen getting on the car. In their hands, they were holding a black clothing bag. It was obvious, judging by the weight of the bag, that the contents must be weapons. Then, the last man to get on the car opened his door, took out an AK-47, and fired a shot at the surveillance camera. The picture disappears here. Just looking at the picture, it is impossible to tell where these people are from. Any news? Yin Yuelon and Sulie were resting on the sofa, and they both heard the conversation between Chu Fei and Su Lin very clearly. I guess so. No one has been found yet. It may take a while. By the way, when will the second batch of live bodies from my uncle's place be delivered? Now, the first batch of living bodies are gone. They must find those people before the second batch of living people arrives. Otherwise, the other party is likely to attack again. For the next 2 days, Chu Fei did not receive any news. Those people seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, leaving no clues. Moreover, the area within a radius of several kilometers centered on the place where the bus accident occurred was searched, but no clues were found. That afternoon, Chu Fei was waiting for Sulie to get off work in the company. The company has been very busy recently. In fact, many of their medicines have received cooperation invitations from many large companies. The demand for some medicines has increased significantly. I'm so tired, my whole body aches. Sulie's face was full of fatigue. She had been busy all day and hadn't had a few minutes to rest. I finally made it to the end of the day and immediately felt sore all over. It's okay. I'll give you a good massage when I get back. Chu Fei smiled at her and held her in his arms with some doting. Fortunately, the two of them were in the office at the time, and there was no one else around. Otherwise, if people in the company saw it, they would definitely be shocked. After all, the identities of the two have not been made public in the company. Many people only know that Chu Fei is Sulie's secretary. But once this relationship is revealed, the entire company will probably be in an uproar. Call your cousin. We need to go back. It's a good opportunity to ask her when the second batch of live bodies will arrive. Sulie stretched hard, and all the bones in his body were crackling. Chu Fei nodded and was about to take out his cell phone to make a call when the phone rang. Director Su, I wonder if you're calling me now because you have some good news to tell me? The person who called him was Su Lin. Mr. Chu, we have found some clues. After we conducted extensive surveys, a villager finally showed us a clear path. About 5 kilometers behind the bus accident site, there is a small cave. A villager who was farming on the mountain accidentally discovered traces of a fire in the cave, and it was not very long. I even saw some compressed biscuit packaging bags on the ground. I suspect those people are probably in that cave. Hearing this, Chu Fei's face instantly turned cold. After 2 days of waiting, there is finally news. It seems that those people did not stay far away from Jiangnan. If they stayed in the cave all the time, it was most likely to prepare for the second batch of living people. When the second batch arrives, they will continue to choose to take action as they did last time. If successful, the in vivo experiments will probably be forced to stop. I understand. I'll be right over now. After saying that, Chu Fei hung up the phone. Any news? Sulie looked at Chu Fei nervously. They waited for news for 2 whole days. Now that there is finally news, I can feel relieved. Yes, Director Su called me and said that they may have found clues about those people. To avoid any accidents, I decided to go over and take a look. Please call your cousin and ask her to go home with you. I'm afraid those people will get desperate and might capture you and your cousin as bargaining chips. Sulie nodded vigorously. I see. But you have to be careful too. Those people have weapons in their hands. Chu Fei smiled calmly. There are only a few of them. It would be difficult for them to hurt me. After saying goodbye to Sulie, Chu Fei took a taxi to the police station. Su Lin had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Chu Fei get off the car, he immediately asked him to get in. In an instant, 4 bulletproof vehicles were dispatched and rushed towards the place where the bus accident occurred. However, they did not make a fuss or turn on the sirens. While it was still light, everyone hurried towards the small cave that the villagers had mentioned. When we arrived near the small cave, the sky had already become a little dark, and a full moon was hanging high in the sky. When Chu Fei and others were still a few hundred meters away from the cave, They could already see the fire coming from the cave. If nothing unexpected happens, those people must still be in the cave. Spread out. Remember, don't alert the enemy. I'll go over and take a look at the situation first. Afterwards, Chu Fei asked Su Lin for a pistol and hurried towards the cave. Su Lin wanted to refuse, but the other party didn't give him any chance to refuse. After all, if something happened to Chu Fei, Mr. Jiang would definitely be angry. Taking advantage of the night, Chu Fei quickly advanced, his eyes fixed on the cave entrance. Chapter 108 King Chu Will Spare My Life? At this moment, in the cave, 3 men were sitting by the fire. The ground was littered with compressed biscuit packaging bags and empty mineral water bottles. It can be seen that these 3 people have only eaten compressed biscuits in the past 2 days, which are completely devoid of nutrition. Brother, how long do you think we have to wait for this day? The boss of the Han family promised to give us 3 million to do this job. The job is done, but the money hasn't arrived yet. Is he trying to trick us? A man who looked a little fat had an unhappy look on his face. For doing this job, the 3 of them are probably now on the wanted list. However, the head of the Han family also told them yesterday that there would be another mission in the next 2 days, and the price of this mission would be as high as 5 million. This is not the total price, but each of them can get 5 million. The 3 of them had already made plans. As soon as the other party paid the bill, their people would immediately run abroad. Although I can't say that I won't have to worry about the rest of my life, at least I can lie down and relax for several years. When you have no money, just come back and do some work, and you'll have money, right? I know the reputation of the Han family. They won't be short of our money. They might be preparing for this second mission, so the 3 of us should work harder and endure for another 2 days. The man sitting in the middle is a one-eyed man. If you don't look carefully, you will find that he is no different from ordinary people. But if you look closely, you will find that one of his eyes is motionless and does not move to follow his line of sight. It was a prosthetic eye, which had been lost during a previous mission. As for the man sitting next to her who hadn't spoken, he looked a little thin and had a blue dragon tattoo on his arm. But there was a coldness in his eyes. Let's rest after we finish eating. Let's see if there's a chance to go to the town tomorrow to buy some food and eat some meat. The one-eyed man continued to speak. For people like them, if they don't eat meat for a few days, they will easily lose their physical strength. Once a battle breaks out, physical strength becomes a serious problem. The other 2 nodded, remained silent, and ate the compressed biscuits bit by bit. The chewing sound echoed in the empty cave, seeming a little strange in the dark night. But just 100 meters in front of them, a pair of cold eyes were staring at the 3 of them. Chu Fei looked at the 3 people who were eating compressed biscuits in the cave, and a trace of cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. But before that, he would only deal with 2 of them at most. As for the last person, he needs to keep him. At this moment, Chu Fei was like a ghost in the middle of the night, quietly approaching the cave entrance. Just 300 meters behind him, more than 20 police officers were slowly approaching with weapons in hand. Brother, I'm going to pee. The fat man finished the compressed biscuits in a few bites, took a big gulp of water, then stood up and walked out of the cave. He was just about to find a corner to solve the problem, but in the moonlight, he saw the head of a person moving forward in front of him. This sight gave him a fright. Oh no, we've been discovered. Brother, let's go. The fat man's roar broke the silence of the night. But then came the sound of a gunshot. Bang! A blood flower exploded between the fat man's eyebrows. The heavy body fell to the ground in an instant. The one-eyed man and another thin man in the cave reacted immediately, quickly picked up the AK-47 next to them, and hid behind a rock. Chu Fei's face was a little cold. He didn't expect that the fat man would come out to use the toilet. He must have just discovered Su Lin and others in the rear. However, the shot he just fired completely exposed his position. He had just rolled a few meters to the side when several bullets instantly shot towards his original position. Bang, bang, bang. Several consecutive gunshots disrupted his original plan. But the good news is that the 2 people trapped in the cave have no way out. Su Lin and others in the rear also heard the gunshots and immediately realized that a battle had occurred in the front. He immediately ordered his men to charge forward. Similarly, Chu Fei had also reached the edge of the cave. He shouted coldly to the inside, "If you don't want to die, lay down your weapons and surrender." The one-eyed man and the thin man both looked very unhappy. They didn't know why their clues were discovered. Moreover, it is obvious that the other party has made sufficient preparations, and I am afraid I will not be able to escape death today. Seeing that the other party was still silent, Chu Fei continued. Although I don't know who you have accepted the benefits from and why you are working for them, as long as you confess, I can save your lives. His words were full of temptation, but having been walking on the edge of a knife for many years, One Eye had already seen through Chu Fei's plan. Brother, the fact that you can find this place shows that you are quite capable. However, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. If you want me to reveal who my employer is, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and leaned against the rock outside the cave. Judging from the sound, the other party should be only 1 or 2 meters away from the cave entrance. So, do you think there's still a way forward for you? There are more than 20 armed soldiers outside. Are you sure you can kill so many people with just your 2 AKs? After these words were spoken, both people in the cave fell silent. Even if they added 2 magazines to the 2 guns, there were only 120 rounds of bullets. Faced with more than 20 armed soldiers, not to mention whether they could kill them all, if the other party also had heavy weapons such as grenades, the 2 of them would just be blown into a paste in the cave. What do you want? After being silent for half a minute, the one-eyed man finally spoke. He doesn't want to die now, even if there's only a slight chance. Although he had a hunch that the person outside was deceiving him, he now had no way out. Brother, let me guess. Your employer's surname should be Han, right? Hearing this, the one-eyed man's expression changed slightly. It seems that the person outside the cave must be the enemy of the Han family. Since you already know everything, why ask me? The one-eyed man sneered. I don't mean anything else. If you're willing to surrender, I can promise that I, Chu Fei, will spare your life. Chu Fei? Hearing this familiar name, a hint of fear appeared in the one-eyed man's eyes. Because of this man's name, he is known as one of the enemies that cannot be provoked in the entire mercenary world. He would never have dreamed that the person the Han family asked him to deal with would be him. Those bastards from the Han family are really good at scheming. King Chu, I admit defeat. I hope you keep your word and spare my life after I surrender. Chapter 109. Taking advantage of the situation. Outside the cave, more than 20 soldiers had pointed their guns into the cave. As long as the other party dared to shoot, they would shoot the 2 people opposite into sieves in the first time. Chu Fei stood in front of everyone, quietly watching the one-eyed man and a thin man raise their guns above their heads and slowly walk out of the cave. Put down your weapons. As soon as he opened his mouth, the one-eyed man and the thin man threw their guns to the ground. But at the moment they threw away their weapons, Chu Fei suddenly raised the pistol in his hand and pointed the dark muzzle at the one-eyed man's head. At this moment, the one-eyed man's expression changed. You said you would spare my life. He looked at Chu Fei with eyes full of disbelief. Could it be that the dignified King Chu would go back on his word? However, Chu Fei's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a cold smile. Yes, I said I'd spare your life, but I never said I'd spare your men. Bang! The muzzle of the gun turned, and the thin man next to the one-eyed man had a bloody hole between his eyebrows. His eyes widened, and he fell straight to the ground. Until his death, he could not believe that he would be killed for such a reason. The one-eyed man's eyes were filled with anger, and he wished he could pick up his weapon and fight the man in front of him. But he didn't dare. If he dared to act rashly, he would be shot to pieces by so many guns at the scene. Handcuff him and take him back to the police station. Chu Fei threw the weapon to Sulie. Sulie immediately ordered his men to handcuff the one-eyed man, and then arranged for someone to clean up the 2 bodies on the ground. On the way back, Chu Fei called Sulie and briefly explained that they had caught the man and were now sending him to the police station. However, in order to obtain useful information from the other party, he decided to interrogate him personally. More than an hour later, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. In the interrogation room, One Eye was handcuffed to the interrogation table. I'm quite curious. Before you took action, didn't the Han family tell you that their target was me? Chu Fei sat on the stool, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and threw one to the one-eyed man. Finally, he lit one himself, and then threw the lighter to the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man didn't hesitate to light up the cigarette and took a deep puff. Call! Thick smoke came out of his mouth. Then a wry smile appeared on his face. If they told me that the target was your man, do you think I would still take action? Everyone knows the name of Chu Yanwang. I'm not brave enough to attack you. Chu Fei shook his head, and he could understand it. Besides you, has the other party arranged anyone else? In fact, he also wanted to know whether the Han family had made other preparations in Jiangnan. He doesn't want to be intercepted halfway for the second time. I don't know about that either. However, judging by the character of the Han family, they will definitely not use only my team. Also, I received news that there might be another mission for us in a few days. I was thinking of staying for 2 more days, but I didn't expect you to catch me. The one-eyed man's face was full of helplessness. Meeting Chu Fei was really unexpected. Hearing this, Chu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the news about the second batch of living people has also been known. Moreover, there are definitely more than just this group of people on the other side. Maybe there are other backup plans. Anything else? Chu Fei asked again. This time, One Eye shook his head. I've already told you everything I know. By the way, the one who arranged our mission was the third son of the Han family, Han Jinlong. Hearing this name, Chu Fei didn't say anything. But now that the person has been caught, he will definitely not be let go. Moreover, he wanted to keep this person so that he could confront the Han family face to face. Then you should stay here honestly during this time. Once the matter is resolved, I will naturally let you go. After saying that, Chu Fei left the interrogation room. Outside the interrogation room, Su Lin saw Chu Fei and quickly bowed and asked, Mr. Chu, has the matter been resolved? What should we do with this person? Should we just take him away and execute him? Or... Chu Fei shook his head and said, let's lock him up first. Find a few more people to see if this person has any ordinary means. Don't let him get away. Understood. I'll do it right away. I also hope Mr. Chu can say a few good words for me in front of Mr. Jiang. Hearing this, Chu Fei nodded. Su Lin has been very busy these 2 days. If there is a chance, it wouldn't be a problem to let Jiang Ning promote him. Don't worry. Your performance is excellent, and you will reach even higher levels. After saying that, he left. Su Lin's face was full of smiles. It seems that I still have a chance to move to the next level. 5 soldiers were immediately called over, and the one-eyed man was locked up in a solitary cell. After Chu Fei left the police station, he took out his cell phone and called his uncle. Hello, uncle, it's me. Have you rested? Yin Wu on the other end of the phone sighed slightly when he heard Chu Fei's voice. Not yet. There hasn't been any news recently. We've already prepared the second batch of live bodies, but I don't dare to have them delivered. Hearing this, Chu Fei quickly replied, Uncle, I suspect there is a traitor in the Han family. I've already caught the guys who took action earlier. The leader has already confessed, saying that the person who hired them this time was Han Jinlong, the third son of the Han family. They also received a call from Han Jinlong, saying that they would be given another mission in a few days. At this rate, the second batch of live specimens should be delivered in a few days, right? How did the Han family know this news? Hearing Chu Fei's words, Yin Wu's face darkened. No wonder the last batch of living bodies were intercepted by the other party. He never thought that there was a problem with his own family. You mean, besides me, the person who knows this news is very likely the mole? Chu Fei responded, but didn't say anything else. Yin Wu also fell silent. Apart from myself, the only people who knew about this news were a few senior members of the family. Some senior executives have been working in the family for decades, and they would never think of becoming traitors. Okay, I got it. I'm going to visit your grandparents tomorrow, and I'll talk about this while I'm there. The senior members of the family cannot be moved at will, unless he really made a big mistake or betrayed the interests of the family. Otherwise, it'll just be a minor punishment at most. Sorry to bother you, Uncle. By the way, Uncle, I do have a plan. I don't know if it will work. Yin Wu was slightly stunned. What plan? Since they all know our plan, why don't we use their own tactics against them? Chapter 109 All, Bullets Loaded. The next morning, Yin Yuelon was still resting when she received a call from Yin Wu. Uncle, it's so early, what's wrong? Yin Wu's voice came from the other end of the phone. I have sent the second batch of living bodies over. The earliest flight should arrive in Jiangnan around 11 o'clock. I'll send you the phone number of the person in charge. He will contact you when you arrive. At this point, the phone was hung up. Yin Yuelon shuddered and immediately woke up. She was very surprised as to why her uncle sent the second batch of living bodies so quickly. Moreover, he did not explain the situation to himself in advance. I looked at the time, and it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. In 2 hours, the living body will arrive at the airport. She quickly changed her clothes and called Chu Fei. Chu Fei and Sulie had already gone to the company, and now she was the only one at home. Hello. Xiao Fei. Uncle sent over the second batch of live bodies. It's on the way now and will probably arrive around 11 o'clock. In the office, when Chu Fei heard the news, a smile appeared on his face. Then he pretended to be surprised and said, So soon? Why didn't my uncle tell us in advance? There was no doubt in his tone, but in fact, this was the plan he had discussed with Yunwoo last night. I don't know. Maybe something has changed. Just in case, I think we should make plans as early as possible. Yin Yuelan's meaning was very simple, which was to find someone to escort her. As for who they're looking for, needless to say, it must be those people from the police station. Then do you have any good ideas? Chu Fei asked back. Didn't you know the director before? Why don't we ask him for help, hire a few vehicles for escort, and have his men carry weapons? In fact, she didn't need to say anything. Chu Fei had already arranged all the plans. I've already made all arrangements, including all possible places for the other party to evacuate, and am just waiting for the other party to take the bait. And this time, he planned to play a trick on the other party. There were a total of 10 living people sent over this time, plus 2 responsible persons, a total of 12 people. As for these 12 people, he had already bought tickets for them. This time, these people took a bus to the Institute. Because the bus will pass by a road not far from the Institute, they can just get off near the Institute. As for the commercial vehicles they used, they were all borrowed from Xiao Dajuan's war zone. This type of commercial vehicle is bulletproof, and ordinary weapons cannot break the body and glass at all. Moreover, he had already asked Xiao Dajuan's men to prepare, and they would play the so-called living subjects and drive a commercial vehicle to the research institute. That's a good idea. Okay, I'll call the director right now and ask him to help. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei sat in the office to rest. As for Sulie, she had already gone to the conference room for a meeting. The meeting lasted for nearly an hour before Sulie returned to the office. Bandit, I've been feeling really sleepy these past 2 days. I almost fell asleep during the meeting just now. Sulie opened her eyes hard, her face full of fatigue. Maybe because she was pregnant, she felt very tired during this period. Even though she fell asleep at 9 o'clock last night, she still felt very sleepy until she woke up at 7 o'clock this morning. Chu Fei stood up, held her little face, and kissed her affectionately. Silly boy, this is a normal reaction. Don't worry, if you're too sleepy, just take a rest. If that doesn't work, see if you can arrange for someone to take your place first. After this period of time, you can come back. Sudishuk had heat situborni. There are some things they can't handle well, so I need to do it myself. It's okay, I'll rest for a few minutes. Check the time, and remember to call me at 10:30. After saying that, Sulie lay down on the sofa tiredly. Chu Fei found a small blanket from the cabinet next to him and covered him with it. It is now late autumn, and the weather is no longer as hot as before. The mornings in late autumn are still quite cold, and most people have already put on thicker coats. Although Jiangnan belongs to the south, the weather there is not as cold as in the north. But the cold wind can make people shiver. In the blink of an eye, Sulie had already slept in the office for an hour. Chu Fei had also received a call from Yin Yuelan. Are you all ready? The person in charge has called me and said they are all at the airport now. Hearing this, Chu Fei's mouth corners slightly raised. I'm ready. Don't worry, there will be no problem this time. After hanging up the phone, he immediately called Xiao Dajuan. At this moment, Xiao Dajuan and his 11 men just came out of the airport and received Chu Fei's call. Captain Chu, everyone is already in the car. The bus has already left. He looked around but didn't see anyone suspicious. Then get in the car. Remember, tell everyone to wear bulletproof vests and equip their weapons. Yes, Xiao Dajuan replied and immediately asked his men to get in the car. Just like that, 2 black commercial vehicles began to speed towards the research institute. Not long after they left, a small black car followed closely behind them. There were 4 men with stern faces sitting in the car. The man sitting in the passenger seat was playing with a black pistol in his hand. I didn't expect the other party to act so quickly. It seems that the brother from last time has been arrested. The person who spoke was the captain of the 4-man team. He is also a member of the Han family side branch, Han Tian. The family sent him to carry out this mission. If he succeeds, he will be able to become a direct member. In this way, his identity and status will undergo tremendous changes. The biggest difference between collateral members and direct members is that one is responsible for working for the family, while the other is in charge of all the important secrets of the family. Moreover, direct line members have the right to directly command collateral line members. Remember, after the enemy leaves the city, we'll attack at the 3rd section of the road. That's a blind spot for surveillance. The battle will be resolved within 3 minutes. Han Tian's tone was a little cold. He had put a lot of thought into this mission. The last time One Eye and his men were able to easily kill that group of people, it was all thanks to him, because he found a blind spot in the surveillance. This time he still planned to take action there, and after finishing, drive directly onto the highway and return to Beijing. As long as he arrived in the capital, even if the other party had great abilities, it would be impossible for them to take him away from the Han family and put him in jail. Yes, the remaining three responded in unison. These were the killers he hired with money, each costing him several million. But compared with the status of a direct member, the recent spending of more than 10 million yuan is definitely a huge profit for him. Along the way, Han Tian and the other three followed the two black business cars slowly. After the other party left the city, Han Tiankai said coldly, "Overtake them about 50 meters ahead of them. Keep moving forward." When the killer who was driving heard this, he immediately stepped on the accelerator and overtook the two commercial vehicles in front. Zhao Dajuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the first commercial vehicle, had already noticed the small black car. Ever since they left the airport, this small black car has been following them without changing direction. The sudden overtaking of them, now, is most likely in preparation for the next battle. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Everyone, load your guns. Chapter 110, The Experiment begins. Nearly an hour. The business car finally arrived at the scene of the last incident. Zhao Dajuan's eyes were fixed on the black car in front of him. Suddenly, the black car in front slammed on the brakes and stopped in the middle of the road. The soldier in charge of driving also stepped on the brakes all the way to the bottom. When the business car behind saw the car in front stop, it also slammed on the brakes. Just like that, 3 cars stopped in the middle of the road. Because this place is relatively remote, there is no car following them for the time being. Get started. Han Tian snorted coldly, then opened the car door, holding an AK, and fired wildly at the business car. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosion like thunder echoed in the ears of several people. The other 3 people also got out of the car immediately and quickly approached the business car. But they soon discovered something unusual, because after Han Tian's shooting, the commercial vehicle in front of them had no glass except for the tires that were accidentally blown out. Even the paint on the car body only had a few dozen more white spots. For a moment, the 4 of them were a little dumbfounded. You look at me. I look at you, feeling a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, Han Tian's reaction was not slow, and he understood it immediately. The car in front of me is not an ordinary business car at all. It is clearly a bulletproof car with a bulletproof body and bulletproof glass. Unless you use a rocket launcher, even hundreds of bullets will not be enough to penetrate the glass and body of the bulletproof car with the weapon in your hand. He looked up at the driver's seat and the passenger seat. The man sitting in the passenger seat gave him a cold smile. It seemed as if they had anticipated their sudden attack. Han Tian's heart skipped a beat. Not good. Walk. Get in the car. He finally realized that he had been fooled. Then he rushed to the car and wanted to drive away. However, they only noticed the first commercial vehicle, but did not notice that the soldiers in the second commercial vehicle had already gotten off, each of them wearing a bulletproof vest and holding heavy weapons. Drop your weapons and surrender, or we'll fire. One of the team leaders roared at Han Tian and his companions. However, what answered him was the rumbling sounds of 3 other killers. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Zhao Dajuan had already gotten out of the car. Holding an automatic rifle in his hand, he could fire a volley of bullets with just a raise of his hand. Like a fire snake, it instantly pierced through the 3 killers in front of it. At this time, Han Tian was already in the driver's seat and was about to drive away. But he seemed unable to leave. Suddenly, more than a dozen special forces armed with weapons rushed out from the side of the road. Sulie walked out slowly and looked at Han Tian, sitting in the driver's seat with a smile. Sure enough, everything was just as Chu Fei said. All their plans have been arranged perfectly, with Zhao Dajuan's men playing the roles of living beings and those in charge. Su Lin and others led the special forces to cut off the enemy's retreat. These people had no chance of escaping or fighting back. Zhao Dajuan rushed to Han Tian with a weapon in hand, pointing the dark hole at the car window. Would you like to get out of the car by yourself? Or, do you need my help? Facing dozens of special forces armed with weapons, Han Tian's face had already turned pale. He would never have dreamed that the other party would actually try to deceive him. Moreover, he had no idea how the sniper mission he was supposed to carry out was leaked. If there was no leak, how could the other party have come up with such a detailed plan? But no matter how he thought about it, he had already lost. He pushed open the car door and dropped the weapon. The next second, he was kicked to the ground by Zhao Dajuan. I can't tell. You're quite crazy. You even dare to shoot at people from the Jiangnan war zone. You really have no fear of death at all. Han Tian didn't say anything, but just held his stomach and curled up on the ground with a painful look on his face. Zhao Dajun took out his cell phone and called Chu Fei. Captain Chu, we've caught someone. It must be a big fish. As for the other 3 small fry, I've already taken them out. Do you want to finish them off right here, or bring them back to me? At this time, Chu Fei, Sulie, and Yunyuelan were in the Research Institute. The second batch of living people has been sent to the Research Institute. Now, the experiment has begun. Let me take it to you first. I'll go over after I'm done here. Zhao Dajun chuckled. I understand. Then he beckoned to his 2 men. Tie him up and take him back to the branch. And in the laboratory of the Institute, 10 people were sent to the laboratory. These people have murder cases. Everyone is sentenced to death and to be shot. However, thanks to the efforts of the Yun family, they were sent here. Although it is dangerous, no one knows whether they can survive. Outside the protective glass, Yun Yuelan, Su Li, and Chu Fei were looking at 10 men tied to the test bed. Boss Su, everything is ready. Can we begin? Yang Chengwa walked to the side and looked down. There were 3 researchers in protective suits inside, each holding an iron plate in their hands. On the plate, there were 3 syringes. Inside the syringe was the medicine they had researched, just injected directly into the body. Sulie took a deep breath and nodded. Let's get started. Hearing her voice, the 3 researchers in the laboratory slowly walked up to their respective responsible persons. He lifted the syringe and talked gently. Gently squeeze the syringe, and some of the transparent liquid will spray out from the needle. Then he gently stabbed the arm of the person on the experimental bed. Slowly push the syringe, and all the medicine is injected into the other person's body. 10 people, not 1 left. However, these people had been injected with large amounts of anesthetics before being sent here, and they would not wake up for a while. After the injection was completed, the researchers in the laboratory nodded to Su Li and others. Yang Chengwa's expression also became a little nervous. Now, we just have to wait for them to wake up. Chapter 1, 11. The stronger the body, the better the effect. After waiting for several hours, the living creatures in the laboratory began to slowly wake up. The first person to wake up was a relatively strong man. He looked around and saw several men lying on the bed next to him with various instruments inserted into their bodies. He didn't know what happened during the time he was unconscious. Then, as if he had thought of something, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Subconsciously, he was about to unplug the device from his body, but at this moment, a cold voice slowly came from all over the room. If you don't want to die, I advise you not to do this. He looked around, but didn't see anyone talking. However, in front of the 2-way mirror in front of him, Chu Fei and others were looking at the man who had woken up. They had been waiting for almost 4 hours, and it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Vital signs are normal. Blood pressure is normal. Heartbeat is normal. You could draw blood for testing. Yang Chengwa looked at all the data on the computer, and everything appeared normal. Now, the man's blood needs to be drawn for various tests. If there are no problems, perform cell telomerase analysis. Can. Sulie nodded. Yang Chengwa immediately arranged for a researcher wearing protective clothing to enter the laboratory with blood drawing tools. When a man saw the researcher walk in, his heartbeat began to accelerate noticeably. It has reached 120 beats per minute. The other person's heartbeat started to accelerate, and it's still growing rapidly. It's already reached 130. There was a noticeable hint of nervousness in Yang Chengwa's tone. The normal heart rate of an adult is generally only around 80 or even 110. When exercising, the heart rate will reach around 120 to 130 beats per minute. However, once the heart rate exceeds 160 per minute, it is very likely to be dangerous. A rapid heartbeat and increased blood flow will increase the burden on the body. Oops, it's already reached 170. Come out quickly. Yang Chengwa immediately shouted to the researcher who was about to draw blood from the man. At this moment, the man who had woken up had a flushed face and the veins on his arms had already bulged. Even the iron guardrail of the experimental bed had been deformed by the other party. The researchers subconsciously turned around and left. But Chu Fei's expression behind the mirror changed slightly. Although there was a mirror between them, he could feel that the man's body had undergone great changes. Judging from the opponent's current strength, it is definitely greater than that of most ordinary people. Even some men who exercise every day, or strong workers doing heavy work on construction sites, are definitely not as strong as this man. 180. At this point, the researchers had already left the lab. However, the man's heartbeat continued to increase. But looking at the man's appearance, there was nothing abnormal. Even more excited, bang! The other person suddenly exerted force with his arm and broke the bed railing directly. You know, they're all made of iron pipes. It is difficult for most people to bend it, let alone break it directly. The next second, the man climbed up from the bed and unplugged all the instruments on his body. Then he quickly rushed to the heavy iron door of the laboratory and kicked it hard. Bang! The heavy iron door trembled slightly after being kicked. How was that possible? Yang Chunwa's eyes almost popped out. That iron gate cost millions to build. It weighs over 1,000 pounds, and the opponent's kick has such great power. If this kick hits someone, wouldn't that person be killed instantly? Open the door. Open the door. When I get out, I'll kill you all. The man's mood began to become a little irritable. He seemed to have sensed the changes in his body, and there was a look of surprise and madness in his eyes. I didn't expect that my body would change so much after just one good night's sleep. He had the illusion that he could kill a cow with one punch. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull sounds were heard, and the expressions of Sulie and the others all looked a little unhappy. Although I know that it is impossible for the other party to kick open the iron door, it is not a big deal if he stays inside and doesn't come out. We now need to collect blood from these people for research. Amid the noisy sounds, people began to wake up one after another. At first, none of them started to become as manic as this man. But then, they seemed to realize something, and a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. At this time, the man who was smashing the door seemed to feel tired. The heartbeat also began to slowly drop. Yang Chunwa finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the other person's heartbeat begin to drop. Looking at the time, the other person maintained a heart rate of 180 beats per minute for nearly 10 minutes. Moreover, there was nothing unusual about the body. Just when they thought the man would relax, an accident happened. He hooked his finger at a man of average build with stubble. Hey, come here. Hearing this, Sulie, Yin Yuelan, and Yang Chunwa were slightly stunned. They still didn't understand what this man was going to do. But Chu Fei, who was standing by, changed his expression slightly. He felt that this man was planning to find someone to test his own strength. The man of average build seemed to have the same idea. Although the opponent's size and weight were much larger than his physical strength gave him the illusion that he could defeat the opponent. Do you want to die? The bearded man sneered and then walked up to the muscular man. Each of them has taken several lives. I've long been accustomed to killing people. Yes, but I think you should die first. As soon as he finished speaking, the muscular man raised his hand and punched the bearded man in the chest. The latter subconsciously raised his hand to block the opponent's punch. However, the opponent's speed seemed to exceed his expectations. Bang! This punch hit the bearded man's heart hard. The opponent flew backwards, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. There was a look of horror in his eyes. It seems that he still can't believe that his body has obviously changed a lot. But why was the opponent able to knock him away with just one punch? I didn't kill you with one punch. The muscular man then looked at the bearded man in surprise. In his opinion, his strength was enough to kill an ordinary person with one punch. Chu Fei saw the fight between the two clearly. He frowned, and an idea came to his mind. Does this medicine work better for stronger people? Chapter 112, Who is in favor and who is against? Rubbish. In a laboratory, the muscular man walked towards the bearded man with a sneer on his face. The bearded man has now realized the gap between himself and the muscular man. The two are not on the same level at all. It's like playing a game where one level is at level 10 and the other is only at level 1. Where do you want to die? The muscular man stepped on the bearded man's chest. This kick directly broke the bearded man's sternum. His entire face became filled with extreme pain, and he even spurted blood. Yang Chunwa looked at the data on the computer. At this time, the bearded man's heartbeat had dropped to over 80, and his vital signs showed weakness. If nothing unexpected happens, this guy is probably going to die. Bosu, that man is dying. Yang Chunwa pointed at the bearded man nervously. After all, they finally got 10 experimental subjects. If one is missing, it will be a huge loss. Sulie naturally knew the current situation, but if an ordinary researcher went in, he would probably be drained to death by those in the laboratory before he even started drawing blood. I'll go take a look. Chu Fei spoke. The three people's eyes immediately fell on Chu Fei. Yin Yuelan knew how strong Chu Fei was. Even if these people in the laboratory were twice as strong, they might not be a match for Chu Fei. But Sulie was not aware of Chu Fei's strength. I just think that he is much better than the average bodyguard. Is there no danger? She looked at Chu Fei with some worry. Chu Fei smiled and said, "It's okay, don't worry. Professor Yang, give me the access card." Yang Chunghua looked at Chu Fei hesitantly, then handed the access card to him. Chu Fei then walked towards the laboratory and swiped his access card. There was a sound of the heavy iron door being unlocked. The next second, the muscular man and several others' eyes immediately fell on the door. Chu Fei slowly opened the iron gate and walked in. Then he closed the door again. When he saw Chu Fei coming in alone, the muscular man released his foot from the bearded man. "You're quite brave. Dare to come in alone? Open the door, and I might be able to spare your life." The muscular man looked at Chu Fei with a sneer. But Chu Fei smiled slightly, slowly raised the access card in his hand. "Want to go out? That's fine. Take my punch, step back no more than 3 steps, and I'll let you go. More than 3 steps, then you stay right here." The tone turned cold at the end. The muscle man laughed. In his eyes, Chu Fei was just an ordinary person's figure. There is no power at all. Even if I were to stand and let him punch me 10 times, I wouldn't necessarily feel any pain. Ugh. How about this? I'll let you throw 3 punches. If I take a step back, I lose. Arrogant and presumptuous. The others looked at Chu Fei with sneers on their faces. The muscular man is a tough guy among them. Unless necessary, they would not choose to provoke this guy. Then that's not necessary. I'm afraid of you. If you take 3 of my punches, you'll die. Chu Fei slowly placed the access card in his hand on the table next to him. Seeing this, the others didn't bother to snatch it away. Because, in their opinion, this access card must belong to the muscle man. Ridiculous. Kill me with 3 punches? Do you really think you were Tyson? The muscle man scoffed. However, when Chu Fei walked in front of him, he finally felt something different. The other person's eyes are very cold. That definitely doesn't look like a joke. I'm giving you a chance to defend yourself. Stand still. Chu Fei spoke again. The muscular man subconsciously took a step back and assumed a fighting stance. Although it is not very standard, it is enough to deal with ordinary people. The muscular man was about to speak, but the next second, Chu Fei's fist had already attacked. He subconsciously raised his hands and covered his chest. However, he underestimated the opponent's strength. Bang! The muscular man was knocked away by a punch and hit the wall behind him heavily. The entire wall was covered with tiny cracks, like a spider web. Cough, cough, cough. The muscular man stood up from the ground and coughed up a lot of blood. The people around were stunned immediately. With one punch, he sent the muscular man flying 3 or 4 meters. If it were them, would they be able to withstand a punch from this man? Do you want to continue? Chu Fei slowly raised his head and looked at the muscular man. This time, the other party didn't dare to speak. Obviously, the other party was frightened by Chu Fei's punch. He sensed a hint of murderous intent in Chu Fei's eyes. This is completely different when he kills people. When he kills people, he is nothing but crazy. He was only concerned with killing the man, not caring at all that his body was covered in blood. But the man in front of him was very calm, so calm that it was frightening. It seemed that killing someone was just an easy thing for him, and he wouldn't feel anything. Now, I want to draw blood from each of you. Who is against it and who is in favor? Chu Fei's cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Silence is the best answer for these people. Only then did Chu Fei nod at the 2-way mirror on the wall. When Sulie saw this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Professor Yang, send someone in to draw blood for testing. At the same time, in the distant capital, in a luxurious manner. What? Fail? How is that possible? Han Jinlong looked at his men in front of him with disbelief. Just now, he received a report from his subordinates. This time, the mission to snipe the Yin family's transport of living people failed. Moreover, Han Tian was also arrested. He was taken to the Jiangnan War Zone branch. This time, even if he wanted to rescue Han Tian, it would probably be impossible. After all, Chu Fei's identity is there. There are only a few people with higher status than him. But those few people didn't take sides. Instead of asking them for help, it would be more direct to find a few people to rush in and snatch the people away. That's enough. I understand. Go ahead. Han Jinlong waved his hand and signaled his men to leave. Only after his men left did his expression turn gloomy. There were flashes of cold light in his eyes. Now there are only 2 choices before him. Either reconcile with the Yun family and pay compensation, or send someone to deal with Han Tian so that he can die without any evidence. In this way, the other party has no evidence to prove that the Han family did it. However, Han Tian was imprisoned in the Jiangnan war zone. Given the defensive military situation in that area, it was impossible to penetrate it unless missile bombing was used. But is this possible? Unless the Han family wants to disappear from Daxia, they would not dare to confront a country's war zone division, even if they had 10 times the courage. Damn it. Han Jinlong thought for a long time, but still couldn't think of a good way to deal with the current situation. He paced back and forth in the living room for several minutes before taking a deep breath. If it doesn't work, then let's go to war. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello. Brother phone, do you have time? I have an idea. Let's talk about it alone. Chapter 114. Prepare for a rainy day. Early the next morning, Chu Fei bid farewell to Sulie and Yun Yuelon and came to the Jiangnan War Zone branch. It was getting late yesterday, and the results of the blood test would not be available until 3 days later. So he, Sulie, and Yun Yuelon returned home first. I came to see Zhao Dajuan early this morning and asked the arrested person about his background. In the office, Zhao Dajuan was handling the work at hand. Seeing Chu Fei coming in, he quickly bowed. Captain Chu. Chu Fei waved his hand. Is he still here with you? Zhao Dajuan smiled and said, Of course, in Jiangnan, no one dares to trespass into my territory. However, after our interrogation yesterday, the boy has already revealed everything. It is said that he is a member of the Han family in Beijing, and his name is Han Tian. This mission was specifically assigned to him by Han Jinlong. If he can complete this mission, he will be eligible to directly become a direct member. After hearing Zhao Dajuan's explanation, Chu Fei's eyes showed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect this person to reveal it so quickly, which inevitably arouses suspicion. However, since the other party was able to say the name Han Jinlong, it must be correct. The one-eyed man who was captured by him last time was also a task assigned to them by Han Jinlong. Okay, take me to see him. Chu Fei not that? Then the two of them came to the holding room. In the detention room, Han Tian's face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. His body was covered with bruises. Obviously, he had been treated badly. When the door opened, Chu Fei and Zhao Dajuan appeared before him. Looking at Han Tian, who was beaten beyond recognition, Chu Fei showed a hint of a smile. How was it? Didn't you have a good time last night? After hearing this, Han Tian raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. Who are you? The man in front of him was able to ask Zhao Dajuan, the commander of the War Zone branch, to bring him here, which shows that this man's status is far higher than Zhao Dajuan. Who am I? Don't you know? Han Jinlong didn't tell you my name. If Han Tian is really a member of the Han family, he must have his own information in his hands. But he doesn't recognize himself now. It is possible that Han Jinlong deliberately did not tell him. No matter who you are, I've already said everything I need to say. If you want to know anything else, just ask. Han Tian no longer had any hope. Now that he was captured here, Han Jinlong would definitely not waste a lot of money to get him out. It would be better to tell all the secrets you know, so that you may still have a chance to survive. You're quite cheerful, but I already know everything I need to know. Now I give you a choice. You be a witness, and I will take you to the Han family to question them. Admit that Han Jinlong forced you to do all this. I'll let you go when I'm done. Chu Fei said this with a calm expression. Han Tian looked at the man in front of him with some surprise. He was very curious. How could this boy have the ability to challenge the Han family? Now that the Long family is gone, the Han family, the Feng family, and the Yun family are known as the three major families in the capital. Apart from the other two families, there are probably only a few big figures who can challenge the three major families. The premise is that you have to ensure that I am still alive before I meet Han Jinlong. I think he probably already knew about my arrest. If he were to take me back to the capital, he would definitely not miss the opportunity to kill me and silence me. Han Tian thought clearly that he was now a discarded pawn in an insignificant existence. However, to be on the safe side, if Han Jinlong knew that he would be taken back to the capital by the man in front of him to be questioned by the Han family, he would definitely find an opportunity to kill himself on the way. You can rest assured about this. I promise that you will not die before you see Han Jinlong. But I have another question for you. As a collateral branch of the Han family, do you have any cooperation with the Feng family? Han Tian thought about it and finally shook his head. He is just a member of the side branch, so how can he be qualified to know these things? These are all controlled by direct members, and they're only responsible for clearing away some obstacles. Since you don't know, I won't embarrass you. Dajuan, keep a close eye on him. After saying that, Chu Fei turned around and left. After seeing Chu Fei leave, Han Tiankai looked at Zhao Dajuan in front of him with some surprise. Who is he? Zhao Dajuan showed a sneer on his face. You don't even know Chu Fei, the king of hell. Han Jinlong sent you here just to die. As soon as these words came out, Han Tian's expression changed instantly. I never expected that the man, just now, was actually Chu Yanwang. No wonder Han Jinlong was reluctant to tell me. If he told me this, how many people in the world would have the courage to cause trouble for him? Only after arriving outside the detention room did Chu Fei take out his cell phone and call his uncle Yin Wu. Uncle, I've already caught the man. He's a member of the Han family side branch, named Han Tian. I plan to send a special plane to take him to the war zone tomorrow. I'd like you to pick him up there. Hearing this, Yin Wu's face showed a smile. Good. This time, I want to see what else Han Jinlong has to say. By the way, the experiments on living subjects have already begun, right? What are the results? When asked this question, Chu Fei hesitated for several seconds. The results of the experiment are still uncertain, but the visible effect is that the human body's strength will be increased several times than before. If my guess is correct, the stronger the physique, the better the effect, and vice versa. Uncle, the results of the experiment haven't come out yet. It will take at least 3 days, but the effect we can see now is that it increases our strength. As for whether there are other effects, further trials are needed. Upon hearing this, Yin Wu's face showed a hint of shock. The effect is similar to that of stimulants. However, stimulants have certain side effects, and the effects will not be as good as they seem. Understand, if nothing unexpected happens, I should come here in person in 3 days. By the way, I brought you the 3rd batch of living bodies. After a brief chat, Chu Fei hung up the phone. At this time, Zhao Dajuan had also come out of the detention room. Captain Chu. Dejun sent a special plane to take Han Tian back to the capital tomorrow. Once he arrives at the war zone headquarters, someone will naturally take him away. Chu Fei thought for a moment, then continued. If after arriving in the capital, a high-ranking military official asks you for someone, just say it's my order. Anyone who tries to take him away without my permission will be shot on the spot. Chapter 115. Be low-key. After leaving the war zone branch, Chu Fei was planning to take a taxi back to the company. However, when I was halfway there, I received a call from Su Hui. Hello, Brother Chu. It's me, Xiao Wei. Chu Fei was a little surprised when he heard Su Hui's call. This kid hasn't called me for a long time. There is no need to guess. This kid must be in trouble. However, given his status, there shouldn't be many people in Jiangnan who dare to provoke him, right? Yes, it's me. What's up? When Su Hui heard Chu Fei's voice, he almost burst into tears. Big brother, I got beaten up. The people around him were so strong. I was no match for them. He also said that no matter who I call, he will beat them up. And he said that in a small place like Jiangnan, even that so-called #1 figure would have to bow down to see him. Hearing this, Chu Fei felt a little surprised. Doesn't this mean that the other party is not from Jiangnan, but he came from somewhere else, or even from the capital? Recently, many people have come from the capital. Among them, there are quite a few people from the Han and Feng families. Maybe the person Su Hui provoked was from one of these 2 families. Ugh. Where is it? I'll come over now. Chu Fei asked. Let's go to Zhuiyuking. Chu Fei was slightly stunned when he heard the name of this bar. Isn't this the place where I first met this kid? At that time, this boy was still thinking about teasing Fong Qing. Ugh. After hanging up the phone, he said to the taxi driver, Master, let's go to Zhuiyuking. Okay. At this time, in the booth of Zhuiyuking bar, Feng Qihong was sitting with his legs crossed, holding 2 women in his arms, his hands restlessly wandering around the towering place. The 2 women looked very happy and would pick up fruits from the table and feed them into his mouth from time to time. Beside him stood 2 bodyguards in black suits. As for Su Hui, he was kicked out of the bar and squatted on the side of the road. His face was covered in bruises, and he grimaced in pain. But he also knew that these 2 bodyguards in suits were not something his younger brothers could handle. The other party is well-trained, and people like this can only be dealt with by asking the big brother. Damn it, wait for my big brother to come. I'm going to beat him to death. Su Hui covered the painful spot on his face and kept grinning. The few younger brothers next to him could only accompany him from the side. More than 10 minutes later, a taxi stopped in front of Su Hui and his friends. Chu Fei slowly got out of the car and saw Su Hui and others squatting on the side of the road smoking. How did it become like this? He was stunned, looking at Su Hui's bruised face. Big brother, you're finally here. If you don't come soon, I think I'm going to go in and fight that bastard to the death. Su Hui covered his face where he was hit, his face full of grievance. I never thought there would be someone in Jiangnan that you dare not mess with. It's quite interesting. Come in, I'll see who it is. After saying that, Chu Fei took Su Hui and others and walked toward the bar. I pushed the door open, but before I could go in, a wine bottle fell at my feet. Roll. This place is booked out today. Chu Fei looked up and saw that in the entire bar, only the largest booth was occupied. And there are only 3 people. A man was hugging 2 women, with 2 bodyguards standing behind him. But Chu Fei was a little surprised. After all, the person sitting in the booth was not a stranger to him. On the contrary, we met once. Boy, you're dead. My eldest brother is here. Su Hui shouted to Feng Qihong. At this time, Feng Qihong slowly raised his head and looked towards the door. The moment he saw Chu Fei, his face changed. You again. He would never have dreamed that Chu Fei would appear here. This time, the family sent him to Jiangnan to take charge of a family business. The family opened a new branch here, and I had nothing to do in the capital. This time, in order to test him, the family specially gave him a company and let him develop well. Is it strange? You, on the other hand, are quite arrogant. Hit my little brother? As he spoke, Chu Fei had already led Su Hui and others towards Feng Qihong. The latter can only sit on the sofa, unable to get up or stay up. He already knew that he couldn't mess with this guy. After all, Uncle San has said it. If you can't provoke someone, try not to provoke them. This guy's background is kind of scary. This is a misunderstanding. Do you believe it? Feng Qihong gave a stiff smile. I believe your mother. Su Hui pointed at Feng Qihong's nose and cursed. The 2 bodyguards behind Feng Qihong subconsciously took a step forward. However, Chu Fei suddenly looked up and stared at the 2 with cold eyes. If I were you, I wouldn't move. At that moment, the 2 bodyguards felt as if they were falling into an ice cellar. Those murderous eyes looked like they had just walked out of a sea of corpses and blood. For a moment, the 2 bodyguards didn't dare to move. Another step forward, and they had no doubt the man would send them flying. So what do you want? Feng Qihong gritted his teeth and stared at Su Hui. The next second, Su Hui raised his hand and slapped him in the face. Bang! The loud slap stunned Feng Qihong. When the 2 bodyguards saw the young master being beaten, they subconsciously took a step forward. However, what greeted them was a kick from Chu Fei. Bang! Chu Fei kicked each of them and sent them flying. I said it. Don't move. Don't you understand? At this moment, the 2 bodyguards could only lie on the ground in pain, covering their chests. The gap in strength is too big. Is it good? That's how you slapped me just now. Su Hui was not satisfied after the slap, so he raised his leg and kicked Feng Qihong in the stomach. This time, Feng Qihong couldn't help it and punched Su Hui in the face. However, Chu Fei did not take action. After all, Feng Qihong is just a waste without any fighting power. If Su Hui can't even beat him, then there's no point in him being his younger brother. Bang, bang, bang. We punched each other and kicked each other. Fortunately, Su Hui had been fighting since he was a child, and he pinned Feng Qihong to the ground in a few moves. She turned over and rode on him, attacking him left and right. Pa pa pa. Loud slaps hit Feng Qihong's face one after another. After pumping for 3 or 4 minutes, Su Hui's hands turned red and he stopped. On the other hand, Feng Qihong's entire face was swollen. His mouth was full of blood foam, and he seemed to want to say something, but the pain on his face prevented him from speaking. Only then did Chu Fei slowly look at him. Next time, remember, in Jiangnan, there's some people you can't afford to offend, okay? You have to be low-key, otherwise you'll get beaten. Chapter 116 Bounty List. In the end, Feng Qihong was helped out of the bar by 2 bodyguards. Su Hui's face was covered in blood, but the smile on his face was one of sheer joy. Big brother, it's you who has to do it. Come on, big brother, I'll toast your glass. I'll drink it. You could do whatever you want. Sulie picked up a bottle of beer on the table and bit it with his teeth. Crack. Gurgle, gurgle. He drank the whole bottle of beer in one breath. Okay, go drink with your brothers. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Next time if you have any problem, call me again. Also, if it's not necessary, don't provoke that guy just now. His family background is not simple. He doesn't dare to deal with me, but it is relatively easy to deal with you and your father. There's no need to say much about the power of the Feng family. Perhaps the other party doesn't dare to attack him. But Su Hui is different. If the other party wanted to deal with Su Hui, it would only take a word. However, I don't think that kid will cause trouble for Su Hui. After this incident, I knew that Su Hui was my man. Understand, big brother. That's right, big brother. I heard from my dad that quite a few people from abroad have come to Jiangnan recently. It seems they're not here for tourism. Because of this, my dad doesn't allow me to go out casually for fear that I will cause trouble. When Chu Fei suddenly heard Su Hui say this, his brows frowned slightly. A large number of foreign personnel entering the country? Although countries are apparently friendly with each other now, there are still many people traveling to various countries. But suddenly a large number of people came to Jiangnan, which is rare compared to usual times. Yeah, I see. You guys drink. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Chu Fei waved his hand, turned around, and left the bar. As soon as he reached the door, he took out his cell phone and called Su Lin. Director Su, do you have a moment? When the person on the other end of the phone heard that it was Chu Fei, his tone immediately became respectful. It's Mr. Chu. I happen to be free now. What can Mr. Chu do for me? Chu Fei thought for a moment, then slowly said, I heard from Su Hui that a lot of foreigners have entered recently. Is this true? Su Lin was slightly stunned and a little surprised. Mr. Chu knows his son? I didn't even know it. Mr. Chu, do you know my son? Chu Fei smiled and said, I know him, and we have a pretty good relationship. When Su Lin heard this, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Good boy. I actually got in touch with Mr. Chu without saying anything. If he didn't know that this kid was causing trouble outside all day, he wouldn't have known that this kid had the ability to get along with Chu Fei. Hey, Mr. Chu, my son is a good person. You have to take care of him from now on. As for what happened just now, what I said is true. I recently learned from the Ministry of Aviation that quite a number of foreigners have entered the country, approximately 40 in number, and they were only on 2 flights. Nearly 90% of the people here are tourists, and some are here for business. Mr. Chu, is there any problem? Hearing this, Chu Fei frowned. 40 people is indeed not a lot during normal times. However, with 2 flights and 40 people on board, that would be a problem. Who would organize a tour group to travel to Daxia? Moreover, each time, more than 20 people are organized. Director Su, could you please go to the aviation department and retrieve the information on these people? Then they sent it to me. I suspect that the intentions of this group of people entering the country are not pure. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Lin's expression changed slightly. Mr. Chu, what you mean is, aren't these people here for tourism? Chu Fei nodded, but didn't explain too much. I see. I'm going to ask the people from the Ministry of Aviation for information now. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei thought about it and then called Li Yu. Li Yu is the Chu family's chief steward and has always lived in the capital. Li Yu is in charge of many matters within Daxia. Young master. Li Yu's steady voice came from the other end of the phone. Uncle Li, has the Phoenix family taken any action recently? In fact, Chu Fei's guess was very simple. The family is at war with the Phoenix family. However, no one resorted to dark means. Now, with so many foreigners entering, he couldn't help but suspect that this matter was related to his family. Hearing this, Li Yu fell silent. After a few seconds, he slowly said, Master, originally the master told me not to tell you, but now that you have grown up, there are some things you need to know. The Phoenix family took the initiative to use dark means, and many of our people abroad were eliminated by them. The master was very angry and wiped out the other party's entire branch organization in one go. This incident has caused dissatisfaction among some foreign organizations, and the Phoenix family just happened to issue a bounty. This time, it can be considered a counterattack from them. The next moment, Chu Fei's face turned cold in an instant. Unexpectedly, the battle between the family and the Phoenix family has resorted to dark means. If I'm not mistaken, my name is probably on the bounty order. Those foreigners entering the country may be targeting themselves. Then Dad didn't do anything? He won't just sit there and do nothing, will he? Li Yu said with a smile. Of course not. The master has already ordered our armed groups abroad to prepare a powerful attack on the Phoenix. However, if this is the case, it means that many people from abroad will be involved in this matter this time. So, Master, you should be careful when you are in Jiangnan. Hearing this, Chu Fei took a deep breath. My guess was correct. I see. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fei took a taxi back to Sulie's company. Is it done? Sulie looked at Chu Fei with some curiosity. Of course. Chu Fei nodded and casually picked up the tablet on the table. Well, today's work isn't very busy. Let's go to the hospital to see Grandpa during our lunch break, shall we? I haven't been to the hospital these days, so I don't know how Grandpa is recovering. Although I have never seen my grandfather since I was a child, the blood relationship and sense of closeness are still there. Good. Seeing him nod, Sulie started to get busy again. Chu Fei picked up the tablet and entered a familiar URL. Then opened the website. The next second, the picture on the tablet became slightly different. Black and bloody, this webpage has a strong smell of blood. He logged into his account and clicked on a bounty list. What caught my eye was a familiar photo. Below is the personal introduction. Name, Chu Tianquan. Reward amount, 1 billion US dollars. Coordinates, Doppler Island. Chapter 117, Breaking the Rules. You're really willing to spend money. There was a hint of cold smile on Chu Fei's face. In order to deal with his father, the bounty is as high as 1 billion US dollars. If I were the enemy, I would have been tempted a long time ago. After completing this job, I will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. I swiped down lightly and saw another person's photo. But the photo above isn't myself. Name, Chu Fei, Chu Tianquan's only son. Nickname, King of Hell Chu. Reward amount, 900 million US dollars. Coordinates, Jiangnan, Daxia. His eyes narrowed slightly. Unexpectedly, I was on the list. It seems that the other party has made sufficient preparations and intends to wipe out my entire family. Then he swiped downwards. A blond man with a full beard and sharp features appeared on the wanted list. Name, Orion. Title, Death. Reward amount, $870 million. Coordinates, unknown. Those who provide accurate coordinates will receive a reward of 10 million US dollars. Orion? Chu Fei Smai In Dai Fun. He didn't expect that this old rival was also on the list. I met this guy when I was on a mission alone in a foreign country. Apart from anything else, this guy's strength is on par with mine. Even after using all the means, it only ended in a draw. Continuing would only result in both sides suffering losses. So he and Orlean each took a step back and walked away as if they had never seen it. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, this guy, for some unknown reason, offended someone and was put on the wanted list. Then it slid down a few more times. On the bounty list, the top 10 people include 2 foreigners. 8 of them are from our family, including Butler Liu, my mother, and others. They're all on it, and the reward amount is over 100 million. Very good. It's really good. Chu Fei snorted in his heart. Then he took a look at his account, which still had more than 2.3 billion US dollars. In that case, I might as well drop a bombshell on you. After saying that, he immediately contacted the administrator of the bounty list. In a high-end villa in a foreign country tens of thousands of kilometers away, a man with blonde hair is browsing the bounty list. He kept making exclamations. This time, the Chu family is likely to be in big trouble. He muttered to himself and was about to shut down the computer and take a good rest. After all, it's already 11 o'clock in the evening. But a sudden piece of news made him stop what he was doing. He was slightly stunned and opened the message page. When I saw the other person's profile picture, I was stunned. Then there was an exclamation. Oh my God, King Chu Yen. After saying that, he immediately typed a quick reply on the keyboard. King Chu Yen. After seeing the reply above, a smile appeared on Chu Fei's lips. Yes, Bruce, I want to post a bounty list, okay? After seeing the other party's reply, Bruce's face was immediately filled with smiles. After thinking for a moment, he immediately replied, let me think about it. You definitely want to put that old Phoenix AMT guy on the list, right? You guessed right. The 5% commission has been deposited into your account. Take a look. Chu Fei replied again. Bruce was stunned and picked up his phone to take a look. I don't know when an extra 100 million US dollars appeared in my account. Chu, are you crazy? A $2 billion bounty? Do you know the consequences of doing this? You know, no matter who puts the bounty on the list, he needs to charge a 5% commission. The larger the amount, the more he earns. But from the past to now, the highest amount is only 1 billion US dollars. Although he did not set an upper limit, in everyone's mind, 1 billion is the upper limit. I'm well aware of the consequences. Besides, you didn't set a limit, right? So go ahead and put it on. Bruce took a deep breath, quickly picked up the coffee on the table, and took a big gulp. He knew that once he put up this amount, mercenaries all over the world would go crazy. As the leader of the Phoenix family, AMT will definitely not sit idly by and wait for death. Chu, think it over. Once you're on the list, you won't be removed unless the mission is completed. Seeing Bruce's reply, Chu Fei smiled indifferently. He was very clear about the rules of the bounty list. Hang it up. Bruce hesitated for a few seconds, then opened the administrator page. After thinking it over, he put AMT's photo, name, reward amount, and coordinates on the list. Chu, it's okay. Chu Fei closed the message page and refreshed the bounty list. The next second, a foreign old man in his 60s with gray hair appeared on the bounty list. It looks like no different from ordinary people. However, those eyes were filled with coldness. This is my greeting gift to you, Chu Fei muttered to himself. The refresh of the bounty list sent the whole world into a frenzy. Zhongnanhai, on a private island. My fark, is this guy crazy? A $2 billion bounty on AMT. In a certain base and a certain lack. What? $2 billion? Who is this man? Is he crazy? In a simple wooden house in the countryside of Levaya. Oh my god, this is a huge gamble. Quick, prepare fighter jets and a dedicated flight path for me. Bring weapons. I want to get the $2 billion bounty. The same thing happened all over the world. Some people just watch the show. Some people have already taken their weapons and are ready to take action. The most terrible thing is those people who have grudges against the Phoenix family. Even if there is no bounty list, we still have to fight the opponent to the death. But now, with the bounty list, it's like giving them a shot of chicken blood. They are excited and thrilled. As long as they take the head to the administrator of the bounty list for verification, they can get the $2 billion US. This money is enough for them to spend their entire lives anywhere in the world. And on a special island overseas. There are all kinds of weapons and secondary anti-aircraft weapons everywhere. To attack here is like attacking a military fortress. A man's roar was heard in a luxurious room. Who on earth is it? Call me and ask Bruce. I must know who this person is. How dare he break the rules of the bounty list? I'm going to kill him. The man standing at the door bowed and replied, Mr. AMT, you know Bruce's rules. He won't reveal any information about his employer. Chapter 118, Chu Tianquang leaves. Doppler Island. This is the Chu family's defense base. In a courtyard full of ancient simplicity, Chu Tianquang was looking at the tablet in his hand with a smile on his face. What was displayed on the tablet was the bounty list. He was originally the first on the list, but now it has become the leader of the Phoenix family, AMT. This brat will definitely cause trouble for them. But it's better this way. It saved me a lot of trouble. $2 billion US is actually just a drop in the bucket for the Chu family. But the higher the price you offer, the more the other party will definitely pay. It's all a price war, which is meaningless. Instead, it was a bargain for the mercenaries. If they really completed the mission accidentally, the money they would earn would be far more than what they would have risked their lives for. There's nothing to see here. Put it down. Yinyu sat next to Chu Tianquang and gently took the tablet from his hand. She looked at him with such worry. The tenderness in her eyes was self-evident. Are you really going back? Can we not go back? Isn't it good the way we are now? That home, whether you go back or not, has no meaning anymore, doesn't it? Hearing his wife's words, Chu Tianquang looked up at the blue sky. The air was filled with a faint smell of the sea. He took a deep breath, a relieved smile on his face. You don't understand. They came to me when Xiaofei was born. When he turns 24, they will take him back home. Otherwise, where do you think I got that ancient martial art from? But there is a prerequisite, that is, Xiaofei's strength needs to be recognized by them. If Xiaofei doesn't meet their requirements, then Xiaofei will be wiped out by them. In their eyes, only those with pure bloodlines are qualified to practice ancient martial arts. The only outcome of stealing knowledge is death. Having said that, Chu Tianquang sighed slightly. I have already handed the things over to Brother Su. If I don't come back, you should inform Brother Su, give the things to Xiaofei, and then tell him everything. Remember, if I don't come back, you and your entire family must retire and return to your homeland, where they dare not set foot. After all, this is not our territory. We have provoked too many enemies. There were tears in Yunyu's eyes, and his eyes were full of reluctance. Chu Tianquang reached out and held her tightly in his arms. Don't worry, I'm confident I can come back alive. Yunyu didn't say anything, just hugged him tightly. After a long time, Chu Tianquang let go of his hand. At this moment, the housekeeper walked into the yard. Master, the plane is ready. Hearing this, Yin Yu grabbed Chu Tianquang's hand tightly and shook his head vigorously. But Chu Tianquang gently broke free from her hand and looked at her with confidence. Believe me, finally, Yin Yu reluctantly let go of his hand. After watching him walk out of the yard, she sobbed softly. Hearing the crying behind him, Chu Tianquang paused. But soon, the pace quickened. This time, I'm just trying to give you, that brat, a chance to live. Chu Tianquang murmured something and then got on the plane. Xiao Company. Sulie stretched lazily. Finally, I'm done. Let's go see Grandpa. Chu Fei put down the tablet and nodded. The two drove to the war zone hospital. In the ward, Su Nianying was already able to get out of bed and walk around. Sure enough, the body's recovery ability of people who exercise regularly is unmatched by ordinary people. Grandfather, Master, Chu Fei and Sulie pushed open the door of the ward carrying some fruits. Su Nianying looked back and saw the two of them, and her face was immediately filled with smiles. I thought you two had forgotten about me, your grandfather. Also, that brat is still calling me master. Isn't it time to change his address? Unless his face suddenly turned dark when he heard it. Master, the generation gap is too big. Not very good. Su Nianying sat on the edge of the bed, looking at him with a smile in her eyes. Yeah. Looking at the master's glaring gaze, Chu Fei changed his words. Grandfather. Su Nianying nodded with satisfaction. Sulie sat aside, peeling an apple for Su Nianying and chatting with him. Chu Fei just watched from the side and chatted from time to time. When talking about the breakthrough research of the drugs developed by Sulie's Research Institute, Su Nianying's eyes showed some surprise. Especially after knowing the results, his face became even more solemn. He knew very well how important this thing was to a warrior. If this thing appeared on the battlefield, it would definitely be a terrifying existence. Girl, you absolutely cannot let any word of this thing's effects out. Remember, absolutely not. Otherwise, it will bring about fatal disaster. Su Nianying said in a heavy tone. Why, Grandpa? I originally developed this drug just to extend the lifespan of the elderly. Su Nianying shook her head. Just like Xiaofei just said. This drug can significantly enhance all aspects of the human body's abilities. But have you ever thought about what the consequences would be if something like this appeared on the battlefield one day? When Chu Fei heard what his master said, his expression changed. Yes, if this thing appeared on the battlefield, the consequences would be unimaginable. Same number of people, same equipment. But if one party has this drug and everyone has one, it would be like taking stimulants. Charging in a battle is no problem at all. Even the recoil caused by the gun is zero. The result is obvious. But Sulie wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chu Fei. Shaoli, listen to Grandpa. Everything he said is true. This kind of thing must never appear on the mass market. Chu Fei's expression also became a little more serious. Sulie nodded somewhat disappointedly. Okay, but I don't know what the specific results are yet. I'll tell you after the results come out. I'm going to the bathroom first. After saying that, Sulie stood up and walked out of the ward. After Sulie left, Su Nianying said to Chu Fei, Stinky boy, if this thing really works, I want to be the first to try it. Even if I have to steal it, you have to get one from me, understand? Chu Fei knew that his master would definitely say this. Knew, but we have to wait until the results come out. By the way, master, do you know much about the Phoenix family? Chapter 119, The Origin of the Phoenix Family.